Song Mo, who retired from the army, works as a security guard in a corporate group. By chance, he travels abroad with the company's female president and several executives. Unexpectedly, the plane experiences a sudden disaster, and Song Mo, along with some survivors, finds himself stranded on a deserted island. Chapter 1, The International Flight ***. On a flight from Huaxia to a small country in Africa, Song Mo quietly sat in a comfortable seat, eyes tightly closed, seemingly resting and conserving energy. Although only 27 years old, he appeared far more mature and steady than his peers. At the age of 18, right after graduating from high school, Song Mo resolutely embarked on a military career. With his outstanding physical fitness and mastery of various military skills, he passed through numerous selections and successfully joined the Special Forces in just 3 years. Once in the Special Forces, Song Mo thrived, fully utilizing his talents and achieving remarkable feats in dangerous and challenging missions. However, fate took a turn during a critical mission when he accidentally made a mistake that could have led to severe consequences, including facing a military court. Fortunately, due to his significant contributions to the country, his superiors showed leniency and did not hand him over to the military court. Nevertheless, Song Mo could no longer serve in the military and had to end his beloved military career prematurely, returning to his hometown in disappointment. Chapter 2, The plane crash. Song Mo gently lowered the small table from above his seat. He carefully placed a steaming box meal and a cup of hot water he had just filled on the table. Eagerly, he opened one of the meal boxes, and a rich aroma wafted towards him. However, he had no time to savor it, as he hungrily devoured the food as if he hadn't eaten in ages. Within just 2 minutes, he finished the entire box of food. His astonishing appetite and manner of eating made it seem like he hadn't eaten for days. People around him couldn't help but cast curious glances, but Song Mo remained oblivious, continuing as he pleased. He quickly opened another box of food and continued to eat voraciously. Time passed, and within 7 or 8 minutes, he had also cleared the third box of food. After finishing the last bite of rice, Song Mo contentedly licked his lips, picked up the now cool cup of water, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. Then, he leisurely collected the trash into a bag, stowed the table away, adjusted his sitting position, and closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 3, Surviving Calamity ***. The already small lifeboat suddenly had nearly 10 panicked people climbing aboard. Everyone was desperately trying to squeeze onto the boat, as if that would increase their chances of survival. However, the weight of so many people threatened to overwhelm the small lifeboat, making it seem as if it would be swallowed by the surging sea at any moment. Fortunately, the sea was unusually calm at that moment, with no violent winds or waves to worsen the situation. Feeling anxious, Song Mo gazed at the inflatable lifeboat where Lu Yunhan was located and swam towards it without hesitation. Soon, he reached the side of the lifeboat. Lu Yunhan only had a vague impression of this security deputy captain and couldn't recall his name. However, among the group of company executives in the lifeboat with Lu Yunhan, a few recognized Song Mo. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful girl suddenly spotted Song Mo struggling in the water as he approached the lifeboat and shouted in surprise, "Song Mo, you're alive. Quick, give me your hand, and I'll pull you up." Saying this, she reached out her hand to help him aboard.
Chapter 4 Encountering the flight attendant. Song Mo's heart tightened, and he dared not hesitate for a moment. He quickly stretched out a long finger, cautiously bringing it close to the flight attendant's nose. He held his breath, fully focused on sensing whether there was any airflow exhaling from her nasal cavity. Moments later, Song Mo was pleasantly surprised to detect that, although weak, this flight attendant still showed signs of life. She was alive. There was no time to hesitate. Song Mo used both his hands and feet, climbing up the massive piece of wood as quickly as he could. He struggled to maintain his balance, then without hesitation, reached out a hand and gently patted the flight attendant's back while urgently shouting, "Hey! Hey! Wake up!" He repeated his calls over and over, his actions never stopping. Finally, with his persistent efforts, the flight attendant's previously tightly shut eyes began to tremble slightly, and then slowly opened. When her vision gradually cleared and she saw Song Mo up close, an unmistakable look of surprise appeared on her face. She widened her eyes and suspiciously asked, "Who are you? How did you end up with me? I clearly remember being alone." Chapter 5 Stranded on a deserted island. Liu Jiache's face was pale, her lips devoid of color. After using her last bit of strength to give a slight nod, she slumped down on the large piece of wood like a wilting flower, once again falling into a hazy slumber. Watching Liu Jiachi, who had fallen asleep and whose life was uncertain, Song Mo was extremely anxious. He shouted loudly, "Beautiful lady, you must not sleep. If you fall asleep, you might never wake up. You have to hold on a little longer." However, at that moment, Liu Jiachi was already too weak to even respond to him. Song Mo was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. His heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, causing him pain so intense that he could hardly breathe. As time passed, the sun gradually rose higher in the sky, pouring down its scorching and merciless rays onto them. Song Mo felt as if he were in a giant furnace, his entire body burning uncomfortably, sweat gushing out like a flood, drenching him completely. Chapter 6 Feeding Liu Jiachi Coconut Juice. Song Mo hurriedly carried a coconut to the base of the large tree, glancing at the still sleeping Liu Jiachi. He gently placed the coconut, wrapped in his clothing, on the ground, then turned and walked towards the nearby coastline. Soon, he returned to the tree with a sharp-edged, pointed stone in hand. Squatting down, he picked up a coconut and struck it forcefully with the stone. Before long, a crack appeared in the coconut. Song Mo then brought the coconut close to Liu Jiachi's parched lips, gently dripping the coconut juice onto her lips. However, at that moment, Liu Jiachi had already fallen into a semi-conscious state. Although her lips moved slightly as they were moistened by the coconut juice, most of the juice failed to enter her mouth, instead flowing down her chin and soaking the ground beneath her. Seeing this scene, Song Mo knew that if this continued, it would be difficult for Liu Jiachi to replenish enough moisture, and her condition would only worsen. So, he took a deep breath and softly said to the sleeping Liu Jiachi, "Beautiful lady, I'm doing this to save you, please forgive any offenses." After saying this, he took a sip of coconut juice, holding it in his mouth without swallowing. Chapter 7 Creating Fire by Friction. Once Song Mo stepped into the dense woods, he focused intently on searching around. Seconds ticked by, and soon, his gaze was drawn to two small sticks lying in the grass. These two sticks appeared to be quite sturdy, and more importantly, they had evidently become extremely dry after being exposed to wind and sun for a long time, perfect materials for creating fire by friction. Satisfied, Song Mo continued to search in the forest, and before long, he collected a good amount of dry grass and firewood. Holding these hard-earned treasures, he quickly returned to the tall tree by the coast. Upon reaching his destination, Song Mo wasted no time resting and immediately began preparing to create fire by friction. He first picked up a handful of dry grass, gripping it tightly with both hands, and then rubbed it vigorously. As he applied force, the originally disordered dry grass gradually became soft and fluffy, ultimately forming a fluffy mass. This dry grass was just perfect as tinder. Next, Song Mo began searching for a tool to assist with drilling. Soon, he found a sharp stone nearby. Carefully picking it up, he squatted down in front of one of the sticks, aligning the stone with the top of the stick, and began to drill a small hole bit by bit. Chapter 8 Catching a Coconut Crab. As he lifted the second bag of coconuts from under the coconut tree and prepared to head back, a faint yet unusual sound suddenly came from a dense thicket about 3 to 4 meters away from the coconut tree. Although the sound was not loud, it stood out distinctly in the quiet environment. Startled, Song Mo quickly placed the bag of coconuts back on the ground, then quietly approached the thicket, moving stealthily like a hunting beast. As he got closer to the thicket, his heart raced with tension. He widened his eyes, trying to see through the gaps in the branches. When he finally reached just a few steps away from the thicket and looked closely, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. There was a large coconut crab hidden within, weighing about 5 to 6 pounds. Previously, Song Mo had only seen this peculiar creature on television, and had never imagined he would witness one in person on this deserted island. The coconut crab before him had claws as large as stout arms, looking imposing and intimidating. Chapter 9 Company executive looking at Song Mo's face, which appeared extremely haggard due to exhaustion, Liu Jiachi said with concern, Song Ji, look at how tired you are. Your eyes can barely stay open. Hurry and lie down for a good sleep. I'll keep an eye on the fire. Song Mo forced himself to stay alert and asked in confusion. Aren't you going to sleep? Liu Jiachi gently shook her head, smiling as she explained, when I was on that large piece of wood. I was basically in a state of slumber, so I don't feel tired at all now. Upon hearing this, Song Mo nodded slightly to indicate his understanding and then reminded her, all right then. I'll sleep for a bit. If anything happens, make sure to wake me up right away. Liu Jiachi nodded vigorously in response. Song Mo then slowly lay down on the ground, and within just 3 minutes, he had fallen into a deep, sweet sleep, breathing softly and evenly. At that moment, Liu Jiachi quietly gazed at the sleeping Song Mo, her eyes lingering on his face. She thought to herself, if I hadn't met him, I might have already perished in the vast, endless sea. Although his appearance is not particularly outstanding, he has that kind of ordinary look that becomes more comfortable and pleasing the more you see him. Chapter 10 A good beating for Yong Wei. The reason Yong Wei said this was mainly because he was worried that Song Mo would come to settle accounts with him. After all, he knew that Song Mo had retired from the army. If it really came to blows, he wouldn't be able to beat Song Mo. Hearing Yong Wei say this, Song Mo smiled and said, Yang, do you really think I'm that petty? Besides, I'll need to rely on you for food in the future. If I really offend you and you fire me, wouldn't I lose my job? After hearing this from Song Mo, Yong Wei actually thought he was afraid of losing his job, and didn't dare to offend him. He immediately said with a smug face, Xiao Song, your awareness is quite high. Young people have a bright future. I know you came from the army and have some experience in outdoor survival. As long as you perform well here, when the day comes that you leave, I will definitely promote you well. And it could be possible for you to become a department manager. Song Mo smiled and said, Then I'll thank you for your promotion in advance, Yang. Don't worry, I will definitely perform well. Hearing this, the company executives looked down on him a bit, not expecting that he would flatter Yong Wei like this just for a promotion. Chapter 11 Confronting Lu Yunhan. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Mo scanned the crowd again and fixed his gaze on Lu Yunhan, continuing indignantly, Manager Lu, you were also watching Yong Wei brutally attack me, weren't you? He was so ruthless, it was as if he wanted to take my life. Now, I'm just paying him back in kind, is that wrong? Hearing this, Lu Yunhan was momentarily speechless, and took a while to slowly respond, I admit it was wrong for him to hit you out there on the sea. But the situation was urgent, and he had no choice. Besides, didn't he just apologize to you? Song Mo sneered and replied, What nonsense. He was worried that I would climb onto the lifeboat, and increase the risk of it sinking. You could have just said that. And I wouldn't have climbed onto that lifeboat. Why did he have to be so ruthless? If it weren't for the life jacket I managed to escape with, I would have already sunk to the bottom of the sea. Hearing this, Lu Yunhan was again at a loss for words. Song Mo continued, I'm not someone who holds grudges. Yong Wei hit me that day, and I hit him back today. Our issues are settled. As for how you want to pursue it when I really leave here one day, that is your business. Chapter 12 Song Mo takes the initiative to offer coconuts. Seeing the 2 boxes of cigarettes in Chen Shu's hands, Song Mo's attention was instantly drawn to them. Like a moth to a flame, with his eyes sparkling with excitement. To say that Song Mo had no special hobbies would be wrong, he was an unabashed smoker. So when he saw Chen Shu pull out 2 boxes of cigarettes on this deserted island, his surprise and joy were beyond words. Song Mo's face was full of smiles as he cheerfully said to Chen Shu, Manager Chen, you're too generous. Back when we were at the company, you always took good care of me and occasionally gave me 2 boxes of fine cigarettes to enjoy. Even if you hadn't brought them out today, I would have generously given you the coconuts. Although he said this, His hands could no longer hold back, and swiftly grabbed the 2 boxes of cigarettes from Chen Shu's hands. After getting the cigarettes, Song Mo moved quickly like a monkey. He eagerly opened one box, skillfully took out a cigarette, and carefully placed it in his mouth. Chapter 13. Showing favor to Li Xiaomai at this moment, Yong Wei, who had been beaten unconscious by Song Mo, slowly began to wake up. He first struggled to open his eyes and then tried to move his limbs, struggling to crawl up from the cold, hard ground. At this point, Yong Wei had blood at the corner of his mouth and looked quite disheveled. Nevertheless, his eyes, filled with fury, were fixed on Song Mo, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Noticing Yang Wei's hostile gaze upon waking, Song Mo immediately shouted back without showing any weakness. "You dare to glare at me again? Do you believe I'll send you to meet the King of Hell right now?" His voice was thunderous, echoing across the empty beach, instilling fear in those who heard it. Although Yong Wei was filled with resentment after hearing Song Mo's harsh words, he understood the principle of not provoking someone stronger than himself. Thus, he reluctantly averted his gaze and looked toward the distant shore, where a group of company executives were gathered, laboriously smashing coconuts with stones, trying to get the sweet coconut water inside to quench their thirst and hunger. Chapter 14. Leaving with Liu Jiechi. Lu Yunhan slowly spoke. "According to what you just said, it seems we won't be able to leave this deserted island for a while. In that case, we might have to rely on each other and stick together. As long as we work together, I firmly believe we can survive on this island." Before she finished speaking, Song Mo smiled and replied, "Manager Lu, don't forget, I'm just a small security guard. Each of you holds a high position in the company. Being with you makes me feel out of place and uncomfortable. Besides, I've always been a lone wolf and am used to this way of life. So, it would be more suitable for you to stick together for warmth." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunhan's expression instantly darkened, her brows furrowing as she fixed her eyes on Song Mo and questioned, "Are you saying you don't want to live with us?" Without hesitation, Song Mo nodded and slowly explained, "To be honest, I have a bad temper and can be impulsive. If I were to be with you and one day I lost control of my emotions and offended you, that wouldn't be good." Chapter 15. The thoughtful Song Mo. Hearing Song Mo explain this in such detail, Liu Jiechi couldn't help but nod in agreement. She truly did not expect that Song Mo could consider things so thoroughly, taking every aspect into account. At this moment, Liu Jiechi felt increasingly that following Song Mo was an extremely wise decision, and her admiration for him surged like a tidal wave. Thus, the two of them leisurely walked along the coastline, unknowingly covering a long distance. However, it was regrettable that they had not found a suitable place to build a shelter. Just then, the sun hanging high in the sky had risen high, mercilessly radiating its scorching light, and cruelly baking the earth. This caused both of them to be drenched in sweat, with their clothes thoroughly soaked. Worse still, Liu Jiechi was currently wearing a standard flight attendant uniform and high-heeled shoes. It was easy to imagine that walking on this soft beach was a nightmare for her. With every step, Liu Jiechi felt a sharp pain and soreness in her feet. Chapter 16. The naturally formed stone house. Song Mo did not hesitate at all. He quickly slipped through the crack to investigate. After successfully passing through the huge crack, the sight before him made his eyes widen in surprise. It turned out that the space inside was unexpectedly spacious, roughly estimated to be around 20 to 30 square meters, with a height of about 8 or 9 meters. The large stones were distributed in an orderly manner, resembling solid walls meticulously sculpted by nature. They were closely packed together, and apart from the large crack he had just entered, the rest of the surroundings were practically airtight, as if it were a small world isolated from the outside. Seeing this scene, an uncontrollable joy surged in Song Mo's heart. He thought to himself, isn't this the natural shelter he had been dreaming of? All he needed to do was find a way to cover the top and put a sturdy door on the only entrance at the large crack. And this place could transform into a comfortable and safe stone house. With this thought, he was so excited that he nearly cheered out loud. After confirming this excellent location, Song Mo joyfully slipped back through the large crack once again. Chapter 17, Crafting a Stone Axe. Hearing Song Mo's words, Liu Jiachi quickly replied that not every woman was like that. Many women pursued love. Hearing her say this, Song Mo did not say anything further. Unbeknownst to them, it was already quite late, and Song Mo added some firewood to the fire pit. The two stood up and returned to the stone house, lying down on the pile of dry grass, and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, they did not wake up until the sun was high in the sky. When they stepped out of the stone house, they saw that the firewood in the fire pit had burned down to just a few pieces of charcoal still emitting sparks. Song Mo quickly added some dry grass to the fire pit and blew on it for a while before the dry grass reignited. He then added more firewood, and the two went to the shore to wash their faces with seawater, gathering some clams to roast and eat. After eating the roasted clams, Song Mo planned to go into the woods to see if he could find some bamboo to build the roof of the stone house. However, he had no tools at the moment. Even if he found bamboo in the woods, it would be difficult to cut it down. To chop down bamboo, he would need a knife or an axe. But where could he find an axe or knife on this deserted island? Song Mo asked Liu Jiachi to stay outside the stone house to watch over the fire and collect more firewood to store inside. Chapter 18, Catching Sea Fish. Song Mo tightly gripped the carefully crafted stone axe in his hand and confidently stepped into the dense woods. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, carefully searching for usable materials. Before long, fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a thick wooden stick as sturdy as an arm and exceptionally hard. Elated, Song Mo picked up the stick and hurriedly returned to the shore. He carefully placed the stick on a large, flat stone and then picked up the stone axe, crafted from pebbles, to chop off a section about 30 to 40 centimeters long. Following that, he focused intently on processing the wooden stick with the stone axe, gradually smoothing its surface. After the initial adjustments, he did not stop, but turned to rummage through the debris washed ashore by the surging waves. Fortune favored the diligent. After some effort, he successfully found several ropes of varying thickness. Subsequently, Song Mo skillfully used these ropes to tightly bind the smoothed wooden stick to the stone axe made from pebbles. Chapter 19, The Sunset Beauties. This forest was as mysterious and deep as a primeval forest, with countless towering trees that rose high into the sky, seemingly competing with the heavens. The lush underbrush spread out like a green ocean, intertwining densely, making it difficult to traverse. The entire forest was filled with a chilling and terrifying atmosphere, as if it concealed endless dangers. Moreover, animal bones, some incomplete and others still stained with blood, were occasionally scattered on the ground, indicating the presence of fierce large carnivores in the woods. Song Mo was fully aware of this, especially knowing that it was currently the season when venomous snakes were frequently active. Therefore, every step he took was exceptionally cautious, as if walking on thin ice. He remained alert, paying attention to the sounds around him, not daring to let his guard down. Time passed second by second, and after nearly half an hour of walking, Song Mo suddenly spotted a dense cluster of bamboo not far away in the woods. This discovery filled him with joy. But he did not let excitement cloud his judgment, and cautiously approached the bamboo grove. Chapter 20, Conversations by the Fire. After a while, Song Mo looked at Liu Jiachi's slightly blushing face and realized he had lost his composure. He quickly said, "I'm sorry. I lost my composure. It's mainly because you are too beautiful, and I got captivated for a moment." Hearing Song Mo's compliment, Liu Jiachi felt delighted and whispered, "Am I really that beautiful?" Song Mo smiled and said, "You are as beautiful as a flower. With someone as beautiful as you, there must be many people pursuing you, right?" Liu Jiachi shyly replied, "Not many, actually. By the way, brother Song, what kind of girl do you like?" Hearing her question, Song Mo smiled and said, "I don't have high standards. After all, my family conditions are just okay. As long as I can find someone who genuinely cares for me, that's enough. Liu Jiachi then softly said, Brother Song, what do you think about me being your girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Song Mo was momentarily stunned and then laughed, saying, Don't joke around, how could you possibly like me? Liu Jiachi quickly responded, How could it be impossible? You need to have confidence in yourself. Song Mo gave a wry smile and slowly replied, In the past, I was quite confident, but after a few blind dates, I slowly lost confidence in myself. Chapter 21, Building the roof of the stone house. Song Mo picked up a bamboo stick the size of a bowl. Using the stone axe to chop off 2 bamboo tubes. He returned to the cave and took out a few coconuts. Splitting them open with the stone axe and pouring the coconut juice into the bamboo tubes. Liu Jiachi curiously asked, Brother Song, what are you doing? Song Mo smiled and said, These past few days, I've been eating grilled food every day, and I'm almost constipated. I'm going to make you a dish to eat. After saying this, he placed the bamboo tube filled with coconut juice on the fire, waiting for the juice to boil before adding the prepared sea fish. After 3 or 4 minutes, the sea fish in the bamboo tube was cooked. And Song Mo found a few small sticks to make 2 pairs of chopsticks. The 2 people, who had long been so hungry that their stomachs were pressed against their backs, couldn't wait to pick up the fish from the bamboo tube and started eating heartily. I must say, the coconut milk fish cooked in the bamboo tube had a unique flavor. Not only was there the sweetness of coconut milk, but also the faint aroma of bamboo. This meal was the most sumptuous one they had had since arriving on the deserted island. Before long, the fish meat in the bamboo tube was completely devoured by the 2 of them, and they each took another bamboo tube to drink the soup until nothing was left. Chapter 22, Harvesting a porcupine. These mosquito-repelling herbs were about half a meter tall, blooming with small pink flowers, and emitting a unique fragrance. There were no mosquitoes around them, which made Song Mo feel delighted as he quickly walked up to the clump of mosquito-repelling herbs. Squatting down, he pulled up the herbs by the roots, then picked a few longer grasses to tie the mosquito-repelling herbs together in his arms. Perhaps due to the scent of the herbs in his hands, the annoying mosquitoes no longer dared to approach Song Mo. After walking a little further without finding a water source, Song Mo thought it seemed that finding water in this forest wasn't that easy. Having been out for quite a long time, Song Mo decided not to continue searching and turned to walk towards the coast. Not far along, the bushes nearby suddenly made a slight rustling sound, which made Song Mo's heart tighten. He slowly placed the mosquito-repelling herbs on the ground and cautiously approached the bushes with his stone axe. Before he got close, a round head suddenly poked out from the bushes, startling Song Mo. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a huge porcupine, looking at him with a dumbfounded expression. Chapter 23, The first heavy rain on the deserted island. Song Mo arrived at the coast and climbed onto a large rock for fishing, stripping down to just his shorts before jumping into the azure sea and swimming with great pleasure. Soaking in the seawater, Song Mo felt an indescribable comfort and contentment. After swimming for nearly 20 minutes, he climbed back onto the large rock. Looking at his dirty clothes, Song Mo picked them up and rinsed them briefly in the seawater, then hung them to dry on a branch of a big tree by the coast. Dressed in just his shorts, he returned to the fire pit. And when Liu Jiachi saw him come back in just his shorts, her face immediately flushed, and she quietly said, Song Ji, why did you come back in just shorts? Song Mo, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, My clothes were too dirty, so I washed them and hung them up to dry. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Hurry up and take a shower. It's almost dark. Liu Jiachi nodded and walked towards the coast, finding a large rock to hide behind, as she slowly took off her air hostess uniform and went into the sea to bathe. Meanwhile, Song Mo took the half-dry mosquito-repelling herbs to the fire pit and began to rub them into small strips. Chapter 24, Making an oil lamp. At this moment, the rainwater in the bamboo tube had boiled, and Song Mo immediately took the bamboo tube off the fire. He then took another bamboo tube and carefully cut it open with his stone axe to make 2 bamboo bowls. after pouring the boiled rainwater into the 2 bamboo bowls. He handed one bowl to Liu Jiachi, and took the other bowl to his lips to sip slowly. After being on this deserted island for so many days, they had only been drinking coconut water. Today marked the first time they truly drank fresh water, which lifted their spirits. After drinking, Songmo took another bamboo tube to collect some rainwater from under the eaves and placed it on the fire. He chopped some porcupine meat and put it on the fire to simmer slowly. At this moment, Songmo suddenly noticed there was a lot of porcupine fat. And an idea popped into his mind. He thought, why not render the porcupine fat in a bamboo tube, put a wick in it, and light it at night while sleeping to preserve the flame. With that thought, Songmo couldn't help but smile. Liu Jiachi, curious, asked, Song Ji, why are you smiling like that? Did you think of that beauty? Chapter 25, Catching Big Sea Fish. Seeing her blushing face, Songmo chuckled and didn't say anything further. He took a bamboo bowl and poured half of the porcupine oil from the previous bowl into it. Then tore a strip of cloth from his clothes to roll into a wick and placed it inside. The rain continued to pour all day, and by evening, Songmo cut the remaining porcupine meat into small pieces and cooked them in the bamboo tube. After dinner, the two sat by the fire chatting for a while, lit the 2 oil lamps, and placed them in the corner of the stone house. They also lit some mosquito-repelling herbs rolled into small strips and placed them at the door of the stone house. The 2 of them went to lie down in the pile of dry grass and fell asleep early. The next morning, as dawn broke, Songmo was already awake, while Liu Jiachi was still fast asleep. Looking up, he saw that the 2 oil lamps were still lit. He got up from the dry grass, walked over to the oil lamps, blew one out, and took the other with him as he exited the stone house to light the fire in the kitchen. Although it was no longer raining, the sky remained overcast. Songmo picked up a fishing rod and went to the coast to find a few clams. Climbing onto the large rock where he often fished, he smashed the clams with a stone, took a piece of clam meat, and hooked it onto the fishing line to start fishing. Perhaps due to the heavy rain the previous day, the water along the coast had become murky, and the sea breeze was quite strong. Chapter 26, The drenched Lu Yunhan and her group. Unlike Songmo and Liu Jiachi, who were living a leisurely life, Lu Yunhan had not been so fortunate. Since the day Songmo left with Liu Jiachi, Lu Yunhan had set up camp under a large tree with a group of company executives. As the president of the company, Lu Yunhan was used to calling the shots in the office, and now, on this deserted island, everyone still followed her orders without question. Although Lu Yunhan and the executives lacked survival skills in the wild, it was worth mentioning that she was the head of the company, and her quick thinking was unmatched. She quickly divided the group into 2 small teams, one led by Yong Wei to search for food and water, and the other commanded by Chen Shu to gather wood to build a shelter against the wind and rain. As for herself, she took on the task of collecting firewood with Li Xiaomai, who was also delicate, to ensure that the bonfire would continue to burn and not extinguish. The division of labor was met with no objections from the executives, as everyone knew that no one could predict when they would be able to leave this barren land and return to civilization. Chapter 27, Yang Wei's recklessness. Since Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomai were both dressed in very thin clothing, and their figures were outstandingly beautiful, they stood out even more. At this moment, the thin clothes on the 2 women, which were already as light as a cicada's wings, were completely soaked by the pouring rain, the wet fabric clinging tightly to their bodies. As a result, their sexy and enchanting figures were fully revealed before everyone's eyes. Yong Wei and his group, witnessing the 2 women's curvaceous and exquisite bodies, instantly lit up with excitement, staring at them intently. Just as the 2 were about to leave the shelter, Yong Wei immediately showed a sly and lecherous expression, smilingly said, "General Manager Lu, how about I accompany you too?" Upon hearing Yong Wei's shameless words, Lu Yunhan was momentarily taken aback, secretly astonished. She never expected that just a few days later, Yong Wei would dare to speak so frivolously to her. If she allowed him to continue this way, she couldn't imagine what even more outrageous actions he would take in the future. Chapter 28. Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomai leave. After Li Xiaomai spoke, Lu Yunhan fell into deep thought, seriously pondering the matter. Recalling the scene when Song Mo left with Liu Jiechi that day, Song Mo had indeed specifically reminded her to be wary of Yong Wei and his group. However, at that time, Lu Yunhan didn't take it to heart, and now looking back, everything seemed to have developed just as Song Mo had said. Clearly, Song Mo seemed to have anticipated everything that happened today, as if he could predict the future, calculating every detail with precision. This foresight was truly astonishing. Time passed slowly. And after a while, Lu Yunhan finally slowly opened her lips and softly said, Song Mo has been gone for so many days. And we have no idea where he is. This deserted island is vast and boundless. Finding him is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Where else can we look for him? As soon as she finished speaking, Li Xiaomai resolutely said, rather than staying here to suffer humiliation from Yong Wei and his group, we might as well take the risk to search for Song Mo. If we can't find him, we might as well die on this deserted island. Hearing this, Lu Yunhan couldn't help but shiver all over. She never expected that the seemingly weak Li Xiaomai would have such a strong and unyielding character. Chapter 29. Rescue. Song Mo quickly picked up a bamboo tube and walked outside the kitchen to fill it with water from the plastic containers that collected rainwater, gently placing it above the roaring fire. Then, he took out the fish from yesterday, chopped off a piece with a stone axe, and carefully sliced the fish meat into thin, translucent pieces. Before long, Liu Jiechi finished washing up and returned to the kitchen with a light step. At that moment, the water in the bamboo tube was already boiling, bubbling with steam, as if it were happily jumping. Seeing this, Song Mo swiftly placed the sliced fish pieces into the bamboo tube to cook. Time quietly passed, and in less than 5 minutes, the fish slices were fully cooked. The tender color and tempting aroma made one drool. Song Mo and Liu Jiechi eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the food hungrily. With each bite, the delicious flavor spread wildly in their mouths, leaving them wanting more. Now the sky had cleared, and the sun shone warmly through the clouds. Song Mo thought to himself, since the weather has improved, I should quickly cook some sea salt for future use. After all, if one doesn't consume salt for a long time, it can be extremely harmful to their health. Chapter 30. Mouth-to-mouth medication. Song Mo didn't bother to rest and said to Liu Jiechi, Jiechi, go get some rainwater and use a strip of cloth to place it on their foreheads. I'll go look in the woods to see if I can find some herbs. Liu Jiechi nodded and reminded him, Song Ji, be careful. Song Mo nodded and replied, don't worry about me, I'll be back soon. Take good care of the two of them. After saying this, he quickly walked out of the stone house and headed into the woods. Although it had stopped raining, the forest was still muddy, and the ground was extremely slippery. He hadn't walked far before his clothes were splattered with mud, but Song Mo didn't mind at all. Carefully observing the surroundings while searching for herbs to treat fever and cold. At this moment, he was extremely anxious. Every minute wasted meant more danger for Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomai. Meanwhile, Liu Jiechi also filled a bamboo tube with water, tore a piece of cloth from her clothing, dampened it, and placed it on the foreheads of the two women. Song Mo wandered in the woods for almost half an hour, when his attention was suddenly drawn to a cluster of red and yellow flowers. He quickly walked over and realized it was honeysuckle, and he was delighted, knowing that honeysuckle has a good effect on treating fever and cold. Chapter 31. The first kiss of two girls. Song Mo tightly gripped the somewhat rough stone axe in his hand, cautiously stepping through the muddy, damp-smelling forest. As he struggled forward, he secretly thought, if only I could catch a porcupine. With this hopeful wish, Song Mo had been trekking through the woods for nearly half an hour. Along the way, he caught a fleeting glimpse of two colorful pheasants appearing in his line of sight, but unfortunately, due to the lack of necessary bow and arrow tools, Song Mo could only watch them pass by gracefully and disappear into the dense thicket. Slightly discouraged, Song Mo didn't stop his steps and continued to move forward into the unknown. Before long, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound coming from a nearby bush. The sound pierced through the silence like a flash of lightning, instantly capturing all of Song Mo's attention. He immediately lightened his steps, stealthily approaching the bush that made the noise, taking each step with extreme caution, afraid to startle the mysterious creature hiding within. Chapter 32, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei's worries. Looking at the two with flushed faces and a look of embarrassment, Song Mo's heart tightened, and he quickly explained. General Manager Lu, Manager Li, please don't misunderstand. At that moment, the situation was extremely urgent. I really just wanted to save people, and had absolutely no intention of taking advantage of you. Hearing Song Mo's urgent words, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei exchanged glances, and then both lowered their heads, muttering in voices as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "We're not blaming you." Seeing this, Song Mo let out a slight sigh of relief, but then frowned and asked with confusion, "Weren't you two always with Yong Wei and his group? How did you suddenly faint on the beach? Did something happen that we don't know about?" At Song Mo's question, Li Xiaomei looked up, bit her lip, and slowly replied, "General Manager Lu and I managed to escape from there specifically to find you." As soon as she finished speaking, both Song Mo and Liu Jiachi were shocked, their expressions filled with disbelief. Liu Jiachi couldn't contain her surprise and blurted out, "What? You actually escaped? Did those people dare to bully you?" Chapter 33. Encountering a wild boar. Sitting around the campfire until late, Song Mo slowly spoke, "It's getting late, everyone should rest early." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and picked up some small sticks made from mosquito-repellent herbs. After gently lighting these sticks, a faint, pleasant fragrance began to waft through the air. Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei had never seen this mosquito-repellent herb before, and they curiously sniffed the fragrant air. Li Xiaomei, looking puzzled, couldn't help but ask Song Mo, "Song Mo, what exactly is this stuff you lit? It smells so nice." Just as Song Mo was about to answer, Liu Jiachi, smiling, interjected, "This is the mosquito-repellent herb that Song Mo found. After it's rolled into small sticks and lit, it can not only drive away annoying mosquitoes so we can sleep soundly, but it's also said that the fragrance helps with sleep." After hearing Liu Jiachi's explanation, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei couldn't help but cast admiring glances at Song Mo. Liu Jiachi then picked up a burning piece of wood and turned to go into the stone house, lighting the two dim oil lamps inside. Chapter 34. Hunting the wild boar. The tree, as thick as a water bucket, shook violently after being struck by the wild boar with such ferocity, as if the earth trembled with it. Leaves from the dense branches fell like raindrops, fluttering through the air. One could only imagine the immense force that the wild boar unleashed when it charged. If such force were to act on a human, even if one were lucky enough to survive, they would surely suffer serious injuries. At this moment, the wild boar was also in a bad state. Dazed from the impact, it could only shake its large head repeatedly, trying to regain consciousness. Song Mo, quick on his feet, seized this rare opportunity. He swiftly grabbed the stone axe he was holding, aimed at the wild boar's enormous head, and swung it down with all his might. With a dull thud, a spray of bright red blood erupted from the wild boar's head, splattering everywhere. The wild boar let out a piercing scream, its body shuddered, and it stumbled heavily to the ground. It then began to roll in agony, its four strong hooves frantically kicking the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Chapter 35. A conversation among three girls. When Song Mo and Liu Jiachi returned to the kitchen with sticks and pine branches, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei had also picked up some ropes from the beach and returned to the kitchen. Song Mo was quick and deft, skillfully combining the sticks and ropes in his hands. Before long, he successfully tied together an incredibly sturdy wooden frame. Next, he carefully laid a thick layer of pine branches on the surface of the frame, which emitted a faint pine scent. He then meticulously placed the hard-earned wild boar meat on top of the pine branches, treating it as if it were a precious treasure. To better protect the wild boar meat, Song Mo covered it with another layer of pine branches, ensuring it was completely covered. After completing this series of tasks, Song Mo bent down and carefully dug out some burning charcoal from the roaring fire. He gently placed the hot charcoal beneath the wooden frame and began the smoking process for the wild boar meat. Although Song Mo knew that this unseasoned wild boar meat, even after careful smoking, would only last a few days in such hot weather, the most urgent task at hand was to quickly produce sea salt. Chapter 36 Making Sea Salt. Hearing what the two said, Liu Jiachi nodded and didn't he say more. After a while, Lu Yunhan turned to Liu Jiachi and said, Jiachi, do you think over time, Song Mo will develop improper thoughts about us like Yong Wei and his group? Hearing Lu Yunhan's question, Liu Jiachi confidently replied, how can you compare Song Ji with Yong Wei and his group? Don't worry, Song Ji is a good person and won't have any improper thoughts about us. Nor will he bully us. Meanwhile, Song Mo took a bamboo tube as thick as a bowl and drilled several small holes at the bottom with a porcupine quill. He found a stick, pulled out some still burning charcoal from the fire, placed it inside, and then went to the beach to fill it with some water. With a hissing sound, the charcoal inside the bamboo tube was instantly extinguished. Song Mo then poured out the charcoal and washed it clean with seawater. He filled the bamboo tube with a layer of charcoal, covered it with a layer of sea sand, and then added another layer of charcoal. In this way, he filled the bamboo tube with alternating layers of charcoal and sea sand and shook it vigorously a few times. Thus, a simple filtering device was created. Chapter 37 Encountering a large python. As the wild boar meat bubbled in the pot, a rich aroma gradually spread, as if announcing that this delicious meal was nearing completion. At that moment, Song Mo picked up a fresh bamboo shoot, skillfully peeled away the green outer skin. Then took a sharp axe nearby and carefully cut the bamboo shoot into even small sections, gently placing them into the pot to stew with the wild boar meat. Before long, a steaming pot of fragrant wild boar meat with bamboo shoots was freshly prepared. Everyone sat together, enjoying the feast. The delicious flavor instantly captivated everyone's taste buds, and everyone ate with great enjoyment. After they had their fill, Song Mo wiped his mouth, turned to Lu Yunhan and the three girls, and smiled, saying, you all stay here. I'll go into the woods to find some sticks to make a few bows and arrows. However, before he could finish speaking, the three girls, as if in sync, shouted, we want to go with you. Song Mo quickly waved his hand, gently shaking his head, there are plenty of mosquitoes in the woods. I can go alone and will be back soon. After saying that, he grabbed the axe leaning against the wall, and strode into the depths of the woods without looking back. Chapter 38 Making Bows and Arrows. Hearing Liu Jiachi's question, Song Mo, out of breath, replied, I just encountered a large python in the woods. I almost didn't make it back. Upon hearing this, the three girls all turned their attention to him. Lu Yunhan quickly asked, what kind of large python? Song Mo continued, I encountered a python as thick as a grinding wheel, and over 10 meters long. Its head was as large as a wash basin, and its eyes were like copper bells. It attacked me, and these wounds on my body are from dodging it and getting scratched by branches. The three girls were shocked to hear this. Li Xiaomai exclaimed, wow! There is such a huge snake on this deserted island. That is terrifying. Did you manage to deal with that big snake? Song Mo shook his head, Xiaomai. You think too highly of me. With such a big snake, I have no way to handle it. I didn't even have a chance to fight back against its attack. Just as it was about to bite me, suddenly 2 big eagles appeared in the sky. Those eagles had wings as big as a round table, and when the big snake heard their cries, it fled. Chapter 39 Beating up Yong Wei and his group. Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomai saw Yong Wei and his group, and their faces suddenly changed, as if covered by a sudden frost. Li Xiaomai furrowed her brows tightly, with a hint of worry in her eyes, and murmured softly, they can't be here to capture us, right? Although her voice was low, the fear was clear. Seeing this, Song-mo smiled slightly, revealing a confident grin. He comfortingly patted Li Xiaomei's shoulder and said boldly, "Xiaomei, why are you so scared? With me here, they wouldn't dare do anything to you. If these guys dare to act recklessly, I'll break their limbs and throw them into the sea to feed the fish." His words sounded like thunder in the air, carrying an undeniable authority and dominance. After hearing this, the tension in Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei's hearts eased a bit, and their anxious emotions were somewhat alleviated. Before long, Yong Wei and his group rushed to the kitchen. When their eyes landed on the steaming, aromatic wild boar meat in the pot, their eyes widened like copper bells. And they couldn't help but drool uncontrollably. Chapter 40. Exchanging supplies. Upon hearing this, Song-mo couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Those medicines and clothes were extremely precious items. He had to find a way to get them no matter what. So, he quickly suppressed his inner joy, feigning a casual demeanor, and said slowly, "These cigarettes are indeed quite nice. However, the clothes and medicines aren't really that useful. You know, on this deserted island, there are all kinds of herbs growing everywhere. Just picking a bit can be used to treat illnesses and save lives. Just like when Manager Lu and Manager Li had a high fever, they recovered quickly after drinking some herbal soup, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Song-mo once again shifted his gaze to the wild boar meat on the wooden rack, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. In an instant, a brilliant idea sprang to mind. He then turned to Liu Dao and the other company executives, displaying a concerned expression, and said softly, "You all look like you haven't had a decent meal in days, right? Sigh, I'm a soft-hearted person. After all, we are all colleagues from the same company. I really can't bear to see you starve to death on this desolate island." Chapter 41. Shooting two grouse. After Liu Dao and his group walked away, Song-mo looked at the clothes and medicines in the suitcase, as well as the two unopened packs of cigarettes, and couldn't help but laugh. He said, "With these clothes and medicines, we can survive better here. Each of you pick 2 sets of clothes to change into." Although the suitcase contained only men's clothing, Lu Yunhan and the others still picked 2 sets each. At that moment, Li Xiaomei suddenly whispered, "My period is coming in a few days. And there are no sanitary pads on this deserted island. I don't know what to do then." Lu Yunhan also chimed in, "Yeah. My period is also due in a few days." Song-mo smiled and said, "That's simple. There are so many clothes in this suitcase. Just find a thick one and tear it into strips to use. Plus, after using it, you can wash it clean and reuse it." Upon hearing this, the 3 girls were taken aback. Lu Yunhan asked, "Is that okay? Won't it be unsanitary?" Song-mo replied impatiently, "Hanhua, this is a deserted island. At this point, you're still worried about this? Back in our place, that's how the older generation dealt with their periods." Chapter 42. The black bear strikes. On a rainy night. Time passed second by second, and after a long while, Song-mo and Liu Jiachi gradually caught their breath, and their strength slowly recovered to a certain extent. At that moment, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei came running back, panting heavily, clutching some ropes of varying thickness. Song-mo skillfully selected 4 sturdy bamboo poles and then tied them tightly together with the resilient ropes. After some effort, a stable framework began to take shape. He carefully lifted this framework to the wide opening leading to the stone house and adjusted its position to ensure it was accurately placed. Next, he picked up some appropriately sized stones and cleverly stuffed them into the gaps between the framework and the opening. As a result, the bamboo framework, which was somewhat shaky before, instantly became as stable as a mountain, firmly fixed in place. Then, Song-mo didn't stop his busy work, but continued to lead the 3 girls into new tasks. After nearly 3 hours, Song-mo, along with the girls, carefully crafted a durable bamboo door. With everyone's combined efforts, the final assembly of the bamboo door was completed and successfully installed onto the previously built framework. Chapter 43. The kitchen is destroyed by a black bear. After suffering such a heavy blow, the black bear immediately became furious. Its eyes bloodshot as it stared at Song Mo, letting out a low growl, while desperately trying to squeeze its massive body into the stone house. However, despite the bear's struggle, the entrance to the stone house was simply too narrow, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't push its way inside. With the dim flickering of the oil lamps casting weak light, Song Mo clearly saw this scene and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing this situation, Song Mo felt emboldened. He straightened his back, pointed at the black bear, and shouted, "You damn beast, if you're brave enough, come in and bite me. Just making noise outside is nothing." Having said that, he quickly bent down and picked up a sturdy bamboo pole, gripping it tightly with both hands, and then, using all his strength, he struck the black bear's head with it. With a crisp crack, the bamboo struck solidly against the bear's head, and the powerful impact caused the bear's head to involuntarily drop. In immense pain, the bear let out a piercing scream that echoed along the coastline. But at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Due to the excessive force used earlier, the black bear's hefty body was stuck at the entrance of the stone house, unable to move in or out. Chapter 44. Catching a big grouper. The next day, it was already noon when everyone gradually woke up. The rain outside the stone house was still drizzling, and the entire sky remained gloomy. It seemed that the rain wouldn't stop anytime soon. Song Mo stepped out of the stone house and saw that the fire pit at the entrance had burned down to just some charcoal, still emitting wisps of blue smoke. He returned to the stone house, took some dry grass, placed it on the fire pit, and after blowing on it for a while, the grass finally caught fire. He then immediately added some firewood. He went to the kitchen that had been destroyed by the black bear. The wooden rack storing the wild boar meat had also fallen to the ground, and the meat was covered in mud. Song Mo picked up the wild boar meat that was covered in mud and braved the rain to the coast to wash it clean with seawater. Then brought it outside the stone house. He found a few bamboo sticks to set up a rack, and hung the wild boar on it to roast. Liu Jiachi also came to the kitchen in the rain to pick up the iron pot, which had been flattened but could still be used. Liu Jiachi worked hard to reshape the pot, collected some rainwater, and placed it on the fire. She took a piece of meat cut into small chunks with a stone axe and put it in the pot to stew. Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomai were also busy, braving the rain to gather the firewood that had been soaked and placed it by the fire to dry. Chapter 45. Drawing big pancakes. Hearing her say this, Song Mo couldn't help but smile slightly and replied, "What you're thinking is quite beautiful. A grouper this big is rarely seen, let alone caught. Today was just lucky. So we managed to catch one. Who knows if we'll have such luck again in the future." The group sat around the warm fire for a while to rest before starting to clean up the kitchen that had been destroyed by the black bear. They worked together for nearly 2 hours, finally restoring the originally chaotic and messy kitchen. Despite the severe damage from the bear, the bamboo and ropes used to build the kitchen remained intact, so they wouldn't have to gather new building materials and ropes. Next, Song Mo led the 3 girls in the reconstruction of the kitchen. Just as everyone was working hard, Lu Yunhan suddenly stopped and asked, "Song Ji, even if we put in all this effort to rebuild the kitchen, what if that fierce black bear comes back? It could easily smash it to pieces again. Are we supposed to rebuild every time it causes destruction?" Chapter 46. Searching for food in the woods. Hearing Song Mo's words, Lu Yunhan and the other girls were suddenly at a loss for words. Song Mo didn't say anything further and placed the iron pot on the fire, scooping some wild boar fat into it. When the fat was heated, he slowly fried the marinated fish pieces in the pot. In less than 10 minutes, the fish pieces turned golden and crispy, and everyone eagerly took their bowls and chopsticks to taste the delicious fried fish. After eating the fried fish, Song Mo said to Lu Yunhan and the others, "You've all worked hard today, so go rest. I am going to take a shower." Without waiting for the 3 girls to respond, he turned and returned to the stone house, grabbed a change of clothes, and went to a large rock by the coast. He stripped down and jumped into the sea to wash. After soaking in the sea for nearly half an hour, he climbed onto the rock, changed into clean clothes, and hung his muddy clothes on a large tree by the coast to dry. When he returned to the stone house, Lu Yunhan and the others were already sound asleep. Song Mo lay down next to Liu Jiaqi. The next morning, after everyone woke up, they stewed some wild boar meat for breakfast. Chapter 47. The thrilling scene. Song Mo gently sniffed and caught a whiff of the fresh and elegant scent emanating from Lu Yunhan, reminiscent of spring flowers and the unique fragrance of a girl. This enchanting aroma seemed to possess a kind of magic, instantly entering his nostrils and flowing through his blood to every corner of his body, making him start to daydream unconsciously. After explaining the archery techniques to Lu Yunhan in detail, Song Mo slowly walked to her side, gently took her small hand, and prepared to teach her how to properly aim at a foraging grouse in the distance. The gesture was so intimate that, at the moment their skin touched, Lu Yunhan's pretty face flushed with a rosy hue, resembling a ripe apple. Song Mo also felt a bit embarrassed, his heart racing a little faster. However, at that moment, neither of them paid attention to these subtle emotional changes, instead focusing entirely on the grouse ahead. Lu Yunhan took a deep breath, slowly adjusted her posture and angle according to Song Mo's instructions, and finally aimed the arrow at the target. Then, she gently parted her lips and slowly released her grip on the bowstring. In an instant, the arrow shot through the air like a streak of lightning, rushing straight towards the grouse with a fierce whoosh. Chapter 48. Killing a wild goat. After resting for a while, everyone felt they had regained some strength, stood up, and continued walking into the woods. They walked quite a distance without seeing any grouse, and realizing they had been out for a long time, they turned back towards the coast. Not far into their walk, they suddenly heard a bleating sound from the direction of the woods. Everyone immediately stopped in their tracks, and Song Mo excitedly said, "That sounds like a wild goat. I didn't expect there to be wild goats on this deserted island. It would be great if we could kill one." After saying this, he quickly headed towards the woods where the bleating was coming from, with Liu Jiaqi and the others closely following behind. As they got closer, the bleating became clearer, indicating that there was more than one wild goat. After walking a few hundred meters, 4 or 5 grey wild goats appeared in front of them. The group immediately stopped, as the goats were leisurely munching on the grass. Less than 200 meters away, Song Mo quickly told Liu Jiaqi and the others, "You stay here and try not to make any noise. I'll see if I can shoot one of the wild goats." Chapter 49. Liu Jiaqi confesses. At this time, the goat ribs in the pot were already cooked, and the 4 hungry people eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks to feast on the tender goat ribs, although they only added a bit of sea salt for seasoning. The goat ribs tasted incredibly delicious. In less than 20 minutes, half the pot of goat ribs was cleaned out, with even the soup completely finished. As the sun slowly set below the horizon, Song Mo took a change of clothes and went to the coast for a shower. When he returned to the fire pit, Liu Jiaqi and the 3 girls were sitting around the fire, chatting and laughing. Song Mo pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and enjoyed a moment of relaxation. At that moment, Liu Jiaqi suddenly smiled and said to Song Mo, "Song Ji, be honest, when we were resting under the big tree this afternoon, did you secretly watch us 3? Hearing this, Song Mo was taken aback. Did Liu Jiaqi discover that he had been watching them? But such a thing could never be admitted. He immediately replied seriously, "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Am I that kind of person? If I wanted to watch you, I'd do it openly. Why would I need to sneak a look?" Chapter 50. Chapter 50. A strange woman. Song Mo returned to the kitchen and took a piece of lamb with a mix of fat and lean meat from the bamboo rack. He cut it into small pieces and stir-fried it in the pot until it emitted a fragrant aroma, then added some water and began to stew it. Looking at the collected rainwater, which was already running low, enough for only 3 or 4 days at most, he began to feel anxious. He thought to himself that if it didn't rain soon, he would have to search for water sources in the woods. However, Living by the coast was not a long-term solution. He was already considering moving into the forest. After all, once the rainy season was over, it would be impossible to collect enough rainwater for use. Moreover, since being stranded on this deserted island, he had been using seawater for bathing and laundry. Every time he finished bathing, his body would dry with a layer of sea salt crystals left on it, making him feel uncomfortable. But at the moment, he only had a stone axe, and the woods were fraught with dangers. This single axe could not protect him, Liu Jiachi, and himself. It seemed he would have to go to the coast to see if he could find iron bars or iron pieces to forge 2 knives. After thinking aimlessly for a while, the lamb stewing in the pot began to emit a delightful aroma. Chapter 51 The beautiful Xiaobing Song Mo's eyes widened in shock, and he secretly marveled, "I never expected this." The woman's reaction speed was astonishingly quick, exceeding imagination. Clearly, from her agile movements, she was a hidden master. A glint of excitement flashed in Song Mo's eyes. After all, he had been invincible in the army and had never encountered a true opponent. Since retiring, he felt that there were no rivals left in the world. However, this woman in front of him reignited his long-lost fighting spirit. Although she held a sharp military knife, gleaming coldly and intimidating, Song Mo showed no fear and instead pressed forward, showing no signs of backing down. In an instant, the two exchanged blows, neither yielding as they fought for several rounds. As time passed, the woman began to sweat profusely, her breathing becoming somewhat rapid. She silently cursed herself, thinking she was already quite formidable. Yet she found it difficult to gain the upper hand against this man. Just then, Song Mo suddenly caught a slight flaw in her movements. Chapter 52 The lamb meat was stolen. A bitter smile appeared on Song Mo's lips as he slowly opened his mouth. His voice slightly deep, "What a military myth. Please don't exaggerate me so much. I'm just an ordinary security guard now." Xiaobing, beside him, looked curious and couldn't he help but ask, "Generally speaking, someone as outstanding as you wouldn't he be easily let go by the army, right? There must be a reason behind it." Song Mo maintained a faint smile and replied, "That's because I made a small mistake while carrying out an important mission. And then I was asked to retire." Upon hearing this, Xiaobing paused slightly, pondering. A mistake that led to his retirement must not have been trivial, right? Otherwise, how could it have ended like this? However, before she could continue to inquire, Song Mo smiled and changed the subject. "Look at the time, it's getting late. We should head back quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaobing immediately interjected, "Wait for me a moment." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly dashed into the nearby woods like a swift deer. Chapter 53 Supplies in the backpack. Hearing Song Mo say this, Xiaobing suddenly smiled and said, "Now that's a real man." Song Mo was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Xiaobing to say that. It must be said that Xiaobing looked quite pretty when she smiled. Song Mo suddenly told her that she looked good when she smiled. Upon hearing this, Xiaobing immediately returned to her cold demeanor. Song Mo then said to her, "Not every man is that bad." Xiaobing didn't respond further. At that moment, the float on the sea suddenly sank, and even the fishing rod was pulled into the sea. Song Mo reacted quickly and grabbed the fishing rod. But the fish that had taken the bait seemed quite large. With one hand barely holding onto the rod, he quickly used his other hand to grip it tightly, bracing the rod against his abdomen. The fishing rod bent into a bow shape, and the line began to squeak under tension. Song Mo began to struggle with the fish that had taken the bait. After more than 10 minutes, the fish finally lost its strength. Song Mo slowly pulled it out of the water, flipping it onto its back. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a grouper weighing over 10 pounds. And both Song Mo and Xiaobing were overjoyed and excited. Chapter 54 Encountering a wild boar. Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Xiaobing immediately said, "You're going to look for those who stole the lamb, right? I'll go with you." Song Mo was taken aback. not expecting Xiaobing to be so clever and guess that he was going to find Yong Wei and his group. Nodding, he said, "These people are too despicable to dare steal lamb. They really think I'm easy to bully if I don't teach them a lesson." Xiaobing asked, "Do you know where they are?" Song Mo nodded, saying, "They live about 4 or 5 kilometers away on the coast, where they built a shelter." Xiaobing then asked, "Do you think they are still there?" "They know that if they stole the lamb, you would definitely come looking for them, so they probably left long ago." Song Mo nodded, agreeing that Xiaobing made a good point. After all, Yang Wei's group had already been severely punished by him, since they dared to steal the lamb. They wouldn't he be foolish enough to wait for him to find trouble with them? He then said, "You're right. They wouldn't he be so stupid as to wait for me to find them? It looks like I'll have to deal with them later." Chapter 55 jointly dealing with the wild boar. The large wild boar, with its sharp tusks, clearly did not anticipate the quick reaction speed of Song Mo and Xiaobing. It charged like an uncontrollable beast, but couldn't he stop in time due to its massive inertia. In that moment, its hard head crashed violently into a pine tree as thick as a bowl. With a crisp crack, the entire pine tree broke, seemingly unable to bear the impact, and fell to the side. From this breathtaking scene, one could imagine the tremendous force behind the wild boar's charge. If that force had been directed at Song Mo and Xiaobing, they might have survived by luck, but they would surely be severely injured, or even die on the spot. After the violent impact, the wild boar was now dizzy, its whole body swaying unsteadily. He kept shaking his large and plump head, trying to shake off the chaotic state in front of him. At that moment, Song Mo seized the opportunity, gripping the exceptionally sharp, glimmering military knife in his hand. And with a swift motion, he slashed fiercely at the wild boar's hind leg. This military knife was specially customized by Xiaobing at a high price, and its blade was so sharp it could cut through iron like mud. In an instant, a spray of blood erupted, and one of the wild boar's hooves was cleanly severed, rolling onto the ground. Chapter 56. Li Xiaomai gets bitten by a snake. By the time they returned to the kitchen, it was already evening. After a short rest, Song Mo took a piece of wild boar meat, cut it into small cubes, and stir-fried it in the pot until it was fragrant. Then added some water to start stewing. Liu Jiachi suddenly said to Song Mo, "Brother Song, I'm all sweaty. How about we go wash up by the coast?" Song Mo nodded and reminded them to be safe. Liu Jiachi, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomai stood up, returned to the stone house to grab some clean clothes, and headed towards the coast. At that moment, only Song Mo and Xiaobing remained by the fire. Watching the three girls leave, Xiaobing suddenly said to Song Mo, "I can tell that all three of them really like you." Song Mo smiled and replied, "You've only known them for a day. How could you tell they like me?" Xiaobing said, "Women's intuition is quite accurate, especially Liu Jiachi. I can see she cares a lot about you." Song Mo chuckled and said, "You're overthinking it. One is a president, one is a manager, and the other is a flight attendant, while I'm just a small security guard. Their current good impression of me is mainly because they rely on me, and besides, I'm the only man here. Do you believe it? If one day I really leave, they won't treat me like this anymore." Chapter 57. Xiaobing almost gets bitten by a snake. Hearing him say this, Liu Jiachi and the others didn't say much. After all, what Song Mo said was the truth. They wouldn't be of much help by following. Early the next morning, Song Mo and Xiaobing woke up almost simultaneously, while Liu Jiachi and the others were still sound asleep. They didn't wake them up, instead crawling out of the stone house quietly. They went to the coast to wash up briefly, with Song Mo holding the military knife, and Xiaobing carrying a folding military shovel. They lit some mosquito-repellent herbs rolled into small strips and put them in a bamboo tube, then headed into the woods. Since they had already brought back 2 wild boar hams yesterday, they didn't take their bows and arrows today. Instead, they planned to search for a water source in another direction, since they hadn't found one after walking for several hours yesterday. At this time, the sun had just risen, and the woods were still shrouded in mist, with low visibility. They were extremely cautious, carefully observing their surroundings with every step. After almost an hour, they had barely walked 2 miles. Fortunately, the sun had risen high, shining through the gaps in the trees, and the mist in the woods gradually dissipated. Chapter 58. Discovering a waterfall deep in the forest. Time passed slowly, as they struggled forward for nearly another hour. By now, both were exhausted and had almost lost hope of finding a water source. Just then, Song-mo suddenly heard a faint sound, like the trickling of water. At first, he even doubted whether he was hallucinating due to his overwhelming thirst. But instinctively, he stopped, perked up his ears, and listened intently. Sure enough, after a short while, that faint, ethereal sound of flowing water reached his ears again. This time, he was sure he hadn't misheard. Excited, he stood still, afraid of missing even the slightest clue. Seeing Song-mo suddenly freeze as if under a spell, Xiaobing felt puzzled and surprised. She quickly walked over to his side and asked, "What are you doing standing here? Why aren't you moving?" Song-mo turned around, unable to hide his excitement, and quickly replied, "I think I just heard the sound of flowing water." Chapter 59. Bathing in the pool. Immediately, a radiant smile spread across his face, and he cheerfully said, "Ha ha, I was just thinking it might be time for a nice bath. I didn't expect you to say it first." Xiaobing turned to him and casually replied, "How about we wash together?" Hearing this, Song-mo felt a bit awkward, scratched his head, and awkwardly said, "That might not be appropriate." Xiaobing's expression turned cold, and she bluntly urged, "Since you know it's inappropriate, then don't hesitate, hurry up and move away." Song-mo secretly grumbled, "This woman is really fickle, she just invited me to wash together." However, he didn't dare to say more and turned to walk into the woods. Yet, just after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back, playfully teasing Xiaobing, "Hey, aren't you afraid I'll secretly hide in these woods and peek at you while you're bathing?" Xiaobing, instead of getting angry, smiled confidently and replied, "HMPH. If you want to watch, go ahead. I won't lose anything. But I think someone like you, a military legend, wouldn't stoop to such sneaky, perverted behavior, right?" Chapter 60. Moving to the pool's edge. After saying this, they lit a few fires outside the stone house with the girls. They filled those pots made from oil barrels with seawater, and placed them over the fire to boil sea salt. He asked Liu Jiachi to stay outside the stone house to watch the fire while he took Xiaobing, Liu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomai to the coast to search for usable supplies. 2 days passed like this, and they had boiled out 8 or 9 bottles of sea salt crystals from the seawater, and collected some empty bottles, broken fishing nets, ropes, and other useful items along the coast. On the 3rd morning, everyone woke up early, packed everything into woven bags they had picked up from the coast, and headed into the woods. Since everyone was carrying a woven bag full of supplies, their pace was slow. They had to stop and rest every little while. And after walking for nearly 6 hours, they finally arrived at the pool. By now, everyone was completely exhausted. They dropped their woven bags to the ground and collapsed, gasping for breath. After resting for nearly half an hour, they felt a bit rejuvenated. And Song-mo and Xiaobing went to the nearby woods to find some dry grass and firewood, then lit a fire right by the pool. Chapter 61. Cutting bamboo to build a shelter. Hearing what the two of them said, Song-mo stopped being overly polite and turned to Liu Yunhan, saying, "You'll have to work hard tonight. If you encounter any unusual situations or emergencies, wake me up immediately." Liu Yunhan nodded to indicate she understood. Soon after, Song-mo casually lay down on the makeshift bed made of palm leaves, and before long, even breaths could be heard, indicating he had already fallen into a deep sleep. Liu Yunhan quietly sat beside the blazing fire, her gaze occasionally drifting to the sleeping Song-mo. She pondered to herself, what kind of person is this man? Even Xiaobing, who hates men so much, respects him this much and keeps calling him a military legend. How could someone so capable be willing to come here and be a mere security guard? It's truly puzzling. Various questions surged in her mind, causing her to start daydreaming. Time passed minute by minute, and before she knew it, it was already midnight. At this moment, Lu Yunhan was feeling extremely drowsy. Her eyelids felt as if they were glued together, heavy enough that it was nearly impossible to open them. Chapter 62, Building the Shelter. At this moment, Lu Yunhan, Liu Jiaqi, and Li Xiaomai all had their palms covered with blisters of various sizes. These blisters looked alarming, evoking sympathy. They had lived a life of luxury since they were born, where everything was handed to them. At home, they were like delicate flowers in a greenhouse, well cared for and loved. However, the three of them didn't complain or whine, because they knew very well that if they wanted to survive on this deserted island, they could not rely solely on Song Mo and Xiaobing. They had to depend on their own efforts to quickly master some essential wilderness survival skills. Only then could they increase their chances of survival. After cooking some wild boar meat and having a hearty meal, Song Mo led the girls to choose some of the strongest and straightest bamboo. Together, they worked hard to set these bamboos upright in the small holes they had dug earlier, to ensure the poles stood firmly on the ground. Song Mo had the girls fill the gaps between the bamboos with various stones and soil. Chapter 63, The Shelter is completed. Hearing his insistence, the girls didn't say much more. After spending 4 or 5 more days, they built a small shelter and a kitchen. It had been over 10 days since they moved from the coast to the pond. During these days, they had been busy building the shelter, hardly resting at all. They were exhausted, especially Lu Yunhan, Liu Jiaqi, and Li Xiaomai, who felt they had done more physical labor in these 10 days than in their entire lives combined. The wild boar meat they brought from the coast had run out a couple of days ago, and for the last 2 days, they had been eating fish that Song Mo caught from the pond. Now that the shelter and kitchen were completed, everyone could finally take a break and relax. That evening, after dinner, Lu Yunhan and the other girls went to the pond to wash up. Song Mo sat by the fire, bored. Thinking it had been days since he last smoked, he wished he had a cigarette. He also thought about his mother and sister, wondering how they were. Being stranded on this deserted island meant they had lost their source of income, and he didn't know how they would survive. As he thought about this, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. Chapter 64, Encountering a big snake. He thought, these 2 pine chickens are standing in a row so conveniently. Isn't this a golden opportunity? If I handle it well, I can definitely hit 2 birds with 1 stone and shoot them down. This would also allow me to show off in front of Song Mo. Without any hesitation, she quickly took action. Her nimble eyes scanned the surroundings like a hawk, and she soon found an excellent shooting angle. She quietly approached the position, then knocked an arrow onto the bowstring. Steadying her hands, she slowly raised the bow, aiming the tip of the arrow at the 2 unsuspecting pine chickens. Meanwhile, not far away, Song Mo, with sharp eyes, immediately saw through her intentions. However, he didn't interrupt. Instead, he slightly smiled, showing a hint of interest, quietly watching her every move. Xiaobing took a deep breath, as if gathering all her strength into her arms. Then, she suddenly released the bowstring, and with a whoosh, the arrow shot through the air like lightning, speeding towards its target. Chapter 65, Collaborating to deal with the big snake. As soon as Song Mo finished speaking, the large, pitch-black snake suddenly launched a rapid attack at him, and Xiaobing like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying snake appeared before them, its gaping mouth filled with fangs, exuding a foul stench, as if it wanted to swallow both Song Mo and Xiaobing whole. However, both Song Mo and Xiaobing reacted quickly. Their figures flashed like 2 bolts of lightning across the night sky, narrowly avoiding the snake's deadly strike. At the same time, the military knife in Song Mo's hand flashed coldly, as it made contact with the snake's tough scales, producing a harsh scraping sound. With a muffled thud, The knife easily tore a deep gash into the snake's body, and blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering onto the surrounding ground, creating a shocking crimson scene. Xiaobing, not to be outdone, gripped a military shovel tightly and swung it down with all her might onto the snake's body. With a loud bang, the shovel struck the snake solidly, causing its massive body to tremble slightly from the powerful impact. Chapter 66. Pine chicken stewed with snake meat. Without hesitation, Song Mo tightened his grip on the military knife, his eyes sharp as he focused on the snake's massive body. With a swift motion, he cut off 2 pieces of snake meat weighing dozens of pounds from the snake. Seeing this, Xiaobing quickly stepped forward to help, and the 2 of them each shouldered a heavy piece of snake meat, placing it securely on their broad shoulders. Then, they turned around and walked steadily towards the direction of the shelter. Although Song Mo and Xiaobing were usually strong, carrying over 30 pounds of snake meat while navigating through the rugged, thorny forest felt quite strenuous. It was noon, and the blazing sun hung high in the sky, pouring down its hot rays without reservation, making the entire forest feel like a huge steamer, excessively stuffy. Before long, beads of sweat the size of soybeans began to appear on the foreheads of the 2, sliding down their cheeks and soaking their clothes. As time passed, the sweat increased, and gradually, their clothes were completely drenched, clinging tightly to their bodies. Chapter 67. Building the fireplace and kitchen. Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Xiaobing quickly grabbed the bowl and chopsticks in her hand without hesitation, her eyes fixed on the tender and juicy snake meat in the pot. Then, in a flash, she picked up a large piece of snake meat and carefully brought it to her mouth. She chewed gently, her face showing a look of ecstasy and satisfaction, as if she were enjoying the most delicious dish in the world, eating with great relish. Meanwhile, sitting beside her, Lu Yunhan, Liu Jiachi, and Li Xiaomai looked at the intimidating plate of snake meat in the pot with expressions of terror, hesitating to reach for their chopsticks. Although their stomachs were already growling with hunger, their fear of this food prevented them from summoning the courage to try it. Seeing this scene, Song Mo couldn't help but smile slightly, filled with curiosity as he asked, "Aren't you 3 hungry? Why are you just looking and not eating?" His voice was gentle and friendly, trying to break the awkward silence. However, faced with Song Mo's inquiry, the 3 exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. After a while, it seemed they had mustered up the courage, and almost simultaneously stammered, "We don't dare to eat this." Chapter 68. Searching for wild vegetables. With the addition of this toilet, everyone could finally say goodbye to the embarrassment and inconvenience of going into the woods for their physiological needs every day. Now, they could complete their daily excretions in a relatively comfortable and private environment. More importantly, these excretions no longer needed to be buried or handled with care, as they could drop directly into the nearby clear stream and be quickly carried away by the flowing water. Time flew by, and unknowingly, they had been stranded on this deserted island for over a month. At this point, everyone had lost much hope and fantasy for rescue, especially since even the rescue boat Xiaobing was on had encountered trouble. Lu Yunhan, Liu Jiachi, and Li Xiaomei's fondness for Song Mo was also deepening. However, the most special one was undoubtedly Xiaobing. Although she had always harbored a certain degree of aversion and even hatred towards men, Song Mo was no ordinary person. During her service in the military, even though she had never witnessed Song Mo's charisma in person, his heroic deeds and renowned reputation had already spread throughout the military camp, echoing in everyone's ears. Therefore, from that time on, Song Mo became an irreplaceable idol in Xiaobing's heart. Chapter 69. Teaching Liu Jia to shoot arrows. Seeing this, Liu Jiachi reached out and grabbed Xiaobing's sleeve, her adorable little face full of eagerness and expectation, her eyes fixed on Xiaobing, as she sweetly said, "Sister Xiaobing, please, can you teach me how to shoot arrows? I really want to be as good as you." Hearing Liu Jiachi's earnest words, Xiaobing couldn't help but smile slightly and nodded her head in agreement, saying, "Sure, no problem. I'll teach you." After saying this, She took Liu Jiachi's soft little hand and slowly walked towards the big pine tree, where a pine chicken was resting. The pine chicken was leisurely standing on a branch, grooming its shiny feathers. At this moment, noticing someone approaching, it didn't seem to panic, but instead turned its head with interest, curiously eyeing Xiaobing and Liu Jiachi, occasionally emitting a series of clear and pleasant chirps, as if greeting them, completely unaware that a crisis was quietly approaching. Before long, Xiaobing and Liu Jiachi had reached the bottom of the big pine tree. Xiaobing first carefully looked around to ensure there was nothing unusual before bending down, leaning close to Liu Jiachi's ear, and quietly explaining the key techniques for shooting arrows. Chapter 70. Liu Jiachi shoots the pine chicken. Song Mo had completely not anticipated that Liu Jiachi would suddenly kiss him, and in that instant, an indescribable awkwardness surged in his heart. His face, which was not exactly young, turned as red as a ripe apple. Helpless, he could only gently shake his head and slowly walk towards where the pine chicken had fallen. When he got closer, he saw that the pine chicken was still struggling on the ground. Without hesitation, Song Mo bent down and firmly grabbed it. Then, he firmly held the chicken's neck with his right hand and twisted sharply. With a crisp crack, the chicken's neck was instantly broken. After a few violent twitches, the chicken finally lay still, having lost its life. Next, Song Mo carefully pulled out the arrow that was lodged in the chicken and turned to walk towards Liu Jiachi. When he reached Liu Jiachi, he wore a faint smile and said, "Look, I successfully shot down the pine chicken." However, Liu Jiachi appeared a bit shy and embarrassed, slightly lowering her head as she softly replied, "Song Ji, please don't praise me so much. If it weren't for you teaching me step by step, I wouldn't have been able to shoot down this pine chicken at all." Chapter 71. Do you like me? When they returned to the shelter, the sun was slowly setting. The girls sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily. Song Mo gathered some firewood and lit the fire, taking a pot to the water pool to fetch some water and placing it on the fire to boil. Xiaobing took the purslane they had gathered and washed it clean by the water pool. Once the water boiled, Song Mo put the 2 pine chickens into the scalding hot water for a few minutes before taking them to the water pool to process. Lu Yunhan, Liu Jiachi, and Li Xiaomai also came to the water pool to help him process the pine chickens. Although the 3 were somewhat clumsy and inexperienced, seeing them actively come to help made Song Mo feel a sense of comfort. During their time stranded on the deserted island, the 3 had also changed somewhat and were willing to help with chores. In less than half an hour, the 2 pine chickens were processed and taken back to the kitchen. Song Mo chopped the pine chickens into small pieces, placed a pot over the fire, and poured in some wild boar fat. Once the oil heated up, he added the chicken pieces, stirring them to release their aroma, then added some water to start simmering. He also found several small sticks of similar thickness to chopsticks and skewered the marinated fish. Chapter 72. Sharp questions after being stunned for a long time. Song Mo finally slowly came to his senses. A faint smile appeared on his face as he turned his gaze towards Xiaobing. He let out a chuckle and spoke to Xiaobing in a gentle yet slightly teasing tone, "Your question is really sharp. But you, being such a beautiful and charming woman, any normal man would like you at first sight." Although Song Mo did not directly answer the crucial question posed by Xiaobing, deep down, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy upon hearing his compliments about her appearance. A radiant smile bloomed on Xiaobing's delicate face as she softly said, "In fact, back when I was still in the army, I always regarded you as my supreme idol. I dreamed day and night of becoming someone like you and wanted to meet you. Unfortunately, this little wish remained unfulfilled until I finally retired from the army. Who would have thought that fate would lead me to unexpectedly encounter you on this desolate island?" Chapter 73. Torrential rain. After a moment, Liu Jiachi broke the silence first. She bit her lip and then, with determination, said, "HMPH. I don't care about that. Anyway, you've taken my first kiss, So I'm stuck with you. You have to be responsible for me. Besides, I'm not the kind of girl who seeks material pleasures. Whether I can leave here or not, I'm yours. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomai almost simultaneously chimed in, my first kiss was also taken by you, so you have to be responsible for me too. Hearing the three of them say this, Song Mo felt a deep sense of speechlessness, and thought to himself, what on earth is going on? In the past, whenever I went on blind dates, I was always disliked. But who would have thought that now, stranded on this deserted island, I've become the one everyone is fighting over. Song Mo steadied himself and turned to face Lu Yunhan and the other two, slowly explaining. I did that to save you. I couldn't just watch you die. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Liu Jiaqi eagerly interrupted, HMPH. I don't care about that. My first kiss is already yours, and I've fallen for you, so you figure it out. Chapter 74. The wolf pack attacks on a rainy night. The rain had been drizzling since the morning and showed no signs of stopping even as night fell. The people inside the shelter were utterly bored and had to spend the entire day idly in the kitchen. In the evening, they boiled some snake meat to eat, barely filling their stomachs, then gathered around the warm fire to chat for a while. Perhaps due to the weariness brought on by the rainy day, they didn't chat for long before choosing to return to the shelter early, lying down on the makeshift bamboo beds and falling into a deep sleep. Time quietly passed, and it was soon midnight. The heavy rain outside continued to pour down, seemingly never to stop. Suddenly, amidst the tranquility, a long and mournful wolf howl pierced the night, breaking the silence. The people who had been soundly asleep were jolted awake by this unexpected sound. Song Mo sprang up from his bed, hurriedly put on his shoes, and rushed to the shelter's entrance. He squinted and anxiously peered out through the cracks in the bamboo door, but it was pitch black outside. And apart from the relentless sound of rain, he could see nothing. Chapter 75. An arrow hits the Wolf King's head in the blink of an eye. More than 10 agile grey wolves came racing like arrows shot from a bow, crashing violently against the walls of the shelter almost simultaneously. Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering noises, the entire shelter shook violently, as if it had encountered a strong earthquake. The soil above the roof and walls trembled and fell like dense raindrops, scattering everywhere. Fortunately, the shelter was carefully constructed from thick bamboo poles, making its structure exceptionally sturdy. Despite the fierce impact from the pack of grey wolves, it remained steadfast. Other than some soil falling from above, it did not sustain significant damage. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan, Liu Jiaqi, and Li Xiaomai, who were sitting on the bed, were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, and were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Unable to help, but scream loudly. Their screams blended with the howls of the wolf pack, creating a horrifying symphony. Chapter 76. Bringing the Wolf King into the shelter. Seeing that the sturdy bamboo door of the shelter had not been broken down, the Wolf King grew somewhat irritated and retreated, creating some distance from the door. After stopping, it raised its head, opened its gaping maw, and let out a howl that echoed through the mountains. The sound was particularly mournful and terrifying in the quiet night, as if it was a provocation directed at Song Mo and the others. Following that, the Wolf King adjusted its stance and charged towards the bamboo door of the shelter at lightning speed, like a cannonball being fired. With a loud bang, the entire bamboo door shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. The bamboo that made up the door could not withstand the pressure, and one of the poles was actually knocked away, flying through the air before crashing heavily to the ground nearby. Witnessing this, Song Mo felt a sense of dread. He knew that this could not continue. If the Wolf King kept charging at the door, it wouldn't be long before the defense would completely collapse. Thinking of this, Song Mo swiftly drew a sharp military knife from his waist. He gripped the handle tightly, looked seriously at Xiaobing beside him, and said in a deep voice, "When that beast charges the door again, you open it immediately. I have to take it down today." Chapter 77. The Wolf Pack leaves Song Mo. Unable to contain his anger, shouted, "You bunch of scoundrels, howling like ghosts outside, what do you want? If you have the guts, come in and try it. Let us see how I peel the skin off you vile creatures." His furious roar echoed loudly in the silent night. Hearing Song Mo's fierce cursing, Xiaobing couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter, quickly advising, "Song, why are you arguing with a pack of wild wolves? No matter how badly you curse, they won't understand." As Xiaobing laughed and shook her head, she found Song Mo's expression to be both amusing and infuriating. After hearing her words, Song Mo also felt a bit ridiculous. The tension in his face relaxed, and he burst out laughing. The two exchanged smiles, and the tense atmosphere eased significantly as they looked at the Wolf King, which was lying on the ground, barely alive. Song Mo snorted coldly, slowly squatting down, and reached out a strong and powerful hand to tightly grab the Wolf King's ear, while the other hand gripped the exceptionally sharp military knife. With a swift motion, he decisively cut off the Wolf King's head. Chapter 78. Discovering Wild Grapes. Lu Yunhan asked Xiaomai, "Are you sure that voice came from Li Ming?" Li Xiaomai nodded and said, "That's definitely Li Ming's voice. I've had a good relationship with him at the company, so I wouldn't mistake it." Lu Yunhan, feeling curious, said, "That's strange. Why would Li Ming be out in the woods at this time of night?" Everyone was puzzled, and Song Mo said, "It's getting late, let's rest early." After saying that, he stood up and returned to his small shelter to rest. Lying on the bed, Song Mo thought to himself, "Why is Li Ming in the woods at night? Could it be that Yang Wei's group has already discovered this place and is secretly watching? Or maybe they have moved to the woods nearby." Early the next morning, Song Mo woke up early. As soon as he opened the wooden door of the shelter, he saw Xiaobing already washing up by the pond. Song Mo walked over to her and smiled, "You woke up quite early." Xiaobing smiled back, "Aren't you the same?" After washing up, Song Mo said to Xiaobing, "I'm going to look for food in the woods. Do you want to come with me?" Chapter 79. Discovering wild boar. After a short rest, the two set off again, taking determined steps deeper into the dense forest. However, after walking for quite a while, they did not see any other animal tracks. As time was getting late, they decided not to continue searching and turned back towards the shelter. They picked some wild grapes and even shot 2 pheasants, which was quite a good harvest. After nearly 2 hours, they finally returned to the kitchen, panting heavily. Song Mo placed the bamboo basket on the ground, and they both sat down to catch their breath. At that moment, Lu Yunhan, Liu Jiachi, and Li Xiaomai were sitting by the pond chatting and laughing. Seeing Song Mo and Xiaobing return, the three quickly stood up and went back to the kitchen. When they saw the 2 pheasants and the wild grapes in the bamboo basket, they were incredibly happy and excited. Liu Jiachi quickly grabbed an iron pot and hurried to the pond to fill it with clear water. Then jogged back to the shelter and placed the pot securely on the fire. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomai each took several bunches of wild grapes to wash at the pond before bringing them back to the kitchen. Chapter 80. Working together to hunt the wild boar. While dodging the wild boar's fierce attack, Song Mo skillfully wielded the exceptionally sharp military knife, striking down with tremendous force at the charging wild boar. Xiaobing, standing nearby, did not back down either. She swiftly picked up a sturdy folding military shovel and swung it down at the wild boar with all her might. In an instant, Song Mo's swift knife strike, like lightning cutting through the night sky, accurately landed on the wild boar's round belly, instantly slicing a long gash. In a moment, bright red blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering everywhere, filling the air with a strong, pungent scent of blood. Simultaneously, Xiaobing's shovel landed solidly on the wild boar's thick neck, making a dull thud, as if a heavy object had struck a wall. The wild boar, struck with such a heavy blow, let out a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the sky. The immense impact caused its massive body to lurch forward several meters before it finally steadied itself and came to a stop. Chapter 81. Do you want me to scrub your back? Time passed minute by minute, and nearly 20 minutes quietly slipped away. Lu Yunhan and the three others each clutched a bundle of dry grass tightly as they walked back to the front of the two's shelter with slightly heavy steps. At this moment, after a brief rest, Song Mo and Xiaobing had recovered some of their strength. Seeing Lu Yunhan and the others return, their faces showed a hint of relief. Next, everyone worked together to drag the wild boar to a nearby pond. Song Mo skillfully spread the dry grass evenly over the wild boar's body. Then, he turned back to the shelter, pulled out a burning piece of wood from the fire, and quickly walked to the pond. As he approached the pile of dry grass, he gently squatted down and carefully lit the grass with the flame. In an instant, the crackling sounds filled the air, and with the fierce burning of the dry grass, a pungent smell of burnt pig hair quickly spread through the air. The intense odor was unbearable, causing everyone to instinctively cover their mouths and noses with their hands and quickly retreat to maintain a safe distance from the burning area. The dry grass continued to burn, and the flames grew stronger. Gradually, the once towering pile of dry grass turned to ashes, and the hair on the wild boar was completely burned away. Chapter 82, Heading to the Coast. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yunhan and the others couldn't help but feel a stir in their hearts, their thoughts drifting to their warm homes far away. They resonated with Song Mo, also immersed in deep longing for their loved ones, and their originally bright eyes were now veiled with a faint sadness. Time seemed to freeze, and the silence lingered for a long while. Finally, Song Mo slowly stood up, breaking the suffocating silence. He took a deep breath, then turned to the girls beside him and softly said, "You all go take a shower first. I'll take a walk in the nearby woods." Without waiting for Lu Yunhan and the others to respond, he turned and left. Song Mo walked with firm steps back to the shelter, slung the bamboo basket over his back, and headed into the depths of the woods without looking back. Once in the woods, he slowed his pace and carefully observed the surrounding environment. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting spots of light on the ground, creating strange patterns. A gentle breeze blew through the woods, bringing a refreshing coolness and the fragrant scent of grass and trees. As Song Mo walked, he kept an eye out for anything useful. About half an hour later, he suddenly spotted something under a giant tree, a lush and thriving patch of mosquito-repelling herbs. Chapter 83, Are You Not Able to Handle It? After walking such a long distance, everyone was already exhausted. Their clothes were completely soaked with sweat, and Song Mo and Xiaobing were slightly better off. Lu Yunhan, Liu Jiaqi, and Li Xiaomai were all red-faced and gasping for breath. Liu Jiaqi, panting heavily, said to Song Mo, "Song Ji, we really can't walk anymore. Can we stop and rest for a while?" Seeing the three of them panting, Song Mo nodded and then found a large shady tree. After observing the surroundings and confirming there was no potential danger, he let the girls sit under the tree to rest. Lu Yunhan and the others collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Song Mo leaned against the trunk, his eyes constantly watching the environment around them. Since the girls were wearing clothes with larger necklines, Song Mo's position was just above their heads. Looking down, he could clearly see their underwear and deep cleavage through the necklines. Song Mo felt a wave of dryness in his mouth and his heart raced. His eyes fixated on the girls' necklines. Just as he was engrossed in watching, Xiaobing suddenly lifted her head and looked at him. Chapter 84, Finding a big oil drum. Xiaobing walked lightly and slowly approached a huge rock by the coast. She gently turned around, her gaze directly landing on Song Mo, and then without hesitation, she began to undress. Seeing this, an awkward smile instantly appeared on Song Mo's face, and he quickly waved his hands, saying, "Hey, I was just making a little joke, didn't he expect you to take it so seriously? You take your time washing up. I'll go take a stroll nearby." Before he finished speaking, he turned around and hurriedly walked away. Watching Song Mo flee in a somewhat flustered manner, Xiaobing couldn't help but chuckle and softly mutter, "HMPH. I didn't expect such a cute side from the legendary military figure." After saying that, She ignored Song Mo and continued to focus on taking off the remaining clothes on her body. Before long, she was completely nude and then, without hesitation, stepped into the cool sea water, joyfully beginning her bath. Meanwhile, Song Mo walked along the coastline. His eyes were scanning the piles of garbage washed up on the beach by the waves, hoping to find some useful supplies for them. Chapter 85, Catching Lobsters in the Sea. The next morning, as the sun rose high, Song Mo and Xiaobing slowly opened their eyes almost simultaneously. They gently sat up, carefully avoiding waking Liu Yunhan, Liu Jiaqi, and Li Xiaomai, who were still sound asleep. After exchanging a glance and nodding in agreement, they tiptoed out of the stone house. As they walked towards the coast, the fresh sea breeze greeted them, bringing a hint of coolness. Upon reaching the shore, they squatted down and splashed some cool seawater on their faces to fully wake themselves up. After washing their faces, Song Mo turned to Xiaobing and softly said, "I was thinking we could use that big oil drum to boil sea salt crystals." Hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Xiaobing's eyes, and she smiled in response. "What a coincidence. I was just thinking the same. That big oil drum has quite a capacity. It can hold several hundred liters of water, which means we can produce several pounds of sea salt crystals at once." Without further ado, they immediately got to work. They first searched the beach for suitable stones, and after some effort, they finally collected enough rocks. Then, they cleverly stacked these stones together to build a simple stove. Chapter 86, Liu Jiaqi acting cute. Song Mo slowly moved his feet, walking deeper into the sea until the water reached his chest. He took a deep breath and then plunged into the water, creating a splash of sparkling droplets. Once submerged, he realized how exceptionally clear the water was in this area. Sunlight streamed through the surface, illuminating everything at the bottom. Song Mo carefully searched for traces of lobsters. Soon, his gaze landed on a large reef. In the crevice of the reef, a lobster was quietly hiding. This lobster was massive, its shell a deep shade of dark red, with its long antennae gently swaying in the water, alert to its surroundings. Song Mo felt a surge of excitement as he cautiously approached the reef, trying not to make a sound to avoid startling the lobster. When he got close enough, he quickly reached out to grab the lobster. The lobster seemed to sense the danger, and suddenly swung its powerful claws in resistance. But Song Mo was faster. He accurately caught the lobster's body, gripping it tightly to prevent any chance of escape. Chapter 87, Gun to the head. Hearing Song Mo's words, Liu Jiaqi's eyes widened in surprise, her face showing a hint of anger as she replied playfully, "Oh really, what kind of feeling do you want? How about we go into those deep woods right now, and I'll let you kiss me properly. You can take your time to find the feeling. How does that sound?" She deliberately pronounced the words kiss clearly, with a teasing inflection at the end. Song Mo felt speechless at her boldness, a few lines of sweat appearing on his forehead as he thought to himself, "What a rogue. This girl has no shame at all." He shook his head helplessly, his eyes filled with amusement. The other three girls, Liu Yunhan and the others, couldn't help but burst into laughter at this. Seeing this, Song Mo realized that if he didn't stop Liu Jiaqi, she might say something even more shocking. He quickly put on a smiling face, his tone pleading, "My dear lady, I'm sorry. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have said that. Please don't say any more." Just as Liu Jiaqi was about to tease Song Mo again, Xiaobing suddenly pointed towards the distant coastline and said, "Stop messing around. Look, someone is coming this way." Chapter 88, Xiaobing takes action. Xiaobing's face was ashen, devoid of expression, her eyes fixed on the gun that Dragon Brother was pointing at Song Mo's head. Meanwhile, Song Mo remained calm, his expression unchanged, as if the dark gun barrel wasn't aimed at him. This made Yong Wei beside him mistakenly think that Song Mo was too scared to react. Thus, Yong Wei became even more arrogant, sneering at Song Mo, "Ha ha. Stinky security guard, why aren't you being arrogant anymore? Scared silly with a gun pointed at you. Weren't you tough before? Why are you acting like a wooden doll now? Where did that fierceness go? After saying this, Yong Wei turned his gaze to Lu Yunhan. A lewd smile spreading across his face as he said to her, Lu, you really are a great beauty. Who would have thought you'd end up like this? Once Dragon Brother deals with this clueless stinky security guard, just wait and see how I pin you down and have my way with you. With that, Yong Wei even reached out a hand towards Lu Yunhan, lewdly trying to touch her. Lu Yunhan was startled by his sudden move and stepped back repeatedly. Chapter 89. Shit has been kicked out. This kick was like a thunderbolt, and Yong Wei had no time to react before being kicked away by this tremendous force. His body arced through the air and then fell heavily to the ground with a loud thud. Yang Wei's scream echoed in the air, sounding so miserable and painful, as if his internal organs had been shattered by that kick. For someone like him, Xiaobing felt no pity at all. She unhesitatingly raised her foot and kicked fiercely at Yang Wei's groin. This kick was powerful, like a thunderbolt, directly hitting Yang Wei's vital spot. With a crack, Yang Wei's manhood was severely injured in an instant, completely losing its function. He let out a heart-wrenching wail, his voice as piercing as a pig being slaughtered, sending chills down one's spine. He clasped his groin with both hands, curling up on the ground in pain, his body trembling uncontrollably. However, Xiaobing did not stop there. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes, and she continued to kick Yong Wei, one kick after another, each containing endless anger and hatred, mercilessly landing on him. Chapter 90. The wolf pack strikes. Seeing them with bruised faces and in a sorry state, Song Mo nodded in satisfaction, and said expressionlessly, "Get lost." Hearing Song Mo's cold words, Liu Dao and his group felt as if they had received a reprieve, secretly relieved, and hurriedly scrambled away, rolling and crawling, fearing that Song Mo would suddenly change his mind. However, they had just taken a few steps when Song Mo suddenly shouted, "Stop!" This roar was like a clap of thunder, scaring Liu Dao and his group out of their wits, their bodies trembling as they stood frozen in place, too terrified to move. They internally lamented, thinking, has Song Mo changed his mind and won't he let us go? Just as they were anxiously speculating, Song Mo's voice came again, still icy and emotionless, "Get these two useless ones out of here." Hearing this, Liu Dao and his group finally felt relieved, took a deep breath, and quickly turned around, hastily approaching the unconscious Long Ji and Yong Wei. They lifted the two of them and staggered away. Chapter 91. The fierce attack of the wolf pack. However, it was pitch black outside, and they couldn't see anything at all. Lu Yunhan, Liu Jiachi, and Li Xiaomai huddled closely together, their bodies trembling slightly. The howling of wolves echoed in the darkness, chilling them to the bone, as if the wolf pack was already close at hand. As time passed, the howls grew nearer, and it was evident that the wolf pack was gradually approaching the stone house. From the rising and falling howls, it was easy to judge that the number of wolves was quite considerable. About 7 or 8 minutes later, more than 10 giant grey wolves finally appeared in sight. They stood less than 10 meters from the stone house, on muddy ground, rainwater sliding off their fur, making their figures appear shadowy in the darkness, adding a sense of terror. At this moment, Song Mo and Xiaobing peered through the gaps in the bamboo door, and could see the blurry silhouettes of the wolves outside, along with pairs of glowing eyes shimmering in the dark. However, neither of them panicked excessively. After all, this stone house was incredibly sturdy, practically indestructible. If the wolf pack wanted to launch an attack, the only way in was through that bamboo door. As long as they could hold the bamboo door, they could temporarily fend off the wolves' assault. Chapter 92. Returning to the shelter just as the bamboo door closed, there was a loud bang as two wolves crashed into the door like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, causing the door to shake violently. At the same time, the arrow shot by Song Mo hit the Wolf King squarely in one eye. The porcupine quill arrow pierced deeply into the Wolf King's eye. The Wolf King let out a piercing scream, its voice echoing in the silent night, chilling to the bone. It collapsed as if all its strength had been drained, rolling on the ground and emitting horrifying howls. This sudden turn of events stunned the other wolves. They were greatly frightened by the Wolf King's cries. Their previously arrogant howls ceased abruptly, and they retreated 7 or 8 meters, standing in place, gazing at the Wolf King with fear and confusion. Seeing this scene, Song Mo and Xiaobing exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. This shot was incredibly fortunate. Not only hitting the Wolf King, but also scaring the other wolves to death, truly a delight. Lu Yunhan suddenly spoke up, "Song Ji, don't you have a gun? Why not use it?" Chapter 93, Fighting the Giant Python. Song Mo's heart tightened, his voice low and serious as he shouted at Lu Yunhan and the others, "You three, retreat immediately." Upon hearing Song Mo's words and sensing the tension in his tone, Lu Yunhan and the others felt a surge of fear. They exchanged glances and slowly began to back away, their steps feeling heavy. Song Mo quickly reached for his waist, firmly grasping the military knife, and without hesitation, drew it. Holding it horizontally, the knife gleamed coldly in the sunlight, as if signaling that a fierce battle was about to unfold. Minutes ticked by, and after about 2 to 3 minutes, Lu Yunhan and the others had retreated to a distance of 40 to 50 meters. They stopped, nervously watching Song Mo and Xiaobing while also keeping an eye on the thicket. Just then, a massive python head suddenly emerged from behind the bushes. The head was so large it was almost the size of a wash basin. What was even more astonishing was that it had 2 horns on its head, looking exceptionally ferocious. Song Mo and Xiaobing's eyes widened in shock, completely stunned by the sight before them. Chapter 94, Safely returning to the shelter. Song Mo and Xiaobing were taken aback by this sudden change, looking at each other, momentarily at a loss. After a while, they regained their senses and raised their heads to look in the direction from which the sound was coming. However, despite their efforts to squint and peer into the darkness, they could see nothing. The mysterious sound seemed to come from a distant place, or perhaps it was obscured by the dense branches of the trees, making it impossible to glimpse its true nature. Xiaobing looked at Song Mo with confusion written all over her face, asking, "Song Ji, what kind of animal do you think made that sound? Why did that giant snake run away like it saw a ghost when it heard it?" Song Mo also looked puzzled, shaking his head and replying helplessly, "I'm not sure either. It's my first time hearing such a sound. But it sounds like it could be some kind of large bird. It seems that there are many beasts on this deserted island that we have never encountered before." Xiaobing nodded thoughtfully and said, You have a point. In that case, we need to be extra careful while living on this deserted island. Who knows when some unfamiliar beasts might suddenly appear." Chapter 95, Easy shot at the grouse. Before long, Song Mo had arrived under a large pine tree. He picked up an arrow, steadied it on the bowstring, and focused intently on the grouse perched above on a branch. As the bowstring was pulled back sharply, Song Mo's breathing became steady and powerful. With a gentle release of his fingers, the arrow shot out like lightning, striking the grouse with fierce momentum. The arrow, tipped with porcupine quills, pierced through the grouse's body effortlessly. The grouse let out a piercing cry from the sudden attack, then fell from the branch like a kite with its string cut, flapping on the ground. Seeing this, Song Mo quickly stepped forward, pouncing on the grouse like a hungry tiger. He grabbed the grouse by the neck and twisted it ruthlessly. With a crisp snap, the grouse's neck was instantly broken, and its body twitched a few times before showing no signs of life. Without changing his expression, Song Mo pulled the arrow out of the grouse and returned to the base of the tree, placing both the grouse and the bow in a bamboo basket. He then slung the basket over his shoulder and continued walking steadily deeper into the woods. Chapter 96, Boiling Sea Salt. Song Mo drew out his military knife, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the surrounding bamboo, ultimately selecting a piece about the width of a bowl. Gripping the military knife tightly, he tensed his arm muscles and swung down violently, the knife slicing through the bamboo like lightning. With a loud crack, a deep gash appeared in the bamboo, splintering the shavings everywhere. Song Mo's movements were swift and powerful, each cut precisely landing on the bamboo. After 7 or 8 strikes, the bamboo finally succumbed to the pressure and fell to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Song Mo did not stop. He continued to chop off the smaller branches from the bamboo. Although these branches were thin, they were quite resilient, but under his sharp knife, they broke like paper. After cutting the bamboo into lengths of 2 to 3 meters, Song Mo directly used the cut branches to bind them together. He skillfully tied knots, securing the bamboo tightly, then hoisted it onto his shoulder and walked steadily towards the shelter. When he returned to the pond with the bamboo, Xiaobing was washing herself by the water's edge. Hearing the noise, she looked up and saw Song Mo carrying a bundle of bamboo, and curiously asked, "Song Ji, what are you doing with that bundle of bamboo?" Chapter 97, Shooting Wild Goats with a Handgun. Upon hearing Lu Yunhan's words, Liu Jiachu's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She shyly retorted, "Don't say that. How could I be jealous of Bing Ji?" Seeing this, Lu Yunhan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mischievous smile as she continued to tease, "Isn't it obvious that Song Ji takes Bing Ji wherever he goes? It's because Bing Ji is so agile and experienced in survival in the wild, unlike the three of us, who know nothing." Li Xiaomai chimed in, "Exactly. With Bing Ji being so capable, who else would Song Ji take if not her? I think you must have developed feelings for Song Ji. If you're worried about Bing Ji taking him away, you should seize this opportunity and make your feelings known to him since we are stuck on this deserted island for a while." Liu Jiachu's face grew even redder as she lowered her head and mumbled, "Oh, please stop talking about me. Can't you see that I notice too? You all have feelings for Song Ji as well." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaomai not only didn't feel embarrassed but laughed even more joyfully, boldly saying, "Ha ha. I admit I have a bit of a crush on Song Ji, but I'm not as petty as you to get jealous." Chapter 98, Roasting Lamb Legs Before Long. Xiaobing hurried to Song Mo's side, worried that the strong smell of blood would attract other large carnivores. The two didn't dare to waste any time. Song Mo quickly bent down, grabbed the wild goat by its legs, and swung it over his shoulder. Without hesitation, he began walking towards the shelter. Seeing this, Xiaobing quickly followed. Although Song Mo was physically strong, the wild goat was quite heavy, weighing at least 80 to 90 pounds. Carrying such a heavy catch through the rugged woods was quite strenuous. Song Mo had to stop and rest after walking a short distance. Thus, they continued to walk and stop, taking nearly 2 hours to finally bring the wild goat back to the outside of the shelter. At that moment, Lu Yunhan and the others were gathered around the stove, chatting and laughing. When they saw Song Mo appearing with a huge wild goat, their faces lit up with joy and excitement. Song Mo walked up to the shelter, dropped the wild goat to the ground, and then collapsed onto the ground like a deflated balloon, gasping for breath. Chapter 99, The Unexpected Kiss. The group sat on the grass by the pond, basking in the warm sunlight and enjoying the refreshing breeze on their faces. They chatted happily and relaxed. Suddenly, Liu Jiachu burst into a clear and cheerful laugh, her face radiating a bright smile as she looked at Song Mo with curiosity and playfully asked, "Song Ji, how many girlfriends have you had?" Song Mo was caught off guard by the sudden question. His expression became somewhat stiff as he paused for a moment before slowly replying. "Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" Liu Jiachu cheerfully replied, "Oh, I'm just curious. Come on, don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me how many girlfriends you've had." Faced with Liu Jiachu's persistent questioning, Song Mo felt a bit helpless. He scratched his head and replied somewhat awkwardly, "I joined the army when I was 18, and there was no time or opportunity for dating there. After I returned from the army, I did go on a few blind dates, but as soon as they heard about my family's situation, they all politely turned me down." After saying this, Song Mo let out a deep sigh, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness and disappointment, then added, "Why are today's girls so realistic? They ask about cars and houses right away, as if those material conditions are more important than feelings. I really can't understand them. Chapter 100, Lu Yunhan's jealousy. This series of actions happened so quickly, like lightning streaking across the night sky, catching everyone off guard. Xiaobing was completely stunned. Her eyes wide open, as if she could see her soul leaving her body. She initially felt a bit uncomfortable, after hearing Lu Yunhan and the others say that her first kiss was taken by Song Mo, which compelled her to want to kiss Song Mo involuntarily, as if driven by a mysterious force. However, she never expected Song Mo's reaction to be so swift and bold. Just as her lips brushed against his, Song Mo suddenly seemed to be ignited, transforming from passive to active. Not only embracing her tightly, but also unhesitatingly pushing his tongue into her mouth. Xiaobing's mind went blank. She had not anticipated such a move from Song Mo. Her body began to tremble involuntarily. A strange and intense sensation surged through her like a tide, almost making it hard for her to breathe. As for Song Mo, he was also an inexperienced man, and the sudden passionate kiss left him feeling dizzy. He found Xiaobing's lips soft and sweet, her tongue gently swirling in his mouth, bringing a wonderful sensation that made his heart race even faster. Chapter 101, Taking a hot shower. Li Xiaomai was savoring her food while exclaiming, "Wow! This roasted leg of lamb is simply delicious." Lu Yunhan nodded repeatedly, chewing on the lamb meat, and mumbled, "Yeah, I've had a lot of roasted lamb legs before, but I've never had one as delicious as this." Liu Jiechi was in awe of Song Mo, giving him a thumbs up and saying admiringly, "Song Ji, you are amazing. I never thought that just adding a little sea salt could make the lamb leg so tasty. I'm loving you more and more." Song Mo felt a bit embarrassed by Liu Jiechi's praise, smiling and waving his hand humbly, "Ha, you're overpraising me. Actually, if we could add a bit of honey to the lamb leg, it would taste even better." In just under 20 minutes, the roasted leg of lamb was devoured, leaving only a pile of clean bones. However, even though the lamb leg was completely eaten, everyone still seemed to want more, as if they were not fully satisfied. Chapter 102, Xiaobing shaves Song Mo. Thus, Song Mo stared at Lu Yunhan and the others as if he were under a spell, not moving for quite a while. After a long time, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze, slowly stood up, and returned to his shelter. Upon entering, he walked straight to the bed, grabbed a set of clean clothes, and then turned to head into the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, the large oil drum was still steaming, as if beckoning Song Mo. Seeing this, he quickly stripped off all his clothes without hesitation, picked up a bamboo tube, scooped up hot water, and began to enjoy this rare shower time. As the hot water cascaded down like a waterfall onto his body, he felt a warm current spreading throughout him, a sensation that was simply indescribable. Song Mo couldn't help but shout, "Ah, so refreshing. This feels amazing." This shout echoed like thunder, resonating not only in the bathroom, but even reaching the kitchen. Xiaobing and the others, sitting by the fire in the kitchen, were startled by this sudden shout. Liu Jiechi curiously asked, "What's wrong with Song Ji? Why is he shouting so loudly?" Chapter 103, The bear attack. However, when Xiaobing looked outside, she found it pitch black and could see nothing. Her heart tightened, and she immediately shouted, "Song Ji, did you hear the bear's roar?" Hearing Xiaobing's call, Song Mo responded loudly, "I'm at the shelter door. Open the door, and I'll come in." Upon hearing Song Mo's voice, Xiaobing quickly removed the wooden stick propping up the bamboo door, and pushed it open with all her strength. The bamboo door creaked as it slowly opened. Song Mo wasted no time in opening his shelter's bamboo door, and, braving the pouring rain, quickly ran into Xiaobing and the others' shelter. Seeing Song Mo safely enter, Xiaobing hurriedly closed the bamboo door again, and quickly grabbed the wooden stick to brace against it. Just then, another bear's roar echoed, this time louder than before, as if it were challenging them. It was clear that the bear was getting closer to their shelter. Hearing this roar, Lu Yunhan's face turned pale, and she anxiously said, "Oh no, it seems this bear is coming for our shelter. It's pitch black outside, and we can't see anything, plus it's raining. What should we do?" Chapter 104, dealing with the bear in the blink of an eye. The massive black bear charged toward the shelter's wall with astonishing speed like a cannonball. In an instant, there was a deafening crash that seemed to shake the entire world. The shelter shook violently, as if it might topple over at any moment. The dirt from the roof fell like a disturbed swarm of bees, creating a cloud of dust. Moreover, the bamboo on the walls of the shelter could not withstand such a tremendous impact, and several pieces were forcefully knocked out, resembling kites with broken strings. A giant hole appeared in the once solid wall, as if a ferocious beast had torn it open. The hole was so large that the entire shelter appeared precarious, as if it could collapse under a gust of wind at any moment. Liu Yunhan, Liu Jiachi, and Li Xiaomai were so frightened by this sudden turn of events that their faces turned white, and they screamed loudly. However, at that heart-stopping moment, the bear's large head suddenly poked through the hole in the wall, its fierce face and sharp fangs sending chills down their spines. Chapter 105. Handling the bear's body in the glow of the firelight, Xiaobing and the other three girls were only in their underwear, their curvy figures fully exposed to Song Mo's gaze. His attention was captivated by the beautiful sight before him, his heart racing uncontrollably, and his throat became dry. His eyes lost control, wandering over the bodies of the four girls like they were drawn by a magnet. The four girls clearly felt Song Mo's burning gaze. Their cheeks flushed red, as they shyly lowered their heads. However, despite feeling a bit embarrassed, they said nothing more and silently endured Song Mo's scrutiny. Time passed second by second, and the rain in the sky finally stopped. Song Mo took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Then he said to Xiaobing and the others, "You all go rest in my shelter. I'll manage for the night in the kitchen." Hearing Song Mo's words, the four girls said nothing. They slowly stood up, walked to Song Mo's small shelter, squeezed onto the narrow bamboo bed, and lay down quietly. Song Mo added some firewood to the fire pit and spread some dry grass about a meter away, then lay down on the dry grass to sleep. Chapter 106. Repairing the shelter after the water boiled, everyone gradually entered the bathroom to enjoy the comfort and relaxation brought by the hot water. After a wash, everyone felt revitalized, as if all their fatigue had been washed away. The next morning, before the sun had risen, everyone was already awake. They went to the pond to wash up with the cool water, then returned to the kitchen to cook some goat meat for breakfast. After eating, everyone began to repair the shelter that had been damaged by the black bear. Although the shelter was damaged, fortunately, the bamboo and ropes originally used to build it were still usable, which saved a lot of time and effort, as they didn't have to chop bamboo and twist ropes again. Over the next 3 days, everyone worked together with a common goal. They resecured the bamboo, repaired the damaged parts, and reinforced the entire structure. After relentless effort, the shelter was finally restored to its original state, even more solid and stable than before. To prevent the shelter from being damaged again, Song Mo took a few girls into the woods to cut some thorny thorns to lay around the shelter. Chapter 107. Intimacy under the big tree. Finding a shady big tree, the two carefully looked around, observing the surrounding environment to confirm there were no potential dangers before sitting down under the tree to rest, feeling relieved. At this moment, Xiaobing was wearing a thin outfit. After walking such a long distance, her clothes were already soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her curvy and sexy figure. Song Mo was sitting very close to Xiaobing, so close that he could even smell her faint body fragrance. His gaze inadvertently fell on Xiaobing's chest, which rose and fell with her breathing, stirring a strange feeling in his heart. Song Mo felt his throat dry, his heart racing, and his mind began to wander. His eyes seemed to be enchanted, uncontrollably fixated on Xiaobing's chest, as if wanting to see the scenery behind that thin fabric. Xiaobing naturally noticed Song Mo's burning gaze, and her face instantly flushed red, like a ripe apple. She shyly lowered her head and softly asked Song Mo, "Brother Song, do I look good?" Chapter 108. The two joined forces to deal with the wild boar. Song Mo quickly drew his military knife and walked briskly towards the direction of the wild boar's roar. Xiaobing quickly tidied her disheveled clothes and hair, shouldered the bamboo basket, picked up the folding military shovel, and stood up to chase after Song Mo. As they got closer, the wild boar's roar grew louder. After walking a while, a wild boar finally appeared in their line of sight. This wild boar was enormous. Weighing over 200 pounds, with a head almost as big as a wash basin. What was even more eye-catching were the two tusks at the corners of its mouth, which were as long as fingers, sharp and glinting ominously. At this moment, the wild boar was leisurely eating in the nearby woods while grunting continuously. Although Song Mo and Xiaobing were skilled and brave, they did not dare to be careless in the face of such a large wild boar. Xiaobing immediately gently placed the bamboo basket on the ground, tightly gripping the folding military shovel, while Song Mo held onto his military knife. The two exchanged a glance and slowed their pace, as they approached the wild boar slowly. As they continued to get closer, the wild boar finally sensed their presence. Chapter 109, The Growth of Lu Yunhan and the other. Song Mo first used tough vines to bind the wild boar. Then threaded a wooden stick through the vines binding the wild boar. The two of them lifted the wild boar, one in front and one behind, and walked towards the shelter. Although the wild boar's head and internal organs had been removed, the remaining parts still weighed about 160 to 170 pounds. Even though two people were carrying it, the weight on each person's shoulders was still around 80 to 90 pounds. Although both were relatively fit, carrying such a heavy wild boar through the rugged woods was quite strenuous, and they had to constantly be aware of their surroundings. After walking a short distance, they had to stop and rest. Thus, they walked and stopped, taking more than 3 hours to finally bring the wild boar to the shelter. By this time, the sun was high in the sky, and the midday sun shone brightly on the roof of the shelter. It was already noon, and Lu Yunhan, Liu Jiachi, and Li Xiaomai were anxiously waiting outside the kitchen. When they saw the two return safely, the tension that had been building in their hearts finally eased. However, they were even more surprised to see that Song Mo and Xiaobing had brought back a giant wild boar. Chapter 110, The wolf pack comes to avenge. Time flew by, and nearly half a month had passed unknowingly. During this time, everyone's lives seemed quite monotonous. Apart from occasionally going into the woods to chop some firewood or pick some wild vegetables, most of their time was spent by the pond. To add some fun to this mundane life, Song Mo would fish leisurely by the pond every day with a fishing rod. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan, Liu Jiachi, and Li Xiaomai would pester Xiaobing to teach them archery and self-defense techniques. As autumn deepened, the temperature on the deserted island gradually dropped, especially in the early morning and evening when the chill was biting. To fend off the cold, Song Mo led several girls to build a fireplace inside the shelter and kitchen. They cleverly used bamboo as a chimney to vent the smoke from the fireplace outside, ensuring fresh air inside. As night fell and everyone prepared to sleep, the fireplace in the shelter would light up with a warm fire. With the company of this blazing flame, the cold of the night became much more bearable. That night, everyone sat around the kitchen's fireplace, enjoying the stewed wild boar meat while laughing and chatting. However, in the midst of this cheerful atmosphere, the starry night sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the strong wind caused the bamboo door of the shelter to creak. Chapter 111, The wolf pack leaves in anger. As the roar of the wolf king echoed, it felt as if the entire forest trembled. The other wolves seemed to be ignited, raising their heads and opening their massive mouths, letting out a howl that echoed through the sky. This howl was like thunder, reverberating through the silent forest, deafening. Inside the shelter, Song Mo and the others were suddenly enveloped by this tremendous sound, their eardrums feeling as if they were being torn apart, buzzing loudly. Song Mo was startled by the sudden howl of the wolves and couldn't help but curse. "You damned beasts, what are you howling about?" Next to him, Xiaobing was taken aback by his outburst and then couldn't help but laugh. This laughter seemed a bit abrupt in the tense atmosphere, but slightly eased everyone's fear. However, after the wolf howls, the pack did not stop their attack. They charged towards the shelter like a black whirlwind. Just as the wolves were about to reach the shelter, they suddenly got caught in the thorns. The thorns were almost as long as fingers and exceptionally tough. The wolves, running at high speed, had no time to dodge and were directly pierced by the thorns. Chapter 112, Lu Yunhan shoots the grouse. Hearing Liu Jurche's praise, Song Mo's mouth curled into a teasing smile as he widened his eyes at her. He teased, "I say. Stop buttering me up. Sewing clothes with sheepskin isn't exactly a difficult skill, anyone can do it." Liu Jurche blushed at his words, smiling awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Seeing this, Song Mo's smile widened. He casually picked up a porcupine quill and took out his military knife, gently pressing the tip against the tail of the quill, applying a little force to create a small hole. Thus, a simple needle was made. Next, Song Mo threaded fishing line through the needle and picked up a piece of sheepskin, skillfully starting to sew the clothes. His movements were swift and neat, with each stitch tightly sewn, as if the garment was an exquisite piece of art he had carefully crafted. As time passed, the wild boar meat simmered in the pot, filling the air with a delicious aroma, while the sheepskin clothing gradually took shape. Just as the wild boar meat was ready, the sheepskin clothing was also finished. Chapter 113, Discovering the sheep herd. Song Mo hurriedly walked over to Lu Yunhan, extending his hands to quickly take the struggling grouse from her. He tightly gripped the bird's neck and without hesitation twisted it forcefully. With a crisp snap, the grouse's neck was instantly broken. Its body twitched a few times before it completely lost any sign of life. Song Mo's mouth curled into a faint smile as he turned to Lu Yunhan and softly said, "Next time you encounter a situation like this, just do what I did and twist its neck, got it?" Lu Yunhan's cheeks flushed instantly, and she shyly nodded, responding in a low voice, "I understand." Song Mo carefully placed the dead grouse into a bamboo basket, then turned and led the girls deeper into the woods. As they walked slowly through the forest, another clear grouse call reached their ears. This time, Liu Jurche was quick to react. She swiftly grabbed her bow and walked over to the tree where the grouse had landed. She picked an arrow, aimed at the grouse, and shot without hesitation. Chapter 114, Autumn turns to winter. The wild goat let out a cry and instinctively tried to turn and flee. However, Song Mo was faster, darting out from the bushes like lightning. The wild goat had barely run 3 or 4 meters when Song Mo pounced on it like a hungry tiger. With incredible strength, he pinned the wild goat to the ground, preventing it from moving at all. The other wild goats, seeing this, panicked and ran away without hesitation, disappearing in an instant. The wild goat pinned down by Song Mo struggled desperately, trying to break free, but it was all in vain. Song Mo's grip was like a vice, firmly holding it down. Without changing his expression, he swiftly drew his military knife from his waist, aimed it at the goat's neck, and then made a swift cut. In an instant, bright red blood gushed from the goat's neck like a fountain, splattering on the ground and forming a shocking pool of blood. The wild goat's body convulsed violently, as its life was ruthlessly taken away. Soon, its convulsions slowed and finally ceased, lying quietly on the ground, becoming Song Mo's prey. Chapter 115, Liu Jurche takes the initiative. As time passed, nearly 2 hours had gone by, but Song Mo's fishing rod had not moved at all. He hadn't caught a single fish. The sun was gradually setting, and the afternoon sunlight bathed the earth, warm and comfortable despite the heat. Seeing this, Song Mo decided to put away his fishing rod and stop waiting. He stood up and said to Xiaobing and the other 3 who were lying on the grass, "I am going to walk in the woods to see if I can find some wild vegetables and fruits to bring back." Before he finished speaking, Liu Jurche sprang up from the grass like a nimble little rabbit, looking at Song Mo with eager eyes and said, "I want to go with you." Lu Yunhan, not wanting to be left out, quickly chimed in, "I want to go too." However, Liu Jurche seemed unwilling to let Lu Yunhan join them. She immediately interjected, "You don't need to go, I'll go with Song Ji." Lu Yunhan was taken aback by Liu Jurche's words, her face showing surprise. But soon, she seemed to understand Liu Jurche's intention. her mouth curling into a slight smile as she said, "All right, I won't go. You can go with Song Ji." Chapter 116. The rice is cooked. Liu Jiachi took a deep breath and then looked at Song Mo, cautiously saying, "Song Ji, I have a question I've wanted to ask you. Please don't be mad. I just feel like, are you not interested in women? Or is there something wrong with your body?" Upon hearing this, Song Mo's expression darkened. He glared at Liu Jiachi and irritably replied, "What are you talking about? I'm perfectly fine, how could I have any issues?" Liu Jiachi, seemingly unfazed by Song Mo's attitude, continued, "But, Song Ji, you see. We've been together with you four beautiful ladies for so long, and you haven't touched any of us at all. That's why I thought this. But even if you do have some issues, I wouldn't mind." Song Mo felt increasingly uncomfortable with Liu Jiachi's words. He thought she was deliberately humiliating him and retorted, "I'm a gentleman, okay? Do you think I'm like those guys who can't control themselves around beautiful women?" Liu Jiachi smiled slyly at this and provocatively said, "Who knows? Maybe you really can't." Chapter 117. The first feeling. Liu Jiachi widened her eyes, curiously staring at the bright red wild persimmons, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Brother Song, can we eat these wild persimmons?" Song Mo smiled confidently, nodding affirmatively, "Of course. They are a pure natural delicacy." As he spoke, Song Mo picked 2 wild persimmons, handed one to Liu Jiachi, and took a bite of the other without hesitation. Seeing this, Liu Jiachi followed suit and gently took a small bite. Instantly, a sweet flavor spread in her mouth. The flesh of the wild persimmon was soft, sticky, and fragrant, with an excellent texture. "Wow, Brother Song. These wild persimmons are so delicious. They are sweet and sticky, it's simply a delicacy of the world." Liu Jiachi exclaimed excitedly, her face beaming with satisfaction. Song Mo smiled and replied, "Yeah, these wild persimmons are a gift from nature. Their taste is definitely not inferior to those cultivated persimmons." The two enjoyed the delicious wild persimmons while chatting happily, and time flew by. In just 4 or 5 minutes, everyone had eaten 4 or 5 wild persimmons, feeling a bit full before reluctantly stopping. Chapter 118. Thick smoke by the coast. The next day, everyone woke up early again. After a simple wash by the water pool, they took their bamboo baskets and went into the woods to pick wild persimmons. After several hours, they not only finished picking the persimmons from the tree they had found yesterday, but also discovered 2 more wild persimmon trees laden with fruit. They filled 3 bamboo baskets full of wild persimmons, which was quite a harvest. They laid out the wild persimmons by the water pool to dry. Once dried into persimmon cakes, they would be enough to last them for a while. Days passed, and apart from occasionally going into the woods to chop some firewood or pick a bit of wild onion, they spent most of their time by the water pool. One morning, after stewing some lamb for breakfast, with sunlight spilling over the land, Song Mo, as usual, sat by the water pool with a fishing rod, ready to enjoy a peaceful fishing time. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan and a few girls sat in the vegetable patch by the water pool, basking in the warm sunlight, leisurely soaking up the sun as if time had stopped at that moment. Suddenly, Liu Jiachi's shout broke the tranquility, "Look! There's thick smoke rising by the coast." Chapter 119. 9 Americans. Although Lu Yunhan had expressed herself clearly, the 2 men holding compound bows showed no intention of lowering their weapons. They tightly gripped their compound bows, their gazes sharp like eagles, fixed intently on Song Mo and the others. Seeing this, Lu Yunhan couldn't help but feel worried. She turned to Song Mo, her face showing concern, and whispered, "Brother Song, what should we do? These Westerners seem very wary of us. How about we leave here first? They might really dare to shoot us with those compound bows." However, Song Mo did not heed Lu Yunhan's suggestion. He shook his head slightly, his eyes firm, and without hesitation, drew a pistol from his waist. The dark muzzle was aimed directly at the group of Westerners, exuding a chilling aura. Song Mo's voice was cold and decisive as he sternly told the group, put down your compound bows. Otherwise, I will shoot. The sudden turn of events left the Westerners completely taken aback. They were clearly startled by Song Mo's actions, especially when they saw the dark muzzle aimed at them. Their faces filled with terror. Chapter 120. Taking the initiative at that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Song Mo's mind. He turned to the man named David and asked, "Your cruise ship should be equipped with a satellite phone, right?" Hearing Song Mo's question, David's face revealed a hint of embarrassment as he replied, "We were in such a hurry to escape that we completely forgot to take the satellite phone with us." Song Mo cursed inwardly, damn it. How could these idiots leave behind such an important communication tool? His gaze fell again on the compound bows in David and the other man's hands. Pondering, I need to think of a way to get one of those compound bows. Although both Xiaobing and I are quite capable. It shouldn't be too difficult to deal with these people, but we can't just rush in and grab it. Xiaobing seemed to sense Song Mo's thoughts. She gave him a look and then turned to David, saying, "Since you can't contact the outside world, we'll take our leave. I advise you. This deserted island is not a safe place, there are dangers lurking everywhere. There are fierce wolf packs, huge pythons, and large carnivorous animals like bears, you should be careful." Chapter 121. A collaborative scheme for supply. Seeing the backpack full of cigarettes, Song Mo's eyes lit up as if he had discovered treasure. He secretly marveled, wow. This group of Americans actually brought so many cigarettes, these are good stuff. I must find a way to get them all. David took a cigarette from the backpack and, smiling, walked over to Song Mo, offering him the cigarette. Without hesitation, Song Mo grabbed the cigarette quickly, his movements swift and decisive. As if afraid David would change his mind. Then, he eagerly tore open the cigarette's outer packaging, skillfully pulled out a pack of cigarettes, opened it, and took out a cigarette, quickly placing it in his mouth. Just as he was about to light it, he suddenly remembered he had no fire. So he looked up at David and casually asked, "Do you have a lighter?" However, before Song Mo finished his sentence, another man, seemingly in sync with him, immediately took out a delicate windproof lighter from his pocket and handed it to Song Mo without hesitation, smiling as he said, "Here you go." Looking at the lighter being handed over, Song Mo felt a surge of joy. Chapter 122. The clever David. With a smile on his face, Song Mo spoke casually, "Ha ha. Since you are so generous, I will naturally share how to survive here with you." After a brief pause, he continued, "There are 4 key elements essential for survival on a deserted island: water source, food, shelter, and fire." Song Mo pointed ahead and explained, "If you walk along the coast for about 2 or 3 kilometers, there is a stone house. It was built with great effort by us. It's quite spacious and sturdy. Enough for all 9 of you to live in." Continuing, he pointed to the nearby woods. "As for the water source, there is a small river in that forest. About 5 or 6 kilometers from the coast. You can go there every couple of days to fetch water, which should meet your daily needs." Finally, Song Mo mentioned the food issue, saying that there were plenty of good things hidden in the woods. There were many pine chickens, wild rabbits, and even large animals like wild goats and wild boars. Don't you still have a compound bow? It shouldn't be too difficult to hunt these animals with it. Chapter 123. Song Mo's calculation. Hearing her say this, Song Mo smiled and said, "In your heart, am I that kind of person who kills without blinking? These Americans haven't provoked me, and they don't pose a threat to me now. Why would I kill them?" Lu Yunhan laughed and said, "Aren't you always saying that there are no laws on this deserted island, and anything can happen? To survive here, one must be a bit ruthless, right?" Song Mo smiled and said, "That also depends on the person and the situation. Yong Wei and his group have troubled us several times, but I haven't killed them. Have I? However, if these Americans dare to provoke me, I will definitely kill them." Liu Jiachi said with some concern. "What if these Americans find out that you tricked them? Will they come looking for trouble? After all, you've already told them where we live." Hearing her say this, Song Mo smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. These Americans need our help to survive here, so they will have plenty of places to seek our assistance. Besides, I didn't trick them, did I? I told them the locations of the stone house and the water source. Even if they want to cause trouble, getting rid of them shouldn't be too difficult." Chapter 124. Searching for food in the woods with the girl. Song Mo slowly walked to the edge of the pond, then crouched down carefully and reached his hand into the cold water. However, just as his hand touched the surface of the water, a bone-chilling cold instantly surged through him, as if it would freeze his hand stiff, making him gasp in surprise. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he quickly withdrew his hand from the pond and shook it vigorously a few times to relieve the frostbite sensation. Then, Song Mo scooped up some water and gently splashed it on his face. The cold water felt like a clear spring, quickly penetrating his skin and bringing a wave of coolness and comfort. This sudden refreshing sensation made him feel invigorated, and his spirits lifted significantly. He looked up, his gaze falling on the waterfall cascading down. The waterfall resembled a piece of white satin, pouring down from a height and splashing countless sparkling droplets. However, while admiring this beautiful scene, a faint sadness welled up in his heart. Unknowingly, he had been stranded on this deserted island for more than half a year. Yet he still had no idea when he could leave this place and return to the civilized world. He couldn't help but think of his mother and sister. Standing by the pond, thoughts surged in his mind like a tide, various ideas intertwining in his brain. Chapter 125. Easily shooting a wild goat. The arrow shot through the wild goat's neck like lightning. With a whoosh, the wild goat didn't even have time to let out a complete cry of pain before it fell to the ground, as if its soul had been taken away. Its body rolled on the ground, seemingly in immense agony, each roll accompanied by pained groans. Another wild goat was clearly terrified by this sudden scene. Its eyes filled with fear, and it bolted away like an arrow shot from a bow, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, Xiaobing quickly stood up and rushed toward the fallen wild goat without hesitation. At the same time, Song Mo and the others also saw Xiaobing hit the wild goat and quickly stood up, hurrying toward the fallen animal. When they reached the wild goat, the poor creature was still rolling around. Its body convulsed from the intense pain, and the cries it let out made one feel pity. However, Song Mo showed no hesitation. He swiftly drew a military knife from his waist, firmly grasped the wild goat's head with one hand, and with the other hand holding the knife, he decisively made a deep cut across its neck. Chapter 126. Americans coming to exchange supplies. Xiaobing nodded slowly and said, "That's true. To survive on this deserted island, we must adapt to the environment and change ourselves. Sometimes, we have to be a bit ruthless, but that also depends on the person and the situation." She paused for a moment and continued, "Take these Americans, for example. With Song Ji's and my skills, we could easily take their supplies by force. However, we haven't done that mainly because they haven't actively provoked us or posed a threat to us." Xiaobing's gaze became sharp as she continued, "But if one day they really come to provoke us or threaten our safety, Song Ji and I will definitely not hesitate to kill them without mercy." Hearing Xiaobing's words, Lu Yunhan and the others nodded thoughtfully, seemingly in agreement with her viewpoint. Time quietly passed, and after a while, Lu Yunhan suddenly exclaimed, "Look! Someone is coming toward us. It seems to be those Americans." Her shout broke the original tranquility, and Xiaobing and the others quickly looked up toward the distant woods. Chapter 127. Song Mo's analysis. Seeing this, Song Mo chuckled and said, "You all look like you're starving. The lamb in the kitchen is probably about to be done. Hurry up and go eat." Upon hearing Song Mo's words, David and the others rushed to the kitchen like hungry wolves seeing food. They quickly gathered around the fireplace, greedily sniffing the aroma of lamb wafting from the pot, each one appearing impatient. Lu Yunhan and the others couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Xiaobing didn't care whether the lamb cooking on the fireplace was done, she simply took the entire pot and slammed it down on the ground. Liu Jiachi hurriedly grabbed some bowls and chopsticks, preparing to serve the starving Americans. However, these Americans seemed completely unskilled in using chopsticks. They directly stabbed their chopsticks into the not fully cooked lamb, and, without any hesitation, stuffed it into their mouths, chewing it greedily. Their gluttonous appearance was reminiscent of starving ghosts reincarnated. Song Mo and the others looked at their rude eating habits and couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Lu Yunhan couldn't help but exclaim, "When you're really hungry, it can drive you crazy." Chapter 128. A warm moment hearing Song Mo say this. Lu Yunhan and the others didn't say anything more. Song Mo walked to the edge of the pond, bent down to pick up the 2 backpacks filled with supplies, and then quickly walked toward the kitchen. When Xiaobing and the others saw the backpacks filled with women's products, cosmetics, and toiletries, their eyes lit up as if they had discovered a treasure. It's worth noting that since being stranded on this deserted island, their living conditions had been extremely harsh. Taking a shower and washing hair can only be done with seawater, which not only fails to clean properly, but also leaves hair dry and rough. Even worse, when menstruation arrives, they don't have proper sanitary products, and can only cut strips of cloth from their clothes as a makeshift solution, which need to be washed and reused afterwards. As for makeup, that is an extravagant thought they can't even entertain. However, at this moment, looking at the array of women's products and cosmetics in their backpacks, the girls' desires are instantly ignited. They can almost envision themselves washing away their fatigue, changing into clean clothes, and applying exquisite makeup. Excitedly, the girls pick up bamboo tubes and hurry towards the waterhole. Chapter 129. The tenderness of the shelter. In fact, during the past 6 months on this deserted island, Xiaobing and the other girls have already fallen deeply in love with Song Mo. They sit quietly on the grass until the sun gradually sets, about to dip below the horizon. Only then do they slowly rise and return to the kitchen. Song Mo walks into the kitchen, casually grabs some firewood, places it in the fireplace, and then ignites the flames. The flames dance in the fireplace, illuminating the entire kitchen. Meanwhile, Xiaobing also gets busy, taking a piece of lamb with a good mix of fat and lean meat, skillfully cutting it into small pieces and placing them in the pot. As she stirs with the spatula, the lamb releases an enticing aroma. Next, she adds an appropriate amount of water, letting the lamb simmer slowly in the pot. By the time the lamb is perfectly cooked, the sky has completely darkened. Everyone picks up their bowls and chopsticks, eagerly serving themselves the delicious lamb stew and enjoying it heartily. After dinner, Song Mo pulls out a cigarette from his pocket, lights it with a match, and leisurely begins to smoke. The smoke swirls around him, and he appears particularly relaxed. Xiaobing and the other girls clean up the bowls and pots, taking them to the waterhole to wash them. Chapter 130. Song Mo's embarrassment before long. The clothes on Song Mo and Liu Jiachi fall to the floor like petals, creating a beautiful and suggestive scene on the bamboo bed that sparks the imagination. In the entire shelter, apart from the crackling sound of the burning wood in the fireplace, there are only the sounds of the two being intimate and the creaking of the bamboo bed as it sways. These sounds intertwine, echoing like a passionate symphony in the air. The shelter where Song Mo lives is tightly adjacent to the one where Xiaobing and her 3 friends reside, separated only by a thin wall. Moreover, the walls of these shelters are made of bamboo, providing very poor sound insulation. Xiaobing, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomai have just fallen asleep and are immersed in sweet dreams. However, the sounds of intimacy from Song Mo and Liu Jiachi are unusually loud, easily penetrating the fragile bamboo wall and waking the 3 girls. Although none of them have experienced such matters yet, they are grown-ups and are not completely ignorant about such things. So, when they hear the sounds, they immediately understand what is happening. Chapter 131. Liu Jiachi's embarrassment upon hearing Xiaobing's words. Liu Jiachi's face instantly turns as red as a ripe apple, feeling extremely embarrassed. She hurriedly lowers her head, seemingly trying to hide her awkwardness. Liu Yunhan, seeing Liu Jiachi's flushed face, teasingly says, "Jiachi, you're really something. Taking advantage of us being asleep to sneak off and get cozy with Song Ji, that's quite unexpected. You could have just been intimate without making such a big fuss. We were all sleeping well, and suddenly we were woken up by your noises." Li Xiaomai chimed in, "Yeah, Jiachi, I'm a bit curious. Why were you making such loud noises while being intimate with Song Ji? Were you too excited?" Liu Jiachi, already blushing, turns even redder at their teasing. Her face seemingly ready to drip blood. She lowers her head, gripping the edges of her clothes tightly, unable to say a word. Seeing Liu Jiachi so embarrassed, Song Mo quickly intervenes, all right, stop it. Can't you see Jiachi's face is as red as a monkey's butt?" Chapter 132, Encountering the wild boar again. Li Xiaomai takes a deep breath, gripping her compound bow tightly, standing still, her gaze focused on the distant hazel grouse. She carefully nocks an arrow on the bowstring, slightly adjusting her posture to perfectly align the arrowhead with the grouse's position. With everything ready, Li Xiaomai releases the bowstring without hesitation, and with a whoosh, the arrow darts out like lightning, heading straight for the hazel grouse. In an instant, the grouse lets out a piercing scream, its body pierced by the arrow, blood splattering everywhere. It struggles in the air for a moment before falling to the ground like a kite, with a broken string, flapping its wings, as if trying to escape death. Seeing that she hit the grouse with one arrow, Li Xiaomai beams with joy and excitement. "This compound bow is amazing. I never expected I could shoot down a hazel grouse from this distance so easily." Xiaobing smiles and nods, saying, "Of course, this compound bow is quite impressive. Its range can reach up to 100 meters." Song Mo quickly walks over to pick up the fallen grouse. Chapter 133, Killing the wild boar. Seeing the wild boar charging towards her like an out-of-control truck, Xiaobing nocks another arrow with astonishing speed. Without hesitation, she pulls the bowstring back fully, aiming at the rampaging wild boar. As she releases her fingers, the bowstring makes a sharp sound, and the arrow shoots out like lightning, flying straight towards the wild boar. Although the arrow does not hit the boar's head as Xiaobing had hoped, it strikes the boar's belly accurately. With a thud, the arrowhead embeds deeply into the boar's abdomen, blood gushing out instantly. The wild boar lets out a tragic cry from the severe injury, but does not slow down at all, continuing to charge at Xiaobing and Song Mo like a frenzied beast. Just as the wild boar is about to collide with her, Song Mo reacts swiftly. He dodges to the side like a ghost and, at the same time, swings his military knife, slicing through the air toward the wild boar. The knife accurately strikes the boar's head, producing a crisp cracking sound as a large chunk of its mouth is severed off, splattering blood and chunks of flesh all over Song Mo's face. Chapter 134, The Americans come to exchange food after the dry grass had burned out. The wild boar surrounded by fire had become unrecognizable. Its fur was completely burned off, and even the pigskin was charred black. The group dragged the large wild boar to a clean patch of grass by the waterhole. They carefully scooped up water from the waterhole with bamboo tubes and gently poured it over the wild boar. As the water flowed, the black ash and dirt on the wild boar were gradually washed away, revealing its original color. Once the cleaning was done, they began the next step of processing the wild boar. Song Mo skillfully took up a knife, cut open the boar's belly, and cleaned out the internal organs and other debris. Then, they cut the wild boar meat into evenly sized chunks, took these pieces to the kitchen, sprinkled them with sea salt, and carefully marinated them, hanging them on a bamboo rack. The total weight of the wild boar meat was over 200 pounds, which would be enough for the 5 of them to eat for quite a while, even if the Americans came to exchange some. 2 days passed like this. On the 3rd morning, before the sun had risen, Song Mo woke up early. He gently opened the bamboo door of the shelter, and a biting cold wind rushed in, making him shiver. Chapter 135, Temptation. Seeing the condoms and the male enhancement pills in David's hand, the faces of Xiaobing and the others instantly turned as red as ripe apples, and they secretly cursed, "Is this guy a pervert? Why is he pulling out stuff like this?" When Song Mo's gaze fell on that box of condoms, a surge of excitement welled up in his heart. He thought to himself, "This is a good thing. I won't have to worry about them getting pregnant when I'm intimate with Jurche and the others in the future." However, he knew he couldn't show this thought in front of Xiaobing and the others, so he quickly suppressed his smile. Putting on a somewhat angry expression, he said, "What do you take me for? I'm a gentleman, I don't need these things." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly snatched the condoms and the male enhancement pills from David's hand as if they were hot potatoes, and without hesitation, he threw them into a nearby bush. Seeing Song Mo so angry, David was clearly caught off guard, his body trembled, and he wore an extremely embarrassed expression. Song Mo saw this and secretly laughed. But he maintained a stern face and continued, "Sigh. Who told me to be soft-hearted? To be honest, I can't bear to see you starving to death on this deserted island, so I'll try to give you a bit more food." Chapter 136. David's malice. It wasn't until the group of Americans walked farther away, disappearing from sight, that Liu Jurche could finally suppress the bitterness in her heart. She playfully chided Song Mo, "Brother Song, stop looking. They've gone far away, and look at you, your eyes are about to pop out." Upon hearing this, Song Mo felt as if he had been caught in the act, and he hurriedly withdrew his gaze, showing a hint of embarrassment on his face as he awkwardly explained, "What are you talking about? I wasn't looking." Jurche clearly didn't by his explanation and retorted, "You can't say you weren't looking. They just threw you a flirtatious glance, and you're already dizzy and confused." Song Mo felt a wave of embarrassment. He knew he had indeed lost composure just now. Since the recently stewed wild boar ribs had been eaten by the Americans, Xiaobing could only take a pot, go to the waterhole to fetch some water, and then put the water on the fireplace, chopping up some wild boar ribs to put in the pot to stew. The group sat around the fireplace, quietly waiting for the wild boar ribs to cook slowly. At this moment, Xiaobing suddenly broke the silence and asked, "Did you notice anything from the look in the eyes of those Americans just now?" Chapter 137. The first snow on the deserted island in the evening. As the sun set, the afterglow bathed the deserted island in a golden glow. The group sat around the fireplace, enjoying the stewed wild boar meat while chatting. After dinner, Xiaobing and the others cleaned the pots and bowls and took them to the waterhole, while Song Mo sat leisurely by the fireplace, smoking. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind about the 2 condoms and the box of male enhancement pills he had thrown into the bushes. He suddenly stood up, hurriedly walked out of the kitchen, and headed towards the bushes. When he reached the bushes, Song Mo bent down and carefully searched through the grass. After a while, he found the 2 boxes of condoms, quickly picked them up, and stuffed them into his pocket. However, he only glanced at the box of male enhancement pills and didn't bother with it. Time flew by, and 4 or 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The temperature on the deserted island gradually dropped, and the cold intensified. That morning, Song Mo woke up early as usual. He opened the bamboo door of the shelter, and a biting cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed in. He couldn't help but shiver, quickly wrapping his sheepskin coat tighter. Chapter 138. The Americans come again to exchange food. The snow fell for 3 days, seemingly endless, fluttering down continuously. The snow on the ground became thicker, reaching several dozen centimeters, completely covering the entire forest in white. From a distance, it looked like a fairy tale world dressed in silver. That morning, Song Mo was awakened from his dreams by a piercing cold. He shivered as he got out of bed, hurriedly put on his shoes, and walked quickly to the fireplace. The firewood in the fireplace had long burned out, leaving only some ashes. Song Mo quickly picked up some firewood from the side, carefully placed it in the fireplace, and then lit it with a lighter. As the flames danced, the firewood in the fireplace quickly ignited, emitting warm light. Song Mo leaned close to the fireplace, extending his hands to feel the intense heat. After a while, feeling a bit warmer, he slowly stood up and walked to the bamboo door of the shelter. He gently pushed open the bamboo door, and a gust of cold air rushed in like a flood. Song Mo shivered again, and quickly wrapped his sheepskin coat tighter. He looked up at the outside world. The snow had stopped falling, the sky was blue, and the sunlight shone through the clouds onto the thick snow, reflecting a dazzling light. Chapter 139, Easily defeating the Americans. David's expression darkened upon hearing Song Mo's words. His smile vanished without a trace, replaced by cold indifference and determination. With wide eyes, he stared fiercely at Song Mo, revealing a fierce and resolute look, and he shouted angrily, "You have no choice in this matter. You will exchange, whether you like it or not." As soon as he finished speaking, David quickly grabbed an arrow, and, like lightning, knocked it onto the string of his compound bow. He then raised the bow sharply, aiming the tip of the arrow directly at Song Mo's head. The bowstring taut, as if it would release a fatal shot in the next moment. At the same time, the other American men showed no signs of weakness, picking up their knives and encircling Song Mo like hungry wolves, trapping him in the middle and forming a tight encirclement. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yunhan, Liu Jiachi, and Li Xiaomai turned pale, completely unprepared for this sudden aggression from the Americans. From their coordinated movements and practiced actions, it was evident that this was premeditated. However, in stark contrast to the terror of Lu Yunhan and the others, Song Mo and Xiaobing appeared unusually calm. At this moment, David and his group had completely lost their previous arrogance. Their faces were filled with fear and despair as they pleaded with Song Mo. With a blank expression, Song Mo drew a military knife from his waist and slowly walked up to David. David's gaze was fixed on the gleaming knife, and his body trembled involuntarily. When he saw the coldness in Song Mo's eyes, a chill ran up his spine, and his voice became stammering. I know I was wrong. Please spare me this time. I won't dare to provoke you again." However, Song Mo was not moved by his pleas. He approached David, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and mockingly said, "I already gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, you will pay for your foolishness. I hope you are reborn as a good person in your next life." David's face turned pale. His eyes widened in terror as he looked at Song Mo, continuously begging for mercy. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die." But before he could finish speaking, the military knife in Song Mo's hand swiftly slashed across his neck. Alice looked sincerely at Song Mo and the others. Her eyes filled with deep gratitude as she softly said, "Thank you so much for taking me in. Without you, I might not only starve to death on this deserted island, but also suffer at the hands of those people. I really don't know how to repay you." Hearing this, Liu Jiachi couldn't help but laugh, playfully saying to Alice, "If you really want to repay us, then repay Brother Song. Let me tell you, Brother Song loves beautiful women, so just offer yourself to him." Liu Jiachi's words instantly made Alice's cheeks flush red, and she shyly lowered her head, unsure of how to respond. Song Mo looked at Liu Jiachi helplessly and said irritably, "Jiachi, stop joking around, don't scare her. I'm not that kind of person." Xiaobing, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomai, who were nearby, couldn't help but laugh at Liu Jiachi's words. Since Song Mo spoke in Huaxia language, Alice completely couldn't understand what he was saying. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, shyly looking at Song Mo, and then she softly said, "It's okay if you want me to offer myself, but the premise is that you have to let me live here." Xiaobing smiled gently at Alice and said, "Alice, eat slowly, don't rush. There is enough food here for you, no one will compete with you for it. Be careful not to burn your mouth." Hearing Xiaobing's words, Alice finally slowed down her eating pace, but her face involuntarily turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed as she said, "I'm really sorry. I was just too hungry. I haven't had a proper meal in days." Seeing this, Lu Yunhan curiously asked, "When you came to trade food with us last time, didn't we give you a lot of wild boar meat? How could you not be full?" Upon hearing this, Alice's expression darkened instantly, and she indignantly replied. Most of the food we traded to you was eaten by David and those 5 men. And us 4 girls could only get a tiny bit every day. After saying this, Alice sighed deeply and continued, what is even worse is that the day after we moved to your stone house, Luna and the others were violated by those 5 men. Xiaobing could no longer contain her inner anger upon hearing this and cursed, damn it. Those guys are simply a bunch of beasts. If I had known it would be like this, I should have killed them all today. It seems we were too soft-hearted. The next morning, Song Mo woke up early. When he opened the bamboo door of the shelter, Xiaobing was already washing up by the pond. Arriving by the pond, he said to Xiaobing, why are you up so early today? Xiaobing smiled and replied, didn't you say we were going to look for food in the woods today? Song Mo didn't say much more. Scooping up some icy cold water to wash his face, feeling refreshed, the two slowly walked back to the shelter. Carefully picking up the compound bow and gently shouldering the bamboo basket, afraid of waking up Lu Yunhan and the others who were still asleep. Once everything was ready, they quietly made their way into the depths of the woods, making no sound at all. At this moment, the sun had just risen above the horizon, and the soft sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The entire forest was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, resembling a fairyland. However, this beautiful scene brought them some difficulties. The fog reduced visibility, forcing them to slow down their pace to avoid bumping into trees or other obstacles. Furthermore, the morning temperature was quite low, with the chill penetrating through their clothes to their skin, making them shiver. Time passed unknowingly, and half an hour slipped by in an instant. The two finally ended their lingering moment with satisfaction. At this time, Xiaobing's face was flushed like the evening glow, resembling a ripe apple, exuding a charming luster. Her once youthful face now appeared more alluring, and she had transformed from a girl into a woman. The vibrant red on the sheepskin coat on the grass was like a blooming flower, quietly unfolding. Song Mo gazed at this touch of red, an indescribable emotion surging in his heart, and without hesitation, he tightly embraced Xiaobing. Xiaobing nestled against his broad chest like a docile kitten, feeling his warmth and strength. The two quietly held each other, savoring this moment of tranquility and sweetness. After a while, they slowly separated, picking up the clothes scattered on the grass and putting them on. Just as Xiaobing stood up, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her thigh, causing her to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. Fortunately, Song Mo was quick to react and reached out to steady her. With a concerned expression, he asked, "Are you okay?" Chapter 145. Moving the beef. Song Mo and Xiaobing followed the trail of blood left by the bull for nearly 2 kilometers. Finally, they saw the bull lying on the ground, barely alive, emitting low, mournful cries that seemed to express its pain and despair. Seeing this, Song Mo and Xiaobing quickened their pace and rushed toward the bull. However, as they approached, the bull seemed to sense the threat and struggled to get up, trying to escape from these uninvited guests. Despite its efforts, the bull was severely weakened from blood loss and could not stand up no matter how hard it tried. Song Mo reached the bull and, without hesitation, drew his military knife and swung it sharply at the bull's neck. In an instant, blood gushed out like a fountain from the bull's neck, splattering onto the ground and forming a shocking pool of blood. The bull's body began to convulse, and within half a minute, it completely lost all signs of life, lying still on the ground. At this point, Song Mo and Xiaobing were already exhausted and panting heavily, so they sat down right there to take a short rest. Chapter 146. Alice's request. The next morning, as the sun just began to rise, everyone gradually woke up from their sleep and stumbled out of the shelter, rubbing their sleepy eyes. They all went to the nearby waterhole to wash up briefly. After washing, they returned to the kitchen, where Xiaobing quickly gathered some firewood, carefully placing it in the fireplace and lighting a match. As the flames rose, the kitchen became much warmer. Meanwhile, Song Mo took a piece of fresh beef and skillfully cut it into small pieces to put in the pot. He then added some sea salt to the pot, gently stirring it to ensure every piece of beef was evenly coated with salt. Next, Song Mo found a bamboo tube, split it open with a knife, and shaved it into long strips. He threaded the marinated beef pieces onto the bamboo strips, making sure each skewer was packed full, enough to make anyone's mouth water. Once everything was ready, Song Mo pulled out some burning charcoal from the fireplace and spread it evenly on the grill. Then, he placed the skewered beef on the charcoal, slowly turning it to ensure each side was evenly cooked. In less than 10 minutes, the beef was golden and crispy, with small bubbles of oil occasionally surfacing and sizzling. Chapter 147, Poor Luna and the Three. As they walked and talked, about half an hour later, Song Mo and Alice finally arrived outside the stone house. They saw Luna and her two companions huddled by the fire, their bodies curled up and looking extremely haggard. Their eyes had lost their usual brightness and appeared dull, as if the flame of life within them was gradually extinguishing, leaving them in a half-alive state. Seeing Luna and her companions in such a pitiful condition, both Song Mo and Alice couldn't help but feel a wave of sympathy. However, surprisingly, even as Song Mo and Alice reached the kitchen door, Luna and her companions remained completely unaware. They seemed entirely immersed in their own world, oblivious to everything happening around them. Seeing this, Alice felt a pang of sorrow and gently asked, "Luna, how are you three doing?" Although her voice was soft, it sounded particularly clear in the silent environment. Upon hearing Alice's voice, Luna and her companions slowly lifted their heads, as if waking from a deep dream. The dullness in their eyes suddenly flickered with a glimmer of light, as they stared intently at Alice and Song Mo. In an instant, tears streamed down Luna's face like a floodgate bursting open. She could no longer contain the pain and grievance within her and cried out loud. Chapter 148, Alice's Seduction. When Luna heard Alice's question, a bitter smile appeared on her face. She helplessly replied, "What else can we do? We have no other choice but to stay in this stone house." In reality, deep down, Luna hoped that Song Mo would take them in. However, due to uncertainty about whether he would be willing to accept them, she lacked the courage to voice that thought directly. Seeing the pitiful state of Luna and her companions, Alice felt a surge of sympathy. Her gaze instinctively turned to Song Mo, as if expecting him to make a decision. At that moment, Song Mo found himself in a dilemma. He understood well that Luna and her companions were in a very difficult situation. If he did not take them in, it would be hard for them to survive in such harsh conditions, and they might even die in the stone house. However, keeping them would also bring numerous problems. With 3 more people, the daily food consumption would significantly increase. Although there was still a considerable amount of beef stored in the shelter, Song Mo knew that as the weather grew colder, finding more food would become increasingly difficult. Chapter 149, A Hot Kiss with Alice. Without saying a word, he suddenly stretched out his arms and pulled Alice tightly into his embrace, then leaned in and kissed her alluring lips without hesitation. He expected Alice to panic and struggle, but the reality was quite the opposite. She not only showed no signs of resistance, but instead wore an expression of sheer enjoyment, as if she had anticipated this moment. Moreover, Alice actively wrapped her arms around Song Mo's neck, while playfully extending her tongue to passionately intertwine with his, igniting a fervent kiss. This sudden turn of events caught Song Mo off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned, as he secretly marveled at how bold and passionate American women could be. Although Song Mo understood that there could never be any future between him and Alice, how could he remain indifferent to such an actively engaged Alice? Thus, he decided to let go of his concerns and fully immerse himself in the heated atmosphere, relishing the intimate contact with Alice. After all, even if he did end up having a relationship with her, he didn't feel he would owe her anything. Chapter 150, The Home Invasion. As time passed, about an hour later, Lu Yunhan and the others also gradually woke up from their sleep. They stretched lazily and then slowly walked to the coast, washed up briefly, and sat down by the fire. Xiaobing stood up, holding a sharp military knife, and walked straight into the nearby woods. In no time, she returned with some small sticks. Back at the fire, she took some fresh beef from the bamboo basket, cut it into small pieces, and skewered them with the sticks. Then, carefully, Xiaobing picked out some burning charcoal from the fire and placed the skewered beef on top, beginning to roast it slowly. As time passed, the beef gradually emitted an enticing aroma that made people's mouths water. Everyone enjoyed the delicious roasted beef while chatting, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. However, just then, snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the sky. At first, the snowflakes were sparse, but before long, it turned into a heavy snowfall, fluttering down in abundance. Seeing this, Songmo quickly got up and ran to the coast, bringing back a larger piece of wood. He covered the big oil barrel with the wood to prevent snow from falling into it. The others returned to the kitchen and rekindled a fire. Chapter 151. Dialogue. Songmo did not speak, merely pulling a gloomy face while carefully observing the surrounding environment. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the ground, where some chaotic footprints caught his attention. Then, Songmo stood up and walked outside the shelter, wanting to find more clues in the snow. However, apart from the footprints they left when they returned, there were no other obvious tracks in the snow. After pondering for a moment, Songmo secretly thought, "It seems that someone sneaked into our shelter while we were away, probably during yesterday's or the day before snowfall." He quickly walked toward the woods, and Xiaobing and the others hurriedly followed. Songmo wandered around in the woods and finally found a tall tree, dozens of meters high. Without any hesitation, he walked straight to the tree. Taking a deep breath, he spat into his palm, firmly grasped the trunk, and began his difficult climbing journey. Lu Yuhan and the others stood at the foot of the tree, watching Songmo with curious expressions. Lu Yuhan turned to Xiaobing and asked in confusion, "Sister Bing, what is Brother Song doing?" Chapter 152. Questioning. At the moment Songmo's voice sounded, the originally noisy atmosphere in the shelter suddenly became exceptionally quiet. As if time had frozen at that moment. Yongwei, Jack, and the others were startled by this sudden voice, completely unprepared for Songmo to find this hidden shelter so easily. Just moments before, they had been arrogant and overbearing, but now they trembled like frightened rabbits. Everyone's hearts were filled with fear and confusion, not knowing how Songmo had discovered their hiding place. Liu Dao's face turned as pale as paper, and he stammered to Yongwei, "Boss, what do we do now? Songmo has found us." Yongwei tried to calm himself down, took a deep breath, and feigned composure as he replied, "What are you afraid of? Even if he finds us, so what? There are so many of us. Are we really afraid of just one person?" However, despite Yang Wei's tough words, his heart was also filled with fear. He knew Songmo's strength and understood that he was definitely not an easy opponent. Chapter 153. A bloody massacre. Although Yang Wei continued to deny it fiercely, Lu Yuhan and the others could still see the clues from his panicked expression. Chen Shu and the others had likely already fallen victim, becoming the prey of Yang Wei and his group. Just thinking about this made Lu Yuhan and the others feel a wave of nausea, hardly able to imagine that these people could commit such cruel and heinous acts. Since Yang Wei and his group had become so insane as to resort to cannibalism, Songmo naturally understood that they could not leave any survivors. He exchanged a glance with Xiaobing, and they both understood each other's intentions. Then slowly approached Yang Wei's group with weapons in hand. When Yang Wei saw Songmo and Xiaobing getting closer, he steeled himself and shouted, "Everyone, attack! Fight them!" With his shout, a group of people surged forward like hungry tigers, brandishing wooden sticks and charging aggressively at Songmo and Xiaobing. Despite the overwhelming number of over 10 people, all wielding sticks, it was a piece of cake for agile fighters like Songmo and Xiaobing to deal with them. Yang Wei charged at Songmo like a mad beast, his face twisted with ferocity, raising the wooden stick high and bringing it down with murderous intent toward Songmo's head. Chapter 154. Midnight knock on the door. The next morning, Everyone woke up early and went to the water pool to wash up briefly before heading to the kitchen one by one. Songmo gathered some firewood and lit the fire in the fireplace, while Xiaobing chopped a block of frozen beef into small pieces and put it in the pot to stew. In less than an hour, the aroma of stewed beef filled the kitchen, making everyone's mouths water. They quickly picked up bowls and chopsticks, eagerly stuffing their mouths with the tender beef. After the stewed beef meal, Songmo took the 8 girls to the bamboo forest, where he and Xiaobing were responsible for cutting bamboo, while Lu Yuhan and the other girls moved the bamboo to the water pool. After 7 or 8 days of effort, a simple but practical shelter was finally completed. The 4 American girls, including Alice, happily moved into the new shelter. At this point, 3 shelters had already been erected by the water pool. Xiaobing, Lu Yuhan, and the other 3 lived in one of them. Alice and the other American girls lived in another, while Songmo lived alone in the smaller shelter. Not only that, but they also built a simple kitchen, bathroom, and toilet near the shelter. Although these facilities were quite rudimentary, they were sufficient to meet their basic living needs, gradually giving this place the semblance of home. Chapter 155. Taking down Li Xiaomai. He picked Li Xiaomai up in a princess carry, as if cherishing a treasure, and carefully brought her to the bedside, then gently and slowly placed her on the soft bed. Under the glow of the blazing fire, Li Xiaomai's face appeared exceptionally beautiful, like the brightest star in the night sky, mesmerizing. Songmo gazed at the beauty before him, his throat becoming dry, a wave of heat spreading through his body. Unable to suppress his inner impulses any longer, he suddenly pulled Li Xiaomai tightly into his arms and kissed her cherry-like delicate lips without hesitation. Although Li Xiaomai was still an innocent girl, she was not entirely ignorant of matters between men and women. The moment Songmo's lips touched hers, an unprecedented wonderful feeling swept over her entire body like a tide, prompting her to instinctively extend her tongue and passionately intertwine with Songmo. Songmo's hands also began to lose their restraint, like agile snakes quietly slipping inside Li Xiaomai's clothes, freely caressing her high and firm breasts, feeling the soft touch and slight elasticity. Chapter 156. Gunshots by the coast. After Songmo and Li Xiaomai had been entangled in bed for a long time, they finally reluctantly separated and began to pick up their clothes. Li Xiaomai quickly put on her clothes and said to Songmo, "Brother Song, I have to go now." However, Songmo suddenly reached out and pulled her, smiling as he said, "We made such a big noise just now. I guess we've woken Bingbing and the others. Stay here tonight and sleep with me." Hearing this, Li Xiaomai nodded, but felt a bit embarrassed, knowing she would definitely be teased by Xiaobing and the others the next morning. The next day, as the sun rose high, Songmo and Li Xiaomai slowly opened their eyes and sat up from the bed, still sleepy. As they stepped out of the shelter, they saw Xiaobing and the others chatting in the kitchen. Upon seeing them, Xiaobing immediately wore a cunning smile and teased Li Xiaomai, "Wow, Xiaomai, you're quite something. You actually snuck out to get cozy with Brother Song while we were asleep." Li Xiaomai blushed deeply at Xiaobing's words, turning as red as a ripe apple, and lowered her head. Xiaobing then said to Songmo, "Brother Song, you're impressive. You've captured Xiaomai so quickly." Chapter 157. Mysterious organization. At that moment, the two of them could clearly observe the situation by the coast. A military ship was quietly docked on the shore, with no obvious markings on its hull, making it difficult to identify which country it belonged to. On the deck of the ship, a military helicopter was parked, seemingly showcasing its authority. Surrounding the deck were many armed individuals, fully equipped and tightly wrapped up, making it nearly impossible to see their faces. Moreover, several people were busy transporting various items from the ship to the shore, while another group was rapidly setting up tents by the coast. Seeing this, Xiaobing quietly said to Songmo, "Brother Song, what do you think these people are up to? They seem like they plan to stay on this deserted island for a long time." Songmo frowned slightly and shook his head in response. "I'm not sure who they really are, but from their equipment and actions, they seem to be forces from a small country, or an armed group from a terrorist organization. As for their purpose here, it remains unknown. Chapter 158. Seizing weapons. Time passed slowly, and after a few minutes, 7 or 8 fully armed individuals unloaded their weapons and entered the tent. Soon, sounds of women crying and screaming came from inside the tent. The voices were filled with fear and despair, sending chills down one's spine. Upon hearing this, Song Mo and Xiaobing's expressions turned serious. They exchanged glances and saw the same realization in each other's eyes. Something terrible was happening inside the tent. Xiaobing bit her lip, unable to hold back her anger, and muttered, "What a bunch of beasts." Her voice was filled with rage and disgust. Song Mo's brow furrowed tightly, and he became increasingly certain that these people were definitely not a regular army. Their behavior resembled that of armed forces from a terrorist organization. With this thought, a sense of worry surged within Song Mo. If this group discovered their shelter, the consequences would be unimaginable. Especially when they saw Xiaobing and the other 7 beautiful women, no one knew what kind of heinous acts these beasts might commit. Time passed in a tense atmosphere, and after nearly 20 minutes, the 7 or 8 armed individuals finally emerged from the tent. Chapter 159. Forced to leave the shelter. The two struggled through the icy snow, and after nearly 3 hours of trekking, finally returned to the shelter. At that moment, they felt as if their bodies were frozen. Every movement seemed exceptionally slow. Their clothes were already covered in thick layers of snow, resembling 2 moving snowmen. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan and the others were anxiously waiting at the kitchen door for their return. Seeing that the two were safe, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once inside the kitchen, they hurriedly took off their outer clothes and began rubbing their nearly frozen hands. Despite this, the cold still lingered, making them shiver uncontrollably. Liu Jiachu watched the two shivering and felt heartbroken, quickly grabbing some firewood to start a fire in the fireplace. However, just as she was about to light the match, Song Mo suddenly called out to stop her, "No fire." Liu Jiachu was taken aback, her hand holding the match frozen in midair. Seeing this, Song Mo quickly recounted their experience by the coast to everyone. After listening to Song Mo's account, Lu Yunhan and the others' faces turned pale, filled with fear and worry. Chapter 160. The shelter is burned. Meanwhile, early that morning at the coast, a squad leader rushed into the commander's tent with a panicked expression, as if there was an urgent situation that needed immediate reporting. "Commander, it's bad. Our squad is missing 2 people. The squad leader's voice was clearly anxious and tense. Upon hearing this, the commander's expression instantly turned grave, his eyes wide with suspicion as he asked, "Missing 2 people? When did this happen?" The squad leader took a moment to compose himself and hurriedly replied, "They were missing during the roll call last night." The commander's anger flared, and he shouted, "Damn it! You noticed they were missing last night, why are you only reporting it now?" The squad leader trembled at the commander's outburst, stammering an explanation, I thought it was too late and didn't want to disturb your rest, so I didn't dare to report it." The commander's brow furrowed tightly. He was clearly dissatisfied with the squad leader's explanation and sternly asked, "Did you send someone to look for them?" The squad leader quickly nodded, replying, "This morning. I sent our squad to look, but we searched for several hours in the woods and still couldn't find them." Chapter 161. Discovery of the cave. Hearing this, Song Mo and the others quickly turned their heads, directing their attention towards the shelter. Everyone saw the thick smoke rising from the direction of the shelter, like a black dragon soaring into the sky. Upon seeing this, Song Mo was filled with rage, gritting his teeth as he said, "It seems that those guys not only found the pond, but also crazily burned down our shelter. I think they are probably following the trail we left to chase us. We need to find a hiding place quickly." As he said this, the anger in everyone was ignited instantly, as if it could burn the snowy ground. The shelter they had worked hard to build was their only reliance in this icy world. Now it had been reduced to ashes by those despicable people. How could they not be furious? However, anger wouldn't solve the problem. The most important thing now was to stay alive. Thus, everyone suppressed their anger and quickened their pace, dragging the heavy sled as they trudged deeper into the dense forest. They moved forward step by step, each step feeling so heavy, as if the weight of the entire world was pressing down on them. Chapter 162. Chasing to the cave. Xiaobing said to Lu Yunhan and the others, "I'll climb up first and pull these things up with Brother Song. Then I'll pull you up." Hearing Xiaobing's words, Lu Yunhan and the others nodded quickly. Xiaobing tightly gripped the rope and began to climb towards the cave without hesitation. Her movements were agile and swift, like a nimble monkey. After all, she was trained as a special forces soldier, with excellent physical fitness and climbing skills. With the help of the rope, her climbing process was even smoother. And in less than a minute, she successfully reached the cave entrance. Seeing this, Lu Yunhan and the others quickly sprang into action. They swiftly tied the supplies with the rope, while Song Mo and Xiaobing cooperated seamlessly, pulling the rope upward with force. After nearly 20 minutes of effort, all the items were finally pulled to the cave entrance. Song Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead and then had Lu Yunhan and the others tie the rope around their waists. He and Xiaobing worked together again, carefully pulling Lu Yunhan and the others up one by one to the cave entrance. Everyone finally reached the cave entrance safely, took a moment to catch their breath, and then began to get busy again. Chapter 163. Stalemate. Xiaobing nervously lowered her voice and said to Song Mo, "Brother Song, not good. It seems this group has found us. What should we do now?" Song Mo's gaze was fixed on the two military dogs below the cave that were barking incessantly. His brows furrowed as he cursed under his breath, "These damn dogs are really annoying." After thinking for a moment, he decisively said, "Let's do this. Each of us aim at a dog, and when I count to 3, we shoot together." With that, Song Mo slowly extended the gun muzzle out of the cave, carefully aiming at one of the military dogs. Seeing this, Xiaobing quickly extended her gun muzzle as well, aiming at the other military dog. Song Mo took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and began to count slowly, 1, 2, 3, with the last number leaving his lips. The two of them almost simultaneously pulled the trigger without hesitation. With two crisp gunshots echoing in the silent forest, the bullets shot out like lightning, hitting the heads of the two military dogs directly. At such a close distance, the dogs' heads were instantly blown apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Chapter 164. Verbal provocation. Seeing this, Xiaobing did not hesitate to extend her gun muzzle, also aiming at the head of another person. Because they were positioned higher than those below, they could clearly observe the situation in the woods beneath the cave. However, the people hiding behind the large trees were completely unaware of their presence. At Song Mo's command, the two fired their guns almost simultaneously. In an instant, two crisp gunshots broke the surrounding silence. The two individuals they aimed at didn't even have time to react before their heads were blown apart. Blood and brain matter splattered onto the white snow, forming a shocking pool of crimson. The bodies of those two collapsed to the ground as if their souls had been drawn out, lying stiffly in the snow, devoid of any life. Hearing the sudden gunfire, the few people left in the woods below the cave were frightened and panicked, hiding behind the large trees like startled rabbits, not daring to show their heads. At that moment, the squad leader hurriedly approached with his subordinates, clearly startled by the sudden gunfire. Chapter 165. Falling into the trap. This series of provocations was like sharp blades piercing the heart of the squad leader, making him so angry he was almost spitting blood. His face turned as red as a ripe apple, the veins on his neck bulging like dragons, as if they were about to burst at any moment. He roared in fury, "Damn it, this is too much. When I catch you, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." His roar was deafening, echoing through the valley and lingering for a long time. At this moment, a fully armed man approached him and whispered, "Captain, what should we do now? This group has been hiding in the cave, and we can't launch a strong attack. Moreover, they are using this kind of language to provoke us, which is simply looking down on us. Even if we want to trap them in this cave, it would take at least 5 or 6 days. The squad leader, already filled with rage, became even angrier upon hearing this and snapped, "Do I need you to tell me? Can't you see I am trying to think of a solution?" The man was instantly terrified by his shout and dared not say another word, silently standing aside, holding his breath. Chapter 166. The angry squad leader. Hearing the squad leader's orders, his subordinates immediately got busy. They quickly moved the firewood from the top of the bonfire to the side. Once the firewood was moved, everyone looked closely and saw that the stone wall had been blackened by the thick smoke, as if it had been soaked in ink. Once the stone wall cooled down a bit, the squad leader made a decisive command to 3 or 4 fully armed subordinates next to him, "You guys, hurry up and climb into the cave to check the situation." The few people responded quickly, grabbing climbing ropes and using all their strength to fling the ropes towards the cave entrance. After several attempts, the hook of the climbing rope finally secured itself firmly onto the rocks at the cave entrance. Seeing this, the 3 or 4 people climbed up the climbing rope without hesitation. In less than 3 minutes, they swiftly reached the cave entrance like agile monkeys. They took a moment to catch their breath and then picked up their weapons, cautiously moving deeper into the cave. Meanwhile, Songmo and Xiaobing were already armed and hidden within the cave, waiting like hunters for their prey. Chapter 167. Bombarding the cave. Inside the cave, Songmo and the others also heard the sound of the helicopter. Lu Yunhan curiously asked Songmo, "Why is there a sound of a plane?" Hearing her question, Songmo replied, "It should be the reinforcements called by that group below." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunhan and the others' expressions changed. Liu Jiachi said worriedly, "Oh no. They even deployed a plane. Are we in danger?" Songmo smiled and said, "Don't worry, our cave is easy to defend and hard to attack. Even if they deploy a plane, they won't be able to do anything to us." Hearing him say this, everyone felt a lot more at ease. They saw a few people descending from the helicopter carrying rocket launchers. The squad leader immediately said to them that those people were too cunning, hiding in that cave and not daring to come out. They even ambushed and killed over 20 of our brothers. Today, I must kill them all to avenge my fallen brothers. Aim at that cave and fire. Even if we can't blow them up, we must collapse the cave entrance and bury them all. After hearing him say this, the several people holding rocket launchers also raised their launchers, aimed at the cave entrance, and decisively pulled the trigger. Chapter 168. The squad leader, who died of anger after a round of shooting, the 4 of them slowly walked into the cave. As they got closer, Songmo and Xiaobing exchanged glances and immediately flashed out from around the corner. Before the 4 could react, they decisively pulled the trigger at them. With a series of gunshots, the 4 fell to the ground, and Songmo and Xiaobing quickly walked up. They first kicked the guns out of their hands, crouched down to check, and found that the 4 had completely lost their breath. They then searched their bodies for supplies, dragged their corpses to the cave entrance, and kicked them directly down into the cave. At this moment, the group of people below the cave were still staring at the entrance. Seeing the 4 corpses fall from the cave entrance, they scattered in all directions to hide. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Songmo and Xiaobing stood at the cave entrance and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger at the group of people below. Another round of gunfire rang out, and instantly, 7 or 8 fully armed people were shot down. Chapter 169. Setting up traps. Songmo smiled and comforted Alice, saying, "Why are you so nervous? Just think, this cave is dozens of meters high above the ground. The wolf pack would need to grow wings to come up." Hearing Songmo say this, Alice shyly smiled a little and awkwardly said, I was just too nervous." Songmo continued with a smile, "No need to be so nervous. The wolf pack should be here to gnaw on the corpses of those people." The next morning, the group of people in the woods left early. When Songmo woke up, Lu Yunhan and the others were still sound asleep, while Xiaobing was at the corner, her eyes fixed on the direction of the cave entrance. Songmo walked to her side and said with a smile, you should get some sleep. It's already bright out. And those people won't come to ambush us again. Xiaobing smiled and said, I'm not that tired. The two took their guns and slowly walked to the cave entrance. Looking into the woods, they saw that the woods were quiet, and there was no smoke rising. Xiaobing curiously asked, where are those people in the woods? They haven't left, have they? Songmo thought for a moment, frowned slightly, and then said, it seems that they have probably returned to the coast. After we killed so many of them, they definitely won't let it go, and will come back for revenge. We need to be prepared in advance. Chapter 170, The Revenge Squad. In less than an hour, the beef in the pot was already cooked, and the aroma filled the air, making everyone salivate. They hurriedly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, grabbed the stewed beef from the pot, and stuffed it into their mouths. After eating the stewed beef, Songmo felt it was time to explain the use of firearms to Lu Yunhan and the others. After all, there were so many guns now. And only he and Xiaobing knew how to use them. They had to ensure that Lu Yunhan and the others could use the guns proficiently. He took a gun and began to detail its structure, functions, and operation methods. After explaining, he also let everyone practice handling the guns to ensure they could master them. It wasn't until the afternoon that the group returned to the coast. The commander saw that a small squad he had sent out had returned with only a handful of people, and they hadn't even seen the enemy's appearance. His anger was instantly ignited. He strode up to them, glaring, and shouted, "You bunch of useless people. So many died. And you didn't even see what the enemy looked like. Do you have the face to come back?" After being scolded by him, the group felt ashamed and lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Chapter 171, Heavy losses. Countless bullets poured down like a dense rain, crazily pelting the stone wall at the cave entrance, producing a crisp and piercing sound. Stone chips flew everywhere, as if a violent stone rain had created a chaotic scene in the air. Each bullet was like a deadly meteor, sparking dazzling flames upon hitting the stone wall, sending chills down one's spine. Fortunately, Songmo and Xiaobing reacted quickly, retreating into the cave just in time, otherwise they might have been hit by the dense barrage of bullets. Once inside the cave, Xiaobing said to Songmo, "Brother Song, this group is much harder to deal with than those we encountered before, and they are quite smart." Songmo nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, their vigilance is very high. It seems we need to be cautious in our responses." Just as they were talking, after a round of gunfire, the outside suddenly fell silent. However, this silence did not last long. Soon, George led a group of subordinates, cautiously approaching the cave entrance. When they were about 100 meters away from the cave entrance, George stopped. He looked around, then ordered 7 or 8 subordinates to stay in place, keeping their guns firmly aimed at the cave entrance. Chapter 172, Leaving reluctantly. George and his group had thought hard for a long time, but could not come up with an effective strategy to deal with Songmo and the others. Just when everyone was at a loss, one subordinate suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He quickly turned his eyes and then whispered to George, "Captain, since we can't think of a good plan, why not stop racking our brains? After all, the commander doesn't know the specifics of this place. How about this? We return to the coast tomorrow morning and lie to him, claiming that we've annihilated everyone in this cave. What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, many people echoed in agreement, expressing their support for this idea. However, upon hearing this, George was enraged. He raised his hand sharply and slapped the subordinate hard across the face. The slap was swift as a storm, leaving a clear handprint on that person's cheek. And the force was so great that he nearly stumbled and fell into the snow. George was instantly furious, cursing at the subordinate. "What the hell kind of idea is that? If we do as you say, what will happen to my old face?" Under George's furious reprimand, the others did not dare to say another word. Chapter 173, Returning to the water's edge. By the afternoon, George and his group returned to the coast. George quickly walked into the tent and said to the commander, "Boss, the people in the cave have been completely eliminated by us." Hearing this, the commander was not too happy, as George's squad had also suffered half casualties. He asked, "How did you eliminate them?" George immediately replied, "Last night at midnight. I led a group of subordinates and quietly approached the cave entrance, continuously throwing grenades inside. Those people were directly blown to death." The commander nodded and asked, "Who exactly were those people in the cave?" George quickly responded, "From their appearance, they look like Europeans, and they were fully armed and well-trained." The commander nodded, frowning, and said, "That's strange. Why would these people appear on this deserted island?" Hearing the commander's words, George shook his head and said, "I'm also curious why this group of people appeared on this deserted island." It must be said that George was quite skilled at lying, on the way back. He had already come up with this set of statements with the surviving members. Chapter 174, Proactive Luna. That morning, before the sun had fully risen, a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, and everyone had already woken from their dreams. Songmo energetically led a group of girls straight into the woods to begin a day of work, cutting bamboo needed for building shelters. After 3 days of hard work, they finally chopped down a large pile of thick bamboo and carried it back to the pond. This was not an easy task, as each bamboo weighed dozens of pounds. But everyone worked together without a single complaint. In the next 2 days, they tirelessly twisted a large amount of dry grass into strong ropes. These ropes would become important materials for building the shelters. With everything ready, they began to construct the shelters. This was a time-consuming and patience-demanding task. With everyone clearly assigned roles, some were responsible for cutting bamboo, some for tying, and some for securing. Day after day, it took nearly half a month, but finally, 3 shelters rose beside the pond. The 3 shelters consisted of 2 large ones and 1 small one. The 2 larger ones were for Xiaobing and the other 8 girls, while Songmo lived alone in the smaller shelter. Chapter 175, Easily dealing with the wolf pack. Originally, the sound insulation of these shelters was far from satisfactory, and the 3 shelters were closely connected, with almost no soundproofing measures between them. Luna's calls were exceptionally loud and penetrating, which undoubtedly caused great trouble for Xiaobing and her companions. They had been immersed in sweet dreams, but this sudden call abruptly woke them up. The calls were sometimes high-pitched and passionate, sometimes soft and melodious, like a symphony full of enthusiasm, making people unable to ignore them. Lying in bed, Xiaobing and her companions listened to Luna's exuberant calls, feeling a burning heat throughout their bodies, as if a fire was raging inside. They silently prayed that Songmo and Luna would quickly end this battle so they could return to peaceful sleep. However, as time passed, there were no signs of the calls stopping. Xiaobing and her friends lay helplessly in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. After about half an hour, the calls finally began to calm down. It seemed that both Songmo and Luna had exhausted themselves and ended this intense activity, panting heavily. Chapter 176, Pirates. Just like that, less than 3 minutes later, dozens of wild dogs suddenly appeared in front of everyone like ghosts. Upon seeing this, everyone instantly became alert. Pointing their guns at the pack of wild dogs, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. However, unexpectedly, this pack of wild dogs seemed to be wary of Songmo and the others and did not attack them. Instead, their attention was completely drawn to the wolf carcasses on the ground. They ruthlessly began a frenzied feast of tearing and gnawing at these corpses. In less than 10 minutes, the once intact wolf carcasses had been torn to shreds by the pack of wild dogs, leaving a mess everywhere. The bloody scene was hard to look at, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Seeing this, Lu Yuhan and the others felt their stomachs churn, and a wave of nausea surged. Unable to endure such a bloody scene, they turned and quickly walked towards the shelter, hoping to distance themselves from this horrifying sight. However, Songmo was different. He smiled faintly and said to himself, "These wild dogs showed up just in time, saving us the trouble of dealing with these wolf carcasses." Chapter 177, ambush on the pirates. After Liu Jiachi said this, she placed her finger on the trigger. Seeing this, Song Mo immediately whispered, "Don't be reckless. Although these people seem lazy, they have guns in their hands. Even if we deal with this group on the coast, are there not others on the cruise ship?" Hearing this, Liu Jiachi slowly removed her finger from the trigger. The group hid behind the bushes, their eyes fixed on the group of people on the coast. After a while, the group on the coast had already prepared 2 wild goats. A few people ran to the cruise ship, grabbed 2 large iron pots, several large buckets of water, and a big box of something resembling seasoning, and set the pots over the fire. They poured water into the pots, chopped the prepared wild goats into small pieces, and started cooking. A group of pirates gathered around the fire in small groups, chatting and smoking while waiting for the goat meat to cook. After nearly an hour, the goat meat in the pot emitted a strong aroma. The smell wafted into the woods, and Song Mo and the others hiding behind the bushes could not help but start drooling at the delicious scent. Chapter 178. Song Mo's reflection. Hearing Xiaobing say this, Lu Yuhan and the others felt a bit of their unease. Song Mo quickly sprang into action, leading a group of girls to start collecting the weapons and equipment scattered around the corpses. They meticulously searched every corner, leaving no valuable items behind. After thoroughly rummaging through the bodies, they unhesitatingly tossed all the pirate corpses into the sea. The bodies were gradually washed away by the waves, disappearing into the vast ocean. At this time, the air along the coast was still filled with a heavy smell of blood, making people feel nauseous. However, Song Mo seemed indifferent to this smell. His attention was completely drawn to the leftover goat meat that the pirates had left in the pot. Song Mo picked up a disposable bowl and chopsticks and unceremoniously ladled out a steaming bowl of goat meat from the pot. He ate heartily, as if it were the most delicious food in the world. After finishing the lamb, Song Mo's gaze fell on the unfinished beers and drinks on the ground. He casually picked up a bottle of beer, bit the cap open with his teeth, and then brought the bottle to his mouth, downing more than half of it in one go. Chapter 179. Having more women isn't necessarily a good thing. Hearing him say this, a group of girls nodded in agreement. Despite being on this deserted island with relatively harsh living conditions, the days here were filled with a carefree atmosphere. Without the hustle and pressure of the city, they could enjoy the bounties of nature every day. Alyssa smiled and said cheerfully, "Song Ji, what's so difficult about this? When we leave here and go back home, I can gather some people to build beautiful villas right on this deserted island. Then we can move over here to live." Upon hearing this, Song Mo was momentarily taken aback, secretly lamenting, "Indeed, it's good to be rich." However, he quickly regained his composure, smiled, and replied, "Ha ha, that's actually a pretty good idea." That night, everyone drank to their heart's content, enjoying delicious beer and fragrant stewed lamb. Lu Yunhan and her group of girls were also a bit tipsy, their faces glowing faintly in the light of the roaring fire, looking particularly charming like ripe apples. After dinner, they gathered around the warm fireplace, continuing to chat until late into the night. Chapter 180. The dense gunfire by the coast. With a faint smile on his lips, Song Mo softly asked, "Xiaomai, what's wrong with you today? Why are you suddenly shouting so loudly?" Li Xiaomei's cheeks instantly flushed, and she shyly replied, "I saw Luna shouting so loudly, so I just followed along." Song Mo felt speechless upon hearing this, secretly muttering, "What kind of strange logic is that?" The two continued to be affectionate on the bed for a while, when Li Xiaomai suddenly looked up at Song Mo and said, "Song Ji, I'm going back now." The smile on Song Mo's face grew more pronounced, and he gently said, "You made such a big noise just now, you must have woken Bingbing and the others. If you go back now, they'll definitely tease you. Just sleep with me tonight." Li Xiaomai obediently nodded, and upon seeing this, Song Mo immediately pulled her tightly into his embrace. That night, the two were completely entwined, as if time had stopped for them. However, perhaps due to the intensity of the night's activities, they slowly woke up the next morning only after the sun had risen high in the sky. Chapter 181, forced into the cave again just like that. Less than 10 minutes passed, and suddenly a group of people appeared in Song Mo's sight, rushing towards the waterhole. There were many of them, roughly estimated to be at least 50 or 60. They ran desperately while occasionally looking back and shooting at the woods behind them, as if something terrifying was chasing them. Seeing the appearance of this group and the weapons they carried, a thought immediately flashed through Song Mo's mind. Their clothing and weapons look so similar to the pirates we encountered and killed by the coast some time ago. Who could be chasing them? While Song Mo was pondering, the pirates also noticed the shelter built by him and the others by the waterhole. Curiosity and surprise appeared on their faces, clearly taken aback by the sudden appearance of the shelter. However, the pirates had no time to care about why this shelter appeared here. Their primary task was to escape from their pursuers. Soon, the pirates charged towards the waterhole like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, several fierce-looking pirates lunged at the shelter like starving tigers pouncing on their prey. Chapter 182, preparing in advance. Lu Yunhan, with a worried expression, asked again, Song Ji. What should we do next? Song Mo sighed deeply and said slowly, at the moment, we have no better options. We can only stay in this cave temporarily. After all, it's relatively safe here. Even if they find us, it will be hard for them to do anything to us. Hearing Song Mo say this, everyone couldn't help but sigh, their mood growing heavier. Lu Yunhan couldn't help but mutter softly, what secrets does this deserted island hide? Why do these people keep coming here? Li Xiaomai seemed to have suddenly thought of something and brightened up, interjecting, do you think there might be some treasure on this deserted island? Maybe these people are here to search for treasure. Liu Jiechi chuckled dismissively and retorted, Xiaomai, I think you've read too many novels. What treasure could this deserted island possibly have? Don't think too much. However, before she could finish, Song Mo said seriously, that's not necessarily true. Maybe this island really does have some treasure. Otherwise, why would these people go to such lengths to come here? Chapter 183, meeting George again. Time passed unknowingly, and more than an hour slipped by in an instant. During this short yet lengthy period, the two diligently set up over 20 traps around the cave. Each trap was cleverly hidden among the grass, behind rocks, or in tree hollows, like traps waiting for prey to fall into them. As they were busy, the sun had slowly risen, and sunlight gradually penetrated the mist in the woods, warming the earth. The golden light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the two, making them feel pleasantly warm. After completing the traps, the two did not rest, but turned to the woods to search for some dry firewood. They bundled it with vines and brought it back to the cave. While at this time, Lu Yunhan and the others had also woken up and were sitting in the sun at the cave entrance. Seeing Song Mo and Xiaobing carrying firewood back to the cave, Lu Yunhan and the others quickly stood up. Song Mo and Xiaobing tied the firewood they brought back to a rope, allowing Lu Yunhan and the others to pull it up. After the firewood was pulled up, Song Mo and Xiaobing climbed up the rope to the cave entrance and brought the rope back inside. Chapter 184, the ruthless commander. At this moment, one of the subordinates said to him, Captain, do you think the treasure we are looking for might be in this cave? Hearing this, George's expression suddenly changed, and he said, if the treasure we are looking for is really in this cave, then it must have been taken away by that group. After saying this, he quickly led his subordinates toward the cave. But they hadn't gone far when one of the subordinates triggered Song Mo and Xiaobing's traps. And with the sound of an explosion, 3 or 4 people were instantly blown away. The others scattered in all directions, but the area was rigged with traps, and the explosions continued to sound one after another. George brought these 40 or 50 people, and more than half of them had already been killed or injured by the explosions. George immediately shouted, quick, retreat back into the woods. Hearing his shout, those who had managed to survive hurriedly ran towards the woods. They retreated several hundred meters before finally stopping. George couldn't help but curse, damn it. I can't believe the area around the cave was rigged with mines. It looks like it was set up by that group we encountered last year. Chapter 185, Capturing George. Seeing that they were less than 100 meters from the cave, George, with a serious expression, shouted to his subordinates, "Listen up. We must spread out and keep a certain distance. When I give the command, we will charge towards the bottom of the cave together. Life and death depend on this moment. Whether we survive or not all depends on our luck." Although the crowd felt some fear upon hearing George's words, they knew there was no other choice, so they scattered and looked for suitable positions. At that moment, George suddenly shouted loudly, "Charge!" His voice echoed like thunder in the open mountains. With that roar, the group surged forward like a herd of startled wild horses, recklessly rushing towards the bottom of the cave. However, their actions did not go smoothly. Just as they started running, deafening explosions erupted. The shockwaves and flames from the blasts instantly engulfed more than 10 people, who didn't even have time to scream before being blown to bits, dying on the spot. Nevertheless, over 10 people successfully reached the bottom of the cave. Chapter 186, Making a Deal. At this point, George finally saw the appearance of Song Mo and his group. When he saw Xiaobing and the other girls, he was taken aback, thinking, could these be the same people he encountered last year? He mustered the courage to ask, "Who are you?" Hearing his question, Song Mo coldly replied, "You don't need to know who we are. If you want to live, just do as I say." Upon hearing this, George quickly nodded in agreement. Song Mo continued, "I believe you know our strength. Continuing to stalemate is not good for either of us. If I let you go, can you get the people at the bottom of the cave to withdraw?" Hearing Song Mo's question, George quickly replied, "I don't have the final say, I'm just a squad leader. All orders must come from the commander." Song Mo then asked, "If I take care of that commander you mentioned, will you be able to let the others leave?" Upon hearing this, George's eyes lit up. The commander had sent them to their deaths, and he had lost all hope in him. Now, this man in front of him wanted to help him deal with the commander, and he had a relatively high status among the group. Chapter 187, Retreat. With a smile on his face, George casually said, "Thank you, boss." The commander seemed unconcerned with George's thanks. He excitedly grabbed the climbing rope and swiftly climbed towards the cave entrance. George stood still, watching the commander's figure intently, and the smile on his face gradually turned into a cold sneer. In less than 2 minutes, the commander climbed to the cave entrance like a monkey. However, just as he steadied himself and hadn't even caught his breath, a deafening gunfire erupted from inside the cave. Countless bullets rained down like a storm, instantly turning the commander's body into a sieve. The commander didn't even have time to scream before he fell straight down from the dozens of meters high cave entrance. His body, like a kite with a broken string, arced through the air before crashing heavily onto the snow, producing a dull thud. This sudden turn of events left everyone at the bottom of the cave stunned. They panicked and scattered, simultaneously raising their weapons and aiming at the cave entrance. Seeing this, George quickly shouted, "Don't panic. Put your guns down." Chapter 188, Seizing the yacht. They stayed in the cave for another 2 days without hearing any gunfire, so they guessed that the group had likely left. That night, after stewing some lamb and eating, everyone sat around the campfire chatting. Lu Yunhan said to Song Mo, "Brother Song, it's been 2 days. They should have left by now, right? Can we go back to the shelter?" Liu Jiaqi also chimed in, "Yeah. Brother Song, I've almost gone crazy staying in this cave all day, and it's inconvenient to go to the bathroom and take a shower. Why don't we go back to the pond?" Hearing them, Song Mo nodded, "All right. We'll head back to the pond tomorrow morning." The others were happy to hear this. The next morning, everyone woke up early. After a quick tidy-up, they walked down from the cave towards the shelter. They walked intermittently and finally returned to the pond by noon. The shelter looked the same as when they left, but there were many more bullet holes in the walls. After walking all the way from the cave, Everyone was starving and drenched in sweat. Chapter 189. Leaving the deserted island, Songmo and Xiaobing took turns shooting at the pirates who were still alive, and soon all the pirates who had been struggling for life lost their signs of life. Since they started shooting until they finished off this group of pirates, there was no movement from the yacht. Songmo speculated that there were likely no pirates left on the yacht, otherwise, they would have already driven the yacht away. However, Songmo did not dare to be careless. He hid behind some bushes and observed for more than 10 minutes, and there was still no movement from the yacht. Only then did Songmo stand up, gun in hand, and slowly walk towards the shore, with Xiaobing and the other girls following closely behind him. With every step they took, they were filled with trepidation, keeping their eyes fixed on the yacht, fearing that someone might suddenly appear and shoot at them. Fortunately, the journey was calm, and when they reached the shore, nothing unexpected happened. Songmo quickly boarded the yacht and began to carefully search every corner. Meanwhile, Xiaobing and the other girls checked the fallen pirates to confirm whether they were really dead. After a tense search, Songmo finally breathed a sigh of relief. No other pirates were found on the yacht. The heart that had been hanging in suspense finally returned to his stomach. Chapter 190. Jealousy. Upon hearing what Songmo and Xiaobing said, Liu Jiachi looked at them with suspicion. She seemed to have serious doubts about what they said and said incredulously, "That's not possible." Seeing her reaction, Xiaobing smiled faintly and said softly, "You'll know when you go back." At that moment, Lu Yunhan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Her gaze fell directly on Songmo as she gently asked, "Song Ji, what are your plans after you get home?" Upon hearing this, Songmo smiled slightly. And his smile revealed a sense of relief and ease that came from having gone through hardships. He slowly replied, "Being trapped on a deserted island for a year has made me realize many things. Family is the most important, everything else is just fleeting. After I get home, I just want to take good care of my mom and my sister, and let them live a happy life." Lu Yunhan nodded, indicating her understanding. Then she added, "Aren't you going to work? Why not come to my company? I can make you the general manager, that way you'll be by my side. And we can look out for each other, right?" Lu Yunhan's words revealed her care and importance for Songmo, however, her remarks stirred dissatisfaction in Alice. Chapter 191. Alice knocks at the door at midnight. As soon as he stepped into the cabin, Songmo eagerly headed towards the control room. Xiaobing immediately stopped him with a smile, saying, "Song Ji, let me take the control room tonight. You go take a shower and then have a comfortable sleep. We've reserved a room for you, just around the corner." Songmo looked at Xiaobing, feeling a warmth in his heart. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Then I will trouble you. If there's any emergency, remember to wake me up." Xiaobing quickly nodded, indicating she understood. Songmo turned and walked towards the room. When Songmo opened the door to the room, he was surprised to find several sets of men's clothes neatly hung in the wardrobe. He thought to himself, "This room seems like it hasn't been occupied by that group of pirates yet. This cruise ship should have just been recently seized by them. But it's a pity that the original people on the ship have most likely been killed by those pirates." He took a set of clothes from the wardrobe and entered the bathroom to pull open the small drawer of the washstand. Inside, he found unopened toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, body wash, and a razor. He turned on the shower, letting the warm water spray over his body. Chapter 192. Taking down Alice. Suddenly, Songmo reached out his arms, tightly wrapping around her waist, and without hesitation pressed his lips against her sexy and charming lips, kissing her fiercely. When Songmo's lips touched hers, Alice felt a strong current instantly spread throughout her body, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Although Alice was still an inexperienced girl, she wasn't completely oblivious to matters between men and women. After a moment of shock, she quickly reacted, extending her tongue to passionately intertwine with Songmo's, while her small hands began to restlessly unbutton his shirt. Feeling Alice's enthusiastic response, Excitement and impulse surged in Song Mo's heart. His hands also began to roam over Alice's smooth skin, feeling her delicacy and softness. As the two kissed and caressed, time seemed to stand still in that moment. Soon, Song Mo's clothes had fallen to the floor like petals, and Alice clearly knew what was about to happen next. She felt a little nervous. As this was her first time, so she softly said to Song Mo, "Song Ge, be gentle, it's my first time." Chapter 193, Being pursued by pirates. Liu Jiachi asked. "Song Ge, when can we go home?" Song Mo smiled and replied, "At this speed, we should be back in Huaxia in no more than 2 days." Liu Jiachi smiled and said, "That's great. Do you think there will be a commotion when our cruise ship docks?" Before Song Mo could respond, Lu Yunhan answered first. "There will definitely be a commotion. After all, the plane we were on crashed a year ago, and the outside world must think we all perished." Liu Jiachi, with a happy face, said, "Then there will definitely be many reporters coming to interview us. We'll all become celebrities, right?" Song Mo smiled and said, "Yeah. We'll all be celebrities then. By the way, Jiachi, what are your plans for the future? Are you still going to be a flight attendant?" Liu Jiachi smiled and said, "After this plane crash, I have a psychological shadow now, so I definitely can't be a flight attendant. When we get home, I'll marry you. And then I'll rely on you to support me, so you have to work hard to earn money." Song Mo smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about money. Didn't Alice say on the deserted island that once we get home, everyone would give us $10 billion US? That would be enough for us to live for several lifetimes." Chapter 194, Song Mo's determination. In an instant, Xiaobing and the others were overwhelmed by the fierce attack, unable to put up an effective counterattack. Meanwhile, the pirates not only kept shooting, but also drove their speedboats at an astonishing speed towards the cruise ship. Before long, the distance between the speedboats and the cruise ship was only a few dozen meters. At that moment, everyone on the cruise ship could clearly hear the roar of the speedboat engines, a sound that filled them with fear. If these ruthless pirates boarded the cruise ship, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the control room, Song Mo finally realized the impending danger. Seeing that the speedboats were about to catch up to their cruise ship, he decisively, and without hesitation, applied the emergency brakes to stop the cruise ship. However, the pirates driving the speedboats clearly did not expect the cruise ship to stop suddenly. By the time they reacted and tried to stop their speedboats, it was already too late. Suddenly, there were loud crashing sounds, as 4 or 5 speedboats crashed violently into the cruise ship. The immense impact caused the cruise ship to shake violently, as if it might capsize. Chapter 195, Despair. At this moment, the distance between the speedboats and the cruise ship was only 200 to 300 meters. Song Mo quickly stood up and ran to the control room, turning the ship's bow without hesitation. He charged straight towards the pursuing speedboats without a second thought. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Xiaobing was driving the speedboat at full speed chasing the cruise ship, but suddenly noticed that the cruise ship had changed direction. Xiaobing reacted quickly, skillfully maneuvering the speedboat to avoid a head-on collision with the cruise ship. However, due to the proximity and urgency of the situation, everything happened too fast. Her speedboat barely grazed the edge of the cruise ship as she narrowly avoided disaster. Meanwhile, the group of girls on the speedboat were frightened and panicking at this scene. They shouted loudly, "Song Ji, no!" Their voices were filled with fear and despair. The pursuing pirates also did not anticipate that the cruise ship would suddenly change direction. They had originally thought the cruise ship would continue to flee, but they did not expect Song Mo to take such a radical approach to deal with the situation. At that moment, the speed of both the yacht and the cargo ship reached its peak, and neither side had time to react further. Chapter 196, Going home. Time passed by second, and about 7 or 8 minutes later, the massive cargo ship gradually approached the speedboat where everyone was. People on the speedboat could clearly see that several crew members had gathered on the deck of the cargo ship. When these crew members saw that there were actually 8 girls on the speedboat, they were filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, Xiaobing and the group of girls recognized the faces of those crew members. Surprisingly, all of these crew members were yellow-skinned Asians. Seeing this, Xiaobing asked without hesitation, "Are you Huaxia people?" Her voice was crisp and loud, echoing in the sea breeze. One of the crew members on the cargo ship immediately responded, "Are you also Huaxia people?" Xiaobing nodded and replied with a smile, "4 of us are Huaxia people, and the other 4 are Americans." After hearing this, the crew member said, "Let me pull you up first." Before he finished speaking, he quickly turned around and shouted to the other crew members to bring a ladder over. In no time, a long ladder was placed on the speedboat, securely bridging the cargo ship's deck. Xiaobing and the group of girls carefully climbed the ladder and successfully boarded the deck of the cargo ship. Chapter 197, Visiting Song Mo's family without hesitation. Xiaobing picked up the phone and skillfully dialed Lu Yunhan's number. The phone rang a few times before Lu Yunhan quickly picked up. "Hello, Han, it's me." Xiaobing's voice was a bit urgent. "I want to visit Song Ji's mother and sister tomorrow. Although he can't come back, we must take good care of his family." On the other end of the line, Lu Yunhan clearly had the same thought, and she immediately replied, "I was just about to contact you. Send me your location, and I'll drive to pick you up tomorrow, then we'll contact Jiachi and Xiaomai." The next morning, sunlight poured through the window onto Lu Yunhan's face as she got up early. After washing up and changing into comfortable clothes, she drove her multi-million-dollar luxury car toward Xiaobing's house. After picking up Xiaobing, they went to pick up Liu Jiachi and Li Xiaomai. Song Mo's home was in a remote rural area, and the journey was long and rugged. The car sped along the highway for 4 to 5 hours before finally arriving at the county where his family lived. Although the county was not large, it had some bustling commercial streets and supermarkets. The 4 girls got out of the car and entered a supermarket, purchasing a large number of daily necessities and food to bring to Song Mo's family. Chapter 198, Conversation with Song's mother. Hearing Xiaobing say this, Song Yang was directly stunned in place, and after several seconds, she finally spoke. "What did you say?" "You said you are my brother's wives." The 4 girls nodded with smiles. "Did my brother not die a year ago? When did you become my brother's wives? He never mentioned anything about you to me before." Song Yang said with disbelief on her face. During the media interviews, Xiaobing and the others had not mentioned Song Mo, mainly because bringing him up would cause sadness. Therefore, the outside world did not know about the relationship between Song Mo and them. Xiaobing smiled and said, "This is a long story. Do you think we can go in and talk slowly?" Song Yang immediately nodded and said, "Please come in." The girls opened the trunk, carried the things they bought, and followed Song Yang into the house. When they entered the living room, they found that apart from an old sofa and an old color TV, there was only a square table left. Against the wall was a long table with 2 picture frames and an incense burner on it. One of the frames held a photo of a man in his 50s, and the other held a photo of Song Mo. Chapter 199, Becoming Wealthy After Eating. Xiaobing and the others voluntarily cleaned up the dishes and took them to the kitchen to wash. Once everything was tidied up, they sat on the old sofa in the living room and began to chat. Lu Yunhan looked around at the dilapidated home and felt a wave of sadness. She turned to Song Yang and said, "Xiao Yang, after the plane crash, the airline and your company should have compensated for Song Ji, right? Why don't you use some of that money to improve your living environment?" Song Yang nodded and said helplessly, "Yes, the compensation amounts to over 2 million. But my mother is not well, and this money needs to be saved for her medical treatment." While on the deserted island, although Song Mo had mentioned to them that his mother was unwell, he had not gone into detail about the situation. Seeing this, Lu Yunhan quickly asked with concern, "Can you tell me what exactly is wrong with Auntie?" Song Yang forced a smile and sighed, "My mother has chronic kidney disease and needs dialysis every so often. The doctor said the best treatment is a kidney transplant, but we haven't found a suitable donor. Also, her heart is not in good condition. Chapter 200, Song Mo's survival. Indeed, the power of money and influence is immense. In just 3 days, with Alice's full assistance, a perfectly matched kidney donor was found. The doctors quickly took action and performed the kidney transplant on Song's mother. On the day of the surgery, Alice also flew to Yangjing to visit Song's mother. The surgery went exceptionally smoothly without any unexpected complications. Next, Song's mother just needed to rest and recover, and her health would gradually improve. Alice also fulfilled her promise without hesitation, giving everyone $10 billion. This enormous wealth left everyone stunned, but it also made them feel Alice's generosity and integrity. Suddenly becoming so wealthy, everyone found it a bit hard to adapt. To better care for her mother, Song Yang decided to follow Lu Yunhan and others' advice and buy a house near the hospital. However, Song's mother firmly opposed this idea. She told Song Yang that even though they now had money, they should not waste it so recklessly. More importantly, this money was earned with Song Mo's life. Song's mother believed that every penny should be cherished and not squandered on buying property. Faced with Song's mother's insistence, everyone felt it inappropriate to push further. Chapter 201, Discovering coconut trees by the coast. After nearly half an hour of rest, Song Mo's body gradually regained some strength. He slowly stood up, stretched his limbs, and then his gaze fell on the lighter that was placed under the sun to dry. He carefully picked up the lighter, silently praying that it would ignite. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the button on the lighter. However, the first attempt was unsuccessful, and the lighter showed no response. Undeterred, Song Mo continued to press it another 7 or 8 times. Just when he was about to give up, suddenly, the lighter emitted a bright flame, which made Song Mo ecstatic. Since the lighter could ignite a fire, he no longer needed to spend time and effort trying to create fire by drilling wood. He gently placed the lighter under a big tree, turned around, and went into the woods to gather some dry branches and dead grass to bring back under the tree and start the fire. Next, he took off his wet clothes and pants, hanging them on a branch to dry, wearing only a pair of shorts. Although he had just eaten some banana heart to replenish some moisture and regain some strength, he knew that to recover his energy quickly, he needed to eat something nutritious. Chapter 202, Looking for a suitable place to build a shelter. When Song Mo woke up, the sun had already slowly risen above the horizon. He got up from the banana leaves and stretched his slightly sore body. Looking at the few fire pits, there were only some charcoal left, still emitting wisps of smoke. Although he still had a lighter, Song Mo didn't dare to use it carelessly, as there wasn't much gas left in it. He took some dead grass and placed it on the fire pit, leaning in close to blow on it. After 3 or 4 minutes, the dead grass caught fire again, and Song Mo quickly added some dry branches. It was only after the dry branches were fully ablaze that he stood up and went to the shore, squatting down to splash some seawater on his face. Song Mo thought that since he was now stranded on this deserted island, he might as well live well here. He stood up and walked along the coast, hoping to find some usable materials among the debris washed ashore. After walking quite a distance along the coastline, he finally spotted a tattered fishing net among the trash washed up by the sea. He picked up the fishing net and examined it, noticing that it was full of holes and had a lot of garbage hanging from it. Chapter 203, Upset Stomach. After letting out a deep sigh, Song Mo continued walking along the coast. His steps felt heavy, as if there were many unspoken worries in his heart. However, he did not stop, but kept moving forward, as if this was the only way to forget those unpleasant things. After walking 3 or 4 kilometers, Song Mo suddenly saw a small hill in the distance along the coastline. This small hill stood out on the flat shoreline, catching his attention. Song Mo couldn't help but quicken his pace to explore. As he got closer to the hill, he realized it was not an ordinary hill, but a small mound made of stones. The hill was about 50 to 60 meters high and several hundred meters long. It was overgrown with weeds, giving it a desolate feel. Song Mo walked slowly along the foot of the hill, carefully observing the surrounding environment. As he walked, he suddenly noticed an opening ahead. The entrance was less than 2 meters off the ground and looked somewhat concealed. Excited, Song Mo quickly walked to the cave entrance. He carefully climbed up to the opening and peered inside. Seeing that the cave was less than 2 meters high and the space inside was only about 7 or 8 square meters. Chapter 204, Searching for food in the woods with practiced movements, Song Mo drew his military knife from his waist. The blade flashed as he began to process the sea fish. He swiftly cut open the belly of the fish, removed the internal organs, and quickly scraped off the scales. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. In less than 10 minutes, the once lively sea fish was completely cleaned, leaving only the white fish meat. He rinsed the fish with seawater and then brought it to the stove at the cave entrance. Song Mo picked up some dry branches from the nearby pile and placed them on the stove, then used the lighter to ignite the fire. Next, he took a coconut and struck the top with his knife to create an opening. He placed the coconut over the fire, allowing the flames to slowly roast the coconut shell. Song Mo then cut the cleaned sea fish into small pieces and placed them directly inside the coconut. As time passed, about 20 minutes later, the sea fish in the coconut began to emit a delicious aroma. The scent wafted through the sea breeze, making anyone who smelled it drool. Seeing this, Song Mo quickly found 2 sticks and carefully lifted the coconut off the fire. Chapter 205, Catching a lizard. Song Mo was startled and instinctively took a step back. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a huge lizard. The lizard was about 1 meter long, covered in a thick layer of scales, and looked quite fierce. A thought flashed through Song Mo's mind: in some places in Vietnam, people consider lizards a delicacy. Although he didn't know what species this lizard was, he knew that the most important thing was to catch it. Seeing the human in front of it, the lizard raised its head, flicked its tongue at Song Mo, and then turned to run away. As the lizard tried to escape, Song Mo immediately took big strides to chase after it. He moved quickly, like a gust of wind, closing the distance between himself and the lizard in the blink of an eye. Although the lizard was fast, it was still slightly slower than Song Mo. Before long, he successfully caught up to it. Song Mo reached out his hand and, like a flash of lightning, grabbed the lizard's tail. The lizard struggled desperately, but its strength seemed insignificant in front of Song Mo. He easily lifted the lizard, which continued to twist in the air, trying to break free from his grip. Chapter 206, Harvesting big crabs. However, the sound of thunder and rain outside felt like an invisible hand gripping his ears, making it hard for him to sleep. Images of Xiaobing and her group of girls unconsciously flashed in his mind. These thoughts swirled in his head, making his mind even more chaotic. He kept overthinking until midnight, when he finally dozed off in a daze. The next day, he slowly opened his eyes just before noon. He walked to the cave entrance, where the sky was still drizzling with light rain. The entire sky was overcast, indicating that the rain wouldn't stop anytime soon. He walked to the stove and carefully used a stick to clear the sand covering the fire pit. The unburnt charcoal, upon contact with the air, immediately began to spark. Song Mo quickly added some firewood, and soon the wood was ignited. He descended from the cave to the shore, picked up the fishing net, and to his surprise, found that it had caught 3 large crabs and a sea fish weighing over 1 pound. Seeing these gains, Song Mo felt overjoyed. After all, the taste of the big crabs and sea fish was much better than that of lizard meat. Chapter 207, The natives who eat raw meat. After walking about 200 or 300 meters, Song Mo suddenly saw 5 or 6 figures in the nearby woods. These people were exceptionally tall, each nearly 2 meters high, standing there like small mountains. As Song Mo focused his gaze, he couldn't help but gasp. All of these individuals were pitch black as ink. They were almost completely naked, only covering their private parts with animal hides. And each held a bow and arrow in their hands. At this moment, they were only a few dozen meters away from Song Mo, but fortunately, They were facing away from him and did not notice his presence. Song Mo dared not hesitate for a moment and quickly found a dense thicket to hide behind. He nervously observed their every move through the gaps in the bushes. One of the individuals walked up to a bush and slowly crouched down. After a while, that person stood up, and to Song Mo's surprise, he was holding a dead monkey. The monkey had several arrows sticking out of its body, clearly just shot. Song Mo thought to himself that this monkey must be the one that had just let out a terrible scream. Chapter 208, Dealing with 4 natives that morning. Sunlight spilled over the shimmering sea, and like usual, Song Mo got up early and roasted 2 plump crabs for breakfast. After a hearty meal, he leisurely walked to a large rock by the coast, preparing to start his day of fishing. Sitting quietly on the rock, he fixed his gaze on the bobber made of foam on the water's surface. Time ticked by, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Yet the bobber remained still. However, Song Mo did not feel anxious. For him, fishing was not just about catching food, it was also a way to pass the time. After all, he was the only one on this deserted island, and his daily food needs were relatively low, so he wasn't in a hurry to catch fish. Just as he was waiting idly for a bite, suddenly, a series of monkey screams echoed from the woods. The cries were extremely piercing, as if suffering immense pain. Song Mo's heart tightened. He immediately put down his fishing rod, leaped off the rock, and swiftly drew out his military knife, running towards the direction of the woods without hesitation. Before he reached the edge of the woods, the screams grew closer. Chapter 209, Collecting rainwater to boil sea salt. At that moment, Song Mo's expression was emotionless, with no compassion in his heart. He unhesitatingly picked up his military knife and ruthlessly dealt a stab to each of the 4 natives, who had lost the ability to fight back. With his actions, blood splattered, and within half a minute, the 4 natives had turned into 4 cold corpses, lifelessly lying on the ground. Song Mo quickly picked up the bows and arrows of the 4 natives, and did not bother to deal with their bodies. He knew very well that the strong smell of blood would quickly attract carnivorous animals. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, a loud commotion suddenly erupted from the woods. Soon after, a sharp barking sound broke through the air, echoing in the silent woods. Hearing the barking, Song Mo immediately understood that a pack of hyenas had caught the scent of blood and were rushing this way. He dared not delay, promptly grabbed his bow and arrows, and hurriedly walked towards the coast. Before long, dozens of hyenas appeared like hungry wolves in front of the 4 natives. They stared with blood-red eyes, drooling, and began to frantically gnaw at the 4 corpses. Chapter 210, Poisoned Arrows. The wild chicken also saw Song Mo approaching, and, instead of fleeing, curiously looked at him. Emitting a series of crisp calls, Song Mo approached the tree, took aim at the wild chicken with his bow and arrow, and shot without hesitation. The arrow pierced through the wild chicken's body, which let out a cry, and, along with the arrow, flew 4 to 5 meters forward before falling to the ground, flapping its wings incessantly. Song Mo quickly walked over to pick it up, grabbing its head and twisting it forcefully. The wild chicken twitched a few times before going completely still. He pulled out the arrow from its body, held the wild chicken in one hand, and the bow and arrow in the other, as he returned to the bamboo basket. After placing the wild chicken and the bow in the basket, he was about to carry it towards the coast when suddenly, he heard the sound of an animal. The sound was somewhat like that of a frog, and Song Mo immediately looked around. Before long, he spotted a small red frog under a large tree. He slowly walked forward to observe it, and upon closer inspection, he realized this frog was actually a poison dart frog. Song Mo knew that this poison dart frog contained a potent toxin, with just 0.2 milligrams enough to kill a person. Chapter 211, The burning cruise ship. The other wolves, seeing their companion rolling on the ground, were equally frightened. Their bodies tensed up instantly, and the previously noisy sounds suddenly ceased. The wolf shot with the poisoned arrow writhed in pain on the ground, its body trembling and convulsing, as if suffering greatly. As time passed, the convulsions gradually decreased until they completely stopped, and the wolf showed no further signs of life. Song-mo witnessed this thrilling scene and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He thought to himself, I never expected the potency of this poison arrow to be so strong, able to kill a wolf in just a few minutes. If those natives really found me, I could use these poisoned arrows to defend myself. However, his joy did not last long, as a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Since he could think of making poisoned arrows, how could those natives who had survived on this deserted island for generations not know? If they also used poisoned arrows against him, that would be a huge problem. With this thought, Song-mo's mood suddenly became heavy. He realized that although he had acquired a weapon like poisoned arrows, he also faced the risk of being countered by the same means. Chapter 2:12. The cruel natives. At that moment, he suddenly saw a group of people walking towards the coast from the woods. Song-mo quickly hid behind a bush. Fortunately, the group did not discover his presence. Peering through the bushes at the group, he saw that they were indeed the natives of this deserted island, a total of 9. Each holding a bow and a stone knife. Song-mo also knew that this group of indigenous people must have seen the rising smoke by the coast, which is why they came back to check the area. Upon seeing these indigenous people appear, Song-mo couldn't help but start to worry about the group by the coast. He saw the 9 indigenous people walk to the shore and immediately spot the group not far away, heading straight towards them. At the same time, the group also saw the approaching indigenous people and was instantly frightened, turning pale and screaming loudly. They stood up and turned to run into the distance. But the indigenous people immediately chased after them. Although the group ran quite fast, they could not outrun the indigenous people. Before long, the group was caught and surrounded by the 9 indigenous people. Taking advantage of the situation, Song-mo lowered his body and slowly approached the group of indigenous people. Chapter 2:13. Easily dealing with 9 indigenous people. Song-mo's reaction to the several stone knives that suddenly stabbed at him was extremely swift. Without hesitation, he immediately squatted down, as if he had anticipated this sudden attack. At the moment he crouched, he quickly kicked out a fierce sweeping leg, as fast as lightning, accurately hitting one of the indigenous people's calves. The force of this kick was immense, sending that indigenous person flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. At the same time, the military knife in Song-mo's hand struck like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, piercing into another indigenous person's thigh at an astonishing speed. The knife easily penetrated the indigenous person's flesh, embedding deeply within. The moment the knife was pulled out, the indigenous person let out a piercing scream, clutching his injured thigh tightly and collapsing to the ground in pain. From the moment Song-mo crouched down to successfully injure these 2 indigenous people, the entire process took only 2 or 3 seconds, quick as lightning, leaving people astonished. However, just as Song-mo stood up, the 3 indigenous people's stone knives came rushing down at his head like a rainstorm. This time, the attack was fierce and caught him off guard. Chapter 2:14. The Korean who seeks shelter. Upon hearing Song-mo's words, Choi Se-yeon felt anxious and quickly shouted, "Where are you going? Can we follow you?" Her voice revealed a hint of anxiety and unease. Song-mo, expressionless, looked at her coldly and said, "I am used to being alone. And my living space is quite small, it can't accommodate so many of you." His tone was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. After speaking, Song-mo turned and continued walking forward, seemingly not wanting to have any further dealings with these Koreans. After all, he realized that these 4 Koreans had no outdoor survival experience, and taking them in would undoubtedly mean carrying 4 burdens. Seeing Song-mo walk away, the 4 Koreans exchanged glances and hurriedly chased after him. Noticing the movement behind him, Song-mo helplessly stopped, turned around with an annoyed look, and coldly said, "I already told you not to follow me, do you not understand?" Upon seeing this, Choi Se-yeon's eyes instantly welled up with tears, and she looked pitiful as she said, "But where are you going to take us? This deserted island is so dangerous, and there are those man-eating indigenous people, we really don't know what to do." Chapter 2:15. Sheltering 4 Koreans. As time passed, nearly half an hour went by, and the pack of hyenas finally finished devouring the corpses, leaving not even bones behind. Satisfied, they turned and raced into the depths of the forest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Once the hyenas left, Songmo and the 4 Koreans headed straight towards the large trees piled with supplies. When Songmo reached the tree and his gaze fell on the supplies, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered treasure. He silently marveled, "I never expected that these 4 Koreans brought down so many supplies from the cruise ship. This is truly the heavens favoring me, specially arranging for these Koreans to appear here with these supplies." Yoon Ji-hoon eagerly opened a large cardboard box, revealing a neatly arranged box full of cigarettes, dazzling to the eye. Seeing this, Songmo excitedly walked over, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. He quickly grabbed a pack of cigarettes, tore open the packaging, and impatiently opened a box, pulling out a cigarette and skillfully placing it in his mouth. Chapter 2:16. Songmo gets angry unknowingly. The sun slowly began to set below the horizon. The 4 Koreans set up 2 tents under the cave, with Park Jun-hyun and Yoon Ji-hoon sharing one and Choi Si-yeon and Lee Si-hye sharing the other, to prevent wild animals from attacking at night. Songmo instructed them to light a large bonfire, about 3 to 4 meters away from the tents. With the addition of these 4 Koreans, the daily consumption of food and water increased significantly. Although the torn fishing net in the sea could catch some fish, lobsters, and crabs every day, it was still not enough to meet their daily food needs. Days passed, and before they knew it, 5 or 6 days had flown by in the blink of an eye. One morning, after roasting and eating the last few crabs, Songmo turned to Yoon Ji-hoon and the others and said, "I plan to go into the woods to see if there's anything else to eat." Upon hearing this, Yoon Ji-hoon and Park Jun-hyun quickly nodded in agreement. Yoon Ji-hoon looked at Songmo and said, "Songbro, you must be careful. I won't go with you." Park Jun-hyun quickly added, "Yeah, Songbro, the woods are too dangerous. I won't accompany you either." Chapter 2:17. Using a knife to kill Yoon Ji-hoon and the others slumped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Songmo leisurely walked over to another large tree and leaned against the trunk. He first pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, expertly placing it in his mouth. Then he lit it with a lighter, took a deep puff, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. While he was enjoying the smoke, suddenly, something caught his eye. He focused and discovered that there seemed to be something wriggling on the branch of the tree where the 4 Koreans were resting. Upon closer observation, he realized it was a snake as thick as an arm. The snake's skin was almost the same color as the tree trunk, making it difficult to spot without careful observation. Looking closer, he noticed that the snake's head was triangular, a typical characteristic of venomous snakes. Just as he was about to warn Yoon Ji-hoon and the others, a wicked thought suddenly flashed in his mind. What if all 4 of these Koreans were bitten by the venomous snake? Once this thought emerged, it grew wildly in his heart like weeds. He couldn't help but glance at the panting Choi Si-yeon and Lee Si-hye, recalling how they had almost always obeyed his every word these past few days. Chapter 2:18. A man's words are deceitful. At this moment, Yoon Ji-hoon and Park Jun-hyun had already collapsed on the ground, wailing incessantly. Songmo hurriedly walked up to them, crouched down, and showed an expression of extreme fear and concern. He trembled as he asked, "What happened to you two? Are you okay?" Yoon Ji-hoon groaned in pain, his voice so weak it was barely audible. He stammered, "Song-hyun, please help me quickly, I don't want to die." Park Jun-hyun's situation was equally dire. His face was filled with terror, his lips turned purple, and he pleaded, "Song-hyun, I don't want to die either, please, help us." Songmo, distressed, said, "How could you two be so careless? Didn't I warn you both about the poisonous snakes? How could you get bitten? What are we going to do now?" At that moment, the snake venom in Yoon Ji-hoon and Park Jun-hyun's bodies had begun to take effect, causing their bodies to convulse involuntarily, each spasm doubling their agony. As time passed, their consciousness gradually faded, and the faint cries for help they were able to muster slowly disappeared. Within less than 3 minutes, they seemed to have lost their souls, completely silent, their bodies no longer responding. Chapter 2:19. A worldview overturned. Soon, the wild chicken in the pot was cooked, and the three, who had long been starving, eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the stewed wild chicken. After finishing the stewed wild chicken, Choi Si-yun and Lee Si-wye quickly sprang into action, cleaning up the bowls and pots before heading to the shore to wash them. Meanwhile, Song-mo leisurely lit a cigarette and began to smoke, his gaze falling on the busy figures of Choi Si-yun and Lee Si-wye at the shore. And he couldn't help but think of Xiaobing and the group of girls. Before long, Choi Si-yun and Lee Si-wye returned to the cave entrance after cleaning the bowls. Choi Si-yun cautiously approached Song-mo and asked softly, "Song-hyung, is there anything else we need to do? We can do it right now." Hearing her inquiry, Song-mo couldn't help but give a wry smile and said, "You two don't have to be so afraid of me, am I really that scary?" Choi Si-yun and Lee Si-wye quickly shook their heads, seemingly trying to prove that they were not afraid of Song-mo. Seeing this, Song-mo smiled slightly and said, "You two can sit down first. I have something I want to discuss with you." Chapter 2:20. Can we move to the cave to live with you? Just then, Choi Si-yun seemed to gather her courage and suddenly said to Song-mo, "Song-hyung, can Si-wye and I move to the cave to live with you at night?" Song-mo was taken aback by this statement, looking at Choi Si-yun in surprise and asking, "Aren't you two fine in the tent? Why do you suddenly want to move to the cave to live with me?" Choi Si-yun's face turned slightly red as she shyly replied, "I just want to spend more time with you. As long as you don't chase us away or kill us, we'll do whatever you ask." After hearing Choi Si-yun's words, Song-mo felt speechless, secretly cursing in his heart, "What do you all take me for?" However, Song-mo didn't show his dissatisfaction. He smiled faintly and said, "You two don't need to worry, since I've taken you in, I will definitely ensure your safety. I will never chase you away, let alone kill you." Upon hearing Song-mo say this, a hint of hesitation appeared on Choi Si-yun's face. Chapter 2:21. Searching for food in the rainy woods. Looking up, the sky was still drizzling with fine rain, seemingly endless. The entire sky was shrouded in a layer of grey haze, giving a feeling of oppression. It seemed that this rain would not stop anytime soon. Song-mo slowly walked out of the cave and onto the shore. He took a deep breath, feeling the sea breeze, then bent down to check the old fishing net. However, today's luck didn't seem to be very good. After checking, he found that the net had only caught a fish weighing less than a pound. Song-mo felt a bit disappointed and frustrated. After all, this fish was too small to satisfy the hunger of the three of them. He sighed helplessly, unhooked the fish from the net, carefully placed it into a fish cage to keep it alive, and then returned the fishing net to the sea. Back in the cave, Song-mo didn't linger too long. He quickly grabbed a compound bow, slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder, and headed into the woods without hesitation, braving the rain. Not long after, he discovered some wild mushrooms in the woods. He was overjoyed, quickly stopped, and began to carefully examine the mushrooms, selecting the edible varieties before swiftly picking them and placing them into the bamboo basket. Chapter 2:22. The wolf pack strikes at midnight. In the middle of the night, fine rain was still falling from the sky, drizzling continuously. In this quiet moment, a chilling wolf howl suddenly pierced the tranquility of the night from the woods. The three, who were sound asleep, were instantly awakened by the sudden howl. Song-mo quickly got up, grabbed the compound bow that was placed nearby, and hurried to the cave entrance. Standing at the entrance, he gazed into the dark woods, trying to catch a glimpse of the wolves, but all he could see was pitch black. Looking back, he noticed that the firewood in the stove had burned down, leaving only a few weak embers still flickering. Without hesitation, Song-mo picked up some dry grass and firewood and gently placed them in the stove. Then, he grabbed a wooden board and quickly struck it a few times against the stove. In an instant, the dry grass and firewood ignited, and the flames rose high, illuminating the area around the cave entrance. Choi Si-yun and Lee Si-ya were also frightened by the wolf howl, and they huddled closely together as they slowly approached the cave entrance. Their faces were pale, and their hands and feet trembled uncontrollably, clearly feeling fear and tension from the unknown danger. Song-mo noticed their unease and smiled reassuringly, saying, "Don't be afraid, it's okay. I've seen the wolves on this deserted island before. They are only as big as a stray dog and pose no threat to us." His voice was gentle yet firm, instilling a sense of inexplicable comfort. Chapter 223, The Archery Skills of Choi Si-yun and Lee Si-ya. Almost simultaneously with the release of the first arrow, she had already picked up the second arrow, skillfully narking it on the bowstring, and aimed at another wolf. Once again, she released the bowstring, and the second arrow, like the first, shot with astonishing speed and accuracy, hitting the wolf in the neck. The wolf instantly collapsed, writhing in pain on the ground. Immediately after, Choi Si-yun's movements showed no signs of slowing down. She swiftly picked up the third arrow, narked it on the bowstring, and without hesitation released it. This arrow, like the previous two, accurately struck the third wolf in the neck. From the moment Choi Si-yun picked up the compound bow to the killing of the three wolves, the entire process took no more than a dozen seconds. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, leaving onlookers in awe. This scene left Song-mo dumbfounded. He widened his eyes, unable to believe what was unfolding before him. He had originally thought Choi Si-yun was just a frail girl, but he didn't expect her archery skills to be so impressive. Moreover, her decisiveness in action was not at all inferior to his own. As he watched their companions fall one after another, struck by arrows, the wolf pack became terrified, retreating more than 10 meters before stopping. Chapter 224, The monkey's screams. The corners of Song-mo's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile, as if he weren't surprised by the scene before him. He calmly explained, "There's actually nothing strange about this. Many animals treat their companions as food. After all, in nature, survival is the most important thing. And sometimes they have to commit cruel acts to fill their bellies. And it's not just animals, even humans do the same. Haven't you seen scenes of indigenous people eating each other?" As time passed, the corpses of the 4 hyenas were quickly reduced to a pile of white bones by their companions. However, perhaps due to the presence of poison from the poison dart frogs on the bodies of the wolves and hyenas, these hyenas began to show signs of poisoning after feasting on the corpses. They toppled over one by one, their bodies twitching uncontrollably, and the barking sounds they emitted became eerily strange and terrifying. Seeing this, both Choi Si-yun and Lee Si-ya were immensely shocked. Choi Si-yun turned to Song-mo and asked, "Song-ji, what is wrong with this group of hyenas? Why are they acting like they are crazy?" Song-mo replied with a smile, "Of course they are poisoned." Chapter 225, Teaming up to kill the indigenous people. Song-mo slowly shook his head, his expression serious as he said, "No, I need to go check the woods. After all, the first time I encountered those indigenous people, I also heard the screams of monkeys. If they really discover the cave where we are staying, it would be a huge problem." As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of Choi Si-yun and Lee Si-ya turned pale, as if shrouded in an invisible fear. The terrifying scene of the indigenous people eating their companions flashed through their minds like a nightmare, the bloody and cruel images making their hearts nearly stop. After a few seconds of silence, Lee Si-ya finally came to her senses. She stared wide-eyed at Song-mo and asked, "Song-ji, you're so powerful. Why are you still afraid of those indigenous people? If they really find this place, can't you just kill them all?" Song-mo smiled slightly and patiently explained, "You're thinking too simply. If it were just 7 or 8 indigenous people, I might be able to handle it, but what if there are dozens or hundreds? No matter how strong I am, I can't deal with that many people at once." Chapter 226, Successfully killing 7 indigenous people. Their bodies convulsed uncontrollably, blood gushing from their wounds, staining the muddy ground beneath them. However, everything happened too quickly. The other 4 indigenous people hadn't even had time to recover from their shock when the second arrow from Song Mo and his companions struck again. 3 dull thuds sounded as 3 more indigenous people were hit in the chest, falling to the ground with screams. Their bodies hit the muddy ground heavily, splashing up a cloud of murky water. At this point, only 1 indigenous person remained. He finally realized the danger before him, his eyes wide with fear as he turned and ran without hesitation. Seeing this, Song Mo and his companions quickly grabbed a poisoned arrow each, narked them on their bowstrings, and aimed at the fleeing indigenous person, shooting without hesitation. However, unexpectedly, the indigenous person proved to be quite cunning. During his escape, he deliberately adopted a serpentine movement, dodging left and right, causing the arrows shot by Song Mo and his companions to miss. This delay allowed the distance between him and them to stretch to 50 or 60 meters. Chapter 227, Li Xia running a high fever. When Song Mo and his companions returned to the cave entrance, they looked utterly miserable. Soaked as if they had just been pulled from the water, they were drenched. Song Mo looked at Choi Si-yun and Li Xia with concern, saying, "You two should quickly change out of your wet clothes. Don't catch a cold and get sick." "Don't worry, I definitely won't peek." However, Choi Si-yun mumbled, "It wouldn't matter even if you did peek." Although Song Mo heard her words, he didn't understand the meaning since she was speaking in Korean. He didn't pay any mind, squatting down to pick up some dry firewood from the side, carefully placing it into the stove. Then, he took a piece of wood and fanned the fire, trying to get it to burn quickly. Before long, the firewood in the stove was finally ignited, and the flames gradually grew stronger. Meanwhile, Choi Si-yun and Li Xia turned back into the cave to begin taking off their soaked clothes. Even though Song Mo was facing away from them, he could still clearly hear the subtle sounds they made while undressing. These sounds stood out clearly in the quiet cave, causing all sorts of chaotic thoughts to involuntarily arise in Song Mo's mind. Chapter 228, Encountering monsters in the woods, perhaps due to taking antipyretics. Li Xia had woken up by the afternoon. Seeing her awake, both Song Mo and Choi Si-yun breathed a sigh of relief. The rain had been intermittent for 3 days, leaving the 3 of them with nothing to do but languish in the cave. Fortunately, during these 3 days, the fishing net had been quite effective, catching some crabs and lobsters every day, so they didn't have to worry about food, and there was plenty of firewood stored in the cave. That morning, Song Mo woke up early, and Choi Si-yun and Li Xia were still fast asleep. He didn't wake them, tiptoeing to the cave entrance. The rain had stopped, and looking up, the entire sky was a brilliant blue. Song Mo couldn't help but exclaim, "Finally, the rain has stopped. I've been going stir-crazy these past few days." Breathing in the fresh morning air, Song Mo felt great. After eating crabs and lobsters for almost every meal, he was starting to get tired of it. Now that the rain had stopped, he decided to head into the woods to see if he could find some other food and pick some wild mushrooms. Thinking of this, I strapped the bamboo basket to my back, took the compound bow, and specifically brought along some extra arrows, preparing to head into the woods to see if I could find more poison dart frogs and gather some more poison arrows. Chapter 229, Solve the monster. The monster turned its head to glance at the arrow on the tree trunk, and its anger was instantly ignited. Its fur stood on end, and it let out a deafening roar. This roar seemed to come from the depths of hell, filled with endless rage and killing intent, sending chills down one's spine. Immediately after, the monster charged at Song Mo like an enraged bull. Its speed was astonishing, like a flash of lightning, and in the blink of an eye. It was right in front of Song Mo. Seeing the monster rushing towards him, Song Mo dared not delay for a moment. Quickly throwing the compound bow to the ground and drawing his military knife from his waist, gripping it tightly. Although the monster was massive, its movements were incredibly agile, almost ghost-like. Its speed was shocking, and in just a few seconds, it had closed the distance to Song Mo. It raised a massive hand and slammed it down towards Song Mo's head. This strike was immensely powerful. If it hit Song Mo's head would probably burst like a watermelon. Fortunately, Song Mo was quick to react. Just as the monster's hand was about to strike him, he swiftly dodged to the side and raised his military knife, hacking fiercely at the monster's arm. Chapter 230. The wolf pack attacks again. At night, after nearly 2 hours of arduous trekking, Song Mo finally managed to carry the wild goat back to the cave. Meanwhile, Kui Shiyan and Li Xia had been anxiously waiting at the cave entrance. When they saw that Song Mo had brought back such a huge wild goat, they were both incredibly shocked and overjoyed, quickly rushing to the cave below. At this point, Song Mo was utterly exhausted, nearly collapsing from fatigue. He used the last of his strength to throw the wild goat down onto the ground, then heavily placed the bamboo basket beside it. After that, he slumped down like a pile of mud, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Li Xia quickly turned and ran back into the cave, swiftly grabbing a coconut. She split the coconut open with a knife and carefully brought the coconut water back down to Song Mo. Song Mo took the coconut water from Li Xia without hesitation. Tilting his head back and drinking it all in one go, the sweet coconut water felt like the most needed nectar at that moment. After finishing, he continued to breathe heavily, as if he needed to exchange all the air in his lungs. Kui Shiyan stood by, watching Song Mo covered in blood, filled with worry. Chapter 231. Song Mo awakened by Li Xia in the middle of the night. Meanwhile, the other wolves had already rushed to the cave, leaping from the ground, trying to jump into the cave entrance. Just as it seemed like a disaster was about to strike, Song Mo quickly raised his foot and kicked at a wolf that was leaping into the air. This kick was like a thunderbolt, carrying tremendous force, accurately striking the wolf's head. There was a muffled thud, and the wolf was sent tumbling through the air, crashing to the ground like a kite with a severed string, rolling over and over. At the same time, Kui Shiyan and Li Xia acted swiftly. They quickly placed the compound bow on the ground and each grabbed a burning piece of wood from the stove, unhesitatingly throwing them at the wolves attempting to jump into the cave. The burning wood arced through the air, engulfed in flames, and accurately struck the wolves. The wolves hit by the wood let out agonized howls, falling to the ground and continuing to wail. In just a few seconds, 5 or 6 wolves had been struck down by Kui Shiyan and Li Xia, falling to the ground like kites with severed strings. The remaining wolves, seeing the fate of their companions, were momentarily scared and dared not jump into the cave again. Chapter 232. Taking down Li Xia upon reaching the shore. Li Xia quickly ran behind a large rock, eagerly unbuttoning her pants and squatting down to relieve herself. Song Mo stood about 5 or 6 meters away, with his back turned to her. Listening to the sound of Li Xia urinating, Song Mo's mind began to wander, filled with various strange thoughts, causing him to feel a bit flushed and his heart to race. Time passed second by second, and in less than 2 minutes, Li Xia had finished. She stood up, scooped up some seawater to wash her private parts, then pulled up her pants and walked over to Song Mo. The two exchanged a glance, sharing an awkward smile, then silently turned around and continued walking. However, they hadn't gone far when an accident occurred. Li Xia suddenly felt her foot slip, as if she had stepped on a smooth stone. Her body lost balance, and she stumbled backward. In that critical moment, Song Mo reacted quickly, reaching out a hand and catching Li Xia. This embrace was meant to prevent her from falling and getting hurt, but unexpectedly, his hand landed squarely on her perky chest. Chapter 233. What does affection feel like? The next morning, as the sun rose high in the sky, Kui Shiyan slowly woke up. Opening her eyes, she saw Song Mo and Li Xia still sound asleep. Kui Shiyan was filled with curiosity, wondering what was going on with Song Mo today. Why hadn't he woken up so late? He usually woke up by this time. However, she didn't think too much about it. She got up from the palm leaves, walked down from the cave to the shore to wash up. Arriving at the spot where the fishing net was placed, she pulled it up to check. Today's catch was quite good. She had caught several large crabs, a few lobsters, and a 2 to 3 pound fish. Kui Shiuyan detached the crabs, lobsters, and fish from the net, and put the net back into the sea. She placed the lobsters and crabs into a fish cage to keep them alive, returned to the cave to grab a knife, and came back to the shore to start processing the fish. In less than 20 minutes, she had finished processing the fish, placing it on a wooden board she had picked up from the shore. She took some sea salt and sprinkled it over the prepared fish, rubbing it in with her hands. She then picked up some firewood, placed it in the stove, lit a fire, and set the pot on the stove, pouring in some collected rainwater. Chapter 234, Letting Li Xia scrub my back. After Song Mo left, Kui Shiuyan and Li Xia also came down to the cave. They immediately stripped down to nothing, each taking a bamboo tube and scooping up rainwater collected in a plastic container to start bathing. The two of them had been on the deserted island for quite a while, and this was the first time they had a freshwater bath. Both of them felt an indescribable comfort and pleasure. Song Mo wandered in the woods for more than half an hour with a bamboo basket on his back, and finally saw some lush mosquito-repellent herbs under a big tree. Seeing these herbs made Song Mo incredibly happy and excited. He put the bamboo basket on the ground, drew out his military knife from his waist, and directly cut the mosquito-repellent herbs from the roots, placing them in the bamboo basket. Before long, he had filled the basket with the herbs, and he did not hurry back to the coast. He found a shady big tree, looked around to confirm there were no potential dangers, and then leaned against the tree, taking out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and enjoying a leisurely smoke. After sitting under the big tree for over half an hour, he finally stood up, shouldered the bamboo basket, and walked towards the coast. When he returned to the cave, Kui Shiuyan and Li Xia had already finished their baths, and were sitting on a large stone at the entrance of the cave, combing their hair. Chapter 235, Spring. Under the big tree. Song Mo also picked up a bamboo tube to scoop up the collected rainwater, and started washing his body. After taking a bath and changing clothes, he felt much more comfortable. After all, it was his first time taking a freshwater bath since arriving on this deserted island. Unknowingly, the sun slowly began to set below the horizon, and the mosquito-repellent herbs that were drying on the stones were now half dry. Song Mo collected them and brought them back to the cave, starting to rub them into small strips. Watching Song Mo rub the mosquito-repellent herbs into small strips, Li Xia asked in disbelief, "Brother Song, can this really be used to repel mosquitoes when lit?" Song Mo smiled and said, "Of course. Light some up and put them in the cave." Upon hearing this, Li Xia immediately took some, lit them, and placed them in various corners of the cave. It must be said that the mosquito-repellent strips made from the herbs were quite effective, and that night, no one was bitten by mosquitoes. Time passed quickly, and another half-month went by. During this time, the three of them only occasionally went into the woods to gather some wild vegetables and chop some firewood, spending most of their time by the coast. During this period, there was another heavy rain, and the collected rainwater was enough for them to use for a while. Chapter 236, Encountering indigenous people in the woods. Just a few minutes later, a sudden bleating sound of wild goats came from the distant woods, and upon hearing this, the three of them were filled with joy. Song Mo immediately threw the cigarette, but on the ground and stomped it out, picked up the bamboo basket from his back. And both Kui Shiuyan and Li Xia quickly grabbed their compound boughs and climbed up from the ground. The three of them hurriedly walked towards the direction of the wild goats' calls. As they got closer, the bleating became louder, and from the sound, they could tell there were more than one wild goat. After walking about 600 or 700 meters, a group of 7 or 8 black wild goats appeared in their line of sight. The wild goats were leisurely grazing on the grass less than 200 meters away from the three of them. Song Mo immediately crouched down and took the bamboo basket off his back, and Kui Shiuyan and Li Xia followed suit and crouched down as well. The three of them slowly moved towards the group of wild goats, knowing that the goats were very alert. So every few steps, they would stop to observe, confirming that the wild goats had not noticed them before continuing to approach. Chapter 237. Annihilating the indigenous people. The remaining 4 indigenous people also found a big tree to hide behind. These trees were very thick, as wide as barrels, completely concealing their bodies. Thus, they avoided the line of sight of Kui Xiuyan and Li Xia, but were fully exposed to Song Mo's view. Song Mo quickly took an arrow from the quiver, knocked it on the bowstring, and then aimed at one of the indigenous people. With a sharp twang, the poisoned arrow shot off like a bolt of lightning, speeding towards the indigenous person. The arrow struck the indigenous person directly in the heart. The indigenous man let out a horrific scream and fell to the ground, blood gushing from his chest and staining the surrounding earth. The remaining 3 indigenous people, witnessing this shocking scene, were terrified and fled from behind their hiding trees like frightened rabbits, each running in different directions. Song Mo and the others reacted quickly, swiftly grabbing another poisoned arrow, skillfully knocking it on the bowstring, and quickly aiming at the 3 fleeing indigenous people. Chapter 238. Xiaobing and Liu Jiache's dream time flew by, and before she knew it, Xiaobing had been back home for more than 2 months. However, despite being at home, she had not felt truly happy for a single day. The main reason for this was her deep concern for Song Mo. As time passed, her longing for Song Mo not only did not fade, but instead grew stronger, like a raging fire continually spreading in her heart. Every night, when Xiaobing lay in bed and closed her eyes, Song Mo's figure would involuntarily appear in her mind. Every little moment spent with Song Mo, whether joyful or tearful, played out like a movie before her eyes. Not only Xiaobing, but Liu Jiache also felt an increasing longing for Song Mo just like her. Although they were in different places, their affection for Song Mo was the same, like an invisible thread connecting them tightly. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan, under her father's repeated insistence, had no choice but to take over the company's affairs again. Although she was somewhat reluctant, she could only helplessly accept her father's persistence. Even though she was busy with work every day, whenever she had free time, she would always think of Song Mo. Chapter 239. Preparing to set sail to find Song Mo. Hearing Liu Jiache say this, Li Xiaomei's drowsiness instantly vanished without a trace. She sprang up from the bed, as if jolted by electricity, leaning forward and tightly gripping her phone. Raising her voice, she shouted at Liu Jiache on the other end of the line, "You mean you and Bingbing both dreamt of Brother Song on a deserted island? That's just too unbelievable." Her voice revealed incredulous surprise. Liu Jiache was clearly affected by Li Xiaomei's reaction, and also raised her volume to respond, "Yes. Both Bingbing and I feel that this is no coincidence. We are both convinced that Brother Song is not dead, but rather trapped on that deserted island." Li Xiaomei's heart raced even faster, her voice trembling with excitement. "You mean Brother Song is still alive?" "Yes. I think it should be like that, otherwise how could I and Bingbing have the same dream?" Liu Jiache's words also revealed a hint of excitement. Li Xiaomei took a deep breath, slightly calming her emotions, and then continued to ask, "What should we do now? Should we immediately go find Brother Song?" Liu Jiache hesitated for a moment and replied, "Wait. Let me ask Sister Bingbing for her opinion. She is currently on the phone with Han Hai." Chapter 240. Pursued by pirates above the sea. By noon the next day, Xiaobing and Liu Jiache had already met. The 2 of them arrived at a shipyard that specializes in building luxury yachts. Xiaobing waved her hand, and directly purchased a relatively luxurious small yacht. After all, both of them now had $1 billion each. So buying this yacht was just a drop in the bucket for them. However, before going out to sea, they faced an important issue: safety. That sea area had pirates, which made them realize they needed to prepare some weapons to protect themselves. However, gun control in Huaxia is quite strict, and it is not easy to legally purchase weapons. Nevertheless, this did not stump Xiaobing and Liu Jiache. They decided to solve this problem through other means. After some effort, they contacted a foreign arms dealer. Through phone calls and emails, they discussed in detail the types, quantities, and prices of the weapons, and finally, they successfully purchased a batch of firearms and ammunition. To ensure the safety of the transaction, both parties agreed to set the transaction location in international waters. This way, they could avoid unnecessary trouble domestically while ensuring the smooth progress of the transaction. Chapter 241, Relentless Pirates. The pirate's head was smashed to pieces, and the yacht immediately lost control, crashing violently into another yacht. The two yachts capsized instantly, and the pirates on board fell into the sea. Other pirates on the nearby yachts were startled by this scene, and those driving the yachts quickly stopped their boats. This group of pirates initially thought the yacht driven by Xiaobing and Liu Jiachi was just an ordinary yacht. They never expected the people on board would have weapons. The yachts quickly surrounded the two capsized yachts, pulling the pirates who had fallen into the sea back up. One pirate said to the pirate leader, "Boss, the people on that yacht have weapons, should we still pursue them?" Hearing this, the pirate leader was furious and said, "Damn it. They killed one of my brothers and made us lose two yachts. I don't care who is on that yacht, I must kill them all." After saying this, he looked around at the other pirates and shouted, "Whoever can force that yacht to stop, I will reward them handsomely. Everything on that yacht will belong to them." Chapter 242, Discovering a deserted island. At this moment, Liu Jiachi was still at the helm, concentrating on controlling the yacht, her hands tightly gripping the steering wheel, pushing the yacht to its maximum speed, racing forward. When Xiaobing rushed into the cockpit and locked the door, Liu Jiachi immediately sensed the seriousness of the situation. Her brows furrowed tightly, and a hint of worry was evident in her eyes. Before Liu Jiachi could ask, Xiaobing anxiously shouted, "Jiachi, it's bad. The pirates have caught up. It looks like we are doomed today. I really regret bringing you out." Liu Jiachi's expression turned serious instantly. But she was not defeated by fear. She calmly responded, "Sister Bingbing, don't say that. I voluntarily came with you. Since we can't find Brother Song and are now surrounded by these pirates, let's fight them." Soon, the pirates' yachts had aligned alongside theirs, seemingly intent on forcing them to stop. Xiaobing and Liu Jiachi naturally knew the pirates' intentions, and both were already prepared to go down fighting. Xiaobing immediately snatched the steering wheel from Liu Jiachi and violently turned it, crashing into the nearby yacht. Chapter 243, Escaping to a deserted island. Xiaobing also took emergency braking measures without hesitation, quickly stopping the yacht. This action completely took the pirates driving the yachts by surprise. They originally thought the yacht would continue moving and never expected it to suddenly stop. At this point, the distance between the yacht and the yachts was already very close, less than 30 meters. Due to the high speed, the yachts could not react in time and crashed directly into the yacht. In an instant, 5 yachts collided with the yacht at the same time, and 2 of them immediately exploded violently. The shockwave from the explosion caused the yacht to shatter into pieces, debris flying everywhere. The pirates on the yachts did not even have time to react before being killed by the massive energy from the explosion. Although the other 3 yachts did not explode, they were also heavily damaged. They lost balance and capsized on the sea, with the pirates on board falling into the water. After successfully hitting the target, Xiaobing did not hesitate at all and quickly increased the yacht's speed to the maximum, racing towards the deserted island in the distance. The pirate leader, witnessing this scene, was furious, his anger ignited, and he began to curse. Chapter 244, Jungle Pursuit, Part 1. When he saw the pirates and the yachts, he was momentarily stunned. He was very familiar with pirates. He thought it was strange that pirates would suddenly come to this deserted island. But after glancing at the burning yacht, he quickly understood that the group of pirates had pursued the yacht here. Looking at the group of pirates by the shore, Song Mo was filled with frustration. If it weren't for the pirates last time, he might have already returned home to reunite with his family. If he were given a gun right now, he would not hesitate to kill all the pirates on the shore and then seize their yachts to leave. But unfortunately, he only had a compound bow in his hand, and attempting to shoot down these armed pirates was almost a fantasy. Just then, a series of dense gunfire suddenly erupted from the woods. Hearing the gunfire, Song Mo was startled again, thinking that it seemed the pirates were pursuing the people on the yacht. He wondered who these people on the yacht were and why they were being pursued by the pirates. With this thought, Song Mo decided to go into the woods to check the situation. He stood up and rushed toward the direction of the gunfire. Chapter 245, Jungle Pursuit, Part 2. Before long, the group of pirates rushed to the small mound where Xiaobing and Liu Jiachi had just hidden, like a whirlwind. The pirate leader stood beside the mound, his gaze sharp as an eagle, crouching down to closely examine the footprints on the ground. By observing the footprints, the pirate leader quickly reached an important conclusion: there were only 2 people on the other side. Moreover, judging by the size and shape of the footprints, these 2 people should both be female. Thinking of this, the pirate captain's lips curled up in a barely noticeable smile. He raised his voice and called out in a mocking and curious tone, "Ha ha, so it turns out there are only 2 people on the other side. And they are both women. I'm really curious now, what kind of women could they be?" However, behind this laughter, a sense of indescribable shame surged in the pirate captain's heart. After all, the 70 or 80 fierce pirates had been completely outsmarted by 2 women. Not only had they failed to harm a single hair on the opponents, but they had also lost 15 or 16 companions to those 2 women. This was a tremendous humiliation. This time, they had learned their lesson and did not charge forward in a frenzy as they had before, but instead spread out. Chapter 246. The pirates were distracted by the indigenous people. Xiaobing and Liu Jiachi struggled to run forward for another 3 or 4 kilometers. At this point, they were already exhausted, their steps becoming heavier. Just when the 2 were about to collapse from fatigue, Xiaobing suddenly caught sight of some shadows moving in the distant woods. Her heart tightened, and she immediately stopped, locking her gaze on that direction. Xiaobing's heart raced. Her intuition told her that those shadows might bring trouble. Without having time to explain to Liu Jiachi, she quickly grabbed her hand and swiftly hid behind a tree as thick as a round table. Liu Jiachi was startled by Xiaobing's sudden action and breathlessly asked, "What's wrong, Sister Bingbing?" Xiaobing, also panting, lowered her voice and said, "There's a large group of people coming from the woods over there." Liu Jiachi's face instantly paled, and her voice trembled. "Who are they? Could it be that group of pirates coming around us?" Xiaobing shook her head and said, "It doesn't seem like it, it's too far to see clearly, but I don't think they are pirates. Even if they were coming around, they wouldn't be that fast." Chapter 247. After about 4 or 5 minutes, a figure leapt down from the big tree like a ghost. When Song Mo saw that the person who jumped down was Xiaobing, his mind went blank, as if the entire world had stopped at that moment. He stared wide-eyed at Xiaobing, utterly unable to comprehend what was happening. Just as Song Mo was in shock, another figure jumped down from the tree. Upon closer inspection, it was Liu Jiachi. Countless questions and confusion surged in his heart. How could these 2 appear here at the same time? Looking at Xiaobing and Liu Jiachi in front of him, Song Mo felt as if he was dreaming. He rubbed his eyes, hoping it was just an illusion. But when he opened them again, they were still there, too real to ignore. At that moment, Xiaobing seemed to sense something, her body trembled slightly, and she quickly aimed her gun at the bushes where Song Mo was hiding. Seeing this, Liu Jiachi, though confused, also instinctively aimed her gun at the same bushes. In this tense moment, Song Mo finally came to his senses. Chapter 248. Time passed minute by minute, and about 10 minutes later, the group of pirates who had gone to chase the indigenous people finally returned. Xiaobing and Liu Jiachi felt a sense of relief. That was close. Luckily, they hadn't shot at the group of pirates left behind on the coast, or they would have likely been ambushed from behind by the returning pirates. When the group of pirates reached the coast, they didn't linger for long. Cursing, they boarded their yacht and quickly left the area. Only when the pirates' figures completely disappeared from view did Song Mo, Xiaobing, and Liu Jiachi slowly stand up from behind the bushes and walk to the shore. The yacht that Xiaobing and Liu Jiachi had been on was now nothing but a charred frame, unrecognizable. looking at the burned yacht. Xiaobing felt a wave of sadness and sighed, "What bad luck. How could we run into pirates like this? If we hadn't encountered them, we could have gone home." Liu Jiechi quickly comforted her, "Don't be sad, even though the yacht is gone, we found Brother Song, right?" Hearing this, Xiaobing smiled and said, "That's true." Chapter 249. Taking Xiaobing and Liu Jiechi back to the cave, each of them grabbed some firearms and ammunition and headed toward the cave. In less than an hour, the three of them returned to a spot not far from the cave entrance. At this time, Kui Shiyan and Li Xia were anxiously waiting at the cave entrance. When they saw Song Mo return, their hearts finally relaxed. Both were taken aback upon seeing Xiaobing and Liu Jiechi, curious about how Song Mo had brought back two girls. Soon, the three of them were back at the cave entrance, dropping the firearms and ammunition on the ground. Collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, Song Mo then said to Kui Shiyan, "Shiyan, go get some lamb and cook it. I'm almost starving." Hearing this, Kui Shiyan didn't hesitate and immediately took a large piece of lamb, cut it into small pieces, and began to stew it in a pot. While the lamb was cooking, Kui Shiyan and Li Xia exchanged glances, sizing up Xiaobing and Liu Jiechi. While Xiaobing and Liu Jiechi also looked up and down at Kui Shiyan and Li Xia. Seeing this, Song Mo chuckled and said, "You all stop staring. Let's introduce ourselves." Upon hearing this, the four girls briefly introduced themselves in English. Chapter 250. They walked another 3 or 4 kilometers without finding a water source. By now, it was nearing noon, and the sun was high overhead, making the woods uncomfortably hot. The two were already panting heavily, drenched in sweat, their clothes completely soaked. With no other choice, they turned back toward the direction of the shelter. However, just as they hadn't walked far, a thunderous noise suddenly erupted from the distant woods. The sound was like a deafening thunder, shaking the entire forest. Following that, birds in the trees, seemingly startled by something terrifying, fled in panic, flapping their wings and screeching, creating a scene of chaos. Song Mo and Xiaobing were greatly startled by this sudden turn of events, immediately stopping in their tracks and warily aiming their guns at the woods where the noise came from. Time ticked by, and after about 3 or 4 minutes, a massive creature slowly emerged from the woods. This monster was enormous, resembling both a monkey and a gorilla. Its body was covered in a thick layer of fur, deep brown in color, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Chapter 251. Tenderness by the coast. Regarding Song Mo's words, Liu Jiechi clearly did not believe a single word. She slightly raised the corners of her mouth, looking at Song Mo with a half-smile, and said bluntly, "Song Ji, don't try to play tricks on me. I've seen it all, your life here is quite luxurious. With beauties like Xiao Yang and Shi Ya by your side, you've probably long forgotten about us. If I had known you were living so carefree on this deserted island, I wouldn't have come looking for you with Bing Bing Ji." Hearing this, Song Mo hurriedly defended himself. "Oh, Jiechi, you really misunderstood me. How could I be the type to fall for everyone I meet?" Liu Jiechi snorted coldly and said irritably, "HMPH, I think you are. Don't think I can't see it. Kui Shiyan and Li Ya have already fallen for you. Just look at the hostile looks they give me and Bing Bing Ji. At this rate, you've probably already taken things to the next level with them, haven't you?" Song Mo felt a little embarrassed by her words, a hint of a blush creeping onto his face. After all, he knew very well in his heart that Kui Shiyan and Li Ya had indeed fallen for him, and he had already been intimate with Li Ya. Chapter 252. Finding a small river in the forest. Both Song Mo and Xiaobing immediately recognized that the scream was made by a monkey. Upon hearing the monkey's cry, Song Mo couldn't help but think of the group of natives. After all, he had heard the monkey's cries twice, both times seeing the natives. He then said to Xiaobing, "Let's hurry over and take a look. It should be the natives hunting monkeys." Xiaobing, curious, asked, "Isn't that just a monkey's scream? How do you know it's the natives hunting monkeys?" Song Mo replied with a smile, "In this deserted island, both times I heard the monkeys' cries, I saw the natives. It seems they have a particular fondness for monkeys. Xiaobing nodded, not saying anything further, and the two of them quickly walked towards the direction of the monkeys' screams. After walking about 300 to 400 meters, they suddenly saw more than 10 natives, mostly naked, standing under a large tree. On the tree branches above, 2 monkeys shot by arrows were jumping around, occasionally letting out cries of distress. Xiaobing was somewhat surprised and said, "You really called it. It is the natives hunting monkeys. What should we do now?" Chapter 253, Building a Shelter by the Small River. Hearing this, Liu Jiachi was incredibly happy and excited. Smiling as she said, "So when are we moving into the woods?" Song Mo smiled back, "The sooner, the better." Since they were speaking in Huaxia language, Kui Xiaoyang and Li Shihuaye didn't understand what they were saying and just looked at them curiously. Xiaobing quickly explained in English about finding the water source. After hearing this, Kui Xiaoyang and Li Shihuaye were also extremely happy and excited. Unbeknownst to them, the sun slowly began to set below the horizon. Song Mo went to the coast, emptied the lobsters and crabs from the large fish cage, and took them to the cave entrance. He scooped some burning charcoal from the stove and spread it on the ground, placing the lobsters and crabs on top to roast slowly. Before long, the lobsters and crabs were ready, and everyone eagerly took the roasted seafood, peeling off the shells and eating heartily. After finishing the roasted lobsters and crabs, they sat at the cave entrance, facing the sea, chatting and laughing. It wasn't until late that everyone felt a wave of drowsiness wash over them and finally stood up to return to the cave and lie down to sleep. Chapter 254, Shai Kui Xiaoyang. Song Mo walked through the woods with a gun and hadn't gone far when he heard the sound of a wild chicken. Looking up, he saw a wild chicken continuously calling from a branch not far away. Song Mo immediately placed the gun on the ground, took out a compound bow from his bamboo basket, and notched an arrow on the bowstring. He aimed at the wild chicken and shot without hesitation, even though he was over 30 meters away. But the compound bow had excellent range and lethality, and the arrow pierced through the wild chicken's body. The wild chicken let out a cry and fell to the ground, rolling around. Song Mo put away the compound bow, picked up the gun, and quickly walked over to the wild chicken, grabbing it. He firmly twisted its neck, and after a few struggles, it stopped moving. He pulled the arrow out of its body, placed the wild chicken and the arrow into the bamboo basket, and continued deeper into the woods. After walking for over half an hour without seeing any other animals, he figured Xiaobing and the others should be done bathing. So he turned and headed back to the coast. When he returned to the coast, Xiaobing and the others had already finished bathing and were sitting on the grass by the small river, combing their hair. Chapter 255, Kui Xiaoyang's initiative. In the dead of night, everything was silent and dark. Song Mo, who was fast asleep, was suddenly awakened by a rapid knocking on the door. He opened his eyes wide, sat up in bed, and groggily mumbled, "Who is it? It's the middle of the night, can't anyone let a person sleep?" A voice from outside replied, "It's me, Song Ji, open the door quickly." Hearing this voice, Song Mo's curiosity was instantly piqued. He thought to himself, "Why is Xiaoyang looking for me so late? Could it be that she wants to offer herself to me?" The thought made his heart race, and the sleepiness he felt vanished without a trace. He quickly put on his shoes, hurried to the entrance of the shelter, and pulled open the bamboo door. As soon as the bamboo door opened, Kui Xiaoyang suddenly rushed into Song Mo's arms, hugging him tightly. Song Mo was completely unprepared for this scene. He was startled by the sudden embrace, and his body stiffened. But soon he regained his composure, secretly delighted. "Wow. This is too proactive. But hey, I like it." Since Kui Xiaoyang was being so forward, if Song Mo remained indifferent, that would be unmanly. Chapter 256, Enjoying long-lost coconut juice. After resting on the ground for a while and feeling some energy return, Song Mo went into the woods to gather some firewood and brought it to the cave entrance to light the stove. Xiaobing took a pot to the coast to fill it with water and brought it back to the cave entrance, placing it over the fire. Once the water boiled, he took the pot off the fire and placed the 2 wild chickens that Kui Xiaoyang and Li Shiwei had shot into the boiling water for a few minutes to scald them. Then took them out to start plucking the feathers. Liu Jiachi, Kui Xiaoyang, and Li Shiwei immediately came over to help. In less than 20 minutes, the girls had processed the 2 wild chickens and took them to the coast to wash them clean with seawater. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they with wooden sticks and took out some burning charcoal from the stove to slowly roast the wild chickens they had skewered on top. After nearly half an hour, the 2 wild chickens had been roasted to a golden brown, continuously sizzling and oozing oil. The crowd, already starving with their stomachs touching their backs, tore off the roasted chicken meat and began to devour it ravenously. In less than 10 minutes, the 2 roasted wild chickens were reduced to a pile of bones by the 5 of them. After eating the roasted wild chickens, Songmo told Xiaobing and the others, "You stay here to boil sea salt. I'll go check if there are still coconuts on the coconut tree." Chapter 257. Iron bathtub. Songmo took Xiaobing and Liu Jiachi with him, and from the debris washed ashore by the sea, they found 2 ropes to tie up a large piece of iron sheet, dragging it towards the cave. After spending over an hour, they finally dragged the iron sheet to the cave below. The 3 of them were already sweating profusely and panting heavily, collapsing onto the ground to catch their breath. Seeing this, Kui Xiaoyan and Li Xia, who were sitting at the cave entrance, quickly took a few coconuts from the bamboo basket to bring to the cave below. Drawing out the military knife from Songmo's waist, they split open the coconuts and handed them to Songmo and the others. The 3 of them drank the coconut juice with gusto. After drinking the juice of 2 coconuts and resting for a while to regain some strength, they dragged the large iron sheet to the beach and placed it on a protruding rock. Xiaobing and Liu Jiachi held the iron sheet in place, while Songmo began to smash it with an axe. Fortunately, the iron sheet wasn't very thick, so it wasn't difficult to reshape it. After nearly 2 hours, the large iron sheet was hammered into a square container by Songmo. Chapter 258. Repelling the giant python. As soon as they sat down, Xiaobing, like a well-behaved kitten, scooted closer to Songmo. Her body leaned slightly forward, her full chest rising and falling with her breath, as if expressing a certain desire to Songmo. Songmo's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her heaving chest, sensing a faint fragrance. The subtle scent filled his nostrils, causing his heart to race a few beats. Xiaobing naturally noticed Songmo's fiery gaze. A wave of anticipation stirred within her. Although Xiaobing had been on the deserted island for some time, the 2 had yet to have any intimate contact. A mischievous smile crept onto Songmo's lips as he softly said, "Bing Bing, has it been a long time since we last met? Are you feeling pent up and wanting your brother to pamper you?" Upon hearing this, Xiaobing's face instantly flushed red, like a ripe apple. She playfully retorted, "You're so annoying." However, her teasing tone carried a hint of flirtation, making Songmo's heart flutter even more. Seeing Xiaobing's shy demeanor, Songmo no longer hesitated. He suddenly reached out both hands and tightly embraced Xiaobing. Chapter 259. A large group of natives appears. The pack of hyenas stopped about 70 to 80 meters away from the 2 of them, barking wildly at them. Songmo and Xiaobing exchanged glances and almost simultaneously pulled the triggers, accompanied by a series of gunshots. Instantly, 4 or 5 hyenas fell to the ground, with 2 dying on the spot from headshots, while the other 3 were hit in the body and cried out in agony. The remaining hyenas turned tail and fled, disappearing in no time. Songmo and Xiaobing put away their guns, with Songmo handing his gun to Xiaobing, then quickly carrying the wild goat towards the shelter, with Xiaobing following closely behind. Just minutes after they left, the fleeing hyenas returned, tearing into the dead and still breathing companions on the ground. Within half an hour, the 5 hyenas were reduced to mere remains by their companions, perhaps having eaten their fill, or perhaps out of fear of Songmo and Xiaobing. The pack of hyenas did not pursue them any further. Chapter 260. 3 grizzly bears. As they got closer, the group of natives noticed them. The natives all turned their attention to Song Mo and his group, chattering among themselves. Soon, Song Mo and his team were less than 50 meters away from the natives. Song Mo immediately stopped, aiming the dark muzzle of his gun at the group of natives. Seeing this, Xiaobing and the others also halted, pointing their guns at the natives. The natives, clearly unaware of the power of firearms, looked on with curiosity. Still chattering away, Song Mo shouted, "Fire!" Almost simultaneously, everyone pulled the triggers, and countless bullets flew toward the group of natives. Before the natives could react, they were all hit by bullets and fell to the ground. Some died on the spot, while others lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Seeing that all the natives had been taken down, Song Mo and the others ceased fire, quickly approaching the fallen natives. And Song Mo raised his gun to finish off those who were still alive. Chapter 261, Can I Sleep With You Tonight? The three grizzly bears suddenly stood upright upon seeing Song Mo and his group. The bears, already massive, appeared even more formidable, like small mountains standing there. At the same time, the three grizzly bears let out a thunderous roar, echoing through the woods like thunder, deafening. The eardrums of Song Mo and his companions buzzed from the immense roar, as if they were about to be torn apart. Seeing this, Song Mo shouted without hesitation, "Fire!" Upon receiving the command, everyone almost simultaneously pulled the triggers. In an instant, a series of gunshots rang out, and a torrent of bullets poured down on the three grizzly bears. Despite their enormous size and thick skin, they could hardly withstand such a dense barrage. Bullets struck the bears like raindrops, splattering blood everywhere. After a fierce exchange of gunfire, the three grizzly bears finally succumbed, slowly collapsing to the ground. Their bodies rolled about, emitting heart-wrenching screams that echoed through the woods, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 262, Long-Range Kill on the Pirates. Hearing this, Song Mo replied with a mischievous smile. "So what do you want to do?" Kui Shiuyan suddenly blushed and pouted, saying, "Brother Song, you're so bad, I'm not going to talk to you anymore." After saying this, she deliberately turned her head away. Song Mo immediately pulled her into an embrace and kissed her cherry-like lips. Kui Shiuyan quickly responded, wrapping her small hands around his neck. And they began to kiss passionately. As they continued to kiss, their clothes fell one by one onto the bed. Before long, the sound of the bamboo bed creaking filled the shelter. Time passed quickly, and unknowingly, more than a month had gone by. During this month, aside from occasionally going into the woods to find food and chop firewood, everyone spent most of their time in the shelter. One noon, after stewing some lamb for a meal, everyone gathered as usual around the kitchen fireplace, roasting by the fire and chatting. Just as they were getting into an engaging conversation, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted from the woods. Upon hearing the gunshots, everyone's expression changed, and they stood up, moving to the kitchen door to look into the woods. Liu Jiechi frowned and said, "Brother Song, what's with the gunfire? Could it be that pirates have come to this deserted island again?" Chapter 263, Killing the Pirates. Upon hearing this, Liu Jiechi, Kui Shiuyan, and Li Xia nodded in understanding. Song Mo reminded them again, "Remember, your task is simple, find a suitable cover, and just shoot randomly at that group of pirates. However, no matter what, you must not expose your heads. I don't want to see any of you get hurt." The three of them nodded again. Then, holding assault rifles, they cautiously approached the direction of the pirates. As time ticked by, roughly 3 to 4 minutes later, the three of them finally managed to sneak up to the side flank of the pirates. Once there, each of them quickly found a large tree for cover, then without hesitation pointed their guns at the place where the pirates were hiding and began to shoot wildly. In an instant, a flurry of gunfire erupted, shattering the previously calm air. At that moment, the pirates hiding behind the large trees were clearly startled by this sudden attack, panicking and rushing out from their hiding spots. Just as it was said, Song Mo and Xiaobing acted swiftly, seizing this fleeting opportunity to aim their guns at the pirates running out from behind the trees and decisively pulled the triggers. Chapter 264, Li Xia is shot at that moment, in the cabin of the cruise ship. A pirate stood still like a statue by the porthole with a gun in hand. The dark muzzle of the gun was like the eye of a demon, aimed squarely at Song Mo and the others. Originally, this pirate planned to wait until Song Mo and the others got a bit closer before opening fire to take them all out. However, he never expected Song Mo to be so alert, sensing that there were still people on the cruise ship. Seeing Song Mo and the others rushing into the woods, the pirate made a quick decision and without hesitation pulled the trigger on his gun aimed at them. In an instant, the sound of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down towards Song Mo and the others. Just as it was said, a bullet sped towards Li Xia like lightning, hitting her directly in the abdomen. Li Xia let out a piercing scream, her body falling heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, Xiaobing's expression changed dramatically. Without a second thought, she dashed forward, throwing herself to the ground and tightly embracing the wounded Li Xia, quickly seeking cover behind a large tree. Chapter 265. Carrying Li Xia back to the shelter, Song Mo quickly grabbed a bottle of disinfectant and poured it over Li Xia's wound. The moment the disinfectant made contact with the wound, Li Xia's body jerked violently, a wave of excruciating pain sweeping over her. Her face contorted in agony. Her brows furrowed tightly, and her lips trembled slightly. Her body involuntarily began to thrash violently, seemingly trying to escape the torment of pain. However, Xiaobing held her tightly to keep her still, ensuring the disinfection process went smoothly. Once the wound was disinfected, Song Mo swiftly opened a bottle of anti-inflammatory and hemostatic medicine, pouring the entire bottle directly onto Li Xia's wound without hesitation. As the medicine was poured, the blood that had been flowing steadily from the wound gradually slowed and finally stopped. Seeing this, Song Mo immediately picked up a piece of gauze and carefully bandaged Li Xia's wound, his movements gentle and skilled. After completing the bandaging, Song Mo let out a sigh of relief, a light sheen of sweat forming on his forehead, showing the tension and focus from earlier. At this moment, Li Xia's eyes were tightly closed, slipping back into unconsciousness. Her face was pale as paper, devoid of color, evoking a sense of pity. Chapter 266. Discovering the natives' lair. Seeing the three of them come in, Song Mo took a piece of lamb from the bamboo rack by the fireplace, cut it into small pieces, and began to stew it in the pot. Everyone sat around the fireplace, feeling somewhat downcast. After a while, Liu Jiechi finally spoke. I originally thought we could seize the cruise ship and leave this deserted island, but I didn't expect these pirates to be so cunning, leaving someone to guard the ship. Xiaobing quickly added, yeah. Today has been really unfortunate. Not only did we fail to seize the cruise ship, but Xia also got injured. If it weren't for Brother Song sensing the danger, we might all have been killed by those pirates today. Hearing them say this, Song Mo slowly responded, fortunately, the bullet that hit Xia is not fatal, she will be fine after some rest. What worries me now is that the pirates will definitely come back for revenge. I don't know if we will be as lucky next time we encounter them. After saying this, he took out a pack of cigarettes scavenged from the pirates' bodies, pulled one out, and lit it. Taking a deep drag and exhaling a puff of smoke, he continued, it looks like we need to be extra careful from now on. We can't let the pirates sneak up on us. Chapter 267. Directly attacking the natives' lair. Hearing him say this, Xiaobing nodded, and the two turned to walk toward the shelter. When they returned, Liu Jiechi and Kui Xiuyan were already anxiously waiting at the kitchen door. Li Xia was still lying on the bed. The back-and-forth trip had taken 7 to 8 hours, and Song Mo and Xiaobing were already exhausted, hungry, and thirsty. Upon returning to the kitchen and sitting by the fireplace, they began to catch their breath. Kui Xiuyan took 2 bamboo bowls, scooped out 2 bowls of cooled boiled water from the pot, and handed them to the two. After receiving the cooled boiled water from Kui Xiuyan and drinking it all in one go, the two began to catch their breath again. After resting for a while, they finally felt a bit of their strength return. The lamb stew on the pot above the fireplace was already cooked. And everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks to enjoy the lamb. After everyone was full, Kui Shiuyan carried a large bowl to the shelter to feed Li Xia. Liu Jiachi asked Song Mo, "Brother Song, you and Sister Bingbing have been out for so long, did you find the cave?" Song Mo shook his head and replied, "We didn't find it, but we discovered the natives' lair, which is about 10 kilometers from our shelter." Chapter 268, Liu Jiachi is ambushed. Song Mo and Xiaobing were like two cold-blooded killing machines, their fingers tightly gripping the triggers, as they crazily shot at the surging crowd of natives. Time seemed to freeze in this bloody scene. The short span of less than 2 minutes felt like a lifetime. Each gunshot was accompanied by the native screams and their bodies falling to the ground, merciless bullets piercing through them, blood splattering everywhere. The group of charging natives was completely shot down. Those struck by bullets lay sprawled in the pools of blood. Most had completely lost their lives. While some who were not hit in vital areas writhed on the ground in pain, their tragic cries echoing in the air, sending chills down the spine. Liu Jiachi stood by, witnessing this horrific scene, her face pale as paper, filled with an expression of utter grief. Her eyes were fixated on the bodies of the natives. But her body seemed frozen, unable to move, just staring blankly in place. Xiaobing saw Liu Jiachi's sorrowful appearance and walked over to her side, softly saying, "Jiachi, don't be like this. I know you're kind-hearted, but we have no choice. If we don't kill these natives, they will eventually pose a threat to us. If we don't act ruthlessly, we will suffer in the end." Chapter 269, Treating Liu Jiachi's Wounds. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Mo quickly picked up Liu Jiachi and dashed out of the small house like a gust of wind. He carefully laid Liu Jiachi down on the ground. At that moment, Xiaobing also hurriedly reached the outside of the small house. When her gaze fell on the blood flowing from Liu Jiachi's abdomen, an uncontrollable wave of anxiety and fear surged in her heart. Xiaobing widened her eyes in shock and shouted at Song Mo, "Brother Song, how did Jiachi get injured? What happened?" Song Mo's expression was serious as he hurriedly explained, "She was ambushed by a little girl. The girl stabbed her in the abdomen with a stone knife. This is not the time to talk. We must stop her bleeding quickly, or her life will be in danger. You stay here to take care of her, pressing your hand tightly on her wound, and make sure she doesn't lose too much blood. I'll go into the woods to see if I can find any herbs to stop the bleeding." Before Song Mo's words were finished, he stood up abruptly like an arrow released from a bow, and ran into the depths of the woods without hesitation. Xiaobing quickly tore a piece of cloth from her clothes and pressed it tightly against Liu Jiachi's wound, hoping to stop the bleeding that was continuously seeping out. Chapter 270, Liu Jiachi Awakens. After bandaging the wound, Song Mo carefully carried Liu Jiachi back to the shelter, and gently placed her on the bed. Li Xia, lying on the bed, saw this scene and quickly asked, "Brother Song, what happened to Sister Jiachi?" Song Mo sighed and said, "She was stabbed by a native child." Hearing this, Kui Shiuyan immediately asked, "What happened? Didn't you all have guns? How could Sister Jiachi get stabbed?" Before Song Mo could respond, Xiaobing interjected, "It's all Jiachi's fault for being soft-hearted. Brother Song and I had already shot down almost all the natives. Brother Song told us to check the natives' dwelling to see if there were any left. Jiachi walked into a small house, saw a native girl, and hesitated to shoot because she felt sorry for her, and then she got stabbed by that little girl." Hearing this, Kui Shiuyan angrily said, "These natives really deserve to die. They are not even human. Sister Jiachi shouldn't have been soft-hearted." Li Xia immediately added, "Yes. These natives are truly despicable." The reason they both hated the natives so much was that they had witnessed their companions being killed and their organs taken out and eaten raw. Chapter 271, Finally Finding the Cave. After a while, Song Mo slowly spoke to Kui Shiuyan, "Shiuyan, take good care of Jiachi and Xia tomorrow. Xiaobing and I still need to go into the woods to look for a cave to hide in. Now that both Jiachi and Xia are injured, it's impossible for them to recover without help, and it would be troublesome if the pirates find this place. Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Kui Shiyan immediately nodded and said, "Brother Song, don't worry. I will definitely pay attention to safety, you two should be careful too." Song Mo smiled and said, "Don't worry, we will be fine." The next morning, as dawn broke, Song Mo and Xiaobing woke up early. After washing up briefly by the river, they took their guns and headed into the woods. At this time, the sun had not yet risen, and the woods were still shrouded in mist, making visibility low. They walked for nearly 2 hours without finding the cave. And both felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Fortunately, by then the sun had risen high, the mist in the woods had completely dissipated, and visibility improved. After walking such a long distance, they were both exhausted and found a large tree. Observing the surroundings to confirm there was no potential danger, before sitting down to rest beneath the tree. Chapter 272, Moving. Song Mo nodded and said, "You're right. We need to move to this cave to live as soon as possible. Food and firewood will be easy to solve. But the water source is more troublesome since our shelter is over 10 kilometers away. Getting water will be difficult. Should we look around here to see if we can find a water source?" Xiaobing smiled and said, "I don't think it needs to be that complicated. Look. The ground here is quite damp. There should be underground water beneath it. Why don't we just dig a well under this cave? It will be convenient to get water then." Upon hearing Xiaobing's words, Song Mo's eyes lit up, and he slapped his forehead, laughing, "You're so smart. Why didn't I think of that? The ground is so damp, we should just dig a few meters down, and there will be water. There's no need to go through all that trouble looking for a water source." The two rested a little longer under the cave before turning back towards the shelter. By the time they returned to the shelter, it was already afternoon. The round trip took about 8 or 9 hours, and both of them were already exhausted, hungry, and thirsty. They returned to the kitchen, sat by the fireplace, and began to breathe heavily. Chapter 273, The indestructible monster. Xiaobing cautiously walked through the woods with a gun in hand. The seconds ticking away, as she had already been walking for nearly half an hour. Suddenly, a wild boar's howl broke the tranquility of the forest and reached her ears. The sound was like music to her ears, filling her with a surge of joy. Moreover, based on the loudness and frequency of the boar's call, she could infer that there were definitely more than one wild boar in the area. This deserted island had a clear advantage over the previous one they lived on. Finding food was relatively easier. The number of animals in this forest was evidently much greater than that on the previous island, even though it was winter now. However, it had not snowed on this island, and the temperature was not too low, allowing many animals to remain active. Xiaobing felt delighted and quickened her pace, heading straight toward the direction of the boar's call. As she got closer, the sounds of the wild boars became increasingly loud, as if they were calling her. After walking another 500 or 600 meters, she finally spotted 7 or 8 wild boars in her line of sight. The boars varied in size. The largest one was massive, estimated to weigh 200 to 300 pounds, while the smallest appeared quite petite, likely only weighing 20 to 30 pounds. From their appearance, they seemed to be a family. Chapter 274. Tonight I want to sleep with you. When Song Mo returned to the shelter, it was nearly dark. Kui Shiyan and Li Xia were sitting by the kitchen fireplace chatting. Upon seeing Song Mo return, the two immediately greeted him. Kui Shiyan said to Song Mo, "Brother Song, why are you back so late? I thought you weren't coming back tonight." Song Mo walked over to the fireplace and sat down, smiling as he replied, "I was just worried about you too, so I had Bing take care of Jurcha while I came back." Hearing this, Kui Shiyan and Li Xia were both touched. Song Mo then asked, "Have you eaten? I'm so hungry after the walk." Kui Shiyan quickly replied, "Xia and I have already eaten. We thought you weren't coming back, so we didn't save any for you. I'll get you some right now." After saying this, she stood up, took a piece of lamb, cut it into small pieces, and began to stew it in the pot. After eating the stewed lamb, it was completely dark outside. Song Mo turned to Kui Xiuyan and said, "Xiuyan, let's go to bed early tonight. Tomorrow morning, we will carry Xia to the cave on a stretcher." Upon hearing this, Kui Xiuyan nodded immediately. Chapter 275. Digging a well under the cave. In just a few minutes, the wild boar meat was already roasted to a golden brown, sizzling with oil. The few people who had been starving were eagerly grabbing the roasted wild boar meat and devouring it. After eating the roasted wild boar, they boiled some river water brought from the shelter and drank it. Once they were full, Song Mo lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and slowly exhaled the smoke. He said, "The water we brought from the shelter will only last us 3 or 4 days at most. We need to dig a well under the cave as soon as possible." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Song Mo then said to Liu Jiaqi and Li Xia, "You two focus on healing. The 3 of us will go dig the well." After saying this, he grabbed a military knife, took hold of the rope, and quickly went down to the bottom of the cave. Seeing this, Xiaobing followed suit, grabbing a military knife and quickly sliding down to the ground. Kui Xiuyan looked at the nearly 30-meter-high cave and felt a bit intimidated, hesitating to climb down. Standing at the bottom of the cave, Song Mo encouraged her, "Xiuyan, you don't need to be afraid. Just hold onto the rope and come down boldly. Both Bing Bing and I are down here." Chapter 276. Encountering a python and a giant eagle. The next morning, as the sky began to lighten, Song Mo and Xiaobing both opened their eyes at the same time. They moved gently and swiftly, careful not to wake Liu Jiaqi, Kui Xiuyan, and Li Xia, who were still fast asleep. Song Mo and Xiaobing exchanged a smile and began to pack their bags in unison. They quietly placed some essentials into bamboo baskets, trying not to make a sound. Once everything was ready, they each shouldered a bamboo basket and took a gun. They walked to the mouth of the cave, grabbed the rope, and slid down to the bottom of the cave, heading toward the coastline. This journey was not easy. The distance between the cave and the coastline was nearly 20 kilometers, requiring at least 6 to 7 hours of walking. As time passed, the sun gradually rose, and sunlight filtered through the dense trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Song Mo and Xiaobing had been walking for over 3 hours. Although they were in good shape, such a long trek still left them feeling exhausted. Sweat soaked their clothes, clinging uncomfortably to their bodies. Their breathing became rapid, and they panted intermittently, as if every step required all their strength. Chapter 277. The eagle battles the python. The gigantic eagle, upon spotting the large python from a distance, became unusually excited. It let out a series of high-pitched calls, as if it had discovered a rare treasure, and strode directly toward the python. The python, sensing the eagle's hostility, coiled in place, constantly flicking its long tongue and hissing, warning the eagle not to approach. However, this did not deter the eagle's advance. Soon, it was only 7 or 8 meters away from the python. At that moment, the python suddenly opened its massive mouth without warning, revealing its sharp fangs, and swiftly launched an attack on the eagle. Faced with this sudden assault, the eagle showed no fear. It quickly flapped its enormous wings and dodged the python's strike with lightning speed. Then, with astonishing speed, it lunged forward, using its long beak like an arrow, straight toward the python's head. A sharp crack sounded, and in the blink of an eye, the python's head was pierced open by the eagle's hard beak, and blood gushed forth. Chapter 278. Arriving at the cave by the coast. This scene left Song Mo and Xiaobing completely stunned. They exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Xiaobing, unable to believe it, turned to Song Mo and said, "Brother Song, why is that eagle nodding at us? Is it greeting us?" Song Mo shook his head, his brow furrowed, clearly perplexed by the eagle's behavior. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I can't be sure if that eagle is really greeting us. But from its current behavior, it seems it doesn't have any malicious intent, otherwise it would have attacked us long ago." After saying this, Song Mo slowly lowered the gun in his hand. although Xiaobing felt a bit uneasy in her heart. She also gradually lowered the gun muzzle. The large eagle stood in place for a while, staring at Song Mo and Xiaobing, and then ignored them, lowering its head to start pecking at the corpse of the python. Seeing this, Song Mo and Xiaobing both secretly breathed a sigh of relief and dared not stay any longer. They hurriedly picked up the bamboo basket on the ground, slung it over their backs, and turned to quickly walk towards the coast, glancing back from time to time to see if the large eagle was following them. Chapter 279, moving back to live in the cave the next morning, as the sun rose high in the sky. Song Mo and Xiaobing woke up simultaneously, as if they had made an agreement. After walking out of the cave and washing up with seawater at the coast, they returned to the cave entrance and lit a fire. Xiaobing took a piece of wild boar meat brought from the cave, cut it into small pieces, and put it into the pot to stew. After having breakfast, Xiaobing stayed at the cave entrance to continue boiling seawater for salt crystals, while Song Mo went back to the coast to continue collecting bottles. They stayed by the coast for 3 days, during which Xiaobing had boiled out more than 10 pounds of sea salt crystals, and Song Mo had collected 2 woven bags of empty bottles. On the 4th day, the two woke up early again, went to the coast to wash up briefly, returned to the cave to stew some wild boar meat for breakfast, and packed their things into the bamboo baskets. They also tied the 2 bags of empty bottles to the bamboo baskets, and each of them carried a basket as they walked into the woods. They walked slowly along the way, taking about 7 or 8 hours to reach the bottom of the cave, encountering no further dangers along the way. Meanwhile, Liu Jiachi, Kui Xiuyan, and Li Xia were sitting at the cave entrance, chatting while roasting by the fire. Chapter 280, Let Brother pamper you well after eating the stewed wild chicken. Xiaobing and the 4 girls immediately went to the bathroom, took bamboo tubes to fetch water from the small river, and poured it into the iron bath. They lit the fire under the bath to start heating the water. During their time living in the cave, Xiaobing and Kui Xiuyan occasionally boiled some hot water in a pot to wash their bodies. However, Liu Jiachi and Li Xia hadn't bathed since their injuries, and they were almost starting to smell. At this moment, the girls just wanted to take a nice hot bath. After more than half an hour, the water in the bath was heated. The 4 girls each took a change of clothes, went to the bathroom, stripped completely, and began to rinse their bodies with the hot water from the bath using bamboo tubes. Song Mo, on the other hand, was sitting by the kitchen fireplace, lighting a cigarette and smoking leisurely. After more than half an hour, the 4 girls finished their baths and came to the kitchen, sitting by the fireplace to dry their dripping hair. Looking at the 4 girls who had just bathed, they appeared as beautiful as freshly bloomed lotus flowers. Song Mo's eyes kept wandering over their bodies. Chapter 281, The pirate army attacks. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days had passed. During this time, Song Mo and his group lived a peaceful life. They occasionally went into the woods to search for food and chop firewood, spending the rest of their time in the shelter, enjoying this rare tranquility. One morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves and fell on the ground. After stewing a wild chicken for breakfast, they, as usual, gathered on the grass by the small river. They sat together, basking in the warm sunlight and leisurely chatting, as if forgetting all the troubles of the outside world. However, in this tranquil atmosphere, a sudden sense of crisis surged in Song Mo's heart. He stood up abruptly, furrowed his brows, and looked intensely towards the direction of the woods. Seeing his reaction, Xiaobing and the others also became alert, quickly standing up to follow Song Mo's gaze. Liu Jiachi, filled with curiosity, asked Song Mo, "Brother Song, what's wrong? Is something not right?" Song Mo's expression was serious as he replied, "I sense that danger is approaching, and it's very likely that the pirates have come." His words were like a thunderclap, resonating in everyone's ears. Chapter 282, Escape. After a round of intense gunfire, the hundreds of pirates slowly put away their guns. They then strode forward like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey towards the shelter that had been riddled with holes and was on the verge of collapse. When they reached the entrance of the shelter, they were surprised to find it empty, not a single person in sight. A pirate, looking puzzled, approached the pirate leader and cautiously said, "Boss, why is there no one in this shelter?" The pirate leader was instantly furious, glaring at the pirate and shouting, "Damn it. I'm not blind, of course, I know there's no one here." After scolding, the pirate leader, still fuming, shot a fierce glance at the pirate and then turned to look at the wood in the kitchen fireplace that had not completely extinguished. The wood was still emitting wisps of smoke, clearly having been lit not long ago. Seeing this, the pirate leader's anger intensified. He bellowed at the other pirates, "Look at the firewood in this fireplace, it's not completely extinguished. This means there were definitely people here just now, they must have discovered us and fled in a hurry." Chapter 283, Counterattack. After resting for more than 10 minutes, the hundreds of pirates stood up and continued to rush towards the direction where Song Mo and the others had fled. Their pace seemed hurried, as if they were eager to catch up with Song Mo and the others. Thus, Song Mo and his group ran wildly through the rugged woods for nearly 40 minutes. Finally, panting, they reached the bottom of the cave. They didn't dare waste any time and quickly grabbed the prepared ropes, climbing one by one up to the cave entrance. Once everyone had safely arrived at the cave entrance, Song Mo carefully put away the rope. After entering the cave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing exhaustedly on the ground. Each person felt as if all their strength had been drained, unable to move. After catching their breath for a moment, they all grabbed the well water stored in the cave. Unscrewing the bottle caps, the sound of gulping echoed in the cave as they drank the water thirstily, as if it were the most precious nectar in the world. After downing a bottle of water, everyone's breathing gradually calmed down. After resting for a moment, Song Mo felt that his strength had somewhat returned. He slowly spoke, "Now that we are in the cave, we are safe. It is nearly impossible for these pirates to climb up this steep cave unless they grow wings and fly." Chapter 284, Trapped in the cave. Just as the pirate raised his gun, Xiaobing did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang! With a deafening gunshot, the bullet shot out like lightning, hitting the pirate's head directly. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the pirate's head was smashed to bits as if struck by a heavy hammer. Seeing another companion die on the spot, the others dared not show themselves easily, fearing they would be the next victim. Time passed second by second, and a few minutes later, one pirate could no longer contain his fear. He shouted to the pirate leader, "Boss, hiding like this isn't a solution. We need to come up with a plan." The pirate leader was also anxious and, hearing his subordinates shout, thought for a moment before responding loudly, "I'll count to 3, and everyone rush out together, shooting in the direction of the gunfire. I refuse to believe we can't kill them. Is that clear?" The other pirates, upon hearing the leader's order, responded in unison, "Understood." The pirate leader then began to count slowly, his voice particularly clear in the tense atmosphere. Chapter 285, Stalling the pirates. Xiaobing smiled and said, "With so many pirates here, the amount of food and water they consume every day is quite large. Although it's not difficult to find enough food for them in this forest, their water supply can only come from the well we dug. The little water from our well is simply not enough for this group of pirates. Just wait. In less than 3 days, these pirates will lose patience and definitely think of other ways to deal with us." After nearly an hour, the wild boar meat in the pot was finally cooked. The hungry group eagerly picked up bowls and chopsticks to enjoy the meat. After eating the stewed wild boar, Song Mo lit a cigarette and relaxed, while Xiaobing and the 4 girls chatted casually. Meanwhile, the pirates also lit several campfires. The pirate leader sent some of them into the woods to search for food and others to fetch water from the well. The pirate leader then asked a nearby pirate, "Are you sure there are only 5 of them?" The pirate being questioned was the one who had escaped on the cruise ship last time. Chapter 286, smoky cave suddenly. There was a gunshot, and the bullet fired by Song Mo shot out like lightning, hitting the head of a pirate leaning against a tree and still asleep. In an instant, blood splattered, and brain matter flew. The pirate's head burst like a smashed watermelon, instantly becoming unrecognizable. The sudden gunfire startled the sleeping pirates awake. They panicked and scurried around like headless flies, desperately looking for cover. Meanwhile, the 10 pirates lurking in the woods below the cave, upon hearing the gunfire, raised their guns and began to fire wildly at the cave entrance. Bullets rained down like a storm, making a rapid tat-tat-tat sound. However, Song Mo had anticipated this. After firing one shot, he swiftly retreated back into the cave like a ghost. The bullets fired by the 10 pirates hit the stone wall at the cave entrance, creating sparks, while Song Mo retreated safely inside, unharmed. When Xiaobing and the others heard the gunfire, they were also startled and jumped out of bed. Chapter 287, Capturing a Pirate. Li Xia looked at Xiaobing with curiosity and asked, "Sister Bingbing, how are we supposed to cooperate with them?" Xiaobing smiled slyly and replied softly, It's simple, we just need to make some noise." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. They cautiously walked to about 2 meters from the cave entrance and stopped. Then, they began to cough violently in unison. The sound as if they were choking on thick smoke, sounding very realistic. Not only that, but they also mixed in some terrified screams, making it seem like the people in the cave were in extreme panic. Although the cave was 30 meters above the ground, their voices clearly reached the pirates below. The pirates, hearing this, became excited, each one jumping with joy. One pirate proudly said to the pirate leader, "Ha ha, boss, this trick of yours is brilliant. I didn't expect the people in the cave to give in so quickly. At this rate, in no more than 10 minutes, they'll definitely be passed out from the smoke." Chapter 288, The Frantic Pirate Leader. When the pirate heard Song Mo say this, he was immediately so frightened that he trembled all over, a stream of urine flowing from his pants. Seeing that the pirate had wet himself, Song Mo couldn't help but scoff at him. Xiaobing, feeling disgusted, covered her nose with her hand. Song Mo coldly said, "If you want to cooperate with me, just blink your eyes. I'll immediately let go of your mouth. If you don't want to cooperate, then I'll start cutting your flesh." The pirate quickly blinked a few times. Seeing him blink, Song Mo slowly released his hand from covering the pirate's mouth. Coldly, he said, "Now shout that there's treasure in this cave and call your leader to come in." Hearing this, the pirate dared not hesitate, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Boss, everyone in the cave has passed out from the smoke. And there's a huge pile of treasure in here. Come quick and take a look." The pirates below the cave were all extremely excited. The pirate leader grabbed the climbing rope and began to climb up to the cave entrance, but after climbing 3 or 4 meters, he suddenly thought of something. Chapter 289, A brown bear appears at night. At this moment, Song Mo and the others were sitting by the fire in the cave, where a pot was stewing wild boar meat. Song Mo lit a cigarette, enjoying it, while Xiaobing and the 4 girls chatted casually. After a while, Liu Jiachi suddenly looked up at Song Mo and said, "Brother Song, after what just happened, the pirates should no longer dare to recklessly climb into the cave. It seems they will withdraw soon, right?" Song Mo smiled and replied, "After what just happened, I think that group of pirates would love to tear us apart. I don't think they will leave so easily, they definitely want to trap us in this cave." Xiaobing also nodded in agreement, and said that since coming to this deserted island, we have eliminated dozens of pirates. This group of pirates can be said to hate us to the bone, they have come with so many people this time just to wipe us out. Now that we are trapped in the cave, although they cannot do anything to us for the time being, they will not just leave. Hearing Song Mo and Xiaobing say this, Liu Jiachi, Kui Shiyan, and Li Xia became somewhat worried again. Chapter 290, The pirates leave voluntarily. The pirates listened to the deafening roars, and although they had guns in their hands, it did nothing to cover their inner fear and anxiety. The pirate leader's face was grim as he shouted hoarsely, "Shoot!" His voice sounded particularly harsh in the tense atmosphere. Upon hearing the leader's angry shout, the pirates immediately began to blindly pull the triggers in the direction of the roaring brown bears. In an instant, gunshots rang out like popping beans, echoing throughout the forest, and the pirates finally spotted the location of the 5 brown bears. However, facing the rain of bullets, the 5 brown bears ultimately could not escape and were all hit. They let out heartbreaking howls in immense pain, and then turned and fled into the depths of the forest like startled birds, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Song Mo and Xiaobing keenly grasped the moment when the pirates began shooting at the brown bears, and without hesitation, raised their Barrett sniper rifles, aiming the dark muzzles at the group of pirates. Due to the overlapping gunfire inside and outside the cave, a noisy sound wave was created, and the pirates stationed in the woods below the cave completely failed to notice the unusual situation at the cave entrance. Chapter 291, Ordinary Days. Early the next morning, Song Mo woke up early, while Xiaobing and the 4 girls were still sound asleep. Song Mo did not wake them up. He climbed out of bed, took the sniper rifle, and went to within 2 meters of the cave entrance. Peering through the sniper scope for a careful observation, he found no sign of the pirates. He returned to the cave, took a rope, and tied it to a protruding rock at the cave entrance. Grabbing the rope, he swiftly slid down to the bottom of the cave and began to cautiously check the forest with his gun in hand. After a round of observation, he still did not see any sign of the pirates, and Song Mo let out a long sigh of relief, confirming that the pirates had indeed left. After wandering around the woods, he returned to the cave, and by this time, Xiaobing and the 4 girls had also woken up and were sitting by the campfire, chatting idly. Seeing Song Mo come in, Xiaobing immediately asked, "Song Ji, how is it?" Song Mo smiled and said, "I carefully checked in the woods and didn't see any sign of the pirates. It seems they have completely left." Hearing this, Xiaobing and the others were extremely happy. Liu Jiachi said with a beaming face, "That's great. The pirates have finally left. It seems they won't dare to come back, right?" Chapter 292, Easily repelling the python. Not long after, everyone's attention was focused on a bush several dozen meters away. There were faint sounds coming from behind the bush, as if something was slowly crawling within it. Seeing this, Song Mo and the others all pointed their guns at the bush. Time passed slowly, and the short span of just 10 seconds felt particularly long. Finally, under everyone's tense gaze, a large head slowly poked out from behind the bush. The crowd gasped in surprise. It turned out to be the head of a python. The python's head was as black as ink and as large as a wash basin. The scales on its head sparkled in the sunlight. What surprised everyone the most was that above the python's head, there were actually a pair of horns growing, although small. They added an air of mystery and majesty to it, although they could not see the full body of the python yet. Just its massive head was enough to imagine how enormous its body must be. Liu Jiachi, Kui Xiuyan, and Li Xia, seeing such a huge python head, felt a surge of fear despite holding guns tightly in their hands. Chapter 293, Are You Still Okay? Walking along the beach, Song Mo and Li Xia seemed to be in a world isolated from reality. The sea breeze gently brushed against their skin, bringing a hint of coolness. The waves crashing against the rocks made a crisp sound, like a symphony played by nature. The sunlight bathed them in warmth and softness, making them feel incredibly comfortable. Their moods were as pleasant as the beautiful weather. They strolled along the coastline, unknowingly walking nearly 2 kilometers. Suddenly, Li Xia's gaze was attracted by a flat boulder on the beach. She pointed to the large rock and turned to Song Mo, saying, "Song Ji, look at that big rock. It looks so comfortable. How about we rest on that rock for a while?" Song Mo followed her finger and saw the rock standing quietly on the beach, its surface smooth and flat, resembling a natural resting platform. He smiled and nodded. The two sat down next to the boulder. Li Xia gently leaned against Song Mo's shoulder, gazing out at the vast sea, feeling an indescribable emotion surge within her. She couldn't help but sigh. "Song Ji, do you think we can still leave here?" Chapter 294. Eating some oysters to replenish. After being cozy on the boulder for a while, Songmo and Licia finally picked up their clothes and put them on. They climbed down from the boulder and continued walking along the coastline. After walking another 2 or 3 kilometers, realizing it was getting late, the two turned back towards the cave. Along the way, Licia held Songmo's hand, feeling an indescribable joy. By the time they returned to the cave, the sun was slowly setting below the horizon, leaving a colorful sunset in the sky. Back at the cave entrance, Liu Jiaqi asked with a smile, Song Ji, why are you two just coming back now? Were you two getting cozy by the beach? Upon hearing this, Songmo smiled awkwardly. After stewing some wild boar meat and eating, everyone sat around the campfire at the cave entrance, chatting and laughing. It was late before everyone felt a wave of drowsiness, and they got up to return to the cave, lying down on palm leaves to sleep. That night, everyone slept soundly, and the next morning, Songmo did not wake up until the sun was high in the sky. Opening his eyes, he found that he was the only one in the cave, and he crawled up from the palm leaves. Chapter 295. Monster. Seeing this animal, both Songmo and Xiaobing were taken aback, wondering what kind of creature it was. Although they had weapons in hand, Songmo and Xiaobing still felt a chill run down their spines when they saw the strangely shaped monster. Xiaobing frowned and asked Songmo, Brother Song, what is this thing? Why does it look so weird? Songmo shook his head, indicating that he had never seen it before. The monster also noticed Songmo and Xiaobing, stopping less than 100 meters away from them. It stared at them with its shiny black eyes, looking a bit dazed and cute, while continuously making strange noises. Songmo and Xiaobing stared at the monster, with Songmo's finger on the trigger and Xiaobing's finger on the string of her compound bow. If the monster attacked them, they would shoot without hesitation. After 3 or 4 minutes passed, the monster still did not attack, just watching them. Xiaobing anxiously asked, Brother Song, what does this monster mean? Why isn't it attacking us, just staring at us? After a moment of thought, Songmo replied slowly, I think this monster doesn't mean us any harm, otherwise it would have attacked us by now. It seems to be curious about us, which is why it's staring. Chapter 296. Moving back to the riverbank unbeknownst to them, the sky gradually darkened. Liu Jiaqi dug out some charcoal from the fire and placed a pile of oysters on it to roast slowly. Seeing this, Songmo couldn't help but laugh. Xiaobing took a piece of wild boar meat from the bamboo basket they brought from the cave, cut it into small pieces, and sautéed it in a pot, adding some water to stew. In less than half an hour, the oysters were cooked, and Liu Jiaqi immediately picked one up and broke it open. She handed it to Songmo with a smile, saying, Brother Song, eat it while it's hot. Songmo rolled his eyes at her and replied, You all should eat too. Xiaobing smiled and said, This is specially for you to replenish your strength. Hurry up and eat. Songmo replied with a hint of annoyance, With this big pile, you want me to eat it all by myself? Are you trying to make me burst? Xiaobing laughed and said, We all know you have a good appetite, this isn't enough for you. Hurry up and eat while it's hot, it won't taste good when it cools down. Helpless, Songmo shook his head and took the oyster from Liu Jiaqi, scooping out the meat and chewing on it. It must be said that the roasted oyster without any seasoning didn't taste great, but it wasn't too bad either. Chapter 297. Songmo bitten by a poisonous snake. After resting for 3 or 4 minutes, Songmo suddenly felt anxious, as if an invisible pressure was surrounding him, making him uneasy. Not only that, but his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably, as if something bad was about to happen. This strange feeling made Songmo's nerves tense up instantly, and his alertness increased. He widened his eyes, carefully examining his surroundings, not missing any subtle changes. However, after a thorough observation, he found nothing unusual around him. Could it be that I am too sensitive? Songmo thought to himself. Just as he was about to relax his guard, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something moving slightly on the branch above him. His heart tightened, and he slowly looked up, only to feel a chill creep up his spine. It turned out that there were 2 snakes coiled on the branch above him. No. To be precise, it should be the same snake, but with 2 heads. The body of this 2-headed snake blended almost seamlessly with the color of the tree trunk. If Song Mo hadn't noticed it by chance, he probably wouldn't have discovered its existence. Chapter 298, Building a Shelter by the River Again. After Xiaobing finished bandaging Song Mo's wound, Liu Jiachi looked at him with deep concern in her eyes and asked softly, "Brother Song, how do you feel now? Does the wound still hurt?" Song Mo endured the pain, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and forced a smile, saying, "I'm fine, don't worry. It's just a finger, it's not a big deal." However, his pale face and the cold sweat on his forehead could not hide the pain he was enduring. Kui Shiyan stood by, her eyes already red, tears welling up. With a choked voice, she said to Song Mo, "Brother Song, thank you for saving us again. When you saw the poisonous snake, you could have easily dodged it. If it weren't for your concern that it might attack us if you avoided it, you wouldn't have been bitten." Song Mo waved his hand, pretending to be relaxed, and smiled, saying, "We are all family. How could I bear to watch you get bitten by a snake? Look, I'm fine, right?" Hearing this, everyone felt a surge of emotion. Li Xia lowered her head with guilt and said softly, "Brother Song, it's all our fault. If we hadn't suggested moving back to the riverbank and had stayed in the cave, you wouldn't have been bitten by the snake." Chapter 299, The Tiger's Roar Scares Away the Brown Bear. Hearing Liu Jiachi's words, Song Mo smiled and said, "To be honest, not being intimate with you for a while has really been tough on me. Let me spoil you tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Liu Jiachi into an embrace and kissed her cherry lips. Liu Jiachi immediately felt a rush of excitement, and responded by wrapping her arms around Song Mo's neck and kissing him back. As they continued to kiss, their clothes began to fall off onto the bed. Just as they were about to take their intimacy a step further, a huge noise suddenly erupted from the forest, followed by a bear's roar. Hearing the bear's roar, Song Mo gently pushed Liu Jiachi away, quickly picked up his clothes in the dark, and mumbled, "Damn it. This damn bear dares to ruin my fun. Just wait, I'll take care of you." Liu Jiachi couldn't help but laugh at his words. Song Mo quickly got dressed, grabbed the gun by the foot of the bed, and walked to the entrance of the shelter, looking out through the bamboo door cracks. However, it was pitch black outside, and he couldn't see anything. Chapter 300, Hyenas Fighting Over Food. After more than 10 minutes passed without any sign of the tiger, and no more roars coming from the forest, everyone felt a sense of curiosity. Kui Shiyan spoke up, "Do you think the tiger has left? It's been so long without any noise." Xiaobing replied, "From the looks of it, the tiger has already left, otherwise, it would have shown up by now." Liu Jiachi, feeling a bit scared, said, "Thank goodness for that roar. Otherwise, our hard-built shelter might have been destroyed by those 5 brown bears." Li Xia curiously said that the tiger scared away the 5 brown bears and then left, as if it was intentionally helping them scare off the bears. Isn't that incredible? Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but express their amazement. After a while, Song Mo spoke up, saying that since the brown bears had left, they probably wouldn't come back tonight, so they should rest early. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Liu Jiachi and smiled, asking, "Jiachi, do you want to join me in finishing what we didn't complete?" Hearing this, Liu Jiachi shyly shook her head. Chapter 301, The Relentless Hyena. At that moment, the injured wild boar suddenly turned around and dashed into the depths of the forest like the wind. However, how could Song Mo let this wild boar escape easily? He quickly raised his gun, his eyes sharp, locking onto the boar's figure. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and with a loud bang, the bullet shot out like lightning. Although this shot didn't hit the boar's head, it accurately pierced through its belly. The wild boar let out a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the silent forest, sending chills down their spines. The injured wild boar gritted its teeth against the pain and continued to run desperately. However, after only 7 or 8 meters, It could no longer hold on and crashed to the ground, splattering mud everywhere. Seeing this, Song Mo quickly put away his gun and dashed towards the fallen wild boar like an arrow. Looking at the boar that was still alive, he didn't hesitate. Raised his gun again, pressed the muzzle tightly against the boar's head, and decisively pulled the trigger. With another deafening gunshot, the boar's head was instantly blown apart. A huge blood hole appearing on its head, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Chapter 302, Too Loud. After rinsing his body briefly and changing into a clean outfit, he returned to the kitchen and sat by the fireplace. Looking at his scruffy appearance, Xiaobing smiled and said, "Song Ji, your beard has grown so long. Let me trim it for you." Song Mo nodded and smiled, "Sure. So I don't poke you when I kiss you." Upon hearing this, Xiaobing's face flushed, and she shot him a glare. Liu Jiachi, Kui Xiuya, and Li Xia couldn't help but burst into laughter. Song Mo pulled out a military knife from his waist and handed it to Xiaobing. She took the knife and began to shave his beard. Where the knife went, Song Mo's beard fell off in clumps. In less than 10 minutes, Xiaobing had cleaned up Song Mo's beard completely. After this tidying up, Song Mo looked much fresher. And the four of them couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Song Mo chuckled and said, "Aren't you all mesmerized by my handsome face?" Hearing this, the four women couldn't help but laugh. Kui Xiuya replied, "Song Ji, do you have a misunderstanding about your looks? You're quite far from handsome." Chapter 303, The Tiger vs. The brown bears. After resting for nearly 20 minutes, everyone felt their strength had recovered a bit, and they stood up to continue walking towards the coast. As they walked a bit further, a sudden loud noise came from the forest, followed by a series of bear roars. The roar echoed through the sky, startling the birds perched on the branches, which fled in panic, making terrified sounds. Upon hearing the bear's roar, Song Mo and the others' expressions changed, and they quickly stood still, placing the bamboo baskets on their backs on the ground, raising their guns towards the direction of the roar. From this roar, they also deduced that there was more than one bear. Although they had guns in hand, the echoing roar still sent chills down their spines. Less than 2 minutes later, 5 huge brown bears appeared in their line of sight. These 5 brown bears were massive, nearly 2 meters tall and over 3 meters long. Their heads were almost the size of a bathtub, and their limbs were as thick as an adult's thigh. Kui Xiuya trembled and said, "Could these 5 brown bears be the same ones that came to our shelter a few nights ago? Why are they here again?" Chapter 304, Taking Xiaobing to pick coconuts. The tiger immediately released its grip and charged at one of the brown bears. In the blink of an eye, the tiger had knocked the brown bear to the ground and bit down hard on its neck. With that bite, the tiger broke the bear's neck, and the bear let out a series of screams, its body writhing in agony. From the moment the tiger attacked to the moment it broke the neck of the 2 brown bears, only a few dozen seconds had passed. The other 3 brown bears, witnessing this scene, dared not confront the tiger any longer and turned to flee into the forest, soon disappearing from sight. The tiger did not chase after the 3 fleeing bears, but released its grip on the bear, and after letting out a roar, lowered its head to tear into the already dead bear's corpse. At this moment, Song Mo and the others finally snapped out of their shock. They hadn't expected the tiger to so easily break the necks of 2 brown bears. They also confirmed that the tiger had no malice towards them, seeing it tearing into the bear's corpse. Without lingering any longer, they picked up the bamboo baskets from the ground, strapped them to their backs, and quickly walked towards the coast, occasionally glancing back at the tiger. Chapter 305, Getting Cozy in the Sea. After saying this, he stood up and unhesitatingly began to remove his clothes. In less than a minute, he was completely naked, standing there in the buff. Although the two had already crossed that final line and things had progressed, when Xiaobing saw Song Mo displaying his body so confidently, she couldn't help but feel her face flush. Her gaze unintentionally fell on Song Mo's well-defined muscles, and an indescribable feeling surged in her heart. Seeing Xiaobing's face turn completely red, Song Mo's lips curled into a teasing smile. He softly said, "Bing Bing, don't be so shy. Hurry up and take off your clothes to wash. Do you need me to help you?" Xiaobing's face turned even redder, and she quickly shook her head, stammering, "No. It's fine, I can do it myself." Despite saying this, her movements appeared somewhat clumsy and slow. She slowly stood up, turned her back to Song Mo, and began to untie her clothes. When she finally removed all her clothing and turned to face Song Mo, their eyes met, and both were instantly captivated by each other's bodies. Chapter 306. The crowd's exclamations. Kui Shiuyan and Li Xia had not been in the woods for long when they heard a series of wild chicken calls. The two immediately stopped in their tracks and looked up, spotting a wild chicken on a branch not far away, calling out incessantly. Li Xia smiled and said, "I didn't expect our luck to be this good. We saw a wild chicken so quickly. Watch me." Before she finished speaking, she drew her compound bow, aimed at the wild chicken, and released the string without hesitation. Her archery skills were on par with Song Mo's, although the wild chicken was nearly 30 meters away. Her arrow hit its mark, piercing through the chicken's body. The wild chicken let out a cry and fell to the ground, rolling around. Li Xia quickly walked over, picked up the wild chicken, and twisted its neck with force, instantly breaking it. After that, she removed the arrow from its body, holding the wild chicken in one hand and the compound bow in the other, as she walked back to Kui Shiuyan. The two continued deeper into the woods and, after wandering for over half an hour, shot another wild chicken. With 2 wild chickens harvested, they were quite pleased and turned to head towards the coast. Chapter 307. Let's get engaged. Upon hearing Xiaobing's words, Song Mo smiled and replied, "I know they've always had me in their hearts. But it's been almost a year since that cruise explosion. To them, I must seem like I'm already dead. And you and Jiachi went out to look for me and went missing too. Perhaps they think we are both dead. Although they might be sad for a while. As time passes, they'll gradually forget about us. Besides, they live in a bustling city, encountering many people and things every day. It's normal for them to forget us." Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Xiaobing and Liu Jiachi had nothing more to say, agreeing with his reasoning. After a while, Liu Jiachi asked, "Song Ji, what if Huan Huan and Xiaomai both get married? What will you do?" Song Mo smiled and said, "What can I do? Of course, I'll sincerely wish them well. What is mine is mine, what is not mine can never be obtained." Hearing this, Xiaobing chuckled and said, "You seem quite open-minded. Aren't you even a little sad?" Song Mo smiled and replied, "What is there to be sad about? I'm not a greedy person, just being able to meet you all makes me feel very happy. If they choose to get married, it means they've found their true love. Shouldn't we wish them well? If I let them wait for me, who is out of touch? That would be too selfish of me." Chapter 308. Pirates return. Hearing this, Lu Yuhan's expression suddenly changed, and she angrily said, "You're not allowed to talk about Song Ji like that. If you had truly experienced our life on that deserted island, you would understand why I fell in love with him." Seeing Lu Yuhan getting a bit angry, Liu Junfeng quickly said, "Huan Huan, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now. I didn't mean to say that. I promise I won't say it again." Lu Yuhan shook her head and said, "I'm a bit tired, I'm going back now." After saying that, she stood up and walked outside. Liu Junfeng immediately followed her, smiling broadly, saying, "Huan Huan, let me take you back." Lu Yuhan shook her head and replied, "I can go back by myself, I want to be alone for a while. Let us talk about the engagement later." Hearing this, Liu Junfeng could only say, "Huan Huan, drive carefully, and call me when you get home." Lu Yuhan nodded and walked out quickly. Watching Lu Yuhan's departing figure, Liu Junfeng thought to himself, "Huan Huan, you can only be my woman for life, no one can take you away from me." After returning home, Lu Yuhan went into the bathroom to take a shower and then lay down on her bed. Chapter 309. safely arriving at the cave looking at the hundreds of pirates. The pirate leader shouted hoarsely, "Brothers, this time we are well prepared. No matter what, we must eliminate those hiding in the cave." His voice echoed along the coast, as if trying to break through the clouds. After shouting, the pirate leader suddenly burst into a mad laugh, the sound harsh against the empty sea. "Ha ha ha. It would be even better if we could capture them alive." He laughed while revealing a greedy look, thinking about how beautiful those girls were. He must capture them and enjoy them. The laughter abruptly stopped as the pirate leader gave orders. He instructed 40 to 50 pirates to stay on the shore to guard the cruise ship, while he led the remaining pirates like a surging black wave towards the cave where Song Mo and the others had last hidden. Due to the heavy supplies and weapons they were carrying, the pirates' progress became unusually slow. Meanwhile, Song Mo and the others were running desperately, almost jogging without a moment's pause, fearing they would be caught by the pirates behind them. Chapter 310, Bombing the Cave. Upon hearing this, the pirate leader was taken aback. Realizing that he had been so focused on leading the pirates to find Song Mo and the others that he had completely overlooked the possibility that they might have already left the cave. For a moment, the pirate leader felt embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. However, he certainly couldn't admit his oversight in front of everyone. So, he forced himself to remain calm and glared fiercely at the talkative pirate. Then, raising his voice, he shouted, "Do you need to remind me? I thought of that long ago. Even if they really aren't in this cave, so what? With so many of us, finding them will be a piece of cake." Hearing his words, the other pirates dared not say anything more. At this moment, Song Mo and Xiaobing each held a Barrett sniper rifle, coming to within 2 to 3 meters of the cave entrance. They lay on the ground, set up their sniper rifles, and through the scope, clearly saw the mass of pirates in the woods. Seeing so many pirates, both Song Mo and Xiaobing felt a chill down their spines. Xiaobing exclaimed in shock, "Wow, how come there are so many pirates? It looks like there are at least several hundred." Chapter 311, The Traitorous Pirate. Then he turned to 7 or 8 pirates and said, "You guys climb to the cave entrance and place the TNT explosives on the cave wall. I can't believe that even explosives can't destroy this broken cave." Hearing this, the pirates were reluctant. One of them cautiously said, "Boss, if we climb to the cave entrance like this, the people inside will definitely notice us. Before we can set up the explosives, they will shoot at us." Upon hearing this, the pirate leader's eyes widened with anger. "Damn it, if I tell you to go, then go. Why so much nonsense? If you don't go, I'll kill you all right now." Hearing him say that, the few pirates could only reluctantly walk towards the cave with climbing ropes and explosives. The pirate leader ordered another 20 pirates to hide in the nearby woods to monitor the situation at the cave entrance. He instructed some pirates to set up tents, while others were sent into the woods to search for food and collect firewood, and the remaining pirates were told to rest on the spot. The few pirates carrying climbing ropes and explosives trudged towards the cave, their faces grim, and muttering curses under their breath about the pirate leader. Chapter 312, Sam's Betrayal. After a loud explosion, Xiaobing quickly walked to the corner of the cave to look outside. When she saw that the cave had not been destroyed, she finally relaxed. At this moment, Liu Jiachi, Kui Xiuyan, and Li Xia still looked pale and were trembling. Song Mo smiled and comforted them, saying, "You don't need to worry or be afraid. Although the explosion sound is frightening, look, we are all fine, aren't we? Rest assured. As long as we stay in this cave, no matter how many pirates come, they won't be able to do anything to us." Hearing Song Mo's words, Liu Jiachi and the others were not as tense and afraid as before. At this time, Xiaobing also came to Song Mo's side, smiling as she said, "Brother Song, you really called it right. Our cave entrance wasn't destroyed." Song Mo replied with a smile, "I told you so. The rocks above the cave are quite hard. The pirates' mortars and rocket launchers couldn't possibly blow it up." Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened, and the few of them sat around the campfire. Song Mo lit a cigarette and smoked leisurely while Xiaobing and the four girls chatted casually. Chapter 313, The cruise ship is blown up. Hearing him say that, Sam smiled and said, "You're wrong there. How is this betraying the boss? I just made the right choice, not wanting my brothers to die here for no reason." After saying this, he turned to the 7 or 8 escaping pirates and said, "I know the boss hasn't treated you well, he's either hitting or scolding you, making you do all the dangerous work. Sometimes I can't stand it either, but I've told him several times, and you know the boss's temper, no one can persuade him." Sam's ability to win people's hearts is indeed quite impressive. Since he has chosen to betray the pirate leader, he must try to win people over and strengthen his own team, especially since he only has a few dozen subordinates now. After hearing Sam's words, the 7 or 8 escaping pirates were indeed moved. One pirate immediately said, "As long as you can take us away from here, you'll be our boss from now on." Another quickly added, "Yeah. As long as you can take us off this deserted island and back to our little island, and treat us better than the boss does, we will be completely loyal to you." Chapter 314, Pirates trapped on a deserted island. Although this place is nearly 20 kilometers from the coast, the explosion from the cruise ship was clearly heard here. The pirates who had already fallen asleep, and Song Mo's group, were awakened by the explosion. The pirates crawled out of their tents, looking towards the coast, where they could clearly see the flames. One pirate, filled with confusion, said, "That seems to be where our cruise ship was docked. Why is there an explosion and fire?" Another pirate immediately reacted and shouted, "This is bad. It looks like our cruise ship has exploded. What on earth happened?" One pirate angrily said, "What else could it be? It must be Sam's team along with those few traitors who went to the coast, incited or killed those guarding the cruise ship, and drove it away. Then they blew up the remaining cruise ship to make sure we stay here forever." Upon hearing this, the pirate leader immediately shouted, "How could Sam betray me? If you dare to say that again, I swear I'll kill you right now." Chapter 315, Pirates turn against each other. Song Mo smiled and said, "You think too highly of these pirates, they can't hold out for that long." Kui Shiyan curiously asked, "Why do you say that? How are you so sure they can't last long?" Song Mo explained with a smile, "Think about it. With hundreds of pirates consuming a lot of food and water every day, although there is quite a bit of water in the well we dug below the cave, it's still not enough for so many pirates. They have to send some people every day to look for food and water. Plus, it's already summer. There are plenty of venomous snakes, beasts, and mosquitoes in the woods. Just wait and see, it won't be long before these pirates break down mentally. And then they'll start fighting among themselves, possibly even killing each other. We just need to watch them fight and kill each other from the cave." Hearing this, Kui Shiyan seemed skeptical and said, "That seems unlikely." Song Mo confidently replied, "What's so unlikely about it? You just don't understand human nature well enough. These pirates may seem united on the surface, but they all have their own agendas, they are just a scattered group." After finishing this, he glanced at Xiaobing and the others and continued, "It's getting late, everyone should get some sleep." Chapter 316, The pirate leader beaten to death. However, just as they were in a panic, the 2 venomous snakes quickly released the 2 bitten pirates, and, with astonishing speed, lunged at other pirates. In the blink of an eye, 2 more pirates became targets of the snake's attack. The speed of the snake's strikes was lightning fast, making it impossible to evade. In an instant, these 2 pirates also suffered deadly strikes from the snakes, their painful cries echoing in the air. Seeing this, the other pirates quickly stood up and fled in all directions. Sensing that the pirates had scattered, the 2 snakes did not continue attacking and quickly slithered away into the distance, disappearing in no time. Once the snakes left, the fleeing pirates cautiously approached their 4 companions who had been bitten. They saw that these 4 had slowly lost consciousness, their bodies twitching continuously, and were letting out cries of pain, indicating that they were about to succumb to the poison. Looking at their miserable state, the pirates were completely broken. One pirate shouted. Damn it, if we stay on this deserted island any longer, we'll definitely die here. I can't just die like this. I have to get to the coast. Chapter 317. Checking below the cave the next morning, Song Mo woke up early. Seeing that Xiaobing and the 4 girls were still asleep, he didn't wake them. Climbing out of bed, he took a Barrett sniper rifle and moved about 3 or 4 meters away from the cave entrance. Peering through the sniper scope, he looked into the woods. The forest was unusually quiet, and there was no smoke rising from the place where the pirates had set up their tents. Nor could a single pirate be seen. Song Mo felt a surge of curiosity in his heart, thinking, how strange, where have these pirates gone? Have they left this place already? But then he thought again that it seemed unlikely. After all, this time the pirates had come with several hundred people, and were well prepared. Logically, they couldn't just leave so easily, even if there were internal conflicts, it wouldn't happen so quickly. He thought to himself, could it be that these pirates are pretending to leave to make us let our guard down, and go down into the cave? I won't be so easily fooled. What he didn't know was that the pirates had already turned on each other, and even their leader had been beaten to death by his own men. Chapter 318. Dealing with the brown bear. After smoking 2 cigarettes in a row, Song Mo collected all the usable supplies from the backpacks, and piled them together. He went to the cave and shouted, Bing Bing, you all hurry down and help me move the supplies. At that moment, Xiaobing and the others had just woken up. Hearing Song Mo's shout, the 4 girls immediately got out of bed, put on their shoes, and came to the cave entrance. Seeing the 4 of them appear, Song Mo smiled and said, I don't know where that group of pirates has gone. They didn't even take their tents and backpacks. There are quite a few supplies in the backpacks. Hurry down and help me move them back. Upon hearing this, Xiaobing and the others quickly grabbed the rope and slid down to the cave. When they arrived in the woods and saw the large pile of supplies, they were all incredibly happy and excited. After nearly 2 hours, everyone finally moved all the supplies into the cave. Kui Xiuyan said to Song Mo, Brother Song, since the pirates have left, should we move back to the shelter to live? Song Mo immediately shook his head and said, don't forget, the pirates' cruiser has been destroyed. They have no way to leave here. Chapter 319. Checking the situation at the coast. After nearly 20 minutes, Xiaobing and the other girls each carried a large bundle of firewood to the cave. Everyone placed the firewood on the ground, and Xiaobing and Liu Jiachu were the first to climb to the cave entrance. They had Kui Xiuyan and Li Xia tie up the 4 bundles of firewood with rope and pull them back to the cave entrance. Seeing that all 4 girls had carried a large bundle of firewood back to the cave, Song Mo smiled and said, so you all went to chop firewood? I thought you were doing something else. Liu Jiachu replied with a smile, didn't you ask us to chop more firewood and store it in the cave? Song Mo smiled and said, you all have really worked hard. Xiaobing then said to him, Brother Song, when we were chopping firewood just now, we heard several gunshots. Did you encounter any danger in the woods? Song Mo smiled and said, I ran into a brown bear. I shot it several times in the head before I managed to kill it. He then detailed the encounter with the brown bear to Xiaobing and the others. After hearing Song Mo's story, the 4 girls felt a wave of fear for him. Liu Jiachu said, Brother Song, the woods are too dangerous. If we go looking for food in the future, you shouldn't go alone. Chapter 320. Confirming the pirates' departure. Seeing the coast empty with not a single pirate in sight, the group exchanged puzzled and curious looks. Liu Jiachu widened her eyes and said to Song Mo with a puzzled expression, Brother Song, this is too strange. How could those pirates not be on the coast? Where did they go? Could they really have left this deserted island? Song Mo furrowed his brows, shook his head, and replied thoughtfully, I also find it strange. Logically, the pirates' cruiser has been destroyed, they shouldn't have any other means of transportation to leave here. However, let's go to the coast and check the specific situation. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Mo took the lead and walked toward the coast. Seeing this, Xiaobing and the other girls quickly followed behind him, hurrying toward the coast. Before long, they arrived at the coast. At a glance, they saw many pieces of firewood scattered along the shore, leaving behind charred remains. There were also some discarded wood, ropes, and other materials, clearly used by the pirates to build rafts. In addition, there was some litter on the ground, such as empty bottles and animal bones. Chapter 321, Eating roasted lamb leg. When he returned to the cave carrying coconuts, Xiaobing and the others had not yet returned. He put down the woven bag filled with coconuts, then took some firewood from the cave and skillfully kindled a fire at the cave entrance. As time passed, about half an hour later, Xiaobing and the others finally came back. From a distance, Song Mo saw Xiaobing and Liu Jiachi struggling to carry a large wild goat toward the cave. Upon seeing this, Song Mo couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, and he quickly walked down to the cave entrance. Xiaobing and Liu Jiachi had difficulty placing the wild goat on the ground, and they breathed heavily with relief. Looking at the wild goat in front of him, Song Mo smiled and said, "Wow, you guys are amazing. You managed to bring back such a large wild goat. You must be exhausted. Go back to the cave and rest a bit, drink some coconut juice to quench your thirst. I'll take care of this wild goat and roast a leg for you tonight." Hearing this, Kui Shiuyan excitedly laughed, "Wow, that's great. I haven't had roasted lamb leg in a long time. Finally, I can satisfy my craving today." Chapter 322, Coconut Juice Stewed Lamb. Since they hadn't brought any cooking pots when they left the cave yesterday, it was quite inconvenient to cook. But this didn't stump him. He took a few coconuts from the woven bag and split them open at the top, placing them on the fire. He cut a large piece of lamb into small chunks and placed them into the coconuts to start stewing. After more than half an hour, Xiaobing and the others gradually woke up, walked to the cave entrance, and used their hands to catch some water droplets dripping from the stone wall to wash their faces. Sitting around the fire and looking at the lamb stewing in the coconuts, Liu Jiachi smiled and said, "Brother Song, I've eaten your coconut juice stewed wild chicken many times. But this is the first time I've seen you make coconut juice stewed lamb. I wonder how it tastes." Song Mo also smiled and replied, "This is my first time using coconut juice to stew lamb. As for the taste, I don't know either." After more than an hour, the lamb in the coconut began to emit a delicious aroma, and everyone couldn't help but drool at the smell. Song Mo took a few small sticks and pulled out his military knife to make a few pairs of bamboo chopsticks, distributing one pair to each person. Everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks, grabbed the stewed lamb from the coconuts, and began to taste it. Chapter 323, The Two-Headed Python. Seeing this, Kui Shiuyan responded without hesitation. She stretched out her hands and tightly held onto Song Mo's neck, slightly closed her eyes, and began to kiss him passionately. As their heated kiss intensified, their clothes fell away like petals, scattered on the large rock. In the blink of an eye, they were completely undressed, exposed to each other. Under the sunlight, Kui Shiuyan's skin, as white as mutton fat jade, emitted a charming glow. Her figure was curvaceous and alluring, making one unable to resist being captivated. Song Mo gazed at this perfect body in front of him, feeling a surge of heat rise from deep within, as if all the blood in his body was boiling. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he suddenly pushed Kui Shiuyan down onto the large rock. Their bodies pressed closely together, skin touching skin, creating sparks of friction. They freely released their inner desires on that rock, forgetting everything around them. For a moment, the entire coastline was enveloped by their passion. With only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks and their mingled cries of affection intertwining, forming a beautiful symphony. Chapter 324, The Great Eagle Battles the Two-Headed Python. Li Xia stammered, "What should we do now, Song Ji?" Song Mo replied, "Don't panic. If this python attacks us, we will shoot it together." At this moment, the large python seemed to sense the presence of Song Mo and the others, opening its massive mouth and continuously flicking its tongue at them. Song Mo continued, "Aim your guns at its head, and wait for my command to shoot." Upon hearing this, Everyone aimed their guns at the two heads of the giant snake, fingers resting on the triggers. Just as Song Mo was about to give the order to fire, a sudden loud noise erupted from the nearby forest, followed by a resounding bird call that echoed through the sky. Song Mo and Xiaobing immediately recognized that the bird call was the same as the one made by the great eagle during their previous encounter with the giant snake. Liu Jiachi, Kui Shiyan, and Li Xia were startled by the bird call. Kui Shiyan, pale-faced, asked, "What kind of bird makes such a loud and frightening sound?" Seeing her nervous and scared demeanor, Xiaobing comforted her, "Don't be too afraid, that's the sound of the great eagle. Last time when we encountered the giant python, it was the great eagle that dealt with it." Chapter 325, Falling asleep in the bath after the great eagle dealt with the python. It lifted its head to glance at Song Mo and the others. It let out a sharp cry, as if greeting them, and then lowered its head to peck at the python's carcass. Seeing this, Song Mo immediately said to Xiaobing and the others, "It seems this great eagle means us no harm, let's hurry on." After saying this, he picked up the woven bag containing coconuts from the ground, slung it over his shoulder, and walked towards the cave. Xiaobing and the others quickly followed. After walking for another 3 to 4 hours, they finally returned to the cave. By this time, everyone was already exhausted, collapsing onto the ground and breathing heavily. After resting for a bit, Song Mo felt his strength returning and gathered some firewood, walking to the large crack to start a fire. He took a large piece of mutton, cut it into small pieces, and sautéed it in a pot until fragrant. He then split a few coconuts, pouring the coconut water into the pot to stew with the mutton. In less than an hour, the mutton was ready, and everyone, who was already starving, eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the stewed mutton. The next morning, everyone packed some supplies and walked down the cave towards the direction of the shelter. Chapter 326, Tenderness in the bath. Song Mo hugged her tightly and kissed her cherry-like lips, his hands wandering unrestrainedly over her body. With Song Mo kissing and touching her like this, Kui Shiyan immediately felt aroused, wrapping her arms around his neck and extending her tongue to kiss him passionately. As they continued to kiss, Kui Shiyan's clothes were gradually removed by Song Mo, and soon she was completely naked. Bathed in the weak moonlight filtering through the bamboo door of the bathroom, looking at Kui Shiyan's porcelain-like skin and her towering breasts, Song Mo felt an unbearable heat throughout his body. He directly picked her up and carried her into the bathtub, where they indulged in their desires together. The sounds of their intimacy were heard by Xiaobing, Liu Jiachi, and Li Xia, who were sitting by the kitchen fireplace. Hearing the passionate sounds coming from the two, their faces turned red. Liu Jiachi said angrily, "Shiyan is really something. I just asked her to go check on Song Ji in the bathroom, and she ended up getting intimate with him, making such a big noise." Song Mo and Kui Shiyan spent over half an hour in the bathtub before finally feeling satisfied, panting as they ended their encounter. Chapter 327, The cruise ship appears on the sea after more than an hour. The wild rabbit skewered on the stick was roasted to a golden brown, sizzling and oozing oil, with its aroma filling the air. Smelling the delicious scent, everyone couldn't help but drool, tearing off pieces of the roasted rabbit meat and stuffing it into their mouths. In less than 20 minutes, the 2 roasted wild rabbits were reduced to a pile of bones. At this time, the wild chicken meat in the pot was also ready, and everyone eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the stewed chicken. After finishing the stewed chicken, Song Mo took Xiaobing and the 4 girls to the woods to gather some palm leaves to lay on the cave floor. Unbeknownst to them, the sky gradually darkened. After stewing some wild boar meat brought from the shelter for dinner, they gathered around the fire, listening to the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, feeling the cool sea breeze on their bodies, and gazing at the starry sky. Everyone felt quite good. Perhaps after hours of walking, they started feeling sleepy after chatting for a while by the fire, returning to the cave to lie down on the palm leaves and sleep. In the middle of the night, while everyone was fast asleep, a pack of white wolves arrived, standing less than 20 meters from the cave. opening their massive mouths and letting out a chorus of howls that echoed through the night. Chapter 328, Boarding the Cruise Ship. Upon hearing Song Mo's words, the two women were momentarily taken aback, then stood still, turning to look at Song Mo and the others. One of the women, filled with caution, asked, "Are you from Huaxia?" She spoke in Huaxia language. Song Mo, Xiaobing, and Liu Jiachi felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing her speak in Huaxia language. Liu Jiachi immediately nodded and said, "We are from Huaxia, are you too?" The woman nodded and, with a wary expression, asked, "How did you get here? And how do you have guns?" Hearing her question, Song Mo and the others quickly lowered their guns. Song Mo smiled and said, "We've been on this deserted island for over a year. As for how we got the guns, that's a long story. By the way, how did you end up here?" Upon hearing Song Mo's words, the woman replied, "We came out for a seaside trip and saw this small island from a distance. So we wanted to come and take a look. We didn't expect to run into you here." Just as she finished speaking, 7 or 8 people walked out from the cabin, a mix of men and women, all around 30 years old. Chapter 329, Shocking everyone. A man, with an angry expression, shouted at Song Mo, "Damn it. We kindly let you on the cruise ship, and you actually ambushed us. You're nothing but a bunch of ungrateful bastards." His voice echoed across the empty deck, filled with anger and disappointment. Hearing his vulgar curses, Song Mo's face immediately turned extremely grim. He fixed his icy gaze on the man, the chill in his eyes seeming capable of freezing anyone. Under Song Mo's cold stare, the man suddenly felt a wave of coldness rise from his spine, as if he were being closely watched by a venomous snake. His face turned pale as paper, and his body involuntarily began to tremble. Song Mo's voice was as cold as ice, carrying a hint of threat, "If you dare to keep spewing nonsense, do you believe I will tear your mouth apart right now?" The man was intimidated by Song Mo's imposing presence, his body going weak, unable to utter a word, only staring blankly at Song Mo with fear and anger in his eyes. However, the woman continued to curse angrily, "We kindly let you on the cruise ship. Why did you have to attack us?" Chapter 330, The Mouthy Man. Hearing Song Mo's words, the woman was instantly enraged, her face turning red, as she momentarily didn't know what to say, glaring fiercely at Song Mo, who ignored her. He turned to Xiaobing and said, "Bing Bing. Go drive the cruise ship away." Just as he finished speaking, the man who had just been slapped by Song Mo let out a cold laugh and mockingly said, "With her like that, can she drive a cruise ship? Let me tell you, this cruise ship is worth over 10 million. It was a birthday gift from Ruoxuan's father. If it gets damaged, you won't be able to afford it." Before Song Mo could get angry, Liu Jiachi couldn't hold back anymore. She raised her hand and slapped the man twice, causing him to scream and fall to the ground, with clear handprints visible on his face. The others were stunned, thinking that Song Mo was already fierce enough, but they didn't expect the seemingly gentle Liu Jiachi to be so violent. After slapping the man, Liu Jiachi coldly said, "What a big man, why is your mouth so foul? You keep whining all day long. Song Ji, while Bing Bing was driving the cruise ship, you were still playing in the mud. Is this cruise ship worth over 10 million? Who do you look down on? When we get back to Huaxia, I'll pay you for 10 of them." Chapter 331, The News of Lu Yunhan's Engagement. Upon hearing this, Shu Ruoxuan was taken aback. She knew that the more Shen Zihang said this, the more his hatred for Song Mo and Liu Jiachi intensified. She then turned to Song Mo and Liu Jiachi and said, "You two should apologize to Zihang from the earlier conversation between Shu Ruoxuan and Shen Zihang." As well as Shu Ruoxuan's attitude toward Shen Zihang, Song Mo and the others understood that Shen Zihang was not simple. However, they didn't take it too seriously. Song Mo smiled and said, "Why should I apologize to him? It's this brat's foul mouth that got him slapped. Why are you being so polite to him? Does he have some background that makes you wary?" Liu Jiachi also laughed and said, "Want me to apologize to him? No way. If he keeps whining, I'll slap him again. Hearing Song Mo and Liu Jiachi say this, Shu Ruoxuan immediately spoke up. Zihang's father is a prominent figure in Ninghai City. If you offend him, there will be no good outcome, so you should apologize. Upon hearing the words Ninghai City, Song Mo, Xiaobing, and Liu Jiachi were all taken aback. As that was Song Mo's hometown, and Lu Yunhan's company was also in Ninghai City. Chapter 332, Delicious Dishes. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. Xiaobing returned to the cockpit, while Liu Jiachi, Kui Xiuyan, and Li Xia went to the kitchen to start cooking. Although the cruise ship was relatively small, all the facilities on board were complete. The kitchen was spacious, and there was a large freezer filled with plenty of meat and vegetables, along with all the necessary pots and pans. Seeing the vegetables and meat in the freezer, Liu Jiachi and the others' eyes lit up as they began to cook with the ingredients. Song Mo sat on the cabin sofa, with a few guns and ammunition brought from the deserted island beside him. Shu Ruoxuan and Shen Zihang sat on another sofa about 2 or 3 meters away. Perhaps still holding grievances against Song Mo, Shu Ruoxuan and the others did not initiate conversation with him. Song Mo also didn't say anything to them, just sitting on the sofa smoking. Inside, he felt both excited and anxious. Excited because everything was going smoothly, and tomorrow night they would return to the Huaxia port, finally able to see his mother and sister after 3 years apart. Anxious because he worried about encountering pirates again on the sea. The cabin was filled with smoke exhaled by Song Mo, and the girls, Shu Ruoxuan and others, had expressions of disgust but said nothing more. Chapter 333, Safely returning to port that night, Song Mo and Xiaobing took turns keeping watch in the cockpit, while Liu Jiachi, Kui Xiuyan, and Li Xia found a room, took a hot shower, and went to bed. In the blink of an eye, it was the next afternoon, and they were only a few hundred nautical miles from the Huaxia port. They were already in Huaxia's territorial waters, and the number of ships on the sea increased. Song Mo and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and threw the guns and ammunition into the sea. After all, Huaxia has strict gun control, and bringing the guns back to the port would undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble. As they approached the port, Song Mo and the others stood on the deck, feeling extremely excited. Especially Song Mo, who, upon returning to Huaxia after 3 years, was immediately filled with tears. Seeing Song Mo's teary-eyed expression, Shu Ruoxuan felt an inexplicable sensation in her heart. Song Mo sincerely said to Shu Ruoxuan, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you driving the cruise ship to that deserted island, we wouldn't know when we could return. Don't worry, I will repay you in the future." Hearing Song Mo say this, Shu Ruoxuan quickly shook her head and said, "No need to be so polite." Chapter 334, Mother and son reunited. After saying this, she turned to Song Mo and asked, "What about Xiaomai? Should we let her know we are back?" Song Mo shook his head again and said, "Forget it. After all, she has such a good relationship with Han Han. And she might tell Han Han. Let's wait until Han Han gets engaged before talking about it. Besides, it's been over a year since we last met. She might have found her true love just like Han Han." Hearing Song Mo say this, Xiaobing could only nod helplessly. Looking at Xiaobing's fair, jade-like skin and her charming appearance in his arms, Song Mo suddenly felt a wave of thirst and heat surging through him. Xiaobing naturally sensed the change in Song Mo's body, and her face turned rosy. Playfully, she said, "Song Ji, now that we are back home, why don't I give you a baby?" Song Mo nodded, pulled Xiaobing into his arms, and kissed her charming cherry-like lips, his hands recklessly wandering over her body. Xiaobing immediately responded, wrapping her arms tightly around Song Mo, slightly closing her eyes, and began to kiss him passionately. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of their heavy breathing. Chapter 335, Joyful Reunion. Finally, Song's mother's tears burst forth like a flood, overwhelmed with joy and excitement. She exclaimed, "Great, great! My little Mo, you're finally back." The mother and son embraced tightly. After a while, Song's mother released Song Mo and wiped her tear-streaked face with her sleeve, saying excitedly, "It's good that you're back, it's good. Get up quickly. Don't kneel there." Hearing his mother say this, Song Mo stood up from the floor, wiping his tear-streaked face. Song's mother immediately stood up from the sofa and walked over to Xiaobing, joyfully saying, "Bing Bing, you're back too. That's wonderful. I heard from Xiaoyang that you and Jia Qi went out to sea to look for my little Mo, and then there was no news. I thought something had happened to you. I didn't expect you not only to come back, but also to bring my little Mo with you." Xiaobing smiled and said, "Jia Qi and I encountered pirates while we were at sea, and later we were chased to a deserted island. I didn't expect Song Ji to be on that deserted island too. We were trapped there for over a year, and just managed to leave a few days ago." Chapter 336. Song Mo's Dilemma. Hearing Xiaoyang's question, Song Mo smiled and asked, "Who do you want the most to be your sister-in-law?" Since Xiaoyang was referring to Xiaobing, she looked at her and smiled, "Of course, I want Bing Bing Ji to be my sister-in-law." Xiaobing hurriedly smiled and said, "Xiaoyang, don't say that just to make me happy. If your brother marries only me, wouldn't the other girls be very sad?" Hearing Xiaobing say this, Xiaoyang laughed and replied, "Well, my brother can't marry all of you, right? You know in our Huaxia, it's monogamous." Song Mo laughed and said, "What if I don't hold the wedding in Huaxia? Anyway, we already have so much money. I've planned it out. After a while, I'll go to the deserted island where we used to live and create a paradise there. Then we can move there to live." Hearing Song Mo say this, Xiaoyang was overjoyed, "That's wonderful." However, Song's mother frowned and said, "Little Mo, you just came back from the deserted island, why do you want to go back? What if something happens again? Don't be reckless, just stay at home honestly." Chapter 337. Going to the city to buy a car. Song Mo gently shook his head and said slowly, "Xiaomai and Han Han have a very good relationship. As long as you tell her we're back, she will definitely inform Han Han right away. So, let us wait a couple of days for a more suitable time." Although Xiaoyang felt somewhat reluctant to wait, she agreed, nodding her head in understanding. Thus, the three continued to chat on the sofa, and before they knew it, a long time had passed. Xiaoyang started yawning continuously, her eyes gradually closing. She fought off her drowsiness and said to Song Mo and Xiaobing, "Brother, I'm really too sleepy. I'm going back to my room to sleep. You both should rest early too. The biggest room on the second floor is ready. And the bed is made, you can sleep there." Xiaobing smiled and said to Xiaoyang, "Xiaoyang, thank you so much for being so thoughtful." Xiaoyang smiled back, "Oh, we're family, no need to be so polite. But you two, please be a little quieter when you sleep at night. My mom sleeps lightly, it wouldn't be good if she wakes up." Chapter 338. Buying luxury cars. Song Mo looked at the sales staff in front of him and calmly asked, "Do you get a commission for selling cars here?" This question clearly surprised the sales staff, and she paused for a moment, but quickly regained her composure, putting on a professional smile and replied, "Sir, we do receive a commission for every car sold." Song Mo nodded, indicating he understood, and then said directly, "That's good. I'll buy this car. Please help me with the paperwork." His decision was so decisive that everyone present couldn't help but look over. However, at that moment, the sales staff who had shown obvious disdain towards Song Mo and Xiaobing suddenly spoke up. With a disdainful look, she said to the young sales staff, "Xiao Wei, look at them, their entire outfit probably costs less than 500 yuan. How could they possibly afford this luxury car worth millions?" Her words were filled with sarcasm and skepticism, as if she completely doubted Song Mo's purchasing power. However, Song Mo and Xiaobing ignored her mockery, not even glancing her way. After all, they didn't care to argue with such a superficial person. Chapter 339. High-end Western restaurant. Song Mo seemed completely unfazed by their reactions. He casually picked up the contract, glanced through it, and without hesitation signed his name. The manager, seeing this, quickly snapped back to reality, rushed to the counter, grabbed a POS machine, and inserted Song Mo's bank card. She skillfully entered the amount and then turned to Song Mo, saying, "Sir, please enter your password." Song Mo nodded and quickly typed in his password on the keypad. With the last digit entered, a successful deduction alert sounded. At that moment, the sales staff, who had previously mocked Song Mo and Xiaobing, suddenly turned pale, her expression drastically changing. She regretted her previous attitude. She never imagined that Song Mo would indeed have the ability to buy this luxury car and pay for it in full. At this moment, she wished she could slap herself. Selling this car would have earned her over 100,000 in commission. But it wasn't over yet. After Song Mo completed the transaction, he smiled slightly and said, "Do you have any other good cars? I want to buy one for my sister too." Chapter 340, Eating Soft Rice. The manager and Xiao Wei cautiously opened the menu. When their eyes landed on the price column, both of them couldn't help but gasp. The cheapest steak on the menu cost around 8 or 900 yuan, while the more high-end dishes were priced in the thousands. As for caviar and red wine, the prices soared to tens of thousands. The manager's expression instantly became somewhat unpleasant, feeling regretful for inviting Song Mo and the others to such an expensive restaurant. He silently lamented. He initially just wanted to show his sincerity, but he never expected to find himself in such an awkward situation. Song Mo and Xiaobing seemed to sense the manager and Xiao Wei's thoughts. Xiaobing smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to be so nervous. This meal is on Brother Song. Just order whatever you want." Hearing this, the manager quickly waved his hand and said, a bit embarrassed, "That won't do. It was agreed that I would treat. How can I let Mr. Song pay?" Song Mo wore a light smile and softly said, "Let me treat this time. Actually, I've wanted to come here to enjoy the food for many years, but back then my salary was only a few thousand a month. So I really couldn't afford it. Now that I finally have the means, I naturally want to enjoy life." Chapter 341, Attending Lu Yunhan's engagement party. Song Mo smiled and said, "This car is specially bought for you. Considering you work in a government department. If I bought you a luxury car worth millions, that would be too ostentatious, so I chose this one." Song Yang was taken aback by this and asked in disbelief, "This is for me?" Song Mo nodded without hesitation and confirmed, "Of course, it's for you. If you think this car is too cheap and not satisfactory, you can drive mine." Song Yang quickly waved her hand, shaking her head like a rattle drum, eagerly saying, "How could I think it's cheap? No one in our entire unit drives such a good car. If I drive this to work, I don't know how the leaders and other colleagues would see me." Seeing this, Song Mo smiled nonchalantly and reassured her, "Don't worry about what they think. I have plenty of money, so just drive it with confidence." Xiaobing chimed in with a smile, gently telling Song Yang, "Xiao Yang, this is specially bought for you by your brother, so don't hesitate and accept it." Before the words were even finished, Xiaobing directly placed the car keys into Song Yang's hand. Chapter 342, I don't want to. Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Liu Jiaqi's face turned red, and she smiled, saying, "Then you came at a really bad time. My parents are not home today." Song Mo also smiled and replied, "Looks like we really came at a bad time. Get ready and come with us to attend Han Han's engagement party." Liu Jiaqi was taken aback and asked, "Han Han is getting engaged today? She didn't even tell me." Xiaobing laughed and said, "We just came back, and Han Han doesn't even know yet. Besides, even if she did, she couldn't contact you, right?" Liu Jiaqi chuckled and said, "That is true." After saying that, she turned her gaze to Song Mo and teased him, "Brother Song, are you planning to crash the wedding?" Song Mo rolled his eyes at her and replied irritably, "Don't talk nonsense. How could I crash a wedding? Hurry up and get ready, we need to eat outside and then head to Haining." Liu Jiaqi immediately invited Song Mo and the others into the villa, took 3 bottles of water from the fridge, and handed them over, while she ran to the bedroom to get ready. In less than 20 minutes, Liu Jiachi was already ready and walked out of the bedroom. Chapter 343, He is my man sitting in the front row. Alice and Li Xiaomai were also stunned when they saw Song Mo and the others, as if they had seen aliens, their faces filled with disbelief. Among the crowd, Shen Zihang and Shu Ruoxuan were also struck dumb, completely unsure how to respond to the situation before them. They couldn't fathom why Song Mo would suddenly appear here and shout, "I don't want to," in front of so many people. Could it be that he had some unknown relationship with Lu Yunhan? As for the other guests, who did not know Song Mo, they couldn't help but curiously size him up. Just as this strange silence lasted for several seconds, a man finally couldn't hold back and shouted at Song Mo with an unfriendly tone, "Who the hell are you? Don't you know today is the engagement party of young Master Liu and Miss Lu? How dare you come here to cause trouble? You must be tired of living." The speaker was none other than Shen Zihang's father, Shen Batian. After saying this to Song Mo, Shen Batian turned to the 3 or 4 burly, fierce-looking men beside him and ordered, "Throw this kid out. And break his hands and feet so he knows what rules are." Chapter 344, Lu Yunhan's choice. Song Mo embraced Alice and Li Xiaomai for a while before slowly letting them go. Alice and Li Xiaomai then tightly embraced Xiaobing and Liu Jiachi again. At this moment, Lu Yunhan quickly walked off the stage and approached Song Mo. Her gaze directly landing on him, and without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms. Song Mo clearly did not expect Lu Yunhan to hug him so enthusiastically. But he quickly reacted and held her tightly. Their bodies pressed closely together, as if only they existed in this world. Tears streamed down Lu Yunhan's face like a flood, uncontrollable from the corners of her eyes. These tears were not of sorrow but a mix of joy, emotion, and relief. In this moment, she finally released the emotions she had kept deep inside, no longer suppressing her true feelings. However, this scene made Liu Junfeng, who was present, look extremely grim. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the sight of Lu Yunhan and Song Mo tightly embracing, as if the entire world had collapsed at that moment. The people around them were also stunned by this sudden scene, beginning to whisper and gossip. Chapter 345, Xiaobing takes action against Shen Zihang and his father. Lu Yunhan shouted, "Shen Zihang, what do you want?" Shen Zihang sneered and replied, "Lu, this has nothing to do with you. This kid hit me on the cruise ship, and today I'm going to settle the score with him." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunhan was taken aback and then turned to Song Mo, curiously asking, "Brother Song, do you have any grievances with him?" Song Mo smiled and said, "Not really. Just gave him a beating on the cruise ship. I'll explain it to you later." After saying this, he looked up at Shen Zihang and grinned. "What do you want? Are you itching for a beating again?" Hearing this, Shen Zihang was immediately furious and quickly walked over to Shen Batian. He pointed at Song Mo, Xiaobing, and Liu Jiachi, and said to Shen Batian, "Dad, it was those 3 who hit me on the cruise ship. You must stand up for me." Hearing this, Shen Batian glared fiercely at Song Mo and the others, shouting, "Damn it, how dare you hit my son Shen Batian? You must be tired of living. Come here. Break their hands and feet." As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 strong men beside him quickly walked towards Song Mo and the others. Chapter 346, Alice's identity. She shouted loudly, "If anyone dares to trouble us again, I will not let you go." Although she spoke in English, most people present could understand. Liu Junfeng was already furious, and upon hearing Alice's words, he became even angrier. He shouted, "Damn it, this is haining. Itself not your place as a foreign woman to yap away. That kid dared to steal my woman, and I will not let him go." Alice, hearing Liu Junfeng, was also quite angry. She coldly said to him, "Song Ji is my man. If you dare to trouble him, I will make your Liu group go bankrupt." Upon hearing this, Liu Junfeng laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and loudly said to Alice, "My Liu group has assets worth billions. Do you think a foreign woman can just say bankruptcy, and it will happen? Who do you think you are? Alice slowly replied, "My name is Alice. And I am in charge of the Morgan family in America now." After saying this, she said no more and turned to take a look at Song Mo and the others, and they left the banquet hall just like that. Her words immediately caused a stir, and the people present were once again stunned. Chapter 347, Reunion. At this moment, Shu Ruoxuan also ran outside the hotel, and saw Song Mo and the others standing at the hotel entrance. She quickly walked over to them. When Song Mo and the others saw Shu Ruoxuan, they were all taken aback. Soon, Shu Ruoxuan reached them and smiled at Song Mo, saying, "Long time no see." Song Mo smiled back and said, "What long time no see? It's only been a few days. Why are you suddenly being so polite to me? I still prefer your unruly personality." Upon hearing this, Shu Ruoxuan's face immediately turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lu Yunhan naturally recognized Shu Ruoxuan. Although she was from a small company in Ninghai, her company had quite a bit of business dealings with Lu Yunhan's. Today, Shu Ruoxuan and her father came to attend the engagement banquet, which was invited by Lu Yunhan. Lu Yunhan curiously asked Shu Ruoxuan, "Ruoxuan, how do you know Song Ji?" Before Shu Ruoxuan could answer, Xiaobing smiled and said, "We just took her cruise ship back." Hearing this, Lu Yunhan and the others were taken aback. After a while, Song Mo smiled and said, "Stop standing around like fools. Let's find a place to sit down and eat while we chat. I'm about to starve to death." Chapter 348, Singing at KTV. Lu Yunhan then said to Shu Ruoxuan, "Ruoxuan, how did you end up driving the cruise ship to the deserted island where Song Ji and the others were?" Hearing Lu Yunhan's question, Shu Ruoxuan quickly replied, "We wanted to go out to sea for a few days, so we drove the cruise ship to that area. We saw a small island through the binoculars and wanted to check it out. I didn't expect to run into Song Ji and the others on that deserted island." Lu Yunhan nodded and continued to ask, "Then how did you end up with Shen Zihang? He's not a good person, you should try to avoid him in the future." Shu Ruoxuan sighed and said, "I know he's not a good person, but he insisted on coming with us like a leech, and I didn't dare to offend him. So I had to agree." As soon as she finished speaking, Song Mo suddenly laughed and said, "I see that Shen Zihang seems interested in you. He must want to sleep with you since he went out with you this time." Upon hearing Song Mo say this, Lu Yunhan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Song Ji, can you not be so direct? What will Ruoxuan think if she hears that?" Chapter 349, Arrogant. Shen Zihang hearing Xiaobing's words. A brawny man with a rough demeanor said lewdly, "I never expected to see so many beauties at this KTV. Looks like I'm in for a treat today." After saying this, he drunkenly said to Xiaobing and the others, "Ladies, how about a drink with your brother?" Xiaobing coldly replied, "Get lost. Or don't blame me for being rude." The brawny man smiled and said, "Little lady, your temper is quite fiery. I like to conquer wild mares like you." After saying this, he reached out a hand to grope Xiaobing's chest, but as soon as his hand came out, Xiaobing tightly grabbed his 3 fingers and forcefully twisted. With a crack, the man's fingers were broken, and he immediately let out a pig-like scream. Xiaobing then lifted her right foot and kicked him hard in the stomach. This kick was powerful enough to send him back 3 or 4 steps, landing him on the ground. The other brawny men were stunned by this scene, and their drunkenness dissipated significantly. One of the brawny men shouted, "Damn it! How dare you lay hands on us? We are all people of Shenyi." Chapter 350, Police arrival. Just as Song Mo and Xiaobing finished teaching Shen Zihang and his group a lesson, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the private room. Before Song Mo and the others could go out to check, a group of fully armed police officers appeared at the private room door. When they saw the people lying on the ground, they were taken aback, but quickly aimed their guns at Song Mo and the others. One officer shouted, "Put your hands on your head and squat on the ground." Hearing this shout, Song Mo and the others stood still and did not squat down or raise their hands. Seeing this, the officer shouted again, Did you not hear what I said? Quickly squat down with your hands on your head. Song Mo coldly replied, I heard you. I'm not deaf. We haven't committed any crime, why should we squat down? Hearing this, the officer was furious and shouted, Is this not a crime? Did you hit these people? Song Mo nodded and said, Yes, I did hit them, but they rushed into the private room with rods to attack us. I could only fight back, this is just self-defense. Which law have I broken? Hearing this, the officer was momentarily speechless, and after a few seconds, he shouted loudly. Whether it's a crime or not is not up to you to decide. Come with me to the police station for questioning. Chapter 351. A few girls take action inside the private room. Song Yang anxiously said to Lu Yunhan, Sister Han, those police officers are obviously in cahoots with Shen Zihang. You must find a way to save my brother and Sister Bing. Xu Ruoxuan quickly added, President Lu, you know Shen Zihang's methods. Now that Song Ji and the others have been taken by the police, Shen Zihang will definitely have that group of officers torture them. You know many high-ranking officials in the government, please find a way to get Song Ji and the others released. Seeing the two of them in such a fluster, Lu Yunhan smiled and said, Brother Song said that he and Sister Bingbing will be out soon, so you don't need to worry too much. Upon hearing this, Song Yang quickly interjected, Sister Han Hang, my brother is just a security guard in your company. How could he know any impressive figures? You should think of a way quickly. Before Lu Yunhan could respond, Liu Jiacha smiled and said, Xiaoyan, you really don't know your brother well. Although I don't know much about his past, I've spent a lot of time with him, and I know he never does anything without confidence. Since he said that, he definitely won't be in trouble. So you don't need to worry. I heard Sister Bingbing say that Brother Song was once a military legend, so he must have a significant background. Chapter 352. Interrogation. Song Mo and Xiao Bing followed the police back to the station, and were directly taken to an interrogation room. The police initially wanted to put handcuffs on them, but were deterred by Song Mo's cold glare. After more than 10 minutes, Captain Yang finally arrived at the interrogation room. Looking at Song Mo and Xiao Bing sitting in the interrogation chairs, he arrogantly asked, Why did you two hurt someone? Song Mo sneered and said, Why are you asking that? Didn't I tell you already? Those people barged into our booth with sticks wanting to attack us. So I had to teach them a lesson. Hearing this, Captain Yang was instantly furious and shouted, What kind of attitude is that? Don't forget this is the police station, not a place for you to act wild. Honestly explain yourself. Song Mo replied irritably, What do you want me to explain? Captain Yang shouted again, Of course, explain your crimes. Xiao Bing coldly laughed and said, We haven't committed any crimes, so what is there to explain? I advise you to let us go quickly. Hearing this, Captain Yang sneered, Do you think this is your home? You can come and go as you please. Just stay put. Chapter 353. Confidential files. Captain Yang and the two police officers quickly walked to a computer. Captain Yang skillfully turned on the computer and entered Xiao Bing's ID number into the system. As soon as he pressed the enter key, a prompt box suddenly popped up on the screen, prominently displaying the words S-level confidentiality, you do not have permission to view. Captain Yang's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the screen, completely unprepared for such a situation. He had been working in this captain position for several years, and had some understanding of the confidentiality levels of personnel files. Generally, personnel file confidentiality levels range from low to high as level 1, level 2, and level 3, with S-level being quite high. The fact that Xiao Bing's file was S-level meant her identity was very special and highly confidential. Captain Yang couldn't help but become very interested in Xiao Bing's true identity, pondering, who exactly is Xiao Bing? Remembering how calm she was even when handcuffed upon arrival at the police station, Captain Yang suddenly realized that she didn't take herself seriously at all. Chapter 354. In the hotel room. In the interrogation room, Director Qin looked at Song Mo, extremely excited, and said, Instructor, weren't you in the army? How did you end up in Ninghai City? Song Mo smiled and replied, I'm a native of Ninghai. After retiring, of course, I'm back in Ninghai. Upon hearing the word retired, Director Kin looked incredulous and said, You're a military legend. How could you possibly retire? Song Mo chuckled and said, What military legend? That was all in the past. I've been retired for 4 or 5 years. Hearing this, Director Kin sighed deeply and glanced at Xiaobing, asking curiously, Who is this lady? Song Mo smiled and said, Her name is Xiaobing. She is my wife and was formerly in the Special Forces. After hearing this, Director Kin nodded and asked, How did you two end up being caught by that kid Yang Dao and brought to the police station? Song Mo briefly recounted the events that happened at the KTV. After listening to Song Mo's account, Director Kin angrily said, Damn it. I can't believe something like this happened. Don't worry, I'll send Yang Dao to the disciplinary committee tomorrow, and will properly rectify our police force. Chapter 355. Finally succeeding with Lu Yunhan. Song Mo smiled and said, Don't worry, brother will be very gentle. Without hesitation, he pressed his lips tightly against her sexy and charming cherry lips. Although Lu Yunhan was about to turn 30, she was still an innocent girl who had not experienced anything. The moment Song Mo's lips touched hers, an unprecedented intense feeling surged through her entire body like a tidal wave. This feeling made Lu Yunhan's body tremble involuntarily, as if every cell had been ignited, bringing a tingling pleasure that felt incredibly comfortable and pleasant. Although Lu Yunhan had no personal experience with romantic matters, she was not completely ignorant. Driven by instinct, she slowly extended her tongue, intertwining it with Song Mo's inexperienced tongue, exploring and entangling with one another. At the same time, Lu Yunhan's small hands tightly wrapped around Song Mo's neck, as if only this way could she find a sense of support in this passionate kiss. Her eyes slightly closed, she immersed herself in this intoxicating atmosphere, savoring the beauty of this moment. Song Mo was clearly not satisfied with this, his actions became bolder. Chapter 356. The mysterious courtyard. Song Mo smiled and said, Of course, it's to form my own armed force. Hearing this, Xiaobing looked shocked and said, Brother Song, don't forget, this is Huaxia. How can you form your own armed force? Moreover, Huaxia has strict gun control. Where will you get weapons? Song Mo smiled and said, I've already thought it through. The personnel will be those retired special forces, and as for weapons, I can only buy them abroad. Hearing this, Xiaobing had nothing more to say. Days passed, and one morning, Song Mo and Xiaobing woke up early, and at that time, Song Mo's mother had already prepared breakfast. Since it was not Sunday, Song Yang had gone to work, leaving only Song Mo's mother, Song Mo, and Xiaobing at home. During breakfast, Song Mo said to his mother, Mom, after we finish eating, Bingbing and I need to go to Yangjing. We might not be back for a while, so take care of yourself at home. Song Mo's mother didn't ask him what he was going to do in Yangjing, but only reminded him to pay attention to safety. After breakfast, the two drove towards Yangjing. They took turns driving, and after about 7 or 8 hours, they finally arrived in Yangjing, and it was already afternoon. After driving for 7 or 8 hours, both were exhausted and hungry. Chapter 357. Meeting the leader. Seeing this, Secretary Zhao immediately returned a salute and asked Song Mo, Boss, who is this? Song Mo smiled and said that her name is Xiaobing, and she is my wife. She was once an outstanding member of the Special Forces, with excellent skills. If you have the chance, you can spar with her. Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Secretary Zhao immediately greeted Xiaobing, saying, Sister-in-law, hello. This call made Xiaobing's face turn red. Secretary Zhao then said to Song Mo, Boss, you really aren't being considerate. You didn't even tell the brothers about such a big event as your marriage. Song Mo smiled and replied, We haven't gotten married yet. I'll definitely let you know when we do. All right, enough chit-chat. Hurry up and take me to see the commander. Hearing this, Secretary Zhao quickly led Song Mo and Xiaobing to the military vehicle, personally opening the door for them to get in. After closing the door, he swiftly entered the driver's seat, starting the military vehicle and driving towards the courtyard. Along the way, there were fully armed soldiers standing guard everywhere. Seeing this, Xiaobing felt uneasy and increasingly curious about the identity of the commander. Chapter 358. The fiery woman. Secretary Zhao carried tea and approached the three of them, respectfully placing a cup on the table next to the elder's sofa. He then picked up another cup and handed it to Song Mo, smiling as he said, "Boss, please have some tea." Song Mo took the cup without hesitation, took a sip, and smiled, saying, "It still has that taste." Upon hearing this, both the elder and Secretary Zhao chuckled. Secretary Zhao then picked up the last cup and handed it to Xiaobing. Seeing this, Xiaobing immediately stood up, respectfully accepting the cup of tea and saying, "Thank you." Song Mo, seeing this, smiled and said, "Bing Bing, there's no need to be so polite with this kid." After saying this, he turned to Secretary Zhao and said, "Xiao Zhao, this tea tastes good. Pack me a couple of pounds before I leave, so I can take it home and enjoy it slowly." Hearing this, the elder shot him a glare and said in annoyance, "This tea doesn't even weigh 2 pounds. And I usually don't even want to drink it. You, on the other hand, want to drink and take, asking for a couple of pounds. Do you think this tea is like cabbage at the market?" Song Mo smiled and said, "I say, Commander, why are you being so stingy with your tea leaves? Since you don't want to drink it anyway, why not let me take it back to Savor?" Chapter 359. Conversation at the dinner table. Seeing this, Song Mo suddenly panicked and hurriedly said, "Sister Nan, let me explain." The woman sobbed softly and said, "I won't listen. You already have a wife. What do I need to hear your explanation for?" The elder quickly spoke up, saying, "Wu Nan, sit down first and let Xiao Song explain." Hearing the elder say this, the woman stomped her foot and said, "Dad, why are you helping him speak?" The elder replied, "I'm saying, can't you change your temper? Just sit down and listen to Xiao Song." Hearing the woman call the elder dad, Xiaobing was taken aback, thinking no wonder this woman dared to speak to Brother Song like that. It turned out she is the commander's daughter. However, it seems she likes Brother Song. Wu Nan directly sat down in the chair next to Song Mo and said, "You explain." Song Mo picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and sighed deeply before slowly saying, "After I left the army and returned home, I went to work as a security guard in a company." Upon hearing this, except for Xiaobing, the elder, Wu Nan, and Secretary Zhao were all stunned. Wu Nan asked in surprise, "You're so capable. Why did you go work as a security guard?" Chapter 360. The Wolf Mercenaries. Song Mo smiled and said, "Commander, don't worry. I'll build you a standalone courtyard when the time comes, and you can plant flowers and tend to some grass." Hearing this, the elder smiled and said, "That's great. At least you have some conscience. Tell me, how many retired special forces do you plan to recruit?" Song Mo chuckled and said, "No need for too many. 50 will be enough." The elder laughed and said, "You're not greedy. I thought you were going to ask for a few hundred." Song Mo smiled and replied, "It's not about the number of people, just the quality." The elder nodded and said with a smile, "That's true, too many people are of no use. Just so happens that a batch of Special Forces team members is about to retire. I'll contact them for you." Song Mo immediately beamed and said, "Thank you so much." The meal lasted nearly 2 hours before it ended. After eating, everyone moved to the small reception room, sitting on the sofa while drinking tea and chatting. After a while, the red phone in the reception room suddenly rang. Secretary Zhao immediately stood up and quickly ran over to answer the call. It was unclear what was said on the other end, but Secretary Zhao's expression suddenly changed to one of concern. Chapter 361. Carrying out the mission. As soon as the elder finished speaking, Wu Nan immediately said to him, "Dad, please let me go with Song Mo. With him around, I won't be in any danger." Hearing this, Song Mo quickly said, that won't do. You're the apple of the commander's eye. If anything happens, I can't take that responsibility. Besides, you're part of the military. Wunan quickly replied, I'm not as famous in the army as you are. As long as I'm not in uniform, no one will know who I am. Please take me with you. Just as Song Mo was about to refuse, the elder spoke up first, saying, Xiao Song, why don't you take Nan Nan with you? It will be good for her to train. Song Mo immediately said, Commander, Nanji is your treasure. If anything happens, I can't bear the responsibility. The elder smiled and said, although Nan Nan can be a bit mischievous, she has trained in the special forces for many years. I believe she will be fine with you around. Even if something happens, I won't blame you. Hearing the elder say this, Song Mo could only helplessly nod and say, all right then. I'll take her with me. Chapter 362, Airborne in the Primitive Forest. When Song Mo changed his clothes and came out, Wu Nan and Xiaobing each took a set of training uniforms and went to the restroom to change. Before long, both of them came out wearing their new outfits. Song Mo asked the major officer, how long until we reach the border? The officer immediately replied, report, Commander, we can reach the border in at most 3 hours. You can rest for a while. Seeing the officer's nervous demeanor, Song Mo smiled and said, you don't need to be so formal, I'm not part of the military. Upon hearing this, the officer and the 2 major officers beside him were taken aback. The officer cautiously asked, Commander, may I ask what mission you are on this time? As soon as he said it, he realized it was inappropriate and quickly corrected himself, I'm sorry, Commander, I shouldn't have asked. Song Mo smiled and said, it's okay to tell you. We are going to hunt down a group of mercenaries abroad this time. Hearing this, the 3 officers were again stunned. And the major officer quickly asked, is it the group of wolf mercenaries that killed our Huaxia soldiers? Song Mo nodded and said, that's right. Damn it. How dare they kill our Huaxia soldiers, thinking they could get away with it just because they ran abroad. This time, I will make the wolf mercenaries disappear from this world. Chapter 363. Fear the Tiger. Looking at her somewhat scared expression, Xiaobing smiled and said, Nan Nan. No need to be nervous, it's just a tiger, right? We all have sniper rifles in hand. If it dares to attack us, we can just shoot it dead. Hearing Xiaobing's words, Wu Nan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and stubbornly said, where do you see me nervous? I'm not nervous at all. Hearing her say this, Xiaobing smiled and said nothing more. Song Mo then laughed and said, I say, Sister Nan, can you change your stubbornness a bit? It's okay to be scared. It's not something to be ashamed of. Wu Nan glared at Song Mo fiercely and asked, aren't you too scared at all? Xiaobing smiled and said, in the years we spent on the deserted island, let alone tigers, we encountered monsters that were dozens of times stronger than them. Wu Nan curiously asked, are there animals stronger than tigers in the animal kingdom? Xiaobing laughed and said, of course there are. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Hearing this, Wu Nan didn't pursue the topic further. At that moment, another loud tiger roar echoed through the sky. This time much louder than the last, causing the ears of the 3 to buzz. Chapter 364. Pursuit. Hearing Xiaobing say this, Wu Nan nodded and didn't say much more, also thinking about what she had just said. She glanced at the still sleeping Song Mo and wondered if he really loved her all along, but felt he was unworthy of her. Which is why he hid his feelings. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a bit happy, but also a bit lost. As Song Mo already had more than one woman. Did this mean she really had to share him with them? With this thought, Wu Nan felt a headache coming on. Unknowingly, the sky slowly brightened, and at that moment, Song Mo also woke up leisurely. He got up from the ground, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and seeing this, Xiaobing quickly said, Song Ji, it's still early, you can sleep a bit more. Wu Nan immediately added, yeah. It's just dawn, the forest is still shrouded in mist. Sleep a little longer. Song Mo shook his head and said, I can't sleep anymore, let's eat something and hit the road. After saying this, he took some food and water from his backpack, and started eating and drinking. Xiaobing and Wunan immediately took out some food and water from their backpacks to do the same. Chapter 365 Pursuit 2. Although they had only gone to sleep in the early hours of the morning, Songmo was already awake as soon as it got light. Wunan was still fast asleep, while Xiaobing sat by the fire, staring at the dancing flames in a daze. Songmo got up from the ground and asked Xiaobing, "Bing Bing, what are you thinking about?" His sudden question startled Xiaobing. Turning to look at him, she said, "I was thinking whether we can find that group of mercenaries this time and eliminate them all." Songmo smiled and said, "Don't worry. From the traces on the ground, I can deduce that the mercenaries are definitely still in this primitive forest, and I feel they are not too far from us." Xiaobing nodded, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Noticing this, Songmo asked, "What's wrong? Just say it." Xiaobing slowly said, "Can you tell me about the circumstances that forced you to retire back then?" Songmo slowly began, "Back then, we received a mission saying that a group of drug traffickers was going to cross the border into Aria'sWhisper. I took a small team to ambush them at the border. This group of drug traffickers had about 100 or 200 people, and had spent a lot of money hiring the wolf mercenaries for protection." Chapter 366 Annihilate the mercenaries. Xiaobing and Wunan immediately nodded to indicate they understood. They quickly adjusted their positions, crouching down and carefully encircling the group of mercenaries from both sides. Time passed second by second, and after about 10 minutes, Xiaobing and Wunan finally reached a position about 300 to 400 meters on either side of the mercenaries, each finding an excellent reverse slope to lie down. They steadied their sniper rifles, skillfully attached silencers, and were ready. At the same time, Songmo quickly lay down in another position, also steadying his sniper rifle and aiming at the group of mercenaries gathered around the campfire. At this moment, the positions of Songmo, Xiaobing, and Wunan formed a triangle, firmly surrounding the mercenaries in the middle. Their fingers lightly rested on the triggers, their eyes like hawks, closely watching the watches on their wrists. Finally, the time reached 4 p.m. In that instant, the three almost simultaneously pulled the triggers without any hesitation. They were all well-trained sharpshooters, only a few hundred meters away from the mercenaries, plus the high-precision scopes attached to their sniper rifles. Chapter 367 Pursued by foreign troops. Hearing him say this, another soldier angrily shouted, "Damn it, who the hell are these people? How dare they act so brazenly on our territory, wantonly killing the innocent? This is simply a blatant provocation and contempt for our military. If we let them escape like this, what face do we soldiers have left?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around like a gust of wind and sternly ordered a soldier carrying communication equipment, "Immediately report the situation here to the command center and request them to send military dogs for support. At the same time, have the command center dispatch helicopters to assist in the search. We absolutely cannot let these gunmen escape our territory." The soldier with the communication equipment acted immediately, quickly taking off the device and establishing contact with the command center. He reported everything that had happened at the scene to the command center as quickly as possible, without any omissions or concealments. After completing the report, although the soldiers had discovered the traces left by Songmo and the others when they left, they did not recklessly pursue them. After all, the identity and strength of the other party were still unclear, and without sufficient support and guarantees, blind action would only put them in greater danger. Chapter 368 Shoot down the helicopter. With a command from Songmo, the three's fingers almost simultaneously pulled the triggers. They heard 3 crisp gunshots, and 3 bullets shot out like lightning, as if given life, flying straight towards the poor military dog. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. Everything became unusually quiet, with only the sound of the 3 bullets whistling through the air. The next moment, the bullets accurately hit the military dog's head, exploding it like a detonated bomb, instantly turning it into a mess. Blood and brain matter splattered, falling onto the surrounding grass, forming a disgusting pool of blood. The 3 military dogs didn't even have time to let out a cry before they fell to the ground, completely losing their life force. However, this is just the beginning. Song Mo and the others did not stop their actions. They quickly adjusted their guns and locked onto several other military dogs. With 3 deafening gunshots, the bullets ruthlessly reaped the lives of the military dogs like the scythe of death. In just a few seconds, those once lively military dogs had all fallen into a pool of blood, unable to move again. Chapter 369, Safely returning to the borders of Huaxia. Xiaobing felt no pity for the soldiers. She immediately aimed her gun at a soldier's head and decisively pulled the trigger. With a gunshot, the bullet exploded the soldier's head, and he fell straight to the ground. After dealing with one person, Xiaobing immediately aimed at the second soldier and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Seeing that Xiaobing had started shooting these soldiers, Wu Nan sighed helplessly and aimed at a soldier to pull the trigger. The other soldiers, seeing this, immediately rushed out from behind the hiding tree and scattered in all directions. Seeing those soldiers running out from behind the tree, Song Mo did not hesitate to pull the trigger. The 3 of them ruthlessly harvested the lives of these soldiers, and within just over a minute, all of them were shot dead. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Wu Nen felt a bit of reluctance, but she also knew this was the cruelty of war. Xiaobing and Wu Nan quickly put away their sniper rifles and returned to Song Mo. Xiaobing asked Song Mo, "Brother Song, it's almost dark now, and all the pursuing soldiers have been dealt with. Should we continue on our journey or stay here for the night?" Chapter 370, Being treated by the commander. Time passed unknowingly, and in less than an hour, a military helicopter arrived at the border. Wu Nan, seeing this, did not hesitate to take out a signal flare from her waist and skillfully attached it to her pistol. She raised her hand, aimed at the sky, and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the signal flare shot up into the sky like a shooting star, bursting into dazzling light. The helicopter quickly locked onto their location and flew at an astonishing speed above the treetops. As the helicopter hovered, the cabin door slowly opened, and a long rope ladder fell from the aircraft. The 3 of them climbed up the rope ladder without hesitation, one after another, entering the helicopter's cabin. Once all 3 were inside, the 2 soldiers in the cabin quickly took action. They skillfully closed the cabin door, and then the helicopter's engine roared to life, slowly ascending and heading towards the nearest military airport. About half an hour later, the helicopter finally arrived at its destination, a military airport. As the plane landed, the 2 soldiers in the cabin quickly opened the cabin door again. Chapter 371, Special Forces as Instructors. After putting on their clothes, the 2 went to the bathroom to freshen up, then left the room to eat something in the hotel restaurant. After exiting the hotel, Xiaobing said to Song Mo, "Brother Song, what are we going to do next?" Song Mo smiled and said, "Since we are going to that deserted island to create a paradise, we must buy a large cargo ship for transportation. We need to contact a shipyard to purchase a cargo ship." Hearing this, Xiaobing smiled and said, "In my opinion, you don't need to go through the trouble of buying a cargo ship. You have such a good relationship with the commander. Why not ask him to get you a decommissioned warship?" Upon hearing Xiaobing's suggestion, Song Mo's eyes lit up, and he smiled, saying, "Yes. Wouldn't it be better to directly purchase a decommissioned warship from the state? It can be used for transportation, and can also be equipped with quite a few weapons." After saying this, he immediately took out his phone and called Secretary Zhao. As soon as the call connected, Song Mo smiled and said, "Xiao Zhao, can you come pick us up? My car is still with the commander, and I have something to discuss with him." On the other end of the line, Secretary Zhao smiled and replied, "Boss, what a coincidence. I was just about to call you. I didn't expect you to call first. The commander also has something to discuss with you." Chapter 372, Agreeing to become an instructor. Song Mo quickly shook his head and said, "That's not possible. They are all top-notch special forces. I can't train them well. The old man smiled and said, I said, Xiao Song. You weren't like this when you were in the army. How come after a few years, you've become so modest? Wu Nan immediately chimed in, Song Mo. You are a military legend and fully qualified to train them. After going to kill that group of mercenaries, I truly saw how powerful you are. Our Special Forces instructors are still quite a distance from you, you shouldn't decline. Hearing the commander and Wu Nan say this, Song Mo could only nod helplessly and say, All right. I agree to become an instructor for the Special Forces, but I will only train them for 3 months at most. Whether the training results satisfy you is not my concern. Hearing that Song Mo had agreed, the old man smiled and said, That's more like it. I believe in your abilities. As long as you train them for 3 months, I believe they will undergo a complete transformation. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Xiaobing and smiled, I heard from Nan Nan that you also have considerable experience in field combat. Even if you can't compare to Xiao Song, you are still not far off, and are much better than my Special Forces instructors. Why not go with Xiao Song to be an instructor, and help him train? Let those people understand what it means that there are people beyond people, and skies beyond skies. Chapter 373, Do You Still Love Me? Hearing Wu Nan say this, Song Mo smiled and said, There will be plenty of time in the future, you can take care of your own matters first. Wu Nan nodded, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Song Mo smiled and said, Sister Nan, just say what you want. Why are you hesitating? This isn't like you. Wu Nan's face instantly flushed, and she quietly asked, Song Mo, can I ask you a question? You have to answer me honestly. Seeing her demeanor, Song Mo felt a surge of curiosity, while Xiaobing revealed a faint smile, having guessed what Wu Nan was going to ask. Song Mo smiled and said, What question? Just ask. I will definitely answer honestly. Hearing Song Mo say this, Wu Nan finally gathered her courage and quietly asked, Song Mo, do you love me? Upon hearing this, Song Mo was taken aback. In the past, if Wu Nan had asked such a question, he would have definitely not answered. However, after spending years on that deserted island, his mindset and thoughts had changed, and he was now a solid billionaire, giving him confidence. After pondering for a few seconds, he slowly spoke, Sister Nan, actually, I also know that you used to target and bully me to attract my attention. I know that you have liked me for a long time. Chapter 374, Shu Ruoxuan invites to dinner. In the car, Xiaobing frowned, looking at Song Mo with a worried expression, her voice trembling slightly as she said, Brother Song. With my limited ability, how could I possibly train those top instructors from the Special Forces? I have always been the one being trained in the army. And now I'm actually being asked to train them. Isn't this a joke? Song Mo slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile, and comforted, Bing Bing. Don't underestimate yourself. Think about it, those years we spent on the deserted island, how many storms we went through. Your skills, marksmanship, and experience in field combat, aren't they all stronger than those top instructors from Special Forces? Teaching them is definitely within your capabilities. After hearing Song Mo's words, Xiaobing felt a bit more at ease, but still said with some concern, That's true, but I've never been an instructor before. And I really don't know how to train them. Plus, those elite Special Forces are all so arrogant. I'm really afraid it won't go well, and I might mess things up. Hearing this, Song Mo smiled again and said, Hey, you're just overthinking it. Although those people are indeed arrogant, as long as you can demonstrate greater skills than them, they'll definitely respect you. Besides, I'm right here to support you. So what is there to worry about? Chapter 375, Tenderness in the Hotel Bathhouse. Hearing Song Mo say this, Shu Ruoxuan curiously asked, What will you do if Liu Junfeng comes to harass Sister Han Hang again? Song Mo smiled and said, What else can I do? Of course. I'll make the Liu group go bankrupt and send him to prison. Upon hearing this, both Liu Yunhan and Shu Ruoxuan were taken aback. Liu Yunhan quickly said. There's no need for that. Liu Junfeng is not like Shen Zihang and his son, he hasn't done anything illegal, so why should he go to prison? Song Mo chuckled and said, Han Hang, don't be so nervous, I'm just joking. But if Liu Junfeng dares to harass you again, I will definitely make the Liu group go bankrupt. Hearing this, Shu Ruoxuan laughed and said, Brother Song, it seems you really are a protective husband. No wonder Sister Han Hang would walk away from her engagement with Liu Junfeng in front of so many people. Song Mo smiled and said, The bond between Han Hang and me was built on that deserted island, you can't understand the things we went through there. Shu Ruoxuan nodded in agreement and said, That's true. By the way, weren't you going to create a paradise on the deserted island? When do you plan to go? Chapter 376, Let us have a child. Hearing Song Mo say this, Liu Yunhan smiled and said, That's true. We have enough money to last us several lifetimes, life is so short, we should enjoy it. After saying this, she glanced at Song Mo and playfully said, Brother Song, how about I give you a child? I'm almost 30. If I don't have a child now, it might be hard to have one later. Actually, I really hope for a little love child of ours. Upon hearing this, Song Mo felt deeply moved and smiled, Sure. I also want to have a baby with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned in and kissed Liu Yunhan's sexy, charming cherry lips. That night, the two of them almost exhausted themselves on that big bed. By the end, Song Mo lay sprawled out like a dead dog, feeling as if his body had been completely drained. Liu Yunhan also felt weak and limp, as if her whole body was about to fall apart. It wasn't until late at night, feeling utterly exhausted, that they finally embraced and fell asleep. The next day, just before noon, Song Mo and Liu Yunhan were still fast asleep. At that moment, the phone on the bedside table suddenly rang, waking both Song Mo and Liu Yunhan almost simultaneously. Chapter 377, Teaching a Lesson to the County Party Secretary's Son. Hearing Song Mo say this, Song's mother did not say anything further, while Song Yang couldn't help but exclaim, It really proves that saying, when poor, no one asks, when rich, distant relatives come. Those relatives who hadn't been in touch before saw that our family is doing well now, and took the initiative to contact us. Song Mo coldly replied, Don't bother with them, if our family were poor, would they still reach out? After saying this, he glanced at his mother and sister and continued, Mom, Xiaoyan. If those relatives come to borrow money again, just let them come directly to me. Song's mother and Song Yang nodded in agreement, without saying more. After eating, Xiaobing and Song Yang cleared the dishes and washed them in the kitchen. After chatting on the sofa in the living room for a while, Song's mother went to her room to rest. In the living room, only Song Mo, Xiaobing, and Song Yang remained. Song Mo said to Song Yang, Xiaoyan, I won't be back for the next 3 months, take good care of Mom, and call me if anything happens. Song Yang didn't ask what he was going to do, just nodded obediently. After a while, Song Yang said to Song Mo, Brother, do you know a lot of big shots in the political world? Chapter 378, Confronting the County Party Secretary. Xiaobing slowly released her grip on Yang Wei's hair, as if letting go of something utterly worthless. Yang Wei's body lost its support and slumped to the cold ground, like a puppet with its strings cut. Xiaobing's expression was emotionless, her eyes as cold as ice. And her voice carried a chilling tone, I just hit you, so what? If you dare to harass Xiaoyan again, I'll just kill you. Yang Wei was intimidated by Xiaobing's aura, his body trembling involuntarily, and his previously arrogant demeanor was completely suppressed in that moment. He didn't dare to meet Xiaobing's murderous gaze, quickly lowering his head like a frightened rabbit, afraid to make a sound and provoke her further. However, deep down, Yang Wei was filled with hatred and curses towards Xiaobing. He mentally insulted her ancestors and vowed to make her pay. He thought to himself, this crazy woman is so ruthless. How dare she lay a hand on me in the county government? I will make you understand the consequences of offending me. When my dad arrives, I'll have him arrest you and make you spend the rest of your life in prison. Chapter 379, Hitting the County Party Secretary. Just as Yang Wei finished speaking, Song Mo suddenly raised his foot without warning and kicked Yang Wei's abdomen fiercely, like an arrow released from its bow. This kick, infused with all of Song Mo's strength, was unstoppable. With a loud thud, Yang Wei's body was sent flying 3 to 4 meters away. Like a kite with its string cut. He arced through the air before crashing heavily onto the corridor floor, producing a deafening sound. The fall was no light matter. Yang Wei's body bounced twice on the hard ground before finally coming to a stop. At the same time, a piercing scream escaped Yang Wei's lips. A sound more tragic than that of a slaughtered pig, echoing throughout the corridor and sending chills down people's spines. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden scene. Their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to believe what they were witnessing. They all silently speculated about who Song Mo and Xiaobing really were. Daring to beat the county party secretary's son right in front of him. The county party secretary saw Song Mo actually hit his son in front of him. And his face instantly became uglier than if he had eaten shit. Chapter 380, The Change in Director Ma's attitude seeing that Song Mo had put his phone back in his pocket. The county party secretary smirked coldly and said in a sarcastic tone, "Kid, you even got to make a phone call. I want to see what other tricks you can pull." As soon as the county party secretary finished speaking, he turned to Director Ma beside him and continued, "Director Ma, take this kid back and interrogate him properly. I don't want him to easily escape responsibility. He must spend the rest of his life in prison." Director Ma quickly nodded in response, "Secretary, rest assured, I will follow your instructions. No matter what background this kid has. I guarantee he will spend the rest of his life in prison." As soon as Director Ma finished speaking, he winked at the group of police officers standing nearby. The officers understood immediately and pounced on Song Mo and Xiaobing like hungry tigers. Just as one officer was about to grab him, Xiaobing was quick to react. Swiftly reaching out her right hand and grabbing the officer's arm like a vice. At the same time, her right foot flew up and kicked another officer fiercely in the stomach like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 381, Deserved Punishment. Hearing Director Ma's question, the group of police officers almost hesitated not at all and replied in unison, "Report, Director. We did not see this gentleman and this lady hitting anyone." Their voices were uniform and loud, as if rehearsed. However, this answer left everyone present, including the county party secretary and his son, stunned. This was simply lying with eyes wide open. Everyone had clearly seen Song Mo and Xiaobing hit someone, yet these police officers denied it outright. What was going on? The crowd exchanged glances, filled with confusion and disbelief. At this moment, they also realized that the identities of Song Mo and Xiaobing were definitely not simple. Otherwise, how could they act so recklessly in the county government? And the ones being hit were the county party secretary and his son. The county party secretary's face turned extremely ugly, and he stared wide-eyed at Song Mo and Xiaobing, secretly pondering, could these two really be some big shots? Or do they have an extremely terrifying background, to the extent that even Director Ma would rather offend me, the county party secretary, than to displease them? Chapter 382, Inviting to Dinner. Hearing what they all said, Song Yang could only nod and say, "Then I'll call my brother and sister Bingbing now." After saying this, she took out her phone and dialed Song Mo's number. The call was connected shortly after dialing. On the other end, Song Mo's voice came through, "Xiao Yang. What happened again?" Song Yang smiled and said, "Brother, here's the thing. A few of my colleagues want to invite you and sister Bingbing to dinner. Do you have time?" At this moment, Song Mo and Xiaobing had just walked out of the county government. Upon hearing that Song Yang's colleagues wanted to invite them to dinner, Song Mo was momentarily taken aback. Curiously, he asked, "Why do your colleagues want to invite me to dinner?" Song Yang explained with a smile, "Well, those colleagues were bullied by that beast Yang Wei before. Now that you've sent that beast to prison, they want to thank you by inviting you to dinner." Hearing this, Song Mo smiled and said, "All right. Bing Bing and I will take a stroll around the county town first. Just call me when you finish work." Since Xiaobing was right next to Song Mo, she had also heard the contents of the call between Song Mo and Song Yang. Chapter 383 Little Wei selling alcohol. Xiaobing smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if he knows people in the province, it won't help. Both he and his son will never get out of prison for the rest of their lives." Hearing Xiaobing say this, Song Yang and her female colleagues felt completely reassured. Soon, the dishes were served, and everyone began to eat and drink heartily. The meal lasted for more than 2 hours. And by the time they left the Western restaurant, it was completely dark outside. Since Song Mo, Song Yang, and Xiaobing had all drunk alcohol, they could not drive back and had to stay on site. One of Song Yang's female colleagues said to Song Mo, "Brother Song, since you treated us to a big meal, and it's still early, how about I invite you to karaoke?" Hearing this, the other girls also expressed their desire to invite Song Mo and Xiaobing to sing. Song Mo and Xiaobing couldn't refuse, so they found a relatively upscale KTV nearby to sing. They went to the front desk and booked a luxurious private room, ordering some beer, snacks, and fruit platters. Although Song Yang's female colleagues said they would treat them, Song Mo knew that each of them earned only a little salary, and they wouldn't have endured Yang Wei's bullying just for money. Chapter 384 Little Wei's tragic fate. At this moment, the tattooed man's arm was still tightly gripped by Song Mo, unable to break free. When he heard Song Mo say this, a chill surged in his heart. At the same time, seeing Song Mo's fierce eyes, which seemed ready to kill, filled him with fear. The tattooed man's face turned pale, and he forced himself to calm down and asked Song Mo, "Who the hell are you? I advise you not to meddle in others' business. Brother Jun is not someone you can provoke." However, Song Mo completely disregarded his warning and coldly replied with a straight face, "I'm your dad. What the hell is Brother Jun? I don't even know him. Xiao Wei is my sister. If you dare to trouble her again, I'll break your legs." Song Mo's words ignited the tattooed man's anger instantly. He widened his eyes and roared at Song Mo, "Kid, you're looking for death." Immediately, he turned to the two people behind him and shouted, "Get him. Waste this kid." However, before he could finish his sentence, Song Mo quickly reacted. Without hesitation, he released his grip on the tattooed man's arm and violently kicked him in the stomach with all his might. Chapter 385 Taking action. Song Mo looked at Xiao Wei, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes, and gently asked, "What illness does your mother have?" Xiao Wei's tears flowed like a dam bursting. She sobbed and choked as she answered, "My mom's heart isn't very good. The doctor said she needs to have heart bypass surgery as soon as possible, or—" At this point, Xiao Wei's voice became even lower, as if she couldn't bear to continue. Song Mo nodded to show he understood and comforted her, "Don't worry too much. I'll help you contact the best military hospital in Yangjing tomorrow, so your mom can go there for treatment." Hearing Song Mo's words, a glimmer of hope appeared on Xiao Wei's face, but she quickly shook her head and said, "That won't do. The cost of this surgery is definitely very high, and I can't possibly come up with that much money." Song Mo interrupted Xiao Wei, firmly saying, "You don't need to worry about the costs. I will help you solve it. You just need to take care of your mother and bring her to Yangjing for the surgery." Xiao Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Song Mo. She didn't expect him to help her so generously. She immediately stood up from the sofa and knelt down on the ground. Seeing this, Xiaobing hurriedly helped her up. Chapter 386 Compensation. In less than a minute, the people that Zhang Ji brought were all knocked down by Song Mo and Xiaobing, groaning in pain on the ground. The floor of the private room was filled with people, and upon seeing this scene, Song Yang's colleagues were shocked, their mouths agape, filled with disbelief. Although they had seen Song Mo and Xiaobing take action at the county government today, they didn't expect their skills to be so extraordinary. The most shocked among them was Xiao Wei. She originally thought that Song Mo and Xiaobing were just wealthy, but didn't realize how formidable they actually were. Song Mo walked up to Zhang Ji, grabbed his hair, yanked him up, and slapped him hard across the face. The slap instantly left one side of Jun Ji's face swollen, and Song Mo coldly said, "Jun Ji, right? Do you still want to deal with me?" Hearing Song Mo's question and seeing his murderous gaze, Jun Ji no longer had the arrogance he had moments ago. With a face full of panic, he said to Song Mo, "Big brother, I know I was wrong, please spare me this time." Song Mo turned to Xiao Wei and said, "Xiao Wei, come over and slap him hard." Chapter 387 Pressure. After a tense standoff of more than 10 seconds, Captain Li finally said to Song Mo, "Who exactly are you? Not only are you refusing to cooperate, but you also dare to assault an officer. This is a serious crime." His voice carried a hint of anger and authority. However, Song Mo remained indifferent, only sneering as he replied, "Don't waste my time with useless talk. You're openly sheltering this gang of thugs. How should that be explained?" His words were sharp and direct, ruthlessly exposing Captain Li's actions. Hearing Song Mo's words, Captain Li felt as if he had been struck in a vulnerable spot, and was momentarily speechless. His expression darkened, and the original authority he held vanished without a trace. Song Mo continued, "I'm not interested in chatting with you. Hurry up and call Director Ma. Tell him to be here within 10 minutes. If he can't do that, he can forget about being a director." Captain Li was taken aback by Song Mo's imposing demeanor. He hesitated for a moment and cautiously asked, "Do you know our Director Ma?" His voice carried a hint of doubt and uncertainty. Song Mo was too lazy to waste more words on him and coldly replied, "I don't want to talk to you, just make the call. Oh, by the way, my name is Song Mo." Chapter 388 Arriving at the training ground, after leaving the KTV, Song Yang's colleagues waved goodbye and each headed home. Song Mo, Xiaobing, Song Yang, and Xiao Wei walked side by side on the bustling street, the city's noise and prosperity swirling around them. Suddenly, Xiao Wei stopped in her tracks, turned around to face Song Mo, and revealed sincere gratitude in her eyes. "Brother Song, thank you so much today. If it weren't for your help, I might have been taken away by now." Xiao Wei's voice trembled slightly, clearly still shaken from the earlier tension and shock. Song Mo smiled gently and comforted her. "Don't be so polite. I helped because I saw your good heart. By the way, tomorrow you should take your mom to the Yangjing Military Hospital for the surgery. Someone will contact you then." Xiao Wei nodded eagerly, then seemed to remember something and took out her phone from her pocket, saying, "Brother Song, I should transfer the money that Zhong Jun just sent me to you." Song Mo waved his hand and smiled, "That's his compensation to you, keep it for yourself. Besides, you won't need to go to work anymore. Taking care of your mom is the most important thing. That money will be enough for you for a while." Chapter 389 Shooting wild goats in the primitive forest. Secretary Zhao led Song Mo and Xiaobing around the training ground, examining every corner carefully. After completing a round, a satisfied expression appeared on Song Mo's face as he nodded and praised, "Not bad. It's clear that the leader has put a lot of effort into this training." Hearing this, Secretary Zhao also smiled and replied, "Of course, after all, you're training top instructors from the Special Forces. It requires a lot of effort." After saying this, Secretary Zhao paused for a moment, looked at Song Mo with some hesitation, but ultimately spoke up, "Boss, there's something I don't know whether to say or not." Seeing this, Song Mo smiled and said, "Just say it, don't be shy. What has gotten into you, acting all timid?" Secretary Zhao, no longer hesitating, quickly said, "Well, boss, there are over 80 trainees this time, and they are not ordinary people. Each one is a tough soldier. I'm worried they won't obey your commands." After hearing this, Song Mo smiled dismissively and confidently said, "Ha ha, you can rest assured about that. I have my ways to handle these tough soldiers. Have you forgotten how you all were when I trained you? You didn't obey at first, but in the end, weren't you all disciplined?" Chapter 390 Roast whole lamb. Song Mo smiled slightly and responded, "Although the leader holds a high position, he is still human. What is there to be nervous about? To be honest, I was a bit anxious the first time I went to the leader's place. After all, such a high-ranking leader, who wouldn't feel a bit intimidated. But after going a few times, I got used to it. Xiaobing also smiled and said, when I first arrived at the leader's place, I was extremely nervous too. After all, it was my first time meeting a leader of such a high level. I thought he would be serious and unapproachable like I saw on TV. But unexpectedly, he was so amiable and had no air about him at all. Song Mo explained with a smile. The image on TV is often meant to showcase the military's authority and seriousness, so the leader may seem stern in public. But in daily life, he is quite approachable. After all, such a big leader can't be laughing all the time, he still needs to maintain a certain level of authority. Hearing him say this, Xiaobing laughed and said, that is true. After all, he represents the image of the national military, and must appear somewhat serious. Chapter 391 Four service soldiers. Upon hearing Song Mo's words, the four captain officers immediately prepared to move chairs to sit down. Seeing this, Song Mo smiled and said, you can just sit on the sofa. The four individuals paused slightly at the words, then immediately changed direction without hesitation, walking straight towards the sofa. However, when they actually sat down on the sofa, they appeared somewhat stiff, sitting up straight and properly, as if accepting an inspection. Song Mo smiled, looked at the four in front of him, and gently asked, which unit are you from? As soon as he finished speaking, one of them immediately stood up and replied loudly, reporting to the commander, we are all from the Beijing Guard unit. Song Mo smiled and nodded, continuing, oh. So you are all from the Imperial Guard. What are your names? In response to Song Mo's inquiry, the four of them stood up one by one to introduce themselves. First was one of the two male officers, a tall man with a resolute face, who said, Commander, my name is Li Bing. The other, slightly slimmer but with sharp eyes, followed, Commander, my name is Zhong Jun. Then it was the turn of the two female officers to introduce themselves. Chapter 392 Song Mo and Xiaobing went to bed early, and by the time dawn broke the next morning, they were already awake. When they finished washing up and changed into their training uniforms to exit the tent, Li Bing and the others were already standing straight outside the tent. Upon seeing Song Mo and Xiaobing come out, Li Bing and the others immediately saluted and shouted in unison, Good morning, Commander. Song Mo waved his hand, smiling. Didn't I tell you last night? There are no strict rules here, no need to be so formal, and you don't have to call me Commander. Li Bing immediately replied. How can that be? There should always be a sense of hierarchy. Song Mo laughed and said, what's wrong with that? Here, I call the shots. Just call me Song Ge. Hearing this, Li Bing cautiously called out, Song Ge. Song Mo patted his shoulder and smiled, that's more like it. This feels friendly. After saying this, he shifted his gaze to Zhong Jun, Wang Ying, and Hu Jiajia. The three also cautiously called out, Song Ge. Song Mo laughed heartily and pointed at Xiaobing, saying to Li Bing and the others, and there's her too. Chapter 393 Song Mo wore a faint smile, and did not actively greet Wunan, instead, he turned his attention to the trainees. Welcome, everyone, to this training. Song Mo's voice was loud and powerful, as if it could penetrate the entire training ground. He smiled at each trainee and continued, my surname is Song. And from today on, I will be your instructor. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Mo suddenly turned his head, and called out to Xiaobing, who was not far away, Bing Bing, come here for a moment. Upon hearing Song Mo's call, Xiaobing immediately walked quickly to his front and stood firmly. Song Mo then introduced to the trainees, this is Instructor Xiao, she will train you along with me for the next 3 months. Hearing Song Mo's words, the trainees immediately showed expressions of disbelief. They widened their eyes, sizing up Song Mo and Xiaobing, their faces full of disdain. Just the two of them? They can be our instructors. Looking at their expressions, what can they teach us? Damn it, I'm one of the best instructors in our military region's special forces. How can these two not yet fully grown kids be qualified to be my instructors? Chapter 394, when he managed to do 500 push-ups in one breath. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and he immediately switched to the other hand to continue. 3 to 4 minutes later, Secretary Zhao and others counted up to 800. Only then did Song Mo slowly stop, stand up, gently clap his hands, and show a slight smile. I haven't done this in a long time, my speed has slowed down quite a bit. It seems I need to work out more in the future. Song Mo sighed. However, upon hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, this guy is showing off, he's already so incredible, yet he still says he lacks exercise. Song Mo turned to look at the trainees, smiling. How about it? I've done 800 one-handed push-ups, now it's your turn. Hearing Song Mo's words, the trainees dared not utter a single word of objection. They quickly placed their luggage on the ground and swiftly got down to do push-ups. It must be said that these trainees were indeed top instructors from various special forces. Although their speed was not as fast as Song Mo's, their movements were very standard and precise, with each push-up performed correctly. Chapter 395 Hu Jiejia said somewhat shyly, Song Ji, isn't this a bit inappropriate? We are in the training ground. If I go to find Commander Zhao for white wine, he would scold me to death. Besides, he might not even have any. Song Mo smiled and said, you really don't know this kid well, he definitely has white wine, and it's all good stuff. If he dares to scold you, come back and tell me, and I'll skin him alive. Hearing Song Mo say this, Hu Jiejia could only turn around and leave. Not long after, Wang Ying and Wu Nan entered the tent. Wu Nan walked straight up to Song Mo and Xiaobing, standing straight and saluting them, loudly saying, Instructor Song, Instructor Xiao. Good day. Seeing her serious demeanor, Song Mo quickly stood up and smiled, Sister Nan, please don't make fun of me. Xiaobing also smiled and said, Nan Nan. If you keep this up, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Hearing them say this, Wu Nan laughed and said, fair is fair, here, you two are both instructors. So I have to listen to you. Xiaobing smiled and said, all right, sit down quickly. After saying this, she directly pulled Wu Nan to sit down on the sofa. Chapter 396 The next morning, before the sun had fully risen, with the sky only slightly brightening, Song Mo and Xiaobing had already woken up early. They quickly washed up, changed into neat training uniforms, held their guns, and walked towards the training ground with vigorous steps. Xiaobing arrived at the center of the training ground, picked up the whistle, and blew it forcefully, the crisp sound piercing the morning tranquility. As the whistle blew, the trainees who were resting quickly got up. They swiftly donned their full gear and ran towards the training ground to assemble. One must commend that these top Special Forces instructors were indeed well trained. In less than a minute, all the trainees stood in neat rows, looking spirited and impressive. Because Song Mo had given them a show of strength yesterday, the trainees who had initially underestimated him now put away their disdain and dared not slack off even a little. Once all the trainees were assembled, Xiaobing stood at the front of the line and shouted in a loud voice, at ease. Stand at attention. A line to the right. Look forward. The trainees executed every command in perfect unison, their movements crisp and clean, without any hesitation. Chapter 397, The Gunfight Challenge. Hearing the Lieutenant Colonel's words, Xiaobing's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile as he slowly said, blind confidence is not a good thing. Today, let me show you what it means that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Since you are so confident, why don't you tell me how you want to compete? The officer immediately replied without hesitation, let's limit it to 1 minute. We will each shoot at a target 300 meters away, and whoever has the most hits will be the winner. What do you think? Xiaobing smiled and said, this competition is a bit too simple and doesn't showcase true strength. In my opinion, let's do this. We will dismantle different models of firearms and pile all the parts together. Then, We will start timing from the moment we begin assembling the guns and loading the bullets, and finally shoot at a target 500 meters away. With a time limit of 3 minutes. This way, it will not only test shooting skills, but also demonstrate familiarity with the firearms and assembly speed. This competition is more challenging, what do you think? As Xiaobing finished speaking, the trainees were stunned, standing there in shock, silently pondering, isn't this difficulty too great? Chapter 398, Devil Training. The officer took the target and looked closely, instantly stunned, as if struck by lightning, his face full of disbelief. As if he had witnessed something incredibly unbelievable. The target was densely covered with bullet holes, and all the bullet holes were exceptionally precise. All concentrated in the areas of the 8, 9, and 10 rings. Other trainees also curiously gathered around, wanting to investigate. When they saw the bullet holes on the target with their own eyes, they too were shocked and speechless, their faces filled with astonishment and disbelief. Time seemed to freeze for a while, and after a long moment, the officer slowly regained his composure. He looked at Xiaobing with a face full of respect and sincerely praised, "Instructor Xiao, your shooting skills are simply divine. May I ask how you did it?" Xiaobing's lips slightly curled up, revealing a faint smile as he humbly replied, "It's nothing. I've just practiced for many years. Practice makes perfect. As long as you all are willing to put in the effort, you can definitely reach this level." The officer nodded repeatedly, firmly believing Xiaobing's words. And said with admiration, "I surrender, I am convinced. Your shooting skills are far superior to mine. I used to be like a frog at the bottom of a well, looking up at the sky, unaware of the vastness of the world." Chapter 399, Devil Week Training. A trainee, full of curiosity, said, "I really don't know who Instructor Song and Instructor Xiao are, they are so impressive." Hearing this, Wunan couldn't help but sigh and slowly explained. "They are both people who have survived on a deserted island for many years, experiencing countless difficulties and dangers, which is why they have become so formidable." Everyone showed surprise and turned their gaze toward Wunan, seemingly wanting to gather more information about the two instructors from her. At this time, a trainee could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Do you know them?" Wunan slightly nodded, affirming, and then said, "Do you know the Wolf Mercenaries?" Wolf Mercenaries. These words were like a thunderclap, causing an uproar among the trainees. One trainee exclaimed excitedly, "Isn't that the group that killed one of our Special Forces teams?" Wunan nodded gravely and replied, "That's right." Before she could finish, an officer interjected, "I heard that the Wolf Mercenaries were wiped out abroad. Could it be that their deaths are related to the two instructors?" Chapter 400, Something happened. The wild goats were grazing leisurely on the grass in the woods less than 200 meters away from the two. Songmo and Xiaobing immediately raised their guns, each aiming at a larger wild goat. With Songmo's command, they both pulled the trigger almost simultaneously. Accompanied by 2 gunshots, both of their bullets accurately hit the wild goat's head. The 2 wild goats collapsed instantly, not even having the time to let out a cry before falling dead. The other wild goats, startled, turned and fled into the woods, disappearing in no time. Songmo and Xiaobing put away their guns and quickly walked over to the 2 fallen wild goats. When they reached the goats, they saw that the heads had been smashed to pieces by the assault rifle bullets. Each of them shouldered a wild goat and headed back to the training ground. Within an hour, they had carried the 2 wild goats back to the training ground. Seeing them bring back the 2 wild goats, the soldiers from the cooking team quickly gathered around. Throwing the goats on the ground, Songmo said to the cooking team leader, "Process these 2 wild goats for roasted whole goat to reward the trainees. They have worked hard this week." Chapter 401, Dangerous Mission. The commander on the other end of the phone spoke slowly and heavily, "I need you to rescue those kidnapped military experts." Songmo frowned slightly and then asked, "Do you know where these experts have been taken?" The commander's voice came through again, "These military experts are equipped with locators. Through tracking, we found that they have currently arrived at a small island. This island belongs to Japan, and is also the stronghold of a group of mercenaries. According to the intelligence we have, there are about several hundred mercenaries on that island. Hearing this, Song Mo couldn't help but gasp. He realized the difficulty of this mission. After a moment of silence, Song Mo raised his question, since that island is a Japanese territory, can we negotiate directly with the Japanese to request the release of the hostages? The commander's response was clearly not optimistic. If it were that simple, I wouldn't need to call you. This group of mercenaries has audaciously kidnapped our experts and even dared to brutally kill our soldiers. There must be backing from the Japanese government behind this. Chapter 402, False Identity. Upon hearing Song Mo's words, none of the trainees spoke. Seeing this, Song Mo nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, since no one is backing out, let's go together to rescue those experts and take down those damned mercenaries. I emphasize one point, when we get to that island, no one can reveal their identity as soldiers. Is that understood? Report, instructor, we guarantee to complete the mission. The trainees shouted in unison. Song Mo then said loudly, those who have civilian clothes, change into them. A helicopter will come to pick us up to the port in an hour. Dismissed, go back and prepare. The group of trainees immediately dispersed to prepare. Song Mo and the others also returned to the tent to get ready. In less than an hour, 4 or 5 large military helicopters slowly landed at the training ground. Song Mo, along with the trainees, boarded the helicopters, and as the cabin doors closed slowly, the helicopters took off towards the nearest port. 2 hours later, the helicopters landed at the port, which was already under military lockdown. After disembarking from the plane, several officers quickly approached Song Mo, standing straight and saluting him, loudly greeting. Hello, Commander. Chapter 403, Acting Wunan and the others were instantly amused by Song Mo's words. Song Mo continued to smile and said, from now on, you 3 need to be a bit more intimate and cheesy with me, okay? Upon hearing this, the smiles on Wunan and the others' faces instantly froze, replaced by looks of shock. Wang Ying shyly said, but we don't know how. Song Mo smiled nonchalantly, his gaze landing on Xiaobing, then said with a grin. Bing Bing, why don't you teach them how to be intimate and cheesy? Upon hearing this, Xiaobing revealed a charming smile. She stood up gracefully, swaying her waist like a blooming flower, and walked over to Song Mo. Without hesitation, she sat on Song Mo's lap, one hand playfully wrapping around his neck. Brother Song. Am I beautiful? Xiaobing's voice was sweet and flirtatious, seemingly capable of melting bones. This scene left everyone present stunned, especially Wunan and the others, whose faces turned crimson and hearts raced uncontrollably. Hu Jiejia stammered, this is too cheesy. Chapter 404, Taking Down Wunan. Upon hearing Xiaobing's words, Wunan was taken aback at first but quickly understood, her face turning as red as a monkey's butt. She shot Xiaobing a glare and said irritably, Bing Bing. That's too vulgar. How could you say that to me? Xiaobing laughed and said, what's so vulgar about it? Isn't it normal for men and women to be affectionate? I tell you, that feeling is so comfortable, once you experience it, you'll be hooked. After saying this, she leaned close to Wunan's ear and whispered, let me tell you, Brother Song has great stamina, he will definitely make you feel heavenly. Tonight, you should go to Brother Song's room and let him pamper you. I'll sleep in your room with Xiao Wang and Xiao Hu, you must seize this opportunity. After saying this, she turned and left, leaving Wunan alone on the deck. Feeling flustered, Wunan stood on the deck, her face flushed as she pondered Xiaobing's words. After standing for over 10 minutes, she finally mustered the courage to walk towards Song Mo's room. Arriving at the door, she hesitated for several minutes before gently pushing the door open and entering. At that moment, Song Mo had just finished showering, wrapped in a towel, sitting leisurely on the sofa by the bed and smoking. Chapter 405, Boarding the island. Xiaobing gently pushed the door open and walked into the room where Wunan, Wang Ying, and Hu Jiejia were staying. As her figure appeared at the door, the gazes of Wang Ying and Hu Jiejia were drawn to her in unison. They exchanged glances, seeing curiosity in each other's eyes. Wang Ying and Hu Jiejia quickly stood up, wearing polite smiles. Hu Jiejia took the lead and asked, with a hint of confusion, Sister Bingbing, what brings you here? Where's our captain? Xiaobing smiled slightly, saying softly, don't be so formal, sit down. From the moment we stepped onto this cruise ship, we are no longer military personnel. Also, when you see Nan Nan in the future, don't call her captain anymore. Wang Ying and Hu Jiejia nodded quickly, in unison saying, we understand. Xiaobing nodded in satisfaction, and slowly walked to the front of the sofa, elegantly sitting down. Seeing this, Wang Ying and Hu Jiejia also returned to their seats. Xiaobing smiled and said, I have good news for you, Nan Nan is currently being affectionate with Brother Song. Tonight, I'll be sleeping in your room. Chapter 406. The casino. Hearing Song Mo's words, Xiaobing and the others were momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting him to suggest going to the casino at that moment. Wu Nan said somewhat displeased, Brother Song, don't forget what we came here for. Our mission is to rescue the kidnapped military experts as soon as possible. Every minute we delay puts them in more danger. You actually have the leisure to go to the casino now. Song Mo smiled slightly and explained. I know time is of the essence, but the casino is an excellent source of information. It's a mixed crowd. And you never know what important clues about the mercenaries we might find there. Besides, this casino might even be run by mercenaries, we could find their hideout there. After hearing Song Mo's words, Xiaobing and the others found some sense in his reasoning and did not press further. After resting briefly in the presidential suite, Song Mo had Xiaobing and the others dress up carefully. Once everything was ready, he led them towards the casino. Before long, they arrived at the casino entrance. It must be said that this casino was indeed luxurious, not only spacious, but also grand in appearance from the outside. Chapter 407. High stakes. The rules of the dice game were relatively simple and clear. You just needed to place 3 dice into a shaker, shake it, and then guess the outcome. A total of 3 to 11 was considered small, while 12 to 18 was considered large. The odds for small and large were 1 to 1. If you could guess the exact number, the odds would increase to 1 to 15. Additionally, there was a special situation where all 3 dice showed the same number, known as a leopard. If you guessed a leopard from 1 to 6, the odds were 1 to 36. If you could accurately guess the specific result of the leopard, the odds were as high as 1 to 180. However, the probability of rolling a leopard was relatively low, let alone accurately guessing the specific number, which was undoubtedly a daunting challenge. Just then, the dealer skillfully picked up the shaker and began shaking it rhythmically. As the shaker moved, the dice inside made a crisp clattering sound, seemingly teasing people's nerves. Once the dealer stopped shaking, she placed the shaker on the betting table with a smile and said to the surrounding players, Dear guests, please place your bets. Chapter 408. Big Win. Song Mo took the bank card and put it in his pocket, then looked up at the beautiful dealer, a slight smile on his lips, and said, Why are you looking at me? Shake the dice. The beautiful dealer gracefully picked up the shaker and began to shake it elegantly. Not long after, the beautiful dealer stopped shaking the dice cup and gently placed it on the table, smiling as she said, Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bets. The other gamblers, seeing this, began to place their bets one after another. Once everyone had finished betting, all eyes unconsciously focused on Song Mo, as if they were all waiting for his next move. Suddenly, Song Mo shouted, Damn it, I refuse to believe I'm this unlucky, I'm betting on a 666. His voice echoed through the casino, causing a stir. Immediately, without hesitation, Song Mo pushed 1,000,000 in chips directly to the position of the 666. As if that pile of chips was just a worthless stack of paper. Seeing this, everyone was taken aback, their eyes wide open, looking at Song Mo in disbelief. As if they couldn't believe he was so bold. After a brief silence, the casino erupted in chatter, with people whispering and discussing amongst themselves. Chapter 409. Waiting for the mercenaries to approach. Song Mo smiled and responded, Are you threatening me? Hurry up and pay. Upon hearing this, the white boss nodded and said, "I'll write you a check right now." Song Mo smiled and said, "What if you give me a blank check? Let's do a bank transfer instead. I'll only feel secure when the money is in my account." The white boss sneered, "You don't trust me." Song Mo coldly replied, "I just don't trust you. Hurry up and transfer." Hearing this, the white boss was immediately infuriated, but didn't dare to do anything to Song Mo in front of so many people. He could only coldly say, "Give me your account number." Song Mo cheerfully provided his account number. After 3 or 4 minutes, a text notification rang on his phone. Song Mo pulled out his phone to see the money had arrived. He smiled at the white boss and said, "All right, the money is in, I'm leaving. You don't need to see me off, I'll come back to play next time." After saying this, he wrapped his left arm around Xiaobing and his right around Wunan and left, with Wang Ying and Hu Jie following closely behind. Watching Song Mo's departing figure, the white boss muttered angrily, "Let you be smug for a while, our casino's money isn't that easy to take. I'll make you pay back both the principal and interest." Chapter 4:10. Taken to the mercenaries' lair. Hearing the shouts from Xiaobing and the others, the white man yelled, "Shut up. If you shout again, I'll shoot you right now." Xiaobing and the others were startled by this sudden roar, their bodies trembling, and their screams abruptly stopped, replaced by fear and shivering. The white man smirked slightly, showing a hint of disdain. His gaze slowly swept over the 4 of them, particularly lingering on Xiaobing for a few seconds. Xiaobing was wearing a tight short skirt that showcased her curvy figure, and with her exquisite makeup and charming smile, she truly looked stunning. The white man's gaze finally landed on Song Mo, and he sneered, mocking, "Kid, you must have some luck with the ladies. Where did you find such beautiful girls?" Song Mo's heart tightened, so he quickly smiled and said, "Big brother, please don't be angry, let us talk this out. Put the gun down first. It's easy for it to go off and hurt yourself." The white man, instead of putting down the gun, burst into laughter. "You were quite arrogant in the casino this afternoon, weren't you? Still daring to challenge us, and now you're scared." The white man looked at Song Mo mockingly and continued, "Our casino's money isn't that easy to take. Do you think you can just walk away after winning?" Chapter 4:11. Taking action to grab the gun. Song Mo quickly asked, "So how much do you plan to demand?" The casino boss wore a hypocritical smile and replied leisurely, "I don't want to make things difficult for you. Just give me 100 billion, and I'll let you go immediately, how about that?" Upon hearing this, Song Mo cursed inwardly, "Damn it, you're really greedy. Asking for 100 billion right off the bat and acting like it's nothing. It's clear you're not new to this extortion business." He immediately retorted, "What if I don't give it?" The casino boss smirked coldly and answered ominously, "If you don't give it, don't blame me for being ruthless. I guarantee you'll wish you were dead." Song Mo, upon hearing this, was furious, his eyes wide as he said sternly, "This is kidnapping. Do you know what the consequences will be for kidnapping us Chinese?" However, before he could finish, the crowd suddenly burst into laughter, filled with mockery and disdain. The casino boss looked at Song Mo with contempt and sneered, "Consequences? What consequences could there be? Don't think that just because you're a little rich kid, or even if you're a soldier from China, that I want to kill you without hesitation." Chapter 4:12. Completing the mission. Song Mo chuckled, "Do you think I'm stupid? If I let you go now, I'd be shot full of holes immediately." After saying this, he pressed a gun against the boss's head with one hand and grabbed his hair with the other, slowly retreating to the second floor. His eyes were fixed on the fully armed mercenaries, because of the gun pressed to his head. The casino boss didn't dare resist, and could only let Song Mo drag him upstairs. Xiaobing and the others also slowly retreated to the second floor. Since their boss was being held hostage by Song Mo, the mercenaries didn't dare act recklessly, and could only watch Song Mo and the others closely. Once on the second floor, Xiaobing and the others immediately aimed their guns at the staircase, while Song Mo pinned the casino boss against the wall. Coldly, he asked, "I'll give you one more chance, tell me where those military experts are hidden, or I'll shoot you right now." Hearing this, the casino boss coldly laughed and confidently said, "Do you dare to kill me? If you shoot me now, my brothers will rush in and turn you into a beehive. I advise you to be sensible, let me go now, and I might consider letting you leave, otherwise, you'll never get out of this compound." Chapter 4:13. Your cabbage has been ruined by me. When they arrived at the compound, the sight before them left everyone speechless. The once magnificent compound had now been reduced to a pile of ruins, with thick smoke and a pungent burnt smell filling the air. After a great effort to extinguish the fire, when they saw the charred bodies, shock and anger erupted from their hearts like a volcano. The self-defense team members stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief as they looked at this horrific scene, their anger quickly spreading. Who did this? One self-defense team member gritted his teeth and shouted, "We must find the murderer." Another team member echoed. The anger quickly spread through the crowd, and the self-defense team members immediately sprang into action, imposing martial law across the island, leaving no suspicious place unchecked, determined to find the killer of these people. Meanwhile, the cruise ship carrying Song Mo and his group had already entered Chinese waters. Song Mo walked into the rooms where several military experts were staying. Looking at the battered experts, it was clear they had been severely tortured by that group of mercenaries. The military experts also raised their heads to size up Song Mo. And after a while, one of them finally spoke, saying, "Thank you so much. I thought we were going to die at the hands of those mercenaries. I didn't expect the country to send you to rescue us." Chapter 4:14. Cat and Mouse. More than 10 minutes passed, and Hu Jiajia and Wu Nan had already arrived at the tent. As soon as Song Mo saw Wu Nan, he sprang up from the sofa like he had a spring in his butt. With a beaming smile, he rushed forward, saying, "Nan Nan, you're here. Come in and sit down." Seeing Song Mo's enthusiastic demeanor, Wu Nan couldn't help but wonder in her heart, what's up with this guy today? He's never been this attentive to me. Does he want something from me? With that thought, Wu Nan's curiosity was piqued, and she blinked her big eyes, asking suspiciously, "You're being so enthusiastic all of a sudden, I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. You must have some ulterior motive, right?" Upon seeing this, Song Mo's smile grew even brighter, and he quickly explained, "Oh, Nan Nan, what are you talking about? My enthusiasm for you is only because you are now my woman. If I don't treat my woman well, who else can I treat well?" Upon hearing this, Wu Nan immediately turned red with embarrassment, glaring at Song Mo and scolding, "Stop with the sweet talk. Just say what you need to say directly. I don't have time to waste with you here." Chapter 4:15. The pursuit begins. A trained team member asked, "If we all carry locator devices, won't it be easy for you to find us?" Hearing this, Song Mo responded irritably, "What do you take me and Instructor Shao for? Do I need locator devices to catch you little mice? Now take off your gear. Each person take a military knife, and start your escape. In half an hour, Instructor Shao and I will come to catch you. Also, this place is not far from the border, so don't accidentally run across it. You can only move within a 30-kilometer radius. Is that clear?" "Understood." The trained team members shouted in unison. They began to take off their gear, each grabbing a military knife and scattering into the woods. After the team members ran far away, Song Mo instructed Li Bing and Zhong Jun to fetch 2 assault rifles and some blank rounds. He then said to Secretary Zhao, "Xiao Zhao, you have a tough job these next 2 days. Keep an eye on the locator devices on those trainees and make sure nothing happens to them." Secretary Zhao replied loudly, "Boss, don't worry. I will ensure the mission is completed." Chapter 4:16. The person hidden beneath the leaves. Just like that, after walking a short distance, a patch of ground suddenly caught the attention of Song Mo and Xiaobing. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, and it looked unremarkable. However, Song Mo and Xiaobing's instincts told them that someone was hiding under that pile of leaves. Without hesitation, Xiaobing shouted, "Whoever is hiding under the leaves, come out on your own, or do you want me to drag you out?" At that moment, 4 trainees were curled up beneath the thick pile of leaves, completely covered by the yellow leaves, blending into the surrounding environment. Hearing Xiaobing's shout, the 4 of them were taken aback, thinking to themselves, logically, "We are hiding so well, and Songmo and Xiaobing are still 40 to 50 meters away. They shouldn't be able to find us here." Despite their doubts, the 4 quickly reacted, realizing that Xiaobing might just be bluffing to scare them. So, they decided to remain still, holding their military knives tightly, ready to launch a surprise attack on Songmo and Xiaobing at any moment. Chapter 4:17, Is This Cheating? Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, it was nearing noon. 5 unfortunate trainees had already been eliminated by the skilled duo of Songmo and Xiaobing. After a long pursuit in the woods, both Songmo and Xiaobing felt a bit exhausted, and fatigue, thirst, and hunger began to take their toll. Finally, they came to a large tree, its branches and leaves lush, creating a shaded area. Songmo stopped and said to Xiaobing, "You rest here for a bit. I'll go see if I can find some food." Xiaobing nodded and found a comfortable spot to sit down, leaning against the tree trunk to rest. Songmo turned and walked into the woods. After walking less than a kilometer, he suddenly heard the crisp call of a wild chicken. He was delighted and quickly looked up to see a colorful wild chicken standing on a nearby branch, calling out continuously. At that moment, Songmo was about 20 meters away from the chicken. He swiftly raised his assault rifle, aimed at the wild chicken, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Chapter 4:18, Lu Yunhan is pregnant with a series of bangs. Bangs? Bangs? Gunshots rang out. In just a few seconds, the 8 or 9 trainees who attempted to escape were all shot dead. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, all 80 trainees were eliminated by Songmo and Xiaobing without exception. Days went by, and before they knew it, over a month had quietly slipped away. During this long month, the training programs revolved almost entirely around wilderness survival and combat. The trainees faced countless challenges and trials, crawling and rolling in the wild, gradually adapting to the harsh environment, mastering various survival skills and combat strategies. After more than a month of rigorous training, these trainees made significant progress in wilderness survival and combat. Although they might not yet compare to Songmo and Xiaobing, the gap had noticeably narrowed. That night, after training ended, as soon as Songmo returned to the tent and sat on the sofa, his phone in his pocket rang. He pulled out the phone, puzzled, and saw that it was an incoming call from Lu Yunhan. Chapter 4:19, Lurking at the border the next morning, before the sun had fully risen, with the dawn breaking, Songmo and Xiaobing woke up early from their dreams. They quickly finished washing up and energetically walked towards the training ground. When they arrived, the trainees were already lined up neatly, quietly waiting for today's training. Songmo stood at the front of the line, his voice loud and powerful, echoing throughout the training ground, at ease. Stand at attention. Align to the right. Look forward. With his command, the team members quickly adjusted their positions, their movements synchronized, demonstrating a high level of discipline and team spirit. Soon after, Songmo, with a serious expression, spoke up. "I just received news that a group of armed drug traffickers, numbering in the hundreds, will be smuggling a large quantity of drugs into our country across the border in the next couple of days. Our task is to set up an ambush at the border and capture this group of traffickers all at once. Does everyone understand the mission?" Report, Instructor, understood. We will ensure the mission is completed. The team members shouted in unison, their voices deafening, filled with determination and confidence. Songmo nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Very well. However, we still don't know the exact time the traffickers will enter. We only know they will cross the border in the next 2 to 3 days. You have half an hour to prepare. Bring enough compressed biscuits and fresh water for 3 days. Gather here in half an hour, and we will set off together. Disperse." Chapter 4:20, Training successfully completed. As the traffickers drew closer, Song Mo decisively shouted, "Open fire." Before his words fell, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger first. The sound of his assault rifle ringing out. Bullets shot out like meteors, heading straight for the vicious traffickers. At the same time, Xiaobing and the other trained team members reacted almost simultaneously. They quickly and decisively pulled the triggers, a dense barrage of bullets pouring out like rain, forming a deadly fire net. The sudden attack caught the traffickers off guard. They never expected to be ambushed. In an instant, over 100 traffickers were hit by bullets, screaming and falling to the ground, blood splattering and staining the surrounding ground. Although these traffickers were armed, their shooting skills and combat experience were worlds apart from the trained Song Mo, Xiaobing, and the other team members. Despite being outnumbered several times, under the intense fire suppression, they were unable to organize an effective counterattack and could only passively endure the assault, being utterly powerless against the onslaught led by Song Mo and Xiaobing. Chapter 421, A Girl Can't Be Left Behind. Wu Nan nodded and smiled, saying, "That's true. After 3 months of rigorous training, I feel that my physical fitness, skill level, and psychological quality have all significantly improved." Upon hearing this, the commander smiled slightly and nodded in satisfaction. Soon after, Secretary Zhao walked lightly into the living room, carrying 4 steaming cups of tea. He first respectfully handed a cup to the commander, then distributed one each to Song Mo, Xiaobing, and Wu Nan. Song Mo elegantly picked up the teacup and took a sip, the aroma instantly spreading in his mouth. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The flavor of your premium de Hongpao is the most authentic, rich, and fragrant. It's truly unforgettable." After saying this, Song Mo turned to Secretary Zhao with a kind smile and said, "Xiao Zhao, could you please pack some of this premium de Hongpao for me to take back and enjoy slowly? Oh, and also a few boxes of special cigarettes." However, before Secretary Zhao could respond, the commander suddenly raised his voice and exclaimed, "You greedy fellow. Didn't I just give you tea and cigarettes last time? How come you're asking for more so soon? You really don't treat yourself as an outsider." Chapter 422, Xiao Wei's Call. The documents in their hands belonged to the Central Guard unit, and Song Mo's rank was Major General, while Xiaobing's was Colonel. After a while, they finally came to their senses. Song Mo looked at the commander in surprise and said, "Commander, I'm only 30 years old, and you've given me a Major General rank. This is too exaggerated. We don't have such young generals in Huaxia." Xiaobing was equally astonished and quickly added, "Commander, I'm not even 30 yet. And you've given me a colonel rank. This level is too high. I feel I don't deserve it." The commander looked at them with a kind smile and explained, "You both have made significant contributions to the country. This is just a small reward for you. Although your ranks are high, they are essentially honorary titles, mainly to facilitate your documentation for future tasks." Upon hearing the commander's words, Song Mo felt much more at ease and smiled, saying, "Thank you so much, Commander. I never thought I would become a general one day. This is truly unbelievable." The commander jokingly replied, "Look at you. So proud of yourself for just a Major General rank." Chapter 423, Xiao Wei's Mother. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Wei jumped up from her chair as if her bottom had been scalded, her face flushed like a ripe apple, and she waved her hands. Interrupting rapidly, she said, "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Bing Bing and the others are all Song Ji's wives." Xiao Wei's mother was startled by her daughter's sudden reaction, nearly dropping her chopsticks. A hint of embarrassment flashed across her face, but she quickly regained her composure. Clearing her throat, she curiously asked Xiaobing and the others, "So you are all Xiao Song's wives?" Xiaobing and the others exchanged smiles and replied in unison, "Yes, Auntie." She quickly turned to Song Mo and said, "Xiao Song, I'm really sorry. I didn't know the situation earlier, and said something inappropriate." Song Mo waved his hand and smiled, "It's okay, Auntie, please don't take it to heart." Seeing this, Xiao Wei's mother felt a bit relieved. She continued, Xiao Song, you already have so many wives. Wouldn't it be okay to have my Xiao Wei join as well? You can see that my Xiao Wei is a good girl. She's not only hardworking, but also very filial. If she marries you, serving you tea and washing your clothes, she will definitely take good care of you. Chapter 424, Song Yang has a boyfriend. Since returning from the deserted island, Song Mo had been busy with various matters, and had not bought anything for Xiaobing and the others. Although they were already billionaires, Song Mo knew that gifts from him were different from those received from others. After leaving Xiao Wei's neighborhood, Song Mo did not rush home, but drove Xiaobing and the others to a large shopping mall. Once the car stopped, Xiaobing looked at Song Mo curiously and asked, Song Ji, why did you bring us to this mall? Song Mo smiled gently, explaining, You've been with me for several years, and I haven't given you anything. Since I have some time today, I want to take this opportunity to buy each of you some clothes, jewelry, cosmetics, and so on, as a small token of appreciation. Upon hearing this, the faces of Xiaobing and the others showed signs of being touched. Liu Jiachi joked with a smile, Song Ji, I used to think you were a blockhead. But I didn't expect you to suddenly come to your senses, and even think about bringing us gifts. Li Xiaomai also laughed, saying, Oh, Song Ji, you really have surprised me. How come I never noticed you have such a romantic side? Where did you learn this? Chapter 425, Liu Junfeng's self-destruction. Hearing Song Mo say this, Song's mother showed a delighted smile on her face. She immediately turned to Song Yang and said, Xiao Yang, your brother is right. Bring your boyfriend back so Mom can have a good look. A blush appeared on Song Yang's face. She nodded shyly and said softly, Okay, Mom. I'll bring him to meet you next week. After breakfast, Xiaobing and Li Xiaomai took the initiative to clean up the dishes. They took the dishes to the kitchen and began to wash them carefully. Just then, a crisp ringtone suddenly came from Lu Yunhan's pocket. She was surprised and took out her phone. To her surprise, it was a call from Shu Ruoxuan. Curiosity filled Lu Yunhan's heart. Did Shu Ruoxuan have something important to discuss so early? Without any hesitation, she quickly pressed the answer button and said to Shu Ruoxuan on the other end, Ruoxuan, why are you calling me so early? Is there something wrong? Shu Ruoxuan seemed a bit anxious, her voice revealing a hint of panic. President Lu, it's bad. Something big has happened. Chapter 426, Going to find Liu Junfeng. Hearing Song Mo say this, Alice on the other end of the phone was clearly taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a situation to arise. After several seconds, she slowly came back to her senses and said to Song Mo, this Liu Junfeng is really too despicable. If it weren't for Han Han speaking up for him last time, I would have already bankrupted his Liu group. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant now. Not only wanting to bankrupt Han Han's company, but also daring to hire people to kidnap Han Han and her family. It's simply outrageous. The more Alice spoke, the angrier she became, and her voice involuntarily rose by 8 degrees. She continued to say to Song Mo, don't worry, Song Ji, it's a piece of cake to bankrupt a small Liu group. I'll immediately contact those business tycoons in Yangjing and have them unite to suppress Liu group. In no more than 3 days, Liu group will be completely finished. After a brief chat, they hung up the phone. Song Mo turned to Lu Yunhan and her father, smiling as he said, Han Han, uncle, I've just spoken with Alice. She will contact the business tycoons in Yangjing as soon as possible, and everyone will work together to suppress Liu group. If all goes well, Liu group will declare bankruptcy in no more than 3 days. Chapter 427, Easily taking down 4 guards under Shu Ruoxuan's guidance. Song Mo drove swiftly out of the city and soon arrived at the foot of a mountain on the outskirts. Shu Ruoxuan pointed to the mountain and said to Song Mo, Liu Junfeng's private villa is on that mountain. Looking in the direction she pointed, Song Mo saw the mountain rolling with hills, lush with trees, clear waters, like a beautiful painting. He couldn't help but smile and teased. I didn't expect this Liu Junfeng to enjoy life so much, finding such a great place to build a villa. After driving 7 or 8 kilometers along the winding mountain road, a luxurious villa came into view. The villa covered a vast area of several thousand square meters. And at first glance, its architectural style was elegant and grand, exuding high-end luxury. At the entrance of the villa, 4 burly security guards holding batons stood straight like statues, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Occasionally, barks from dogs in the yard could be heard, as if warning the visitors. Songmo parked the car steadily less than 30 meters from the villa, and turned to Shu Ruoxuan, saying, "You just stay in the car. And I'll go in with Bingbing to find Liu Junfeng." Chapter 428, easily dealing with the vicious dogs at that moment. The staff in the villa's monitoring room saw everything happening at the entrance through the high-definition camera installed there. One of the monitoring staff felt a tightness in his chest and immediately decided to report this situation to Liu Junfeng. He rushed out of the monitoring room, like a gust of wind, sprinting toward Liu Junfeng's bedroom. However, when he breathlessly reached the door of Liu Junfeng's bedroom, he suddenly heard sounds of men and women engaging in intimate activities from inside. The sounds, both high-pitched and low, intertwined, as if expressing endless pleasure. Hearing these sounds, the monitoring staff's footsteps froze, as if they had been cursed. He knew that Liu Junfeng was currently doing something important in the room. Moreover, based on his understanding, there were not just Liu Junfeng, but also several distinguished guests invited from the provincial capital in the big bedroom. What to do now? If he disturbed them at this moment, he would probably be in big trouble. Various possible outcomes flashed through the monitoring staff's mind, making him increasingly anxious. After a fierce internal struggle, he ultimately decided not to take the risk. He took a deep breath, carefully turned around, and left, walking extremely lightly to avoid drawing attention from those inside. Chapter 429, an unbearable scene. There were many people, roughly estimated to be around 40 to 50. But Songmo and Xiaobing were not afraid at all. They held batons and resolutely approached. These thugs and bodyguards were skilled, with some being desperate characters. However, compared to Songmo and Xiaobing, the gap in strength was too significant. Songmo and Xiaobing moved like ghosts, swiftly weaving through the crowd with their batons. Every strike was precise and fierce, and each blow sent an enemy crashing to the ground. In just 2 or 3 minutes, all 40 to 50 thugs had been knocked down by Songmo and Xiaobing, completely unable to resist, lying on the ground groaning in pain. Meanwhile, Liu Junfeng and the group of distinguished guests he had invited were lost in the extravagance of the big bedroom, completely unaware of the fierce fighting happening in the villa yard. Songmo's gaze was sharp as he grabbed a bodyguard by the hair and effortlessly lifted him up. Then coldly asked, "Where is Liu Junfeng?" Seeing Songmo's fierce gaze, which seemed capable of killing, the bodyguard trembled with fear, stuttering, "Liu Xiao and the guests he invited are enjoying themselves in the bedroom."